Section 1 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Calkins, Monument, Colorado. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 1. So came the holiday week, wherein was to be done so much less than usual, and so much more. Mr. Linden's work, indeed, was like to double on all hands, for he was threatened with more tea-drinkings, dinners, suppers, and frolics than the week would hold. How should he manage to give everybody a piece of him, and likewise present himself entire to the assembled boys whenever they chose to assemble, which promised to be pretty often? How should he go skating, sliding, and sleigh-riding at all hours of the day and night, and yet spend all those hours where he wanted to spend them? It was a grave question, and not easy, as he remarked to Faith, to hold so many feelings in his hands and hurt none of them. So, with the question yet undecided, Christmas Day came. It was a brilliant day, all white and blue, the sky like a sapphire, the earth like a pearl, the sunbeams burnished gold. Ha' ye but seen the light fall of the snow before the soil hath smutched it? Such was Pataquasset Christmas morning, and the bright lily, before rude hands have touched it, that was Faith Derrick when she came downstairs. The dainty little crimson silk hood which Mrs. Derrick had quilted for her was in her hand, brought down for display, but at present the sitting-room was empty, and Faith passed on to her work-basket to put the hood in safe keeping. She found a preoccupied basket. At some unknown hour of the night, Santa Claus had come and left upon it his mark in the shape of a package, a rather large and rather thin package, but done up with that infallible brown paper and small cord which everybody knows by instinct. Who ever looked twice at a parcel from that wagon and doubted whence it came? Faith's cheeks took an additional tinge, quite as brilliant as if the crimson hood had been on. What doubtful fingers lifted the package from the basket? The thing, whatever it was, had been done up carefully. Beneath the brown paper a white one revealed itself. Beneath that a red leather portfolio, made in the pretty old-fashioned style, and securing its contents by means of its red leather tongue. But when Faith had withdrawn this, and with the caution always exercised on such occasions had also drawn out the contents, she found the prettiest continuation of her Italian journey in the shape of very fine photographs of all sorts of Italian places and things, mingled with here and there an excursion into the Swiss mountains. A few almost awe-stricken glances Faith gave. Then she put the photographs in the portfolio again, scarcely seen, and looked at the outside of the red leather, felt of its smooth surface with admiring fingers that hardly believed what they touched, and a face glowing with the very deep glow by this time. Faith thought herself rich beyond the imagination of a millionaire, but after a little mute, amazed consideration of her happiness, she rushed off to the kitchen to signalize the Christmas breakfast, and perhaps spend a few of her too many thoughts by the preparation and production of one of Madame Danforth's nice, but in Pataquasset unheard of, delicacies, and when all the rest of her breakfast was ready, Faith demurely went in with her dish. She had not a word of acknowledgment for Mr. Linden, which was ungrateful. She gave him her hand, however, with a manner and look which were graceful enough, being at once open and shy, very bright, and yet veiled with a shade of reserve. She had been over the fire, so her face was naturally a little rosy. There was no particular reserve about him. His "Merry Christmas" was not only wished, but carried out, so far as breakfast time extended. Faith might be as demure as she liked, but she had to be merry, too, so on the whole the breakfast-room was beaming with more than sunlight. Yes, it was a Merry Christmas, merry without and merry within, that sort of merriment which doeth good like a medicine, Gay voices and steps and snowballing on the broad street, gay snowbirds and chickadees in the branches. In the house, glad faces, over and upon all, clear sunshine and the soft hush of a winter's morning. "What are you going to do today, Mother?" said Faith towards the close of breakfast time. "I'd rather look at you than anything else, child," said her mother. "But I've got to go out, you know. What are you going to do, Faith?" "All sorts of things, Mother." "Mr. Linden?" "All sorts of things, Miss Faith. Therefore we shall probably meet quite often in the course of the day," he said, smiling. "Will you give me any commands?" "Perhaps, if I can. Mother, how are we to get to Miss Summers tonight? Is Crab well?" "Oh, Crab's gone away for the winter, child, and we've got Mr. Stoutenburg's Jerry. To be sure, that's since you went away." The first thing for Faith was the Christmas dinner, into which she plunged, heart and hand. The turkey, the apples, and the pies were all seen to at last, and about an hour before dinner, Faith was ready to take off her kitchen apron and go into the parlor. She longed for a further touch and eyesight of that red leather. She had it for that hour, as dainty a luxuriating over her treasures as anybody ever had. Faith pondered and dreamed over the photographs, one after another, with endless marvel and querying of numberless questions springing out of them, general and particular, historical, natural, social, and artistic or scientific, questions that sometimes she knew only enough to form vaguely. What a looking over of prints that was! Such an hour as is known by few of those who have seen engravings all their lives. Nay, further than that, such as is not known by many a one that stands on the bridge of sighs and crosses the Mer de Glace and sees the smoke curling up from Vesuvius. For once in a while there is an imaginary traveler at home to whom is revealed more of the spirit of beauty residing in these things than hundreds of those who visit them do ever see. Who feels the warm orient in the noontide air, and from cloud minarets hears the sunset call to prayer. Before dinner time was quite on the stroke, came home Mr. Linden, who, betaking himself first upstairs and then into the sitting-room, brought Faith her Christmas breastknot of green and red. Stiff holly leaves, with their glossy sheen, and bright winterberries, clear and red, set each other off like jeweller's work, and the soft ribbon that bound them together was of the darkest possible blue. It was as dainty a bit of floral handicraft as Faith had ever seen. "Will you wear it, Miss Faith?" Mr. Linden said as he laid it on the table by her. Faith had come out of her dream and gave the holly and winterberries a downcast look of recognition. It was given in silence, but the pleasure which had been uppermost for some time presently made her overcome shyness, and looking up gratefully, she exclaimed, "Mr. Linden, what pleasure you have given me!" The soft color which had been in her cheeks before mounted instantly to deep crimson, and she added timidly, "Wasn't it you?" "What pleasure you give me," he said, with a smile at her crimson and all. "Yes, it was I." "It seems to me I have been at those places today," she went on, looking over at the sofa where the portfolio lay. "I have been fancying your sister standing here and there and looking at something I saw in the picture. Now I can understand a little better what she was writing about." "I am very glad you like them. Sometime you must let me give you any explanations they may need. What have you found for me to do this afternoon?" "Aren't you going to be busy, Mr. Linden?" "About something. Your business shall come first." "It can wait," said Faith very brightly. "It was just that, Mr. Linden. I was going to ask you some time to show them to me. I have been looking at some of them by myself, and going into a great many things over them that I could not understand. But any time will do for that, as well as today." "And today as well as any time," he said, smiling. "But I suppose we must wait till after dinner." There was great satisfaction at that dinner, not to say in it, which indeed the dinner merited. There was the remaining glow of the pleasant morning, and a little dawning of the afternoon besides the hour's own light. Faith indeed was the radiating point of pleasure, which the two others watched and furnished with new supplies. Then after dinner came the Italian work, and she had as elaborate and careful answers and information as she wished for. Mr. Linden could go back and tell her where each place got its name, and what had been its history, with many stories of its climate and productions and traditions. And so, one by one, Faith went over again her new treasures. One by one, until the short afternoon began to fade, and it was time to dress for Mrs. Summers. And they had made but little progress into the portfolio, after all. Yet it was a great progress to Faith, a grand procession through the years of history and the stages of civilization and the varying phases of nature and humanity. Very tenderly the photographs were restored to the portfolio, and the red leather tongue drawn through, with a little breath heavy with pleasure, and Faith carried off the whole to be put where profane hands should not get hold of it. Then the comparatively ignoble business of dressing occupied her, and Mrs. Derrick yet more, who of course was there to help and look on, while Faith's head was erratically in her portfolio, or at Rome, or at Florence, or elsewhere, as the case might be. Her dress was this evening the same she had worn to Mrs. Stoutenburg's, but the knot of holly and winterberries transformed her more than the rose and myrtle had done, and she stood an undoubted guest of Christmas night. Faith herself took somewhat of the effect, which her thought however concentrated. "Mother," she said as she looked in the glass, "I never saw anything so pretty." "Neither did I, child," said Mrs. Derrick, smiling. Faith took still closer note of the beauty of her breast knot, and then, gathering up her crimson hood and cloak, they went downstairs. It was not quite the hour yet for Mrs. Summers. Mr. Linden was ready and in the sitting-room, but Faith did not this time call his attention to her bouquet. She came in and sat down very quietly in a corner of the sofa. He paused in his walk up and down the room, however, noting her well as she came in and took her seat, coming presently to take one at her side, and then, catching up a book from the table, he proceeded to give her the ice palace of the little brook with which he had threatened her before. "Down swept the cold wind from the mountain peak, from the snow 5,000 summers old," etc. "Oh," exclaimed Faith, "I have just seen such a brook. I have played in it, when Mother was afraid I should take cold and wouldn't let me stay. But that's as good as the brook," she added timidly. "Without the danger of taking cold. You are quite sure it has not chilled you, Miss Faith? Do you feel winter-proof?" "I think I do for today," said Faith. "If the evening were to be even very disagreeable, I think I could stand it," which remark was perhaps significant. The tinkle of Jerry's bells now made itself heard at the door, and Faith was shawled and cloaked and wrapped up by her mother in the house, and by Mr. Linden in the sleigh. He was more skillful about it than Squire Stoutenburg, and contrived to enclose Faith in a little wigwam of buffalo robes, without letting her feel the weight of them. Then they dashed off, Jerry well disposed for exercise after his 5 minutes' stand, and spurning the snow from a light enough pair of heels. How merrily the bells jingled! How calmly and steadily the stars shone down! There was no moon now, but the whitened earth caught and reflected every bit of the starlight, and made it by no means dark, and the gleams from the cottage windows came out and fell on the snow in little streaks of brightness. Sleighs enough abroad, from the swift little cutters and large family sleighs that glided on towards the parsonage, down to sledding parties of boys, cheered only by a cowbell and their own laughter. Tinkle, tinkle everywhere, near by and in the distance, the dark figures just casting a light shadow on the roadside, the merry voices ignoring anything of the kind. Mrs. Summers's house was a good long drive from Mrs. Derrick's. The road was first on the way to Mr. Simlin's. From there it turned off at right angles and went winding crookedly down a solitary piece of country, rising and falling over uneven ground, twisting out of the way of a rock here and there, and for some distance skirting the edge of a woodland. There was light enough to see by, but it was not just the piece of road one would choose of a dark night, and Faith felt thankful Squire Deacon was gone to Egypt. End of section 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Section 2 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 2, Part 1. In the dressing-room, Faith was seized upon in the warmest manner by Mrs. Stoutenburg, who looked very pretty in her dress of bright crimson silk. "I'm so glad you've come back, dear. And how well you're looking. A little thin, though, but you'll soon make up for that. You're just as lovely as you can be, Faith. Do you know it?" No, ma'am. Her flowers, she knew, were as lovely as they could be. "Jerry brought us, Mrs. Stoutenburg, after all, and pretty fast, too." "Oh, he can go fast enough. You needn't look so sober, child. Of course no one thinks so but me, and nobody ever minds what I say." "That's pretty, I suppose you'll allow," she said, laughing and bending down closer to Faith's holly leaves. "What is it, Faith? Basswood?" "Don't you know holly, Mrs. Stoutenburg? And the berries are winter berries." "Yes, my dear, I perceive. You mustn't get angry with me, child. I tell you nobody does, not even your grave escort. At least, not for anything I do to him. Well, I'll go down and electrify people with the news that you're coming." And the crimson dress floated off to the tune of a light step and a merry voice. And more slowly and more doubtfully the black dress and winterberries followed her. Perhaps in very truth Faith would have been willing that Mr. Stoutenburg should have taken her under his broad wing for that going downstairs. At least she was as absolutely grave and quiet as anybody ever saw her, and a little more inclined to be shrinking. But Mr. Linden was alone in the hall at that minute, so there was no one else to shrink from, and if Faith wanted to shrink from him she hardly could. There was such an absence of anything to alarm her, both in his look and manner. Therefore, though she had to go downstairs upon his arm, and pass sundry people on their way up, Faith felt that he was a shield between her and the glances and words which he so little regarded. Eyes and tongues indeed ventured but little in his presence, but that protection of course extended only to the centre of the drawing-room, and the welcome which Faith received from Mrs. Summers. Then she must shield herself. Then truly, for a while, she was taken possession of by Squire Stoutenburg, who walked with her up and down, and said all manner of kind things. Faith had no particular skill to shield herself from anything, and indeed gave herself no thought about it. She took what came, in a simple and quiet spirit, which was very apt to strike like a bee the right part of every flower, or that perhaps carried its own honey along. So she walked up and down with Mr. Stoutenburg, and so she afterwards entered into the demands of a posse of her old and young friends who had not seen her for a good while. Amidst a little group of these people collected benignly around Faith, Dr. Harrison presently intruded himself. Now Dr. Harrison was a lion, and the smaller animals naturally fell off from him, which was precisely what he expected them to do. The doctor had the field soon clear. "What have you been doing to yourself?" he said to Faith with the kindly, familiar manner which had grown up between them. "Taking good care," she said, in smiling answer to his question. "Who took the care? Yourself?" "Yes." "I thought so." "Why, Dr. Harrison?" "Excuse me," said he. "Anybody else would have done it better." "No," said she, shaking her head, "you are wrong." "You have been," said he, looking at her, "You have been doing your duty too hard." "Can one do that, Dr. Harrison?" "Certainly." "I haven't been doing it this time." "Do you remember," he said, sitting down by her and lowering his voice, "what you said once about the flowers of the wilderness?" "Yes." "Would you like to see some of them?" "In the wilderness?" "No," said he, smiling. "I can show you one family of them by their portraits, here, tonight." "I would like to see them in the wilderness or anywhere," said Faith. "Then, if you'll come with me." And the next thing was Dr. Harrison's walking off the black silk and winterberries before all the eyes of the people, and through one room after another, till a little one-side room was reached, which was not a thoroughfare to anything. In this little room was a table and a lamp upon it, and also several very large, thin books. There was also, which was singular, a very comfortable easy-chair. In this Dr. Harrison installed his charge close by the table and drew up one of the volumes. "I am going to introduce to you," he said, "the whole family of the rhododendrons." "Rhododendron?" said Faith. "I never saw them." "It is their loss," said the doctor, "but here they are." It was as he said. The whole family of the plant in the most superb style of portraiture and presentation. Full size and full color, one of the most magnificent of such works. Faith had never seen a rhododendron, and even in her dreams had never visited a wilderness where such flowers grew. Her exquisite delight fully satisfied Dr. Harrison, and quite kept her attention from herself and the fact of her being shut off from the rest of the company. Now and then one and another would drop in and look at what they were about, with curiosity if not with sympathy, but rhododendrons were not alluring to most of the people, nor, to say the truth, was Dr. Harrison. With most urbane politeness he dispersed any desire to remain and look over his proceedings which might have been felt by some of the intruders, or contrived that they should find nothing to detain them. It was a long business to turn over all those delicious portraits of floral life and give anything like a sufficient look at each one. Such glories of vegetable beauty Faith had never imagined. It was almost a new revelation. There were deep, brilliant crimsons. There was the loveliest rose color in large heads of the close, elegant flowers. There were larger still, and almost incredible in their magnificence, enormous clusters of cream-colored and tinted, and even of buff. There were smaller and humbler members of the family, which would have been glorious in any other companionship. There were residents of the rich regions of the tropics, and less superb members of the temperate zones. There were trees and shrubs, and there were little bushy, hardy denizens of the highest and barrenest elevations of rocks and snow to which inflorescence ever climbs. Faith almost caught her breath. "And these are in the wilderness," she said. "Yes, what then?" said the doctor. Faith did not say. "You were thinking they waste their sweetness?" "Oh, no, indeed, I don't think that." "You're thinking something. Please let me be the better for it." "One ought to be the better for it," said Faith. "Then I hope you won't refuse it to me," said the doctor, gently laughing at her. "I was thinking, Dr. Harrison, what the Bible says. He hath made everything beautiful in his time. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good." The doctor turned over the leaf to a new rhododendron. Faith's thoughts went to Pequot, and her heart gave a bound of joy at the remembrance of the sick woman there. Mrs. Stoutenburg's crimson dress was so softly worn and managed that the wearer thereof was close in Dr. Harrison's neighborhood for a minute before he was aware of her presence, which quiet motions, it should be observed, were habitual to Mrs. Stoutenburg, and not at all assumed for the occasion. Therefore it was with no idea of startling anybody that she said presently, "My dear Faith, what are you looking at through those rhododendrons?" Faith started, and looked up with a bit of a smile. "What do you see, Mrs. Stoutenburg?" said the doctor. "Oh, several things," said the lady, passing her hand softly over Faith's brow. and then, with one of her sudden impulses, putting her lips there. "Do you like them, Faith?" "Does not Mrs. Stoutenburg like them?" said the doctor, as he placed a chair for her in the best position left for seeing. "Thank you," she said, laughing. "I came here to be seen this evening, and so ought some other people. How much do you pay for the monopoly, doctor?" "I really don't know," said Dr. Harrison, with a very slight rise of his handsome eyebrows. "I am in Paraquasit, which is to me a region of uncertainties. You will know better than I, Mrs. Stoutenburg." "Well," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, with a wicked look at the doctor for his sole benefit, "speaking of rhododendrons, which you've seen often enough before, don't you admire this, which you have not seen before?" And she touched Faith's holly leaves with the tip of her little glove. "I should think it must stir what Mr. Linden calls your nerves of pleasant sensation." "I'm honored by your estimation," said the doctor, laughing slightly. "Miss Derrick's taste is matchless. It is an act of benevolence for her to wear flowers." Faith's very brow crimsoned, till she bent it from view as much as she could. In all her truth, she could not rise up there and confess that her skill was not the skill to be commended. She wanted a shield then. "Don't flatter yourself that you are an object of charity," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, turning over another leaf to give Faith employment. "They're talking of games in the other room, dear," she added in a gentle voice. "May I tell Mrs. Summers you will play too?" "Yes, ma'am, certainly." "They're not ready yet. Sit still and enjoy your prints. I'll see what they are about." And the lady left the room. Dr. Harrison sought some particularly fine specimens, and engaged Faith in talk about them, and their localities and habits, till her self-possession was restored. "Have you heard the news about Mr. Linden?" he asked with most nonchalant carelessness. "What news?" said Faith, doubtful whether he meant Squire Stoutenburg's chapter or some other. "Then he hasn't told you himself?" "No," said Faith. "I thought you ought to be authority," the doctor went on in the same tone. "It is very good news, for him. I hope it is true. They say, I have heard—" "How beautiful the droop of those petals is, and the shade of color is rare. They say he has a very dear friend abroad, I mean in Europe somewhere. Do you think it is true?" "Yes," said Faith. She thought it was not wonderful news. "I mean a lady friend," said the doctor. "Yes," said Faith again. She knew now what the doctor meant, but she did not feel inclined to enter into the subject or to enlighten him at all. Then, too, Mr. Linden might have more friends than one abroad. It flashed upon her like a curious illumination. "Then the story is true?" said the doctor. "I don't know, sir," said Faith in some distress. "I know nothing about it." "But you don't know that it is not true?" said he, looking at her. "No, sir, I don't know." Dr. Harrison's further questions and remarks were cut short by the entrance of the very person referred to, who, coming up with his usual light, alert step, held out his hand first of all to the questioner. "Good evening, doctor. How do you do again? Miss Faith, may I take you away from these beauties?" And the released hand was offered to her. She put hers in it very willingly, but very silently. Faith dared not say a word to him about the rhododendrons or about anything else. "Ah, you have two hands again," said Dr. Harrison, "and you turn it against me." "Not that fact," Mr. Linden said as he went off. And then, slackening his step, he talked or made Faith talk, and laugh, every inch of the way into the room where all the rest were clustered ready for blind man's bluff. It was a triumph of his skill, or of his power, for she had left the rhododendrons in a mood most shy and quiet, and disposed to keep so. Dr. Harrison had not followed them, but soon made his entrance upon the company by another door. "What is going on, or off, Mrs. Stoutenburg?" he whispered to that lady. "Why, the bandage is going on, and we are going off," said she, laughing. "Will you be blinded first, doctor?" "Blind man's bluff," said the doctor, shrugging his shoulders comically. "Barbarous. I would rather go off, too. But anything to please you, Mrs. Stoutenburg. a game to see how much a man without his 5 senses can do against other people who have them. But the doctor gallantly stepped up to Mrs. Summers. "I represent the forlorn hope for the evening, Aunt Ellen. Has anybody volunteered to be the first victim?" "You are the last person in the room that ought to volunteer," said Mrs. Summers. "However, blindness is proverbial in some cases. Miss Essie will bandage your eyes, Julius, and use her own for you in the meanwhile, I dare say. Miss Essie, here is a candidate." "Not for Miss Essie's good offices," said the doctor. "I know her. I shall not trust her. I will put myself in safe hands." And with an inexpressible air of carelessness and easy pleasure-taking, Dr. Harrison carried his handsome person across the room to where Faith yet stood by the side of Mr. Linden, stood looking rather sober. She had not brought any of the rosy rhododendron color away in her face, or else it had faded. The doctor came up and spoke in an undertone as wilfully and gracefully independent as his manner. "If I ask you to do me the honor to put this handkerchief over my eyes, Miss Derrick, I suppose you will not know what it signifies?" "No, sir," said Faith, with a very slight smile and extra color. "Where I have been," said the doctor, "where we never play it, it is played in this way. My entreating you to blind my eyes signifies that without them I shall endeavor to find you." "Then I wish you'd get somebody else to do it, Dr. Harrison." "You are not in earnest?" said the doctor. "Very much in earnest." "But I should observe," said he, smiling, "that even the unkindness of your refusal would not change my endeavor. I only give you, as in honor bound, the chance of doing all you can to prevent my succeeding. Will you do it?" He tendered the handkerchief. Faith colored a little more, but to put a stop to his absurdities as they seemed to her, and to her consequent prominence before the eyes of people, she accepted the office. Dr. Harrison kneeled at her feet, and Faith put the handkerchief round his eyes and tied it on, endeavoring, to do her justice, to perform the task thoroughly. She was not quite sure how well it was done, after all, but the doctor had interposed a gentle "softly" as she was drawing the knot, and had at the same time also raised his hand to ease the bandage. But Faith had to let it go so, and simply resolved to take care of herself. Many eyes, meanwhile, surveyed this performance with much edification, glancing too at the motionless figure who at Faith's side looked down upon it. But when the smile in those eyes touched the lips as well, Mrs. Stoutenburg was roused to a pitch of delight, and running into the middle of the room to meet the doctor as he came to take his stand, she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, doctor, doctor, how could you let anybody tie anything over your eyes?" "Is there treachery, Mrs. Stoutenburg?" said the doctor with a comic stop. "Where?" said the lady. "Nay, I know where," said the doctor, and turning from her he addressed himself to the game. But though Dr. Harrison showed himself a keen player, the game came to no sudden termination, and Faith could not help doubting that her work had not been too effectual. It was beyond question, even if she had not been forewarned, that the doctor was endeavoring to find, or endeavoring to catch her. In vain Mrs. Stoutenburg's crimson and Miss Essie's blue floated past him and rustled behind him. In vain Mrs. Summers' purple stood in his way. The skirt of that one black silk could go nowhere that some one of the doctor's senses did not inform him of it. Closely he followed upon her flight, and keen work Faith found it, play as well as she would. She began to get out of breath, and the amusement and fun grew uproarious. It was when her foot was failing that the doctor's gained strength. Between him and the prize there was now no barrier. No leap could avail Faith in the corner where she was at last hemmed in. Slowly and securely the doctor advanced, first himself and then his hands, and caught Mr. Linden. Caught him unmistakably, too. There was no help for it, and Dr. Harrison, in his astonishment, forgot to pronounce him somebody else. "Confound you," said the doctor slowly and comically. "How did you get here?" "Are you fatigued?" said Mr. Linden, taking off the bandage. "Miss Faith, you did this part of your work very ill." "How did you get here?" repeated the doctor, taking hold of his arm and shaking it slightly. "I wasn't looking for you, man." "What were you looking for?" said Mr. Linden, with a laughing return of the doctor's gaze. "Shall I put that on for you?" said the latter with a sort of complicate expression, which, however, never lost its grace and ease. And then began another chase, but not of Faith this time. Perhaps Mr. Linden thought she needed rest. And the changes ran round the company, but never, as it happened, including Faith or Dr. Harrison, until they reached the finishing round of the game. Then it was Mr. Linden's turn again to wear the bandage, and then he gave Faith the sort of run he had given her before at Mrs. Stoutenburg's, and with the same success. "Haven't they played blind man's bluff long enough?" Faith whispered when the bandage was taken off her captor. She was flushed a little, and sober more than a little. "Yes, I will move a change," he answered in the same tone, which he did after a short consultation. "Dr. Harrison, you have seen the butterfly, I suppose?" "The butterfly?" said the doctor. "I have seen many of all colors, but the butterfly par excellence I know not, unless it is one with white wings and black body and spots of most brilliant red on the breast." "The one I mean combines more colors," said Mr. Linden. "What were you doing in France not to see it?" "Seeing other things, I suppose. However, now you speak of it, I believe that butterfly has flown over me sometime." "Please to imagine yourself a gay rover for the nonce," said Mr. Linden, leading the doctor persuasively into the middle of the floor. "Just suppose you are a purple emperor, will you, doctor? Miss Essie wants a story and forfeits. I shall leave you to gratify her." But he himself went to give Miss Faith a seat. That was done with a very different manner from the gay, genial way in which he had addressed the doctor. It was genial enough, certainly, but grave. "You do not feel well?" he said as he wheeled up an easy chair for her. It was spoken too low for anyone else to hear. "Yes, I do," said Faith quickly, but her face flushed deep, and her eye, though it glanced towards him, failed timidly of meeting his, and her voice had lost all the spring of pleasure. "Then cannot you keep the promise you made about a disagreeable evening?" The tone was very low still. He was arranging her footstool and chair, a little concerned, too. A little, or Faith fancied it, but indeed she was not quite sure what the third part was. And then the doctor began his work. For a minute or two she did not hear him, or heard without heed. She was thinking over Mr. Linden's question and struggling with it, for its slight tone, of remonstrance perhaps, only met and stirred into life the feelings she was trying to keep down. Her lip took one of its sorrowful curves for an instant, but then Dr. Harrison came towards them. "What insect on the face of the earth, Linden, will you be? What does he resemble most, Miss Derrick?" "I am not particular about being on the face of the earth," said Mr. Linden. "The air will do just as well." The doctor was waiting for Faith's answer. Under the exigency of the moment she gave it him, glancing up first at the figure beside her, perhaps to refresh her memory or imagination, and smiling a little as she spoke. "I don't think of any he is like, Dr. Harrison." "Do you think I am like a purple butterfly?" said the doctor. "Yes, a little," said Faith. But it was with a face of such childlike soberness that the doctor looked hard at her. "What do you think you are like yourself?" said he, not lightly. "I think I am a little like an ant," said Faith. The doctor turned half round on his heel. "Angels and ministers of grace!" was his exclamation. "Most winged, gentle, and ethereal of all the dwellers in or on ant-hills, know that thy similitude is nothing meaner than a flower. You must take the name of one, Miss Faith. All the ladies do. What will you be?" "What will you be?" Mr. Linden repeated. "Mignonette? That is even below the level of some of your ant-hills." "If you please," she said. "Or one of your rhododendrons?" said the doctor. "That is better, for you have the art, or the nature, indeed, of representing all the tints of the family by turns, except the unlovely ones. Be a rhodora." "No," said Faith. "I am not like that, nor like the other, but I will be the other." "Mignonette," said the doctor. "Well, what shall we call him? What is he like?" "I think," said Faith, looking down very gravely, not with the flashing eye with which she would have said it another time, "he is most like a midge." The little laugh which answered her, the way in which Mr. Linden bent down and said, "How do you know, Miss Faith?" were slightly mystifying to Dr. Harrison. "I don't know," she said, smiling, and the doctor, with one or two looks of very ungratified curiosity, left them and returned to his post. "What are they going to play, Mr. Linden?" said Faith. The doctor's explanation, given to the rest generally, she had not heard. "Do you know what a family connection you have given me, Miss Faith? The proverb declares that the mother of mischief is no bigger than a midge's wing." An involuntary little caught breath attested perhaps Faith's acquiescence in the truth of the proverb, but the doctor's words prevented the necessity of her speaking. "Miss Essie, ladies and gentlemen, please answer to your names and thereby proclaim your characters. Mrs. Stoutenburg, what are you?" "A poppy, I think," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, laughing. "I like to be beforehand with the public." "Will you please to name your lord and master? He is incapable of naming himself." "I think you've named him," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, with a gay toss of her pretty head. "I'm not learned in insects, doctor. Call him anything that eats up butterflies." "Mr. Stoutenburg will—" "You be a grub?" said the doctor. "Or a beetle? I don't know anything else that I, as a butterfly, dislike more." "No, I'll be a cricket, I'm so spry," said the squire, "and I'll be down upon you in some other form, doctor." "You'll have to fly higher first," said the doctor. "Miss Essie declares herself to be a purple althea, Miss Davids an evening primrose, Miss Deacon a cluster rose, Miss Fax a sweet pink, Miss Chester a daisy. Miss Bezac, what shall I put you down?" The butterfly was making a list of his flowers and insects, and cards had been furnished to the different members of the party, and pencils to do as much for themselves. "I'd as lieve be balm as anything else, if I knew how," said Miss Bezac, "but I shouldn't call that putting me down." "It fits anyhow," said Squire Stoutenburg. "Balm for hurt minds," said Dr. Harrison, writing. "Miss Julia de Staff is a white lily, Miss Emmons a morning glory, Mrs. Church a peony, Miss Derrick is mignonette. Mrs. Summers?" "I may as well be lavender," said Mrs. Summers. "You say I am in a good state of preservation." "What is Mr. Summers?" "Mr. Summers, what are you?" said his wife. "Ha! I don't know, my dear," said Dr. Summers blandly. "I think I am, out of place." "Then you're a moth," said the doctor. "That is out of place, too, in most people's opinion. Miss Delaney, I beg your pardon, what are you?" "Here are the two Miss Churchills, doctor," said Miss Essie, "Hyacinth and Laburnum." "I am sure you have been sponsor, Miss Essie. Well, this is my garden of flowers. Then of fellow insects I have a somewhat confused variety. Mr. Stoutenburg sings round his hearth in the shape of a black cricket. Mr. Linden passes unnoticed in the invisibility of a midge, nothing more dangerous. Mr. Summers does all the mischief he can in the way of devouring widows' houses. The two Messrs. de Staff, two very spruce and mustachioed young gentlemen, figure as wasp and snail. One would hardly think they belonged to the same family, but there is no accounting for these things. Mr. George Summers professes to have the taste of a bee, but luckily the garden belongs to the butterfly." "In other words, someone has put Dr. Harrison in a flutter," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "I haven't begun yet," said the doctor, wheeling round to face her. "When I do, my first business will be to cut you up, Mrs. Stoutenburg." "Miss Faith," said Mr. Linden while the roll went on, "I have not forgotten your question. They and we are going to play a French game called The Butterfly and the Flowers, wherein I, a midge, am in humble attendance on a sprig of mignonette. Whenever our butterfly gardener chooses to speak the name of any flower or insect, that flower or insect must reply. When he speaks of the gardener, you flowers must extend one hand in token of welcome, We insects draw back in dismay. If the gardener brings his watering pot, or there falls a shower of rain, you must hold up your head for joy. I must kneel down for fear. If the sunshine is mentioned, we are free to rejoice together, standing up and making demonstrations. You may reply, Miss Faith, either in your own words or quotations, so that you mention some one of your companions. But if you fail to speak, or break any other rule, you must pay a forfeit first and redeem it afterwards. I may mention either insect or flower? Said Faith. Yes, just what you like. If everybody is ready, said the doctor, I will begin by remarking that I find myself in an embarras de richesse, so many sweets around me that I, a butterfly, know not which to taste first, and such an array of enemies, hostile alike to the flowers and me, that I know not which to demolish first. I hope a demolishing rain will fall some of these days. Ah, that is gratifying. Behold my enemies shrinking already, while the flowers lift up their heads with pleasure and warm themselves in the rays of the sun. What is Mignonette doing? There was a general outcry of laughter, for as the gentlemen had kneeled and bent their heads, and the flowers had risen to greet the sun, Faith, in her amusement and preoccupation, had sat still. She rose now, blushing a little at being called upon. Mignonette loves the sun without making any show for it. She has no face to lift up like the white lily. The white lily isn't sweet like lavender, said Miss Julia, and the lavender has more to do in the linen press than among butterflies, said Mrs. Summers. It is good to know one's place, said the doctor, but the butterfly, seeking a safe resting place, flutters with unpoised flight past the false poppy, which flaunts its gay colors on the sight, and fixes its eyes on the distant gardener with his watering pot, said Mrs. Stoutenburg, stretching forth her hands Sibyl-like towards the now prostrate doctor, whereat the mignonette rejoices. All the flowers rejoice, said the mignonette, and the cricket jumps out of the way. Into the sunshine, said Mr. Stoutenburg, laughing, but the moth feels doubtful. The moth, said Mr. Summers, he don't like the sunshine so well as the rain. He wishes he was a midge there to get under shelter. A midge here he can't be, said Mr. Linden, dropping his voice for Faith's benefit. 2 suns hold not their courses in one sphere. Then aloud, invisibility is a great thing when you can make up your mind to it. But Athalia with the purple eye looks on life differently. I look on it soberly, said Miss Essie. Flutter he, high as he will, a butterfly is but a butterfly still, and 'tis better for us to remain where we are, in the lowly valley of duty and care, than lonely to soar to the heights above, where there's nothing to do and nothing to love. I'll flutter no more after that, said the doctor. I'll creep into the heart of the white lily and beg it to shelter me. It won't hide you from the sun nor from the rain, said the white lily, and I'd as lief shelter a spider besides. Faith forgot again that she must welcome the sun, but she was not the only one who had incurred forfeits, nor the last one who should. For while that interesting member of society who called himself Spider made his reply, Mr. Linden's attention naturally wandered, or came back, and the lively dialogue which then ensued between Messrs. Snail, Wasp, Beetle, etc., failed to arouse him to the duties of a midge or the fear of the gardener. He forgot everything else in the pleasure of making Mignonette laugh. Standing half before her at last in some animated bit of talk, more than one sunbeam and watering pot had come and gone, unnoticed by both Midge and Mignonette, a fact of which some other people took note, and smilingly marked down the forfeits. Mr. Linden, said the voice of Miss Essie at his elbow, do you know what the doctor is saying? The mother of mischief is no bigger than a midge's wing. You'd better speak to him. Mr. Linden turned with a laughing, recollective glance. Who speaks slightingly of the midge? Let him have a dose of syrup of poppies. I guess you can find balm, said Mrs. Stoutenburg gaily. He shall have it if he wants it, said Miss Bezak, that is, if I've got it, though I rather guess he's got it himself. I'm sure I don't know what he hasn't got, and it don't strike me he looks as if he wanted it either, if I had. But it's funny I should, and not the doctor, though to be sure most things are, and he's gone to the butterflies' ball and the grasshoppers' feast." "The grasshoppers' feast being just now announced," said Mrs. Summers, stepping forward, "I shall hope to set the flowers free from their natural enemies without more delay." "I shall not confess to that," said Mr. Linden, undertone. "But will you come, Miss Faith? The insects are all gone, save the few that linger even yet, round the lissam's tuft and the mignonette." The midge's prompt action had perhaps disappointed several other people. Dr. Harrison at any rate contrived with Miss Essie to be the immediately preceding couple in the walk to the supper-room. "I'm glad of some refreshment," said the doctor. "Butterflies cannot live on the wing. Linden, have you been singing all the evening in the character of a midge?" "No," said Mr. Linden. "All the singing I have done has been in my own character." "I'm glad to hear it. By the way," said Dr. Harrison as they reached the supper-room and paired off from their respective charges, "I am sorry to hear that Pataquasset has no hold on you, Linden." "Indeed," said Mr. Linden, an "indeed" which might refer to the doctor's sorrow or the supposed fact. "Nay, I know nothing about it," said the doctor lightly as he attacked the supper-table. "But Miss Derrick tells me it is true that your heart is in another place." "Dr. Harrison," Mr. Linden said with a momentary erectness of position. But he said no more, turning off then towards Faith with her oysters, and the gentle respect and quick attention with which she was served, Faith might feel and take note of, yet not guess that its peculiar tone this night was warring hand to hand with the injustice done her name. The doctor had unwittingly betrayed at least one point of talk held over the rhododendrons, furnished a clue he dreamed not of, and stirred a power of displeasure which perhaps he thought Mr. Linden did not possess. Faith did not indeed guess anything from the manner of the latter to her, although she felt it. She felt it as his own, kind and watchful, and even affectionate, but like him, belonging to him, and therefore not telling upon the question. With a very humbled and self-chiding spirit, she was endeavoring to keep the face and manner which suited the place, above a deep sinking of heart which was almost overcoming. Her success was like the balance of her mind, doubtful. Gentle her face was as ever. All the crosses of the evening had not brought an angle there, but it was shadowed beyond the fitness of things, and she was still and retiring so far as it was possible to be, shrinking into a very child's lowness of place. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 2, Part 2. Ladies were in the majority that night, and the gentlemen were obliged to be constantly on the move. In one of the minutes when Faith was alone, Mrs. Stoutenburg came up. "Faith," she whispered, "have you been doing anything to vex my friend?" Faith started a little, with a sort of shadow of pain crossing her face. "Who is your friend, Mrs. Stoutenburg?" "Hush, child," she answered. "Your friend, if you like it better." And she added softly but seriously, "Don't vex him. He doesn't deserve it." Faith's lip was that touchingly sorrowful child's lip for an instant. She was beyond speaking. Then came up help in the shape of Miss Essie, with questions about the forfeits and about Mr. Linden. All Mrs. Stoutenburg's kindness made itself into a screen for Faith, on the instant. Neither eyes nor tongues were allowed to come near her. "Mr. Linden," said Miss Essie, as he just then came up, "will you help us give out forfeits? Who do you think is best to do it?" "Mr. Linden," said Mrs. Summers, "we are all very anxious to know whether all the reports about you are true." Mr. Linden bowed to the anxiety, but gave it no further heed. "Are they?" she repeated. "Do all the reports agree, Mrs. Summers?" "I must confess they are at swords' points." "Then they cannot all be true. Let them fight it out." But suppose some of the fighting should come upon you?" "That is a supposition I have just refused to take up," said Mr. Linden, stepping towards the table and bringing a bunch of grapes to Faith's plate. "Yes, but everybody hasn't the patience of Job," said Mrs. Summers. "Julius, for instance." "He has at least his own ways of obtaining information," said Mr. Linden, and Faith felt the slight change of voice. "Miss Essie, what will you have?" "Has the doctor any forfeits to pay?" was the somewhat irrelevant answer. "I should so like to see you two set against each other. Dr. Harrison, have you any forfeits?" "No," said the doctor, "but as severe service to perform as if I had. Linden, we shall want your help. It's too much for one man." Faith edged away behind this growing knot of talkers, and presently was deeply engaged in conversation with Miss Cecilia Deacon at a table in the corner, and alternating her attention between grapes and words. Then Squire Stoutenburg walked softly up and stood behind Faith's chair. "My dear, will you have anything more?" "No, sir, thank you." "Then I am going to carry you off," said the squire. "If I wait a quarter of a second more, I shall lose my chance. Come." Faith was very willing to come indeed, and they went back to the drawing-room, all the company pouring after them, and Faith feeling as if she had got under a kind of lee shore on Mr. Stoutenburg's arm. It could not shelter her long, for the forfeits began. The doctor and Mr. Linden, with Miss Essie and Mrs. Stoutenburg for coadjutors, were constituted the awarding committee, and the forfeits were distributed to them indifferently. There were many to be redeemed, and at first there was a crowd of inferior interest. Messrs. Spider and Wasp, Mesdemoiselles White Lily and Cluster rose, who were easily disposed of and gallantly dismissed. But there were others behind. One of Faith's forfeits came up. It was held by Dr. Harrison. "Please to stand forth, Miss Derrick, and hear your sentence," said the doctor, leading her to a central position in the floor, which Faith took quietly, but with what inward rebellion one or two people could somewhat guess. "Have the goodness to state to the company what you consider to be the most admirable and praiseworthy of all the characters of flowers within your knowledge, and to describe the same, that we may judge of the justness of your opinion." "Describe the character?" said Faith in a low voice. "Yes, if you please." She stood silent a moment, with downcast eyes, and did not raise them when she spoke. Her color was hardly heightened, and though her voice rose little above its former pitch, its sweet accents were perfectly audible everywhere. The picture would have been enough for her forfeit. "The prettiest character of a flower that I know is that of a little species of rhododendron. It is one of the least handsome to look at of all its family. Its beauty is in its living. It grows on the high places of high mountains, where frost and barrenness give it no help nor chance. But there, where no other flower ever blossoms, it opens its flowers patiently and perseveringly, and its flowers are very sweet. Nothing checks it, nor discourages it. As soon as the great cold lets it come, it comes, and as long as the least mildness lets it stay, it stays. Amid snow and tempest and desolation it opens its blossoms and spreads its sweetness, with nobody to see it nor to praise it. Or from the nature of the place it lives in, its work is all alone, for no other flower will bear what it bears." "Will that do?" said Faith, looking up gravely at her questioner. Very gently, very reverently even, he took her hand, put it on his arm, and led her to a seat, speaking as he went low words of gratified pardon-asking. "You must forgive me," he said. "Forfeits must be forfeits, you know. I couldn't resist the temptation." "Now wasn't that pretty?" whispered Miss Essie in the meantime in Mr. Linden's ear. He had listened, leaning against the mantelpiece, and with shaded eyes looking down. And now to Miss Essie's question returned only a grave bend of the head. "If you had been looking at the floor all this while, you have lost something," said the lady. "Do you know your turn comes next? Mr. Linden, ladies and gentlemen, is condemned to tell us what he holds the most precious thing in this world, and to justify himself in his opinion by an argument, a quotation, and an illustration." "Now he will find means to evade his sentence," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, laughing. "He has confessed himself addicted to witchcraft in my hearing," said the doctor, who had remained standing by Faith's chair. "The most precious thing in the world," said Mr. Linden, in a tone as carelessly graceful as his attitude, "is that which cannot be bought, for if money could buy it, then were money equally valuable. Take for illustration the perfection of a friend." "I don't understand," said Miss Essie, "but perhaps I shall when I hear the rest." He smiled a little and gave the quotation on that point in his own clear and perfect manner. "A sweet, attractive kind of grace, a full assurance given by looks, continual comfort in a face, the lineaments of gospel books. I trow that countenance cannot lie, whose thoughts are legible in the eye." The quotation was received variously, but in general with vast admiration. Miss Essie turned to Mrs. Stoutenburg and remarked, half loud, "That's easy to understand. I was dull." "What do you think of it?" said the doctor softly, stooping towards Faith. But if she heard, she did not answer him. She sat with downcast eyes that did not move. She had been wondering whether that was a description of Pet or of somebody else. "Faith," whispered Mrs. Stoutenburg's kind, mischievous voice in her ear, "in whose face do you suppose he finds continual comfort?" But she was sorry the next instant for the pained, startled look which flashed up at her. Sorry and yet amused. The soft little kiss on Faith's cheek was smiling, though apologetic. "Mr. Linden," said the doctor, who held the bag of forfeits, "it is your duty to punish Miss Essie with some infliction, such as you can devise." "Miss Essie," said Mr. Linden, walking gravely up to her, "if there is any person in this room towards whom you entertain and practice malicious, mischievous, and underhanded designs, you are hereby sentenced to indicate the person, declare the designs, and to show cause." "Why, I never did in my life," said Miss Essie, with a mixture of surprise and amusement in her gracious black eyes. "The court is obliged to refuse an unsupported negative," said Mr. Linden, bowing. "Well," said Miss Essie, with no diminishing of the lustre of her black orbs, "I had a design against you, sir." "Of what sort?" said Mr. Linden, with intense gravity, while everybody else laughed in proportion. "I had a design to enter your mind by private fraud and steal away its secrets, and the reason was because the door was so terribly strong and had such an uncommon good lock, and I couldn't get in any other way." "I hope that is news to the rest of the company," said Mr. Linden, laughing as he bowed his acknowledgments. "It is none to me. Miss Essie, may your shadow never be less." "Ain't you ashamed?" said Miss Essie reproachfully. "Didn't such a confession deserve better? Who's next, Mr. Harrison?" Some unimportant names followed, with commonplace forfeits according. Then Faith's name came to Mr. Linden. Then was there an opening of eyes and a pricking of ears of all of the rest of the company. Only Faith herself sat as still as a mouse, after one little quick glance over to where the person stood in whose hands she was. He stood looking at her, then walked with great deliberation across the room to her low seat, and taking both her hands lifted her up. "You need not be frightened," he said softly, as keeping one hand in his clasp he led her back to where he had been standing, then placed her in a great downy easy-chair in that corner of the fireplace, and drew up a footstool for her feet. "Miss Faith," he said, "you are to sit there in absolute silence for the next 15 minutes. If anybody speaks to you, you are not to answer. If you are longing to speak yourself, you must wait. It is also required that you look at nobody, and hear as little as possible." With which fierce sentence Mr. Linden took his stand by the chair to see it enforced. "What a man you are," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, laughing. "That's not fair play," said Mrs. Summers. "She don't want to sit there. If you think she does, you're mistaken." "She should have been more careful then," said Mr. Linden. "Dr. Harrison, you have the floor." Dr. Harrison did not appear to think that was much of a possession, to judge by his face, which cast several very observant glances towards the chair, and by his manner, which for a moment was slightly abstracted and destitute of the spirit of the game. Miss Essie's eyes took the same direction with a steady gaze which the picture justified. Faith sat where she had been placed in most absolute obedience to the orders she had received, except possibly, not probably, the last one. The lids drooped over her eyes, which moved rarely from the floor, and never raised themselves. Her color had risen indeed to a rich tint, where it stayed, but Mrs. Summers' declaration nevertheless was hardly borne out by a certain little bit, in smile which lurked there too in spite of everything. Otherwise she sat like an impersonation of silence, happily screened by not looking at anybody from any annoyance of the eyes that were levelled at her and at the figure that held post by her side. "Mrs. Stoutenburg," said the doctor, "you have my Aunt Ellen." Mrs. Stoutenburg, however, was lenient in that quarter, and told Mrs. Summers they would require nothing of her but the last 3 items of Pataquasset news, which she, as pastor's wife, was bound to know. And Mrs. Summers was not backward in declaring them, the first being the engagement of 2 people who hated each other, the second the separation of 2 people who loved each other, the third that Mr. Linden shot himself, to make a sensation. "Mr. Linden," said the doctor, "you come next, and you are mine. What shall I do with you?" "Why, anything," said Mr. Linden. "Well, I am greatly at a loss what you are good for," said the doctor lightly, "but on the whole, I order you to preach a sermon to the company." "Have you any choice as to the text?" "I am not in the way of those things," said the doctor laughingly. "Give us the lesson you think we want most." The clear, grave look that met him. Dr. Harrison had seen it before. The change was like the parting of a little bright vapor, revealing the steadfast blue beneath. "Nay, doctor, you must bid me do something else. I dare not play at marbles with precious stones." There was probably a mixture of things in the doctor's mind, but the outward show in answer to this was in the highest degree seemly and becoming. The expression of Dr. Harrison's face changed. With a look gentle and kind, even winning, he came up to Mr. Linden's side and took his hand. "You are right," said he, "and I have got my sermon, which I deserve. But now, Linden, that is not your forfeit. For that you must tell me, honestly, what you think of me." There was always a general air of carelessness about Dr. Harrison, as to what he said himself or what others said in his presence. Along with this carelessness, which, whether seeming or real, was almost invariable, there mingled now a friend's look and tone, and something of a friend's apology-making. "But do you want me to tell everybody else?" said Mr. Linden, smiling in his old way at the doctor. "Do you like to blush before so many people?" "That's your forfeit," said the doctor, resuming his old-fashioned light tone. "You're to tell me, and you are not to tell anybody else." "Well, if you will have it," said Mr. Linden, looking at him, "honestly, I think you are very handsome. Of course that is news to nobody but yourself." "Mercy on you, man," said the doctor, "do you think that is news to me?" "It is supposed to be, by courtesy," said Mr. Linden, laughing. "Well, give me all the grace courtesy will let you," said the doctor. Whether altogether lightly or with some feeling, it would have been hard for a bystander to tell. "Is Miss Derrick's penance out? She comes next, and Miss Essie has her." "No," said Mr. Linden, consulting his watch. "I am sorry to interfere with your arrangements, doctor, but justice must have its course." "Then there is a recess," said the doctor comically. "Ladies and gentlemen, please amuse yourselves." He had no intention of helping them, it seemed, for he stood fast in his place and talked to Mr. Linden in a different tone till the minutes were run out. No thing could be more motionless than the occupant of the chair. "Miss Faith," Mr. Linden said then, "it is a little hard to pass from one inquisitor to another, but I must hand you over to Miss Essie." Faith's glance at him expressed no gratification. Meanwhile the doctor had gone for Miss Essie and brought her up to the fireplace. "Miss Derrick," said the black-eyed lady, "I wish you to tell, as the penalty of your forfeit, why, when you thought the rhododendron the most perfect flower, you did not take it for your name." If anybody had known the pain this question gave Faith, the leap of dismay that her heart made, nobody knew it, Her head drooped, and the color rose again, to be sure. But one hand sheltered the exposed cheek, and the other was turned to the fire. She could not refuse to answer, and with the doctor's weapons she would not. But here, as once before, Faith's straightforwardness saved her. "Why didn't you call yourself Rhodora?" repeated Miss Dessy, and Faith answered, "Because another name was suggested to me." The question could not decently be pushed any further, and both Miss Dessy and the doctor looked as if they had failed. Faith's own tumult and sinking of heart prevented her knowing how thoroughly this was true. "And you two people," said Mr. Linden, "come and ask Miss Derrick why she chose to appropriate a character that she thought fell short of perfection. What is the use of telling anybody anything after that?" "I am only one people," said Miss Dessy. "I am another," said the doctor, "and I confess myself curious. Besides, a single point of imperfection might be supposed without injury to mortal and human nature." "Julius," said Miss Harrison, "will you have the goodness to do so impolite a thing as to look at your watch? Aunt Ellen will expect us to set a proper example. Dear Faith, are you bound to sit in that big chair all night?" Then there was a general stir and break-up of the party. One bit of conversation Faith was fated to hear as she slowly made her way out of the dressing-room door among comers and goers. The first speaker was a young distaff. "Since that shooting affair there's been nothing but reports about you, Linden." "Reports seldom kill," said Mr. Linden. "Don't trust to that," said another laughing moustache. "Keep 'em this side the water. By the way, is there any likeness of that fair foreigner going? How do you fancy she would like reports?" "When you find out, I wish you would let me know," said Mr. Linden with a little accent of impatience as he came forward and took Faith in charge. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 3. It was pretty late when Jerry and his little sleigh load got clear of the gates. The stars were as bright as ever, and now they had the help of the old moon, which was pouring her clear radiance over the snow and sending long shadows from trees and fences. The fresh air was pleasant, too. Faith felt it, and wondered that starlight and snow and sleigh bells were such a different thing from what they were a few hours before. She chid herself. She was vexed at herself and humbled exceedingly. She endeavored to get back on the simplest abstract ground she had held in her own thoughts until within a day or two. She was deeply ashamed that her head should have allowed even a flutter of imagination from Mr. Stoutenburg's words, which now it appeared might bear a quite contrary sense to that which she had given them. What was she to have anything to do with them? Faith humbly said nothing. And yet she could not help that either. The image of the possibility of what Dr. Harrison had suggested raised a pain that Faith could not look at. She sat still and motionless and heard the sleigh bells without knowing to what tune they jingled. It was a quick tune, at all events. For the first 10 or 15 minutes Jerry dashed along to his heart's content, and his driver even urged him on. Then, with other sleighs left far behind and a hill before him, Jerry brought the tune to a staccato, and Mr. Linden spoke. But the words were not very relevant to either stars or sleigh bells. "Miss Faith, I thought you knew me better." They startled her, for she was a minute or two without answering. Then came a gentle and also rather frightened, "Why?" "Why do you say that, Mr. Linden?" "Do you think you know me?" he said, turning towards her with a little bit of a smile, though the voice was grave. "Do you think you have any idea how much I care for you?" "I think you do," she said. "I am sure you do. Very much." "Do you know how much?" And the smile was full then, and followed by a moment's silence. "I shall not try to tell you, Miss Faith. I could not if I would. But there is something on the other side of the question which I want you to tell me." And Jerry walked slowly up the snowy hill, and the slight tinkle of his bells was as silvery as the starlight of Orion overhead. Faith looked at her questioner and then off again, while a rich color was slowly mantling in her cheeks. But the silence was breathless. Jerry's bells only announced it, and having by that time reached the top of the hill he chose, and was permitted to set off at his former pace, flinging off the snow right and left and tossing his mane on the cool night air. Down that hill and up the next, and down that, and along a level bit of road to the foot of another, then slowly. "Miss Faith," said Mr. Linden, when they were halfway up, "do you never mean to speak to me again?" A very low-breathed, although audible, "Yes." "Is that all you mean to say? I shall take it very comprehensively." She was willing, probably that he should take it any way that he pleased. But to add was as much beyond Fate's power at the moment as to subtract her from one word. She'd not even look. "Do you know what this silence is promising?" Mr. Linden said in the same tone, and bending down by her. "I do, and yet I want to hear you speak once more. If there is any reason why I should try not to love you better than all the rest of the world, you must tell me now." One other quick, inquiring, astonished glance at her eyes gave into his face, and then, as usual, his wish to have her speak made her speak, through all the intense difficulty. There was a moment's further hesitation, and then the words, very slow, very simple, and trembling. "Do, if you can." "Do try," he said, in a lower and graver tone. "Try," she said, then with a change of voice and in very much confusion. "Oh no, Mr. Linden, I should not succeed," was all his answer, nor was there time for much more, for having now turned into the main street where the other homeward-bound slaves were flying along, there was nothing to do but fly along with the rest, and a very few minutes brought them home. Mr. Skip was probably reposing in parts unknown, for there was no sign of him at his post, and when Faith had been silently taken out of the sleigh and into the hall, Mr. Linden went back to Jerry, telling her that she must take good care of herself for 5 minutes. Bewilderedly and trembling yet, Faith turned into the sitting-room. It was warm and bright, Mrs. Derrick having only lately left it, and taking off hood and cloak in a sort of mechanical way, with fingers that did not feel the strings. She sat down in the easy chair and laid her head on the arm of it, as very a child as she had been on the night of that terrible walk, wondering to herself if this were Christmas Day, if she were Faith Derrick, and if anything were anything, but with a wonder of such growing happiness as made it more and more difficult for her to raise her head up. She dreaded, with an odd kind of dread which contradicted itself, to hear Mr. Linden come in, and in the abstract she would have liked very much to jump up and run away, but that little intimation was quite enough to hold her fast. She sat still, drawing quick little breaths. The loud voice of the clock nearby striking its 12 strokes was not half so distinct to her as that light step in the hall which came so swiftly and quick to her side. "What is the problem now, pretty child?" Mr. Linden said, laying both hands upon hers. "It is too late for study tonight. You must wait till tomorrow and have my help." She rose up at that, however gladly she would have hidden the face her rising revealed. But yet with no awkwardness she stood before him, rosily grave and shy, and with downcast eyelids that could by no means lift themselves up to shew what was beneath. A fair combination of the child's character and the woman's nature in one, both spoken fairly and fully. Mr. Linden watched her for a minute, softly passing his hand over that fair brow, then drew her closer. "I suppose I might claim Mr. Stoudenburg's privilege now," he said, but it was more than that he took. And then, with one hand still held fast, Faith was put back in her chair and wheeled up to the fire to get warm, and Mr. Linden sat down by her side. Did he really think she needed it when she was rosy to her fingers' ends? But what could she do but be very still and very happy, even as a flower whose head is heavy with dew, never more fragrant than then, yet with the weight of its sweet burden bends a little, like that was the droop of Faith's head at this minute. Whither had the world of this evening whirled her? Faith did not know. She felt as if to some harbor of rest, broad and safe, the very one where from his fitness it seemed she ought to beat. But shyly and confusedly she felt it as a man feels the ground, who was near taken off it by a hurricane. Yet she felt it, for her head drooped more and more. "Faith," Mr. Linden said, half smiling, half seriously, "what has made you so sober all this evening, so much afraid of me?" The quick answer of the eye stayed not a minute. The blush was more abiding. "You don't want me to tell you that," she said, in soft pleading. "Do you know now who I think has a sweet attractive kind of grace?" "Oh, don't. Please speak so, Mr. Linden," she said, bowing her face in her hands. "It don't belong to me." And pressing her hands closer, she added, "You have made me all I am. That is anything." "There is one thing I mean to make you, if I live," he answered, smiling, and taking down her hand. "Faith, what do you mean by talking to me in that style? Haven't you just given me leave to think what I like of you? You deserve another half-hour's silent penance." A little bit of smile broke upon her face, which for an instant she tried to hide with her other hand. But she dropped that and turned the face towards him, rosy, grave, and happy, more than she knew, or she perhaps would have hidden it again. Her eyes indeed only saw his and fell instantly, and her words began and stopped. "There is one comfort—" "What, dear child?" "That you know what to think," she said, looking up with a face that evidently rested in the confidence of that fact. "About what?" Mr. Linden said with an amused look. "I have known what to think about you for some time." "I meant that," she said quietly and with very downcast eyes again. "I'm not in a good mood for riddles tonight," said Mr. Linden. "Just what does this one mean?" "Nothing, only," said Faith, flushing. "You said—" She was nearly breaking down in sheer confusion, but she rallied and went on. "You said I had given you leave to think what you liked of me, and I say it is a comfort that you know what to think." Mr. Linden laughed. "You are a dear little child," he said, "being just the most precious thing in the world to me. You sit there and rejoice that I am in no danger of overestimating you, which is profoundly true. My comfort in knowing what to think runs in a different line." It is so hard to describe Faith's look. It was a mixture of so many things. It was wondering and shamefaced and curious for its blending of humility and gladness. But gladness moved to such a point as to be near the edge of sorrowful expression. She would not have permitted it to choose this expression, and indeed it easily took another line, for even as she looked, her eye caught the light from Mr. Linden's, and the gravity of her face broke in a sunny and somewhat obstinate smile, which Faith would have controlled if she could. "That penance was not so very bad," she said, perhaps by way of diversion. "I enjoyed it," said Mr. Linden. "I'm not sure that everybody else did. Are you longing for another piece of rest? Look up at me, and let me see if I ought to keep you here any longer." She obeyed, though shyly, the smile lingering round her lips yet, and her whole face, to tell the truth, bearing much more resemblance to the dawn of a May morning than to the middle of a December night. Mr. Linden was in some danger of forgetting why he had asked to see it. But when her eyes fell beneath his, then he remembered. "I must let you go," he said. "I suppose the sooner I do that, the sooner I may hope to see you again. Will you sleep diligently to that end?" "I don't know," she said softly, rising at the same time to gather up her wrappers which lay strewed about, around and under her. Her lips had the first answer to that. Only as he let her go, Mr. Linden said, "You must try." And a little scarce broken "yes" promised it. It was easier than she thought. When Faith had got to her room, when she had, as usual, laid down her heart's burden, joyful or careful, in her prayer, there came soon a great subsiding, and mind and body slept, as sleep comes to an exhausted child, or as though sleep at any age, whose hearts bear no weight which God's hands can bear for them, and who are contented to leave their dearest things to the same hand. There was no ravelled sleeve of care ever in Faith's mind for sleep to knit up, but tired nature's sweet restorer. She needed like the rest of the human family, and on this occasion sleep did her work without let or hindrance from the time 10 minutes after Faith had touched her pillow, till the sun was strong and bright on the morning of 26th of December. Yes, and pretty high up too, for the first thing that fell upon her waking senses was 8 clear strokes of the town clock. Faith got up and dressed herself in a great hurry and in absolute dismay, blushing to think where was her mother, and breakfast, and everybody, all this while, and what everybody was thinking of her. From her room, Faith went straight to dairy and kitchen. She wanted her hands full this morning, but her duties in the kitchen were done, breakfast was only waiting, and her mother talking to the butcher. Faith stood till she was dismissed, and had turned his back, and then came into Mrs. Derrick's arms. "Mother, why didn't you call me?" "Pretty child," was the fond answer. "Why should I?" "I've been made up to look at you 6 times, Faith, to make sure you were not sick. But Mr. Linden said he was in no hurry for breakfast, and of course I wasn't. Did you have a good time last night?" "I should think you ought to be in a hurry for breakfast by this time," and Faith busied herself in helping Cindy put the breakfast on the table. "You run and call Mr. Linden, child," said her mother, "and I'll see to this. He was here till a minute ago, and then some of the boys wanted to see him." Faith turned away, but with no sort of mind to present herself before the boys, an intolerable fear of presenting herself before anybody. The closing hall door informed her that one danger was over, and forcing herself to brave the other, she passed into the sitting room just as Mr. Linden re-entered it from the hall. Very timidly, then she advanced a few steps to meet him and stood still, with cheeks as rosy as it was possible to be, and eyes that dared not lift themselves up. The greeting she had did not help either matter very much, but that could not be helped either. "What color are your cheeks under all these roses?" Mr. Linden said, smiling at her. "My dear Faith, were you quite tired out?" "No, you must think so," she said with stammering lips. "But breakfast is ready at last. If you'll go in, I'll come, Mr. Linden." "Do you want me to go in first?" "Yes, I'll come directly." He let her go and went in as she desired, and having persuaded Mrs. Derrick that as breakfast was on the table it had better have prompt attention, Mr. Linden engaged her with a lively account of the people, dresses, and doings which had graced the Christmas party, keeping her mind pretty well on that subject both before and after Faith made her appearance. How little it engrossed him, only one person at the table could even guess, but she knew, and rested herself happily under the screen he spread out for her, as quiet and demure as anything that had ever sat at a breakfast table yet. And all the attention she received was as silent as it was careful. Not till breakfast was over did Mr. Linden give her more than a passing word, but then he inquired how soon she would be ready for philosophy. Faith's hesitating answer was, "Very soon." Then as Mr. Linden left the room, she asked, "What are you going to do today, Mother?" "Oh, just the old story," said Mrs. Derrick. 2 or 3 sick people I must go and see, and some well people I'd rather see by half. It's so good to have you home, dear." And she kissed Faith and held her off and looked at her, several feelings at work in her face. "Pretty child," she said. "I don't think I ever saw you look so pretty." Faith returned the kiss and hid her face in her mother's neck. More things than one were in her mind to say, but not one of them could get out. She could only kiss her mother and hold her fast. The words that at last came were a very commonplace remark about going to see to the dinner. "I guess you will," said Mrs. Derrick. "With Mr. Linden waiting for you in the other room, I wonder what he'd say to you, or to me either. And besides, people that want to see about dinner must get up early in the morning." The words, some of them, were a little moved, but whatever Mrs. Derrick was thinking of, she did not explain, only bade Faith to go off and attend to her lessons and make up for lost time. Which after some scouting round kitchen and dairy, Faith did. She entered the sitting room with the little green book in her hand, as near as possible as she would have done 3 weeks ago. Not quite. She had a bright smile of welcome, and Mr. Linden placed a chair for her and placed her in it, and then the lessons went on with all their old gentle care and guidance. More, they could hardly have, though Faith sometimes fancied there was more, and if the old sobriety was hard to keep up, still it was done for her sake. A little play of the lips which you could sometimes see was kept within very quiet bounds. Whatever novelty there might be in look or manner was perhaps unconscious and unavoidable. She might be watched a little more than formerly, but her work none the less, and Mr. Linden's explanations and corrections were given with just their old grey freedom and no more. And yet how different a thing the lessons were to him! As to Faith, her hand trembled very much at first, and even her voice, but for all that the sunshine within was easy to see, and there came a bright flash of it sometimes. In spite of timidity and shyness, every now and then something made her forget herself, and then the sunlight broke out, to be followed perhaps by a double cloud of gravity. But for the rest she worked like a docile pupil, as she had always done. Apparently, her teacher's thoughts had not been confined to the work. If they had to her, for when all was done that could be done before dinner, he made one of those sudden speeches with which he sometimes indulged himself. Faith, I wish you would ask me to do 6 almost impossible things for you. What a pretty wondering look she gave him. One of the flashes of the sunlight came then, but then came an amused expression. What would be the good of that, Mr. Linden? I should have the pleasure of doing them. I believe you would, said Faith. I think the only things quite impossible to you are wrong things. The only thing you ever did ask of me was impossible, he said with a smile, upon which there was a shadow too, as if the recollection pained him. Child, how could you? It half broke my heart to withstand you so. Do you know that? I want the almost impossible things to make me forget it. Her lip trembled instantly, and her command of herself was nearly gone. She had risen for something, and as he spoke she came swiftly behind him, putting herself where he could not see her face, and laid her hand on his shoulder. It lay there as light as thistledown, but it was Fate's mute way of saying a great many things that her voice could not. Very quickly and tenderly Mr. Linden drew her forward again, and tried the power of his lips to still hers. Hush, dear child, he said. You must not mind anything I say. I'm the last person in the world you ought to be afraid of. And you must not claim it as your prerogative to get before me in danger and behind me at all other times, because that is just reversing the proper order of things. Faith, I'm going to ask an almost impossible thing of you. What is it? Faith was secretly glad, for afraid of his request she could not be. You will try to do it? Yes, certainly. It is only to forget that Mr. Linden is any part of my name, he said, smiling. She had been rosy enough before, but now the blood reddened her very brow, till for one instant she put up her hands to hide it. What then? She said in a breathless sort of way. What you like, he answered brightly. I have not quite as many names as a Prince Royal, but still enough to choose from. You may separate, combine, or invent, at your pleasure. There came a summons to dinner then, and part of the hours which had followed thereafter, Mr. Linden was pledged to spend somewhere with somebody, away from home. But he promised to be back to tea, and before that, if he could, and so left Faith to the quiet companionship of her mother and her lessons, if she felt disposed for them. They were both in the sitting-room together, Mrs. Derrick and the books, both helping the sunlight that came in at the windows. But Faith neglected the books, and came to her mother's side. She sat down and put her arms round her, and nestled her head on her mother's bosom, as she had done in the morning, and then was silent. That might have been just what Mrs. Derrick expected. She was so very ready for it. Her work was dropped so instantly. Her head rested so fondly on Faith's, but her silence was soon broken. How long do you think I can wait, pretty child? She said, in the softest, tenderest tone that even she could use. Mother, Faith said, startling. For what? Suppose you tell me. Do you know, Mother? Said Faith in a low, changed tone and drawing closer. But Mrs. Derrick only repeated, What, child? What Mr. Linden has said to me, she whispered. I knew what he would, but the words broke off there, and Mrs. Derrick rested her head again in silence as absolute as Faith's. For a while, and then Faith lifted up her flushed face and began to kiss her. Mother, why don't you speak to me? It was not very easy to speak. Faith could see that, but Mrs. Derrick did command her voice enough to give a sort of answer. He had leave, child. At least he has talked to me about you in a way that I should have said no to, if I had meant it, and he knew that. Do you think I should have let him stay here all this time if I had not been willing? Faith laid her head down again. Mother, dear mother, she said, I want more than that. She had all she wanted then. Mrs. Derrick spoke clearly and steadily, though the tears were falling fast. I am as glad as you are, darling, or as he is. I cannot say more than that. So glad that you should be so happy, so glad to have such hands in which to leave you. The last words were scarce above a whisper. Faith was desperate. She did not cry, but she did everything else. With trembling fingers she stroked her mother's face. With lips that trembled she kissed her. But Faith's voice was steady, whatever lay behind it. Mother, mother, why do you do so? Why do you speak so? Does this look like gladness? And lips and hands kissed away the tears with an eagerness that was to the last degree tender. Why, yes, child, her mother said, rousing up, and with a little bit of a smile that did not belly her words. I tell you I'm as glad as I can be. Tears don't mean anything, Faith. I can't help crying sometimes, but I'm just as glad as he is, she repeated, trying her soothing powers in turn. And if you'd seen his face as I did when he went away, you'd think that was enough. I don't know whether I could be, she added softly, if I thought he would take you away from me. But I know he'll never do that, from something he said once. Why, pretty child, anyone but a baby could see this long ago. And as for that, Faith, I believe I love him almost as well as you do, this minute. The last few minutes had tried Faith more than she could bear, with the complete reaction that followed. The tears that very rarely made their way down from her eyes in anybody's sight came now. But they were not permitted to be many. Her mother hardly knew they were come before they were gone. And half nestling in her arms, Faith lay with her face hid, silent and quiet. It seemed to Mrs. Derrick as if she were too far away still, for she lifted Faith softly up and took her on her lap after the old childish fashion, kissing her once and again. Now, pretty child, she said, softly stroking the uncovered cheek, keep your hands down and tell me all about it. I don't mean every word, she added, smiling, but all you like to tell. But Faith could not do that. She made very lame work of it. She managed only with much difficulty to give her mother a very sketchy and thin outline of what she wanted to know, which perhaps was as much as Mrs. Derrick expected, and was given with a simplicity as bare of additions as her facts were. A very few words told all she had to tell. Yes, her mother was satisfied. She loved to hear Faith speak those few words, and to watch her the while, herself supplying all deficiencies, and then was content that her child should lie still and go to sleep, if she chose. It was enough to look at her and think, rejoicing with her and for her with a very pure joy, if it was sometimes cheerful. Faith presently changed her position, and gave a very particular attention to the smoothing of the hair over her mother's forehead. Then pulling her cap straight, and giving her a finishing look and kiss, she took a low seat close beside her, laid one of her study books on her mother's lap, resting one arm there fondly, and went hard to work, remarking, however, that Mrs. Derrick might talk as much as she liked, and she would talk too. But Mrs. Derrick either did not want to talk, or else she did not want to interrupt, for she watched Faith and smiled upon her and stroked her hair, and said very little. Just at the end of the afternoon, when Faith was finishing her work by firelight, Mr. Linden came in. She did not see the look that passed between her mother and him. She only knew that they held each other's hands for a minute silently. Then one of the hands was laid upon her forehead. "Little student, do you want to try the fresh air?" She said yes, and without raising her eyes, ran off to get ready. In another minute she was out in the cool freshness of the December twilight. End of section 4. Section 5 of XVIII, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. XVIII, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 4. The walk lasted till all the afterglow had faded and all the stars come out, and till half Padquisette had done tea, having its own glow and starlight, and its flow of conversation to which the table talk was nothing. Of course, Faith's first business on reaching home was to see about the tea. She and Mrs. Derrick were happily engaged together in various preparations, and Mr. Linden alone in the sitting-room, when the unwelcome sound of a knock came at the front door, and the next minute his solitude was broken in upon. "Good evening," said the doctor. 3/4 of a mile off I heard the clarion of the unseen Midge, so I thought it was best to come to close quarters with the enemy. There's nothing so annoying as a distant humming in your ears. How do you do? He had come up and laid his hand on Mr. Linden's shoulder before the latter had time to rise. What a perverse taste, Mr. Linden said, laughing and springing up. All the rest of the world think a nearby humming so much worse. Can't distinguish at a distance, said the doctor. One doesn't know whether it's a midge or a dragonfly. How is Mignonette? And Mignonette's mother? They were both well the last time I saw them. In what sort of calm flutter are you, doctor? Do you think that is my character, said the doctor, taking his favorite position on the rug. You go straight to the fire, like all the rest of the tribe, said Mr. Linden. Is it inconsistent with the character of such an extraordinary midge to go straight to the mark? Nobody ever saw a midge do that yet, I'll venture to say. And you are resolved to act in character, said the doctor gravely. You've got clean away from the point. I asked you last night to tell me what you thought of me. We are alone now. Do it, Linden. Why do you want to know? I don't know. A man likes to talk of himself, so sotto, but I care enough about you to care to know how I stand in your thoughts. If you asked me how I stand in my own, I could not tell you, and I should like to know how the just balances of your mind, I'm not talking ironically, Linden, weigh and poise me, what sort of ally your mental tests make me out. No matter why, indulge me and let me have it. I presume it is nothing better than philosophical curiosity. I am, every man is to himself, an enigma, a mystery, and I should like to have a sudden outside view, from optics that I have some respect for. I gave the outside view last night, Mr. Linden said, but then he came and stood near the doctor and answered him simply, speaking with that grave gentleness of interest which rarely failed to give the speaker a place in people's hearts, even when his words failed of it. I think much of you, in the first place, and in the second place, I wish you'd let me think more. You stand in my thoughts as an object of very warm interest, of very earnest prayer, measured, not by my standards, but by those which the word of God sets upon. You are like your own admirably made and adjusted microscope, with all the higher powers left off. The only enigma, the only mystery is, that you yourself cannot see this. Dr. Harrison looked at him with a grave, considerative face, drawing a little back, perhaps to do it the better. Do you mean to say that you do such a thing as pray for me? A slight, sweet smile came with the answer. Can you doubt it? Why, I might be very reasonably doubt it, though not your word. Why do you, may I ask? What can I do for a man in deadly peril whom my arm cannot reach? The tone was very kindly, very earnest. The eyes with their deep light looked full into the doctor's. Dr. Harrison was silent, meeting the look and taking the depth and meaning of it, so far as fathomable by him. The two faces and figures, fine as they both were, made a strange contrast. The doctor's face was in one of its serious and good expressions, but the other had come from a region of light which this one had never entered. And even in attitude, the dignified unconsciousness of the one was very different from the satisfied carelessness of the other. May I further ask, he said in a softened tone, why you do this for me? Because I care about you. It's incredible, said the doctor, his eye wavering. However, one man care about another. Why, man, I may be the worst enemy you have in the world for aught you know. That cannot hinder my being your friend. Do you know, said the other, looking at him half curiously, I'm ready to do such a foolish thing as to believe you? Well, be as much of a friend to me as you can, and I'll deserve it as well as I can, which maybe won't be very well. Indeed, that is most likely. He had stretched out his hand to Mr. Linden, however, and clasped his warmly. He quitted it now to go forward and take that of Faith. She came in as usual, and met the doctor with her wonted manner, only the crimson stain on her cheek telling anything against her. She did not give him much chance to observe that, for Cindy followed her with the tea things, and Faith busied herself about the table. The doctor went back to his stand and watched her. Mignonette has changed color, he remarked presently. How is that, Miss Derrick? How is what, sir? How come you to change the proper characteristics of Mignonette? Don't you know that never shews high brilliancy? I suppose I am not Mignonette tonight, said Faith, returning to the safer observation of the tea-table. Are you my flower, then? The Rhodora? He said, with a lowered tone, coming near her. If Faith heard, she did not seem to hear this question. Her attention was bestowed upon the preparations for tea, till Mrs. Derrick came in to make it, and then Faith found a great deal to do in the care of the other duties at the table. It was a mystery how she managed it, she who generally had as much leisure at meals as anybody wanted. Dr. Harrison's attention, however, was no longer exclusively given to her. "Do you always have these muffins for tea, Mrs. Derrick?" he remarked in his second essay. "Why, no," said Mrs. Derrick. "We have all sorts of other things. Don't you like muffins, Doctor?" "Like them," said the doctor. "I am thinking what a happy man Mr. Linden must be." "Marvelously true," said Mr. Linden. "I hope you'll go home and write a new search after happiness, ending it sentimentally in muffins." "Not so," said the doctor. "I should only begin it in muffins, as I am doing." But my remark, after all, had a point, for I was thinking of the possibility of detaching anybody from such a periodical attraction. "Mrs. Derrick, I am the bearer of an humble message to you from my sister and father, who covet the honor and pleasure of your presence tomorrow evening. Sophie makes me useful when she can. I hope you will give me a gracious answer, for yourself and Miss Faith, and so make me useful again. It is a rare chance. I am not often good for anything." "I don't know whether I know how to give you what you call gracious answers, Doctor," said Mrs. Derrick pleasantly. "I'm very much obliged to Miss Sophie, but I never go anywhere at night." With the other two, the doctor's mission was more successful, and then he disclosed the other object of his visit. "Miss Derrick, do you remember I once threatened to bring the play of Portia here and introduce her to you?" "I remember it," said Faith. "Would it be pleasant to you that I should fulfill my threat this evening?" "I don't know, sir," said Faith, smiling, "till I hear the play." "Mr. Linden, what do you think?" said the doctor, also with a smile. "I am ready for anything, if you will let me be impolite enough to finish writing a letter while I hear the first part of your reading. To change the subject slightly, what do you suppose, Mr. Linden, would on the whole be the effect on society if the hand of truth were in every case to be presented without a glove?" The doctor spoke gravely now. "The effect would be that society would shake hands more cordially, I should think," said Mr. Linden, "though it is hard to say how such an extreme proposition would work. Do you know, it strikes me that it would work just the other way, and the hand would presently clasp nothing but daggers as hilts. But there is another question. How will one fair hand of truth live among a crowd of steel gauntlets?" "What?" Mr. Linden said, with a little bending of his brows upon the doctor. "I'm wearing neither glove nor gauntlet. What are you talking about? And my half-finished letter is a fact and no pretense." "I shan't believe you," said the doctor, "if you give my finger such writing as that. We'll go to your letter, and I'll take Miss Derrick to Venice, if she will let me. Venice! The exquisite photograph of the Bridge of Sighs, and the palace and the prison on each hand, about which such a long, entrancing account had been given by Mr. Linden to her. The scene and the talk rose up before Faith's imagination. She was very ready to go to Venice. Its witching scenery, its strange history, floated up in a fascinating, strange cloud view. She was ready for the Shylock and the Rialto. Nay, for the Rialto, not for Shylock. Him, or anything like him, she had never seen nor imagined. She was only sorry that Mr. Linden had to go to his letter, but there was a compensative side to that, for her shyness was somewhat less endangered. With only the doctor and Shylock to attend to, she could get along very well. Shyness and fears, however, were of very short endurance. To Venice she went, Shylock the saw, and then she saw nothing else but Shylock, and those who were dealing with him, unless an occasional side glance towards the distant table where Mr. Linden sat at his writing might be held to signify that she had powers of vision for somewhat else. It did not interrupt the doctor's pleasure, nor her own. Dr. Harrison had begun with at least a double motive in his mind, but man of the world as he was, he forgot his unsatisfied curiosity in the singular gratification of reading such a play to such a listener. It was so plain that Faith was in Venice. She entered with such simplicity, and also with such intelligence, into the characters and interests of the persons in the drama. She relished their words so well. She weighed in such a nice balance of her own the right and the wrong, the true and the false, of whatever rested on nature and truth for its proper judgment. She was so perfectly and deliciously ignorant of the world and the ways of it. The fresh view that such pure eyes took of such actors and scenes was indescribably interesting. Dr. Harrison found it the best play he had ever read in his life. He made it convenient sometimes to pause to indoctrinate Faith in characters or customs of which he had no adequate knowledge. It did not hurt her pleasure. It was all part of the play. In the second scene, the doctor stopped to explain the terms on which Portia had been left with her suitors. "What do you think of it?" "I think it was hard," said Faith, smiling. "What would you have done if you had been left so?" "I would not have been left so." "But you might not help yourself. Suppose it had been a father's or mother's command that anybody might come up and have you for the finding, if they could pitch upon the right box of jewelry." "My father or mother would never have put such a command on me," said Faith, looking amused. "But you may suppose anything," said the doctor, leaning forward and smiling. "Suppose they had." "Then you must suppose me different too," said Faith, laughing. "Suppose me to have been like Portia, and I should have done as she did." The doctor shook his head and looked gravely at her. "Are you so impracticable?" "Was she?" said Faith. "Then you wouldn't think it right to obey Mrs. Derrick in all circumstances?" "Not if she was Portia's mother," said Faith. "Suppose you had been the Prince of Aragon. Which casket would you have chosen?" said Mr. Linden, as he came from his table, letter in hand. "I suppose I should have chosen as he did," said the doctor carelessly. "I really don't remember how that was. I'll tell you when I come to him. Have you done letter writing?" "I have done writing letters for tonight. Have I permission to go to Venice in your train?" "I am only a locomotive," said the doctor, "but you know, with a two a train goes faster. If you had another copy of a play, now, Linden, and we should read it as I have read Shakespeare in certain former times, take different parts, I presume the effect would excel steam power, and be electric. Can you?" This was agreed to, and the effect almost equaled the doctor's prognostications. Even Mrs. Derrick, who had somewhat carelessly held aloof from his single presentation of the play, was fascinated now, and drew near and dropped her knitting. It would have been a very rare entertainment to any that had heard it, but for once an audience of two was sufficient for the stimulus and reward of the readers. That and the actual enjoyment of the parts they were playing. Dr. Harrison read well, with cultivated and critical accuracy. His voice was good and melodious, his English enunciation excellent, his knowledge of the author thorough, as far as acquaintanceship went, and his habit of reading, a dramatically practised one. But Faith, amid all her delight, had felt a want in it, as compared with the reading to which of late she had been accustomed. It did not give the soul and heart of the author, though it gave everything else. That is what only soul and heart can do. Not that Dr. Harrison was entirely wanting in those gifts either. They lay somewhere, perhaps, in him. But they are not the ones which in what is called the world come most often or readily into the play, and so it falls out that the one who lives there long becomes like the cork oak when it has stood long untouched in its world. The heart is encrusted with a monstrous thick, almost impenetrable coating of bark. When Mr. Linden joined the reading, the pleasure was perfect. The very contrast between the two characters and the two voices made the illusion more happy. Then Faith was in a little danger of betraying herself, for it was difficult to look at both readers with the same eyes, and if she tried to keep her eyes at home, that was more difficult still. In the second act, Portia says to Aragon, "In terms of choice I am not solely led by nice direction of maidens' eyes," etc. "What do you think of that, Miss Derrick?" said the doctor, pausing when his turn came. "Do you think a lady's choice ought to be so determined?" Faith raised her eyes and answered, "No, sir." "By what, then? You don't trust appearances?" Faith hesitated. "I should like to hear how Portia managed," she said, with a little heightened color. "I never thought much about it." "What do you think of Portia's gloves, doctor?" said Mr. Linden. "Hum," said the doctor. "They are a pattern, soft as steel, harsh as kid leather. They fit, too, so exquisitely. But if I were marrying her, I think I would request that she would give her gloves into my keeping." "Then would your exercise of power be properly thwarted? Every time you made the demand, Portia would, like a juggler, pull off and surrender a fresh pair of gloves, leaving ever a pair yet finer spun upon her hands." "I suppose she would," said the doctor comically. "Come, I won't marry her. And yet, Linden, one might do worse. Such gloves keep off a wonderful amount of friction. If you happen to have fur which cannot be even stroked the wrong way." The doctor's eye glanced with fun, and Faith laughed. The reading went on, and went on without much pausing until the lines, Oh, 10 times faster Venus's pigeons fly, to seal love's bonds new made than they are wont, to keep obliged faith unforfeited, who riseth from a feast, which that keen appetite that he sits down. Where is the horse that doth untread again his tedious measures with the unbated fire, that he did pace them first? All things that are with more spirit chased and enjoyed. Do you believe in that doctrine, Miss Faith? Said the doctor with a gentle look in her direction. I suppose it is true of some things, she said after a minute's consideration. What a wicked truth it is, Linden, said the doctor. There is an error I the bill, said Mr. Linden. Faith's eyes looked somewhat eagerly, the doctor's philosophically. Declare and shew, said the doctor. I thought it was a universal, most deplorable human fact, and here it is, in Shakespeare, man, which is another word for saying it is in humanity. It is true only of false things. The magician's coins are next day but withered leaves. The real gold is at compound interest. The doctor's smile was doubtful and cynical. Faith's had a touch of sunlight on it. Where is your real gold? Said the doctor. Do you expect me to tell you? Said Mr. Linden, laughing. I have found a good deal in the course of my life, and the interest is regularly paid in. Are you talking seriously? Aye, truly, so may you. From any other man I should throw away your words at the veriest magician's coin. But if they are true metal, why, I'll ask you to take me to see the mint some day. Let me remind you, said Mr. Linden, that there are many things in Shakespeare. What do you think of this for a set-off? Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out e'en to the edge of doom. If this be error, and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. There is an error proved upon me, said the doctor, biting his lips as he looked at Faith, who had listened delightedly. Come on, I'll stop no more. The thing is, Linden, that I am less happy than you. I never found any real gold in my life. Ah, you expect gold to come set with diamonds, and that cannot always be. I don't doubt you have gold enough to start a large fortune, if you'd only rub it up and make it productive. The doctor made no answer to that, and the reading went on. Faith becoming exceedingly engrossed with the process of the drama. She listened with an eagerness which both the readers amusedly took heed of, as the successive princes of Morocco and Aragon made their trial. The doctor avowing, by the way, that he thought he should have assumed desert as the latter prince did, and received the fool's head for his pains. Then they came to the beautiful casket scene. The doctor had somehow from the beginning left Portia in Mr. Linden's hands, and now gave with great truth the gracefulness and the very graceful words of her successful suitor. He could put truth into these, and did, and accordingly read beautifully, well heard, for the play of Fate's varying face shewed she went along thoroughly with all the fine turns of thought and feeling, here and elsewhere. But how well and how delicately Mr. Linden gave Portia, that Dr. Harrison could not have done. The parts had fallen out happily, whether by chance or design. Her ladylike and coy play with words, her transparent veil of delicate shifting turns of expression, contriving to say all, and yet as if she would say nothing, were rendered by the reader with a grace of tone every way fit to them. Fate's eye ceased to look at anybody, and her color flitted as the scene went on, and when Portia's address to her fortunate wooer was reached, that very noble and dignified declaration of her woman's mind, when she certainly pulled off her gloves, wherever else she might wear them, Faith turned her face quite away from the readers, and with a cheek she could not hide sheltered by her hand, as well as her hand could, she let nobody but the fire and Mrs. Derrick see what a flush covered the other. Very incautious in Faith, but it was the best she could do. And the varied interest that immediately followed of Antonio's danger and deliverance gradually brought her head round again, and accounted sufficiently for the color with which her cheek still burned. The Merchant of Venice was not the only play enacting that evening, and the temptation to break in upon the one made the doctor, as often as he could, break off the other, though the interest of the plot for a while gave him little chance. So shines a good deed in a naughty world. Do you suppose, Miss Derrick, said Dr. Harrison with his look of amused pleasure, that is because the world is so dark, or because the effects of the good deed reach to such a distance? Both, said Faith immediately. You think the world is so bad? I don't know much of the world, said Faith. But I suppose the shining good deeds aren't so very many. What makes a good deed shining? Said the doctor. Faith glanced at Mr. Linden, but he did not take it up, and she was thrown back upon her own resources. She thought a bit. I suppose, she said, it's coming from the very spirit of light. You must explain, said the doctor good-humoredly but smiling, for that puts me in absolute darkness. I don't know very well how to tell you what I mean, said Faith, coloring and looking thoughtful. I think I know. Things that are done for the pure love of God and truth, I think, shine, if they are ever so little things, because really there is a great light in them. I think they shine more than some of the greater things the people call very brilliant, but that are done from a lower motive. I should like, said the doctor. Can you remember an instance or two of both kinds? Well, Faith remembered an instance or two of one kind, which she could not instance. She sought in her memory. When Daniel kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day to pray, with his windows open after the king's law had forbidden any one to do it on pain of death, said Faith, I think that was a shining good deed. But that was a very notable instance, said the doctor. It was a very little thing he did, said Faith, only kneel down to pray in his own room, and it has shined all the way down to us. And in later times, said Mr. Linden, when the exploring shallop of the Mayflower sought a place of settlement, and after beating about in winter storms came to anchor Friday night at Plymouth Rock, all Saturdays was lost in refitting and repairing, and yet on Sunday they could not land, those 24 men with no human eye to see, with every possible need for haste. That hasn't shined quite so far, said the doctor, for it never reached me, and it don't enlighten me now. I should have landed. Do you know nothing of the spirit of XIII as well as the province, said Mr. Linden. As how, against landing? They rested that days according to the commandment, having promised to obey God in all things, the seal of their obedience was unbroken. Well, Miss Faith, said the doctor, now for a counter-example. I know so little of what has been done, said Faith. Don't you remember some things yourself, Dr. Harrison? Mr. Linden? The voice changed and fell a little as it passed from one to the other. General Putman went to the wolf's den and pulled him out, said the doctor humorously. That's all I can think of just now, and it is not very much in point. I don't know that there was anything very bright about it except the wolf's eyes. But here we are, keeping Portia out of doors, and Miss Derrick waiting. Linden, fall to. And with comical life and dramatic zeal on the doctor's part, in a few minutes more the play was finished. Mrs. Derrick, said the doctor gravely as he rose and stood before her, I hope you approve of plays. Mrs. Derrick expressed her amusement and satisfaction. Miss Faith, he said, extending his hand, I have to thank you for the most perfect enjoyment I have ever had of Shakespeare. I only wish tomorrow evening would roll off on such swift wheels, but it would be too much. Look where this one has rolled to. And he chewed his watch and hurried off, that is, if Dr. Harrison could be set to do such a thing. The rest of the party also was stirred from their quiet. Mrs. Derrick went out, and Mr. Linden, coming behind Faith as she stood by the fire, gently raised her face till he could have a full view of it, and asked her how she liked being in Venice. Very much, she said, smiling and blushing at him. Very much. You are not the magician's coin, he said, kissing her. You are not even a witch. Do you know how I found that out? No, she said softly, the color spreading over her face and her eyes falling, but raised again immediately to ask the question of him. A witch's charms are always dispelled whenever she tries to cross running water. She laughed, an amused, bright, happy little laugh, that it was pleasant to hear. But what did Dr. Harrison mean by what he said when he thanked me? What did he thank me for? He said for a new enjoyment of Shakespeare. What did he mean? Do you understand how the sweet fragrance of a mignonette can give new enjoyment to a summer's day? She blushed exceedingly. But Mr. Linden, please don't talk so. And I don't want to give Dr. Harrison enjoyment in that way. Which part of your sentence shall I handle first? He said with a laughing flash of the eyes. Dr. Harrison or Mr. Linden? The first, said Faith, laying her hand deprecatingly on his arm, and let the other alone. How am I to please not to talk? So, as I don't deserve, she said, raising her grave eyes to his face, I would rather have you tell me my wrong things. He looked at her with one of those rare smiles which belonged to her. holding her hand with a little soft motion of it to and fro upon his own. "I'm not sure that I dare promise to be good," he said. "I am so apt to speaking of things as I find them, and mignonette you are to me, both in French and English. Faith, I know there is no glove upon your hand, and I know there is none on mine, but I cannot feel nor imagine any friction. Can you?" She looked up and smiled. So much friction or promise of it as there is about the blue sky's reflection in the clear deep waters of a mountain lake. So much there was in the soft depth and reflection of Fate's eyes at that moment, so deep, so unruffled, and as in the lake, so in the look that he saw, there was a mingling of earth and heaven. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner, Chapter 5. Wednesday morning was cold and raw, and the sun presently put on a thick gray cloak. There were suspicions abroad that it was one made in the regions of perpetual snow, for whatever effect it might have had upon the sun, it made the earth very cold. Now and then a little frozen-up snowflake came silently down, and the wind swept fitfully round the corners of houses, and wandered up and down the chimneys. People who were out subsided into a little trot to keep themselves warm, all except the younger part of creation, who made the trot a run, and those who could stayed at home. All of Mrs. Derrick's little family were of this latter class, after the very early morning, for as some of them were to brave the weather at night, there seemed no reason why they should also brave it by day. As speedily as might be, Mr. Linden dispatched his various matters of outdoor business, of which there were always more or less on his hands, and then came back and went into the sitting-room to look for his scholar. In 2 minutes she came in from the other door, with the stir of business and the cold morning fresh in her cheeks. But no one would guess, no one could ever guess, from Faith's brown dress and white ruffles, that she had just been flying about in the kitchen, to use Cindy's elegant illustration, like shelled peas, not quite so aimlessly, however, and her smiling glance at her teacher spoke of readiness for all sorts of other business. The first thing she was set about was her French exercise, during the first few lines of which Mr. Linden stood by her and looked on, but then he suddenly turned away and went upstairs, returning, however, presently, to take his usual seat by her side. He watched her progress silently, except for business words and instructions, till the exercise was finished and Faith had turned to him for further directions. Then taking her hand he put upon its forefinger one of the prettiest things she had ever seen. It was an old-fashioned diamond ring, the stones all of a size, and of great clearness and lustre, set close upon each other all the way round, with just enough goldsmith's work to bind them together, and to form a dainty frill of filigree work above and below, looking almost like a gold line of shadow by that flashing line of light. "It was my mother's, Faith," he said, "and she gave it to me in trust for whatever lady I should love as I love you." Faith looked down at it with very, very grave eyes, her head bent lower, and then suddenly laying her hands together on the table, she hid her face in them, and the diamonds glittered against her temple and in contrast with the neighboring soft hair. 1 or 2 mute questions came there, before Mr. Linden said softly, "Faith." She looked up with flushed face, and all of tears in her eyes but the tears, and her lip had its very unbent line. She looked first at him and then at the ring again. Anything more humble or more grave than her look cannot be imagined. His face was grave too, with a sort of moved gravity. that touched both the present and the past. But he did not mean hers should be. "Now what will you do, dear child?" he said, "for I must forewarn you that there is a language of rings which is well established in the world." "What do you mean?" she said, looking alternately at the ring and him. "You know what plain gold on this finger means," he said, touching the one he spoke of. She looked at first doubtfully, then colored and said, "Yes." "Well, diamonds on this finger are understood to be the avant couriers of that." Faith had never seen diamonds, but that was not what she was thinking of, nor what brought such a deep spot of color on her cheeks. It was pretty to see. It was so bright and so different from the flush which had been there a few minutes before. Her eyes considered the diamonds attentively. "What shall I do?" she said after a little. "I don't know. You must try your powers of contrivance. I cannot contrive. I could keep Rayglove on tonight, but I could not every day. Shall I give it back to you to keep for me?" she said, looking at it lovingly. "Perhaps that will be best. What would you like me to do?" "Anything but that," he said, smiling. "I should say that would be worst. You may wear a glove, or glove finger, what you will, but there it must stay, and keep possession for me, till the other one comes to bear it company. In fact, I suppose I could endure to have it seen." Her eyes went down to it again. Clearly the ring had a charm for Faith, and so it had, something beyond the glitter of brilliance. Of jewelers' value she knew little. The marketable worth of the thing was an enigma to her, but as a treasure of another kind it was beyond price. His mother's ring, on her finger. To Faith's fancy it bound and pledged her to a round of life as perfect, as bright, and as pure as its own circlet of light-giving gems, that she might fill to him, as far as was possible, all the place that the once owner of the diamonds would have looked for and desired, and be all that he would look for in the person to whom the ring, so derived, had come. Faith considered it lovingly, with intent brow, and at last lifted her eyes to Mr. Linden by way of answer, without saying anything, yet with half her thoughts in her face. His face was very grave. Faith could see a little what the flashing of that ring was to him, but her look was met and answered with a fullness of warmth and tenderness which said that he had read her thoughts, and that to his mind they were already accomplished. Then he took up one of her books and opened it at the place where she was to read. The morning and the afternoon went off all too fast, and the sun went down sullenly, as if to be in keeping with the expected change of work and company. The evening brought worse weather, a keener wind, beginning to bestir itself in earnest, a thicker sky, though the ground was too snow-covered already to allow it to be very dark, with anybody but Mr. Linden. Mrs. Derrick would hardly have let Faith go out, and even as it was, she several times hoped the weather would moderate before they came home. Faith was so well wrapped up, however, both in the house and in the sleigh, that the weather gave her no discomfort. It was rather exhilarating to be so warm in spite of it, and they flew along at a good rate, having the road pretty much to themselves. "Faith," Mr. Linden said as they approached Judge Harrison's, "I cannot spend all the evening here with you. That is, I ought not. I had a message sent me this afternoon, too late to attend to then, which I cannot leave till morning. But if I see you safe by the fire, I hope Miss Harrison will take good care of you till I get back." "Well," said Faith, "I wouldn't meddle with your oughts, if I could. I hope you'll take care of Jerry." "What shall I do with him?" "Don't you know?" said Faith demurely. "I suppose I ought to drive him so fast that he'll keep warm," said Mr. Linden. "What else?" Faith's little laugh made a contrast with the rough night. "You had better let me out to the fire," she said joyfully, "or I shan't keep warm." "You shan't?" he said, bending down by her as they reached the door. "Your face has no idea of being cold. I'll take care of Jerry, child, if I don't forget him in my own pleasant thoughts." Faith threw off her cloak and furs on the hall table where some others lay, and pulled off one glove. "Keep them both on," Mr. Linden said softly and smiling. "Enact Portia for once. Then if you are much urged, you can gracefully yield your own prejudices so far as to take off one." She looked at him, then amusedly pulled on her glove again, and the door was opened for them into a region of warmth and brightness, where there were all sorts of rejoicings over them and against the cold night. Mr. Linden was by force persuaded to wait till after coffee before braving it again, and the judge and his daughter fairly involved Faith in the meshes of their kindness. A very mouse Faith was tonight, as ever wore gloves, and with a little of a mouse's watchfulness about her, fancying cat's ears at every corner. A brown mouse, too. She had worn only her finest and best stuff dress, but upon the breast of that, a bunch of snowy laurustinus, nestling among green leaves, put forth a secret claim in a way that was very beautifying. The judge and Miss Sophie put her in a great soft velvet chair and hovered round her, both of them conscious of her being a little more dainty than usual. Sophie thought perhaps it was the laurustinus. Her father believed it intrinsic. The coffee came, and the doctor. "I have something better for you than Portia tonight," he said as he dealt out sugar, "though not something better than muffins." "Faith, my dear child," said Miss Sophie, "you needn't be so ceremonious. None of us are wearing gloves." Faith laughed and blushed and pulled off one glove. "You are enacting Portia, are you?" said Dr. Harrison. "Even she would not have handled wigs with them. I see I have done mischief, but the harm I did you last night I will undo this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give you, presently, the pleasure of hearing some lines written expressive of my wishes toward the unknown, but supposed mistress of my life and affections. Any suggestions toward the bettering of them, I will hear." "The bettering of what?" said Mrs. Summers. "Your life and affections?" "I am aware, my dear Aunt Ellen, you think the one impossible, and the other improbable. I speak of bettering the wishes. Unknown but supposed," said Mr. Linden. "Item, she hath many nameless virtues." "That is not my wish," said the doctor gravely looking at him. "I think nameless virtues deserve their obscurity." "What do you call your ideal?" "Psyche," said the doctor, after a minute's sober consideration apparently divided between Mr. Linden's face and the subject. "This is not so uncommon a name as Campaspe," said Mr. Linden, with a queer little gesture of brow and lips. "Who is Campaspe?" said the doctor, while Faith looked, and Miss Essie's black eyes sparkled and danced, and everybody else held his coffee cup in abeyance. "Did you never hear of my Campaspe?" said Mr. Linden, glancing up from under his brows. "We will exchange civilities," said the doctor. "I should be very happy to hear of her." Laughing a little, his own cup sending its pervasive steam unheeded, his own face on the sparkling order, though the eyes looked demurely down, Mr. Linden went on to answer. "Cupid and my Campaspe played at cards for kisses. Cupid paid. He stakes his quiver, bow and arrows, his mother's doves and team of sparrows, loses them too. Then down he throws the coral of his lip, the rose growing on's cheek, but none knows how, with these the crystal of his brow, and then the dimple of his chin. All these did my Campaspe win. At last he set her both his eyes. She won, and Cupid blind did rise. O love, has she done this to thee? What shall, alas, become of me?" There was a general little breeze of laughter and applause. The doctor had glanced at Faith. Her color was certainly raised. But then the old judge had just bent down to ask her if she had ever heard of Campaspe before. The doctor did not hear, but he guessed at the whisper, and saw Faith's laugh and shake of the head. "Is that a true bill, Linden?" "Very true," said Mr. Linden, trying his coffee. "But it is not yet known what will become of me." "What has become of Camp Aspie?" "She is using her eyes." "Are they those eyes, Mr. Linden?" said Miss Essie, coming nearer and using her own. "What was the color of Cupid's?" "Blue, certainly." "Miss Derrick," said the doctor, "let us have your opinion." Faith gave him at least a frank view of her own, all blushing and laughing as she was, and answered readily, "As to the color of Cupid's eyes, I have never seen him, sir." The doctor was obliged to laugh himself, and the chorus became general, at something in the combination of Faith and her words. But Faith's confusion thereupon mastered her so completely, that perhaps to shield her the doctor requested silence and attention and began to read of a lady who, he said he was certain, had borrowed of nobody, not even of Cupid. "Who e'er she be, that not impossible she, that shall command my heart and me." "I believe she is impossible, to begin with," said Miss Essie. "You will never let any woman command you, Dr. Harrison." "You don't know me, Miss Essie," said the doctor, with a curiously grave face. "For him, he means, who shall command my heart, not me," said Mr. Linden. "If she can command my heart, what of me is left to rebel?" said the doctor. "Sophy," said Mrs. Summers, "how long has Julius been all heart?" "Ever since my Aunt Ellen has been all eyes and ears, Mr. Summers. Which portion of your mental nature owns the supremacy of your wife, may I inquire, in the course of this investigation?" "Ha!" said Mr. Summers blandly, thus called upon. "I own her supremacy, sir. Ha! In all proper things." "Ha! Very proper," said the doctor. "That is all any good woman wants," said the old judge benignly. "I take it, that is all she wants." "Then you must say which are the proper things, father," said Miss Sophy, laughing. "You'll have to ask every man separately, Sophy," said Mrs. Summers. "They all have their own ideas about proper things. Mr. Summers thinks milk porridge is the limit." "Mr. Stoutenburg," said the doctor, "haven't you owned yourself commanded ever since your heart gave up its lock and key?" "Yes, indeed," said the squire earnestly. "I am so bound up in slavery that I have even forgotten the wish to be free. All my wife's things are proper." "Oh, hush," his wife said, laughing, but with a little quick bright witness in her eyes that was pretty to see. Dr. Harrison smiled. "You see, Miss Derrick," he said with a little bow to her, "there is witness on all sides. And now I will go on with my not impossible she." He got through several verses, not without several interruptions, till he came to the exquisite words following: "I wish her beauty, that owes not all his duty to gaudy tire or glistering shoe tie, something more than taffeta or tissue can, or rampant feather, or rich fan, more than the spoil of shop, or silkworm's toil, or a bought blush, or a set smile." While Miss Essie exclaimed, Miss Harrison stole a look at Faith, who was looking up at the doctor, listening, with a very simple face of amusement. Her thoughts were indeed better ballasted than to sway to such a breeze if she had felt it. But the real extreme beauty of the image and of the delineation was what she felt. She made no application of them. The doctor came to this verse: "A well-tamed heart, for whose more noble smart love may be long choosing a dart." "What does that mean, Linden? Isn't that an error in the description?" "Poetical license," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "Psyche will give you trouble enough, wings and all. There is no fear you will find her tamed." "How is Camp Aspie in that respect?" "She has never given me much trouble yet," said Mr. Linden. "What I object to is the long choosing," said the doctor. "Miss Staff, do you think a good heart should be very hard to win?" "Certainly, the harder the better," replied the lady. That's the only way to bring down your pride. The harder she is, the more likely you are to think she's a diamond. Mrs. Stoutenburg, what has been the texture of yours all these years, Doctor? He thinks that when he has dined, the rest of the world should follow suit, like the Khan of Tartary, said Mrs. Summers. Miss Derrick, said the doctor, I hope for some gentleness from you. Do you think such a heart as we have been talking of should be very difficult to move? Faith's blush was exquisite. Real speech was hard to command. She knew all eyes were waiting upon her, and she could not reason out and comfort herself with the truth, that to them her blush might mean several things as well as one. The answer came in that delicate voice of hers which timidity had shaken. I think it depends on what there is to move it. What do you call sufficient force? Said Mrs. Summers. I? Said Faith. Yes, you, replied the parson's wife with a look not unkindly amused. What sort and degree of power should move such a heart? To quote Julius, Faith's blush was painful again, and it was only the sheer necessity of the case that enabled her to rally. But her answer was clear. Something better than itself, Mrs. Summers. I should like to know what that is, said Mrs. Summers. Mr. Linden's involuntary, and so should I, was in a different tone, but rather drew eyes upon himself than Faith. It's of no consequence to you, said the doctor, with a funny, mock-serious tone of admonition. Mr. Linden bowed acquiescingly. Psychology is an interesting study, he added, in qualification. But let me return your warning, doctor. You have a formidable rival. Qui donc? Cupid carried off Psyche some time ago. Do you suppose you can get her back? And with a laughing sign of adieu, Mr. Linden went away. Luckily for Faith, she was not acquainted with the heathen mythology, and was also guiltless of any thought of connection between herself and the doctor's ideal. So her very free, unsuspicious face and laughter quite reassured him. Mr. Linden is an odd sort of person, said Miss Essie philosophically. I have studied him a good deal, and I can't quite make him out. He's a very interesting man, but I think he is deeper than he seems. He's deeper than the salt mines of Salzburg, then, said the doctor. Why? Said Miss Essie curiously. The doctor answered gravely that there were beautiful things there, and went on with his reading, and Faith listened now with unwavering attention, till he came to Sidnean showers of soft discourse, whose powers can crown old winter's head with flowers. Faith's mind took a leap, and it hardly came back again. The reading was followed by a very lively round game of talk, but it was not such talk, and Faith's thoughts wandered away and watched round that circlet of brightness that was covered by her glove, scattered rays from which led them variously, home, to her Sunday school, to Pequot, and to heaven, coming back again and again to the diamonds and to the image that was in the center of them. No wonder her grave, sweet face was remarked as being even graver and sweeter than usual, and the doctor at last devoted himself to breaking up its quiet. He took her into the library to finish the rhododendrons, ostensibly, but in reality to get rid of the stiff circle in the other room. The circle followed, but no longer stiff. Under the influence of the cold weather and the big fires and good prompting, their spirits got up at last to the pitch of acting charades. Miss Harrison brought down her stores of old and new finery, and with much zeal and success charades and tableaux went on for some length of time, to the extreme amusement of Faith, who had never seen any before. They did not divert her from watching for the sound of Mr. Linden's return, but it came not, and Miss Essie expected and hoped aloud in vain. The hour did come, and passed, at which such gatherings in Pataquasset were wont to break up. That was not very late, to be sure. The Stoutenburgs and the De Staffs, and finally Mr. and Mrs. Summers, went off in turn, and Faith was left alone to wait, for she had refused all offers of being set down by her various friends. It happened that Mr. Linden had been, by no harmful accident, but simply by the untowardness of things, delayed beyond his time, and then having a good distance to drive. It was some while after the last visitors had departed, when he once more reined up Jerry at the door. No servant came to take him, and Mr. Linden applied himself to the bell handle, but there seemed a spell upon the house, or else the inmates were asleep, for ring as he would, no one came. To fasten Jerry and let himself in were the next steps, neither of which took long, but in the drawing-room, to which he had been ushered in the beginning of the evening, there was now no one. The lights and the fires and the empty chairs were there. That was all. Mr. Linden knew the house well enough to know where next to look. He crossed the hall to a room at the other side, which was the most commonly used by the family, and from which a passage led to the library. No one was here, and the room was in a strange state of confusion. Before he had well time to remark upon it, Faith came in from the passage bearing a heavy marble bust in her arms. The color sprang to her cheeks. She set down Prince Talleyrand quickly and came towards Mr. Linden, saying, "There's fire in the library." "My dear child," he said softly, "what is the matter? What are you about?" "Why, there is fire in the library. It's all on fire, or soon will be," she said hurriedly, "and we are bringing the things out. The fire can't get in here. It's a fireproof building, only the inside will all burn up. The servants are carrying water to the roof of the house, lest that should catch. I am so glad to see you." And Miss Sophie and the doctor came in, carrying one a pitcher, the other an armful of books. Faith ran back through the passage, but before she could set her foot inside the library, Mr. Linden's hand was on her shoulder, and he stepped before her and took the survey of the room in one glance. Its condition was sufficiently unpromising. The fire had kindled in a heap of combustible trumpery brought there for the tableau. It had got far beyond management before anyone discovered it, and now was making fast work in that corner of the room and creeping with no slow progress along the cornices of the bookshelves. Short time evidently there was for the family to remove their treasures from its destructive sweep. One corner of the room was in a light blaze. One or two lamps mockingly joined their light to the glare. The smoke was curling in gray wreaths and clouds over and around almost everything. Here an exquisite bust of Proserpine looked forlornly through it, and there a noble painting of Elston's shewed in richer lights than ever before, its harmony of coloring. The servants were, as Faith had said, engaged in endeavoring to keep the roof of the house from catching. Only one old black retainer of the family, too infirmed for that service, was helping them in the labor of rescuing books and treasures of art from the tire, which must take its way within the library. The wall it could not pass, that being, as Faith had also said, proof against it. "Stay where you are," Mr. Linden said, "and I will hand things to you," adding under his breath, "If you love me, Faith." And passing into the room he snatched Proserpine from her smoky berth and gave her to the old servant, handing Faith a light pitcher. "Don't let your sister come in here, Harrison," he said, springing up the steps to the upper shelves of the bookcase nearest the fire, "and don't let everybody do everything. Keep half in the passage and half here." "Yes, Sophie," said the doctor, "that is much better. Don't you come in here, nor Miss Faith. And don't work too hard," he said gently to the latter as she came back after bestowing the pitcher. "I won't ask you not to work at all, for I know it would be of no use. Just work like monkeys," Mr. Linden said from his high post, which was a rather invisible one. "Reuben, I am glad of your help." "Reuben!" exclaimed Faith joyously. "How good that is! Give me those books, Reuben." And after that the work went on steadily, with few words. It was too smoky an atmosphere to speak much in. and the utmost exertions on the part of every one of the workers left no strength nor time for it. Like monkeys, they worked, and the gentle men handing things out of the smoke to the willing fingers and light feet that made quick disposition of them. Quick it had need to be, for the fire was not waiting for them, and in an incredibly short time, incredible save to those who have seen the experiment tried, books and engravings were emptied from shelf after shelf, compartment after compartment, and lodged within the house. Not a spare inch of space, not a spare second of time, it seemed, was gone over, and the treasures of the library were in quick process of shifting from one place to another. It was rather a weary part Faith had to play, to stop short at the doorway and see the struggle with smoke and fire that was going on inside, and an anxious eye and trembling heart followed the movements of one of the workers there whenever she returned to her post of waiting. She would rather have been amid the smoke and the fire too, than to stand off looking on, but she did what she was desired, and more than she was desired, for she said not a word, like a wise child, only did her work with no delay and came back again. 2 excellent workers were the doctor and Mr. Linden. Reuben was a capital seconder, and no better runners than the 2 ladies need have been found, while the old judge and his old serving man did what they could. There was every appearance that their efforts would be successful. The fire was, to be sure, greatly increased and fast spreading, but so also the precious things that it endangered were already in great measure secured. Probably very little would have been lost to be regretted if the workers had not suffered a slight interruption. Mr. Linden was in the middle of the room unlocking the drawers of the library table, which was too large to be removed. Old Nero, the black man, had taken one of the lamps which yet remained burning, a large heavy one, to carry away. He was just opposite the table, when a stone bust of some weight, which had stood above the bookcases, detached by the failure of its supports, came down along with some spars of the burning wood and fell against a rich screen just on the other side of Nero. The screen was thrown over on him. He struggled an instant to right himself and it, holding his lamp off at an awful angle towards Mr. Linden. Then, nobody could tell how it was, Nero had saved himself and struggled out from the falling screen and burning wood, and Faith and the lamp lay under it, just at Mr. Linden's feet, yet hardly under it, so instantly was it thrown off. The lamp was not broken, which was a wonder, but Faith was stunned, and the burning wood had touched her brow and singed a lock of hair. In such a time of confusion all sorts of things come and go, unseen but by the immediate actors. Dr. Harrison and Reuben were intent upon a heavy pitcher. The judge and his daughter were in the other room, and Faith was lifted up and borne swiftly along to the drawing-room sofa, and there was cold water already on her brow before the others reached her. She was only a little stunned and had opened her eyes when they came in. They came round her, all the gang of workers, like a swarm of bees, and with as many questions and inquiries. Faith smiled at them all, and begged they would go back and finish what they were doing. "I'll stay here a little while," she said. "My fall didn't hurt me a bit, to speak of. Do go. Don't anybody wait for me." There seemed nothing else to be done. She would own to wanting nothing, and her urgency at length prevailed with them, however reluctantly, to leave her and go back to the library. But Mr. Linden stood still as the others moved off. "Where are you hurt?" he said in a low voice. "I suppose the fall bruised me a little. It didn't do me any real harm. Don't wait here for me." "Where?" Mr. Linden said. "Where it bruised me? A little on my head, and elbow, and side. Altogether nothing." He sat down by her, passing his hand softly over the scorched hair, then said, "Let me see your arm." "Oh, no, that's not necessary. I said I was bruised, but it isn't much." "Faith, You have not told me the whole." Her eye shrank from his instantly, and her color flitted from red to pale. "There is nothing more I need tell you. They will all be back here, or some of them, if you stay. I'll tell you anything you please tomorrow," she added with a smile, but he only repeated, "Tell me now. I have a right to know." Her lip took its childish look, but her eye met him now. "Don't look so," she said, as if there was any reason for it. "I think some of the fluid from that lamp ran down on my arm, and it smarts. Don't stay here to look grave about me. It isn't necessary." He bent his head and gave her one answer to all that, then sprang up and went for Dr. Harrison. Faith tried to hinder him, in vain. There was little now to detain anybody in the library, he found, and a good deal to drive everybody out of it. The fire had seemed to take advantage of its unwatched opportunity, and had put it pretty well out of anyone's power to rescue much more from its rapacity. Reuben and Dr. Harrison were carrying out the drawers of the table, which Mr. Linden had been unlocking, and the doctor dropped the one he held the instant he caught the sense of Mr. Linden's words. He went through the other way, summoning his sister. Faith was lying very quietly and smiled at them, but her color came and went with odd suddenness. She would not, after all, let the doctor touch her, but rising from the sofa said she would go upstairs and let Sophie see what was wanting. The three went up, and Mr. Linden was left alone. He stood still for a moment where they left him, resting his face upon his hand, but then he went back to the burning room, and stationing himself at the doorway, bade all the rest keep back, and those that could to bring him water. Reuben sprang to this work as he had done to the other. Some of the servants had come down by this time, and Mr. Linden stood there, dashing the water about the doorway and into the room, upon the floor, the great table, and such of the bookcases as he could come near. The effect was soon evident. The blazing bits of carved moulding, as they fell to the floor, went out instead of getting help to burn, and the heavier shelves and wainscot, which, being of hard wood, burned slowly, began to give out steam as well as smoke. The door and doorway were now perfectly safe. The fire hardly could spread into the passage, a danger which had been imminent when Mr. Linden came, but which the family seemed to have forgotten. Secure in their fireproof walls, they forgot the unfireproof floor, nor seemed to remember how far along the passage the cinders might drift, when there was really nothing more for him to do, and he had given the servants very special instructions as to the watch they should keep. Then and not till then did Mr. Linden return to the parlor, the glow of his severe exercise fading away. He found the judge there, who engaged him in not too welcome conversation, but there was no help for it. He must hear and answer the old gentleman's thanks for his great service that night, praises of his conduct and of Faith's conduct, speculations and questions concerning the evening's disaster. After a time that seemed tedious, though it was not really very long, Miss Harrison came down. "She'll be better directly," she said. "Do sit down, Mr. Linden. I have ordered some refreshments. You must want them, I should think, and you'll have to wait a little while, for Faith says she will go home with you, though I am sure she ought not, and Julia says she must not stir." Mr. Linden bowed slightly, answering in the most commonplace way that he was in no hurry and in no need of refreshments, and probably he felt also in no need of rest, for he remained standing. "How is she, dear? How is she?" said the judge. "Is she much hurt?" "Just now," said Miss Harrison, "she is in such pain that she cannot move, but we have put something on that will take away the pain, Julia says, in 15 minutes, and she will be quite well this time tomorrow, he says." "But is she much hurt?" Judge Harrison repeated with a very concerned face. "She'll be well tomorrow, father, but she was dreadfully burned, her arm and shoulder. I thought she would have fainted upstairs, but I don't know whether people can faint when they are in such pain. I don't see how she can bear her dress to go home, but she says she will. Mrs. Derrick would be frightened. Mr. Linden, they say everybody does what you tell them. I wish you'd persuade Faith to stay with me tonight. She won't hear it. How soon can I see her?" The voice made Miss Harrison look, but her eyes said her ears had made a mistake. "Why, she said she would come downstairs presently, as soon as the pain went off enough to let her do anything, and she wanted me to tell you so, but I am sure it's very wrong. Do, Mr. Linden, take something." The servant had brought in a tray of meats and wine. "While you're waiting, you may as well rest yourself. How shall we ever thank you for what you've done tonight?" Miss Harrison spoke under some degree of agitation, but both she and her father failed in no kind or grateful shew of feelings towards their guest. "How did it happen, Mr. Linden?" she said when she had done in this kind all she could. He said he had not seen the accident, only its results. "I can't imagine how Faith got there," said Miss Harrison. "She saw the screen coming over on Nero, I suppose, and thought she could save the lamp. She made one spring from the doorway, he says, to where he stood, and in putting up her hand to the lamp, I suppose that horrid fluid ran down her arm and on her shoulder. When Nero put out the lamp he must have loosened the fastening. It went all over her shoulder. But she'll be well tomorrow night, Julius says." "Who's with her now, my dear?" said the judge. "Oh, Julius is with her. He said he'd stay with her till I came back. She wanted Mr. Linden to know she would go home with him. Now, Mr. Linden, won't you send her word back that you'll take care of Mrs. Derrick if she'll stay? I will go up and see her, Miss Harrison." That was anticipated, however, by the entrance of the doctor, who told his sister Miss Derrick wanted her help, then came gravely to the table, poured out a glass of wine and drank it. His father asked questions, which he answered briefly. Miss Derrick felt better. She was going to get up and come downstairs. But ought she to be suffered to go out tonight, Julius? Such a night? Certainly not. The judge argued the objections to her going. The doctor made no answer. He walked up and down the room, and Mr. Linden stood still. 10 or 15 minutes passed, and then the door opened softly, and Faith, all dressed, cloaked and furred, came in with her hood, followed by her friend. Miss Sophie looked very ill-satisfied. Faith's face was pale enough, but as serenely happy as release from pain can leave a face that has no care behind. A white embodiment of purity and gentleness she looked. The doctor was at her side instantly, asking questions. Mr. Linden did not interrupt. He had met her almost before the doctor, and taken her hand with a quietness through which Faith could perceive the stir of feelings that might have swept those of all the others out into the snow. But he held her hand silently until other people had done their questions, then simply asked if she was quite sure she was fit to ride home. Then, with the passing of the barrier, look and voice did change a little. "I mean to go," she said without looking at him. "If you'll please to take me." "She ought not. I am sure she ought not," exclaimed Miss Harrison in much vexation. "She is not able to stand." "You know," Mr. Linden said, not at all as if he was urging her, but merely making a statement he thought best to make, "I could even bring your mother here, in a very short time, if you wished it." "Oh, I don't wish it. I can go home very well now." He gave her his arm, and without more words, Miss Harrison and the judge followed regretfully to the door, the doctor to the sleigh. "Are you well wrapped up?" he asked. "I have got all my own and all Sophie's furs," said Faith in a glad tone of voice. "Take care of yourself," he said, "and Mr. Linden, you must take care of her, which is more to the purpose. If I had it to do, this ride would not be taken, Linden. I'll thank you another time." They drove off, but as soon as they were a few steps from the house, Mr. Linden put his arm about Faith and held her so that she could lean against him and rest, giving her complete support, and muffling up the furs about her lightly and effectually, till it was hardly possible for the cold air to win through, and so drove her home. Not with many words, with only a whispered question now and then, whether she was cold, or wanted any change of posture. The wind had lulled, and it was much milder, and the snow was beginning to fall softly and fast. Faith could feel the snow crystals on his face whenever it touched hers. Mr. Linden would have perhaps chosen to drive gently, as being easier for her, but the thick air made it needful. Once only he asked any other question. "Faith, is my care of you in fault, that it lets you come home?" "No, I think not," she said. "You hold me just so nicely as it is possible to be, and this snowstorm is beautiful," which answer, though she might not know it, testified to her need of precisely the care he was giving her. "Are you suffering much now, dear child?" "Not at all. I am only enjoying. I like being out in such a storm as this. Only I am afraid mother is troubled." "No, I sent Reuben down some time ago to answer her questions if she was up, and to have a good fire ready for you." "Oh, that's good," she said, and then rested, in how luxurious a rest, after exertion, and after anxiety, and after pain. So cared for and guarded, she could almost have gone to sleep to the tinkle of Jerry's bells, only that her spirit was too wide awake for that, and the pleasure of the time too good to be lost. She had not all the pleasure to herself. Faith could feel that, every time Mr. Linden spoke or touched her. But what a different atmosphere his mind was in from her quiet rest. Pain had quitted her, but not him, though the kinds were different. Truly he would have borne any amount of physical pain himself, to cancel that which she had suffered. There were some minutes of the ride when he would have borne it, only to lose the thought of that. But Faith knew nothing of it all, except as she could feel once or twice a deep breath that was checked and hushed, and turned into some sweet low-spoken word to her, and her rest was very deep, so deep that the stopping of the sleigh at last was an interruption. The moment Jerry's bells rang their little summons at the door itself opened, and from the glimmering light Reuben ran out to take the reins. "Is Mrs. Derrick up?" Mr. Linden asked, when the first inquiry about Faith had been answered. "I don't know, sir. I told you were afraid Miss Faith would take cold without a fire in her room, and she let me take up wood and make it. And then she said she wasn't sleepy, and she'd take care it didn't go out. I haven't seen her since." "Thank you, Reuben. Now hold Jerry for me. I shall keep you here tonight," Mr. Linden said as he stepped out, and laying his hand upon the furs and wrappers, he said softly, "Little Eskimo, do you think you can walk to the house?" "Oh, yes, certainly." A little bit of a laugh answered her, the first she had heard since Campaspe, and then she was softly lifted up and borne into the house over the new fallen snow as lightly as if she had been a snowflake herself. The snow might lay its white feathers upon her hood, but Faith felt as if she were in a cradle instead of a snowstorm. She was placed in the easy chair before the sitting-room fire, and her hood and furs quickly taken off. "How do you feel?" Mr. Linden asked her. She looked like one of the flakes of snow herself, for simplicity and color, but there was a smile in her eyes and lips that had come from a climate where roses blow. "I feel nicely, only a little bruised and battered feeling, which isn't unpleasant. Will you have anything? A cup of tea? That might do you good." Faith looked dubious at the cup of tea, but then rose up and said it would disturb her mother, and she would just go and sleep. "It won't disturb her a bit," Mr. Linden said, reseating her. "Sit still. I'll send Reuben up to see." He left her there a very few minutes, apparently attending to more than one thing, for he came back through the eating-room door, bringing word to Faith that her fire and room were in nice order, and her mother fast asleep there in the rocking chair to keep guard, and that she should have a cup of tea in no time. And with a smile at her, he went back into the eating room, and brought thence her cup and plate, and requested to be told just how the tea should be made to please her, and whether he might invade the dairy for cream. "If I could put this cloak over my shoulders, I would get some myself. Will you put it on for me, please? Is there fire in the kitchen? I'll go and make the tea. Is there nothing else you would like to do?" He said, standing before her. "You shall not stir. Do you think I don't know cream when I see it?" And he went off again, coming back this time in company with Reuben and the tea kettle, but the former did not stay. Then, with appeals to her for directions, the tea was made and poured out, and toast made and laid on her plate, but she was not allowed to raise a finger, except now to handle her cup. "It's very good," said Faith, "but don't you remember you once told me 2 cups of cocoa were better than 1? It is to be noted in passing that all Faith's nameless addresses were made with a certain gentle, modulated accent, which invariably implied in its half-timid respect the Mr. Linden which she rarely forgot now she was not to say. "Dear child, I do indeed," he said, as if the remembrance wore a bright one. "But I remember too that my opinion was negatived. Faith, I used to wish then that I could wait upon you, but I would rather have you wait upon me. After all," Faith utterly disallowed the tone of these last words, and urged her request in great earnest. He laughed at her a little, but brought up the cup and drank the tea, certainly more to please her than himself, watching her the while, to see if the refreshment were telling upon her cheeks. She was very little satisfied with his performance. "Now I'll go and wake up Mother," she said at last, rising. "Don't think of this evening again, but to be glad of everything that has happened. I am. I fear, he said, looking at her, "that your gladness and my sorrow meet on common ground. Child, what shall I do with you?" But what he did with her then was to put her in that same cradle and carry her softly upstairs to the very door of her room. End of Section 6. Section 7 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner. Chapter 6. The same soft snowstorm was coming down when Faith opened her eyes next morning. The air looked like a white sheet, but in her room a bright fire was blazing, reddening the white walls, and by her side sat Mrs. Derrick watching her. Very gentle and tender were the hands that helped her dress. And then Mrs. Derrick said she would go down and see to breakfast for a little while. "Wasn't it good your room was warm last night?" she said, stroking Faith's hair. Faith's eyes acknowledged that. "And wasn't it good you were asleep?" she said, laughing and kissing Mrs. Derrick. "Mother, I was so glad." "That's the funny part of it," said Mrs. Derrick. "Reuben's just about as queer in his way as Mr. Linden. The only thing I thought, from the way he gave the message, was that somebody cared a good deal about his new possession, which I suppose is true," she added, smiling, "and so I just went to sleep." Mrs. Derrick went down, and Faith knelt on the rug before the fire and bent her heart and head over her Bible, in great happiness, in great endeavor that her happiness should stand well based on its true foundations and not shift from them to any other, in sober endeavor to lay hold, and feel that she had hold, of the happiness that cannot be taken away, to make sure that her feet were on a rock, before she stooped to take the sweetness of the flowers around her, and to judge by her face, she had felt the rock and the flowers both, before she left her room. The moment she opened her door and went out into the hall, Mr. Linden opened his, or rather it was already open, and he came out, meeting her at the head of the stairs, and after his first greeting, he held her still and looked at her for a moment, a little anxiously and intently. "My poor, pale little child," he said, "you are nothing but a snowdrop this morning." "Well, that is a very good thing to be," said Faith brightly, but the color resemblance he had destroyed. She was lifted and carried down just as she had been carried up last night, and into the sitting room again, for breakfast was prepared there this morning, and the sofa wheeled round to the side of the fire all ready for her. How bright the room looked! Its red curtains within, and its white curtains without, and everything so noiseless and sweet and in order. Even the coffee pot was there by this time, and Mrs. Derrick arranged the cups and looked at Faith on the sofa, with eyes that lost no gladness when they went from her to the person who stood at her side. Faith's eyes fell, and for a moment she was very sober. It was only for a moment. "What a beautiful storm," she said. "I am glad it snows. I am going to do a great deal of work today." Mr. Linden looked at her. "Wouldn't you just as lieve be talked to sleep?" She smiled. "You couldn't do that, Mr. Linden." "Mr. Linden can do more than you think, and will," he said with a little comic raising of the eyebrows. For a while after breakfast Faith sat alone, except as her mother came in and out to see that she wanted nothing, alone in the soft snowy stillness, till Mr. Linden came in from the post office and sat down by her, laying against her cheek a soft little bunch of rosebuds and violets. "Faith," he said, "you have been looking sober. What is the reason?" "I haven't been looking too sober, have I? I didn't know I was looking sober at all." She was looking quaint and lovely, in the plain wrapper she had put on and the soft thoughtful air and mien, in contrast with which the diamonds jumped and flashed with every motion of her hand. A study book lay in her lap. "How did all that happen last night?" said Mr. Linden abruptly. "Why," said Faith, coloring and looking down at her ring, "I was standing in the doorway and Nero was coming out with that great lamp, and when he got opposite the screen something fell on it, I believe, from the burning bookcases, and it was thrown over against him. I thought the lamp and he would go over together, and I jumped, and in putting up my hand to the lamp, I suppose, for I don't remember, the fluid must have run down my arm and on my shoulder. I don't know how it got on fire, but it must have been from some of the burning wood that fell. The next I knew, you were carrying me to the drawing-room. I have a recollection of that." He listened with very grave eyes. "Were you trying to take the lamp from Nero?" "Oh, no. I thought it was going to fall over. What harm would it have done the floor?" The tinge of color in Faith's cheek deepened considerably, and her eyes lifted not themselves from the diamonds. She was not ready to speak. "I did not think of the floor." "Of what then?" She waited again. "I was afraid some harm would be done. Did you prevent it?" "I don't know," she said rather faintly. Gently her head was drawn down till it rested on his shoulder. "Faith," he said in his own low sweet tones, "I stretched a little silken thread across the doorway to keep you out. Did you make of that a clue to find your way in?" She did not answer, nor stir. There were no questions asked, no more words said. Mr. Linden was as silent as she and almost as still. Once or twice his lips touched her forehead, not just as they had ever done it before, Faith thought, but some little time had passed, when he suddenly took up the book which lay in her lap, and began the lesson at which it lay open, reading and explaining in a very gentle, steady voice, a little moved from its usual clearness. Still his arm did not release her. Faith listened, with a semi-divided mind, for some time. There was something in this state of things that she wished to mend. It came at last, when there was a pause in the lesson. "I am glad of all that happened last night," she said, "except the pain to you and Mother. There is nothing to be sorry for. You shouldn't be sorry." "Why not, little naughty child?" And why are you glad? Because it was good for me, she said, not very readily nor explicitly. In what way? It was good for me, she repeated. It put me in mind of some things. Of what, dear child? It was a question evidently Faith would rather not have answered. She spoke with some difficulty. That there are such things in the world as pain and trouble. It is best not to forget it. Mr. Linden understood and felt, but he only answered, It will be the business of my life to make you forget it. Now don't you think you ought to put up this book and rest or sleep? I dare say you ought, said Faith, and I wish you would. I want to work. He gave her a laugh by way of reply, and then gave her work as she desired, watching carefully against her tiring herself in any way, and making the lessons more of talk on his part and less of study on hers. They were none the less good for that, nor any the less pleasant, till there came a knock at the front door, and then with a little sigh Faith leaned back against the sofa, as if lessons were done. There is Dr. Harrison, and I shall have to be on my good behavior, Mr. Linden said, quitting the sofa, but I suppose he will not stay all the rest of the day. And as Cindy was slow in her movements, he went and opened the door, Faith the while fitting on a glove finger, first in one element and then in another, Mr. Linden said, as the doctor came in from a sort of simoon of snow. This one for me, said Dr. Harrison, shaking himself. But I should say you must be out of your element today. Wherefore, if you please, said Mr. Linden, as he endeavored to get the doctor out of his. Unless you live in a variety. I thought you were in your element last night. And the doctor went forward into the sitting room. The first move was to take a seat by Faith and attend to her, and his address and his inquiries, with the manner of them, were perfect in their kind, interested, concerned, tender, grateful, to the utmost limit of what might have been in the circumstances testified by anybody. With equal grace and skill they were limited there. Of special individual interest he allowed no testimony to escape him, none at least that was unequivocal, and Faith gave him answers to all he said, till he touched her gloved finger and inquired if the fire had been at work there too. Faith rather hastily drew it under cover and said no. What is the matter with it? There is nothing bad the matter with it, said Faith, very imprudently letting her cheeks get rosy. The doctor looked at her, told her he could cure her finger if she would let him, and then rose up and assumed his position before the fire, looking down at Mr. Linden. There isn't much of a midge about you, after all, he said. I suppose in the matter of wings we are about on a par. What is the extent of the damage? It is nothing worth speaking of, I think now, said the doctor, but we are under an extent of obligation to you, my dear fellow, which sits on me as lightly as obligation so generously imposed should, and yet I should be doubtfully grateful if you could shew me some way in which I could, for a moment, reverse the terms on which we stand towards each other. I don't think of any generous imposition just now, said Mr. Linden, smiling. How are your father and sister? I was afraid they would suffer from the fright, if nothing else. Strong nerves, said the doctor, shrugging his shoulders. We all ate our breakfast this morning, and wanted the chops done as much as usual. Sophie did suffer, though, but it was because Miss Faith would do nothing but get hurt in the house, and wouldn't stay to be made well. I am sure I did something more than that, said Faith, to whom the doctor had looked. You don't deserve any thanks, he said, sitting down again beside her, but there is somebody else that does, and I wish you would give me a hint how to pay them. That young fellow who says he is no friend of yours. He helped us bravely last night. What can I do to please him? Mr. Linden can tell best, said Faith, looking to him. The doctor turned in the same direction. Thank you, Mr. Linden said, and the words were warmly spoken, yet not immediately followed up. Thank you very much, doctor, he repeated thoughtfully. I am not sure that Reuben wants anything just now. Next summer, perhaps, he may want books. I see you are his friend. Yes, if you give the word its full length and breadth. What is that? Said Dr. Harrison. Don't go off to not and all. I suppose in this case I may say a mutual bond of trust, affection, and active good wishes. There is something in that fellow, I judge. You judge right. A fisherman's son, I think you said. Well, I share the active good wishes, at least, if I can assume the affection. So think about my question, Linden, and I'll promise to back your thoughts. What do you do with yourself such a day? I was overcome with ennui till I got out into the elements. Ennui is not one of my friends, said Mr. Linden, smiling. Not even an acquaintance. In fact, I never set a chair for him, as the woman in Elias set a chair for the poor relation, saying, perhaps he will step in today. I have been busy, doctor. What shall I do to amuse you? Will you have a foreign newspaper? The doctor looked dubious, then took the newspaper and turned it over, but not as if he had got rid of his ennui. This smoke in the house will drive us out of Pataquasset a little sooner than we expected. Not this winter? Yes, that's nothing new. But we shall go a few days earlier than we meant. I wish you were going too. When to return, said Mr. Linden. I mean you, not myself. I am a wandering comet, said the doctor. I have astonished Pataquasset so long. It is time for me to flare up in some other place. I don't know, Linden. Somebody must be here occasionally to overlook the refitting of the inside of that library. Perhaps that agreeable duty will fall on me. But Linden, said the doctor, dropping the newspaper and turning half round on his chair, speaking gracefully and comically, you astonish Pataquasset as much as I do. And to tell you the truth, you astonish me sometimes a little. This is no place for you. Wouldn't you prefer a tutorship in Quillipeak, or a professor's chair in one of the city colleges? You may step into either berth presently, and at your pleasure. I know. I do not speak without knowledge. There was a stir of feeling in Mr. Linden's face. There was even an unwonted tinge of color, but the firm-set lips gave no indication as to whence it came, and he presently looked up, answering the doctor in tones as graceful and more simple than his own. Thank you, doctor, once more, but I have full employment, and am, or am not, ambitious, whichever way you choose to render it. Not to speak of the pleasure of astonishing Pataquasset, he added, with a smile breaking out. I could not hope to do that for Quillipeak. Please know, said the doctor, both frankly and with much respect in his manner, that I have been so presumptuous as to concern my mind about this for some time, for which you will punish me as you think I deserve. How to be so much further presumptuous as to speak to you about it was my trouble, and I ventured at last, he said smiling, upon my own certain possession of certain points of that friend character which you were giving just now to Reuben Taylor, or to yourself, in this regard. I am sure you have them, but about Reuben, though I know reward is the last thing he thought of or would wish, yet I, his friend, choose to answer for him, that if you choose to give him any of the books that he will need in college, they will be well bestowed. In college? Said the doctor. Diable, where is he going? Probably to Quillipeak. You said, to college, man. I mean, what is college the road to, in the youngster's mind? I am not sure that I have a right to tell you, said Mr. Linden. It is in his mind a road to greater usefulness. So much, I may say. He'll never be more useful than he was last night. However, I am willing to help him try. What is Mignonette going to do with herself this afternoon? Said the doctor, throwing aside his newspaper and standing before her. I don't know, said Faith. Sit here and work, I suppose. I'll tell you what she ought to do. the doctor went on impressively. She ought to do what the flowers do when the sun goes down, shut up her sweetness to herself, see and be seen by nobody, and cease to be conscious of her own existence. Faith laughed, in a way that gave doubtful promise of following the directions. The doctor stood looking down at her, took her hand and gallantly kissed it, and finally took himself off. "There is a good little trial of my patience," Mr. Linden said. "I don't know but it is well he is going away, for I might forget myself some time, and bid him hands off," at which Faith looked thoughtful. "Faith," Mr. Linden said, gently raising her face, "would you like to live at Quillypeak?" The answer to that was a great rush of color, and a casting down of eyes and face too as soon as it was permitted. "Well," he said smiling, though she felt some other thread in the voice, "what do you think of the words that passed between the doctor and me? Would you like to have me agree to his proposal?" "You would do what is best," she said with a good deal of effort. "I couldn't wish anything else." He answered her mutely at first, with a deep mingling of gravity and affection, as if she were very, very precious. "My dear little child," he said, "if anything on earth could make me do it, it would be you. And yet I cannot." She looked up inquiringly, but except by that look, she asked nothing. "You strengthen my hands more than you weaken them," he said. "I am so sure that you would feel with me. I know it so well. I have a long story to tell you, dear Faith. Sometime, not now," he added, with a sort of shadow coming over his face. "Will you let me choose my own time? I know it is asking a good deal." "It would be asking a great deal more of me to choose any other," Faith said with a sunny smile. "I like that time best." He passed his hand softly once or twice across her forehead, giving her a bright, grateful look, though a little bit of a sigh came with it too, then drew her arm within his and led her slowly up and down the room. But after dinner, and after one or two more lessons, under careful guardianship, Faith was persuaded to lay herself on the sofa and rest, and listen, first to various bits of reading, then to talk about some of her photographic pictures, the talk diverging right and left, into all sorts of paths, fictional, historic, sacred and profane. Then the light faded, the out-of-door light, still amid falling snow, and the firelight shone brighter and brighter, and Mrs. Derrick stopped listening, and went to the dining-room sofa for a nap. Then Mr. Linden, who had been sitting at Faith's side, changed his place so as to face her. "How do you feel to-night?" he asked. "Perfectly well, and as nicely as possible. Just enough remains of last night to make it pleasant to lie still." "You are a real little sunbeam. Do you know I want you to go off with me on a shining expedition?" "On what sort of expedition?" said Faith, laughing. "A shining one. I want to carry your bright face into all the darkest places I can find." There was an alternation of amusement and a grave expression in her face for a minute, one and the other flitting by turns. But then she said quietly, "When, Mr. Linden?" "What shall I do with you?" he said. "Shall I call you Miss Derrick?" "No, indeed," she said, coloring. "I don't often forget myself." "No, I shall not do that, for it would punish myself too much, but I shall do something else, which will not punish me at all, and may perhaps make you remember." "What do you suppose it will be?" "I don't know," she said, flushing all over. "Nothing worse than this," he said, bending his face to hers. "Faith, I did not mean to frighten you so. I'll tell you where I want to take you. You know Monday is the 1st of January, and I want to go with you to those houses in the neighborhood where the wheels of the new year drag a little, and try to give them a pleasant start. Would you like it?" "Oh," she said, springing forward with a delighted exclamation. "Tell me just what you mean. To which houses?" "I mean that if you are well, we will have a long, long sleigh ride, and leave as many little pieces of comfort and pleasure by the way as we can. The houses, dear, will be more than you think. I must make out a list. Faith clapped her hands. Oh, delicious! That is the best thing we could possibly do with Monday. And there are 2 days yet this week. I shall have plenty of chance, Mother and I, to make everything. Oh, what sort of thing shall we take? And what are some of the houses? There is Mrs. Dow, where we went that night, she said, her voice falling. And Sally Lowndes. What places are you thinking of? I think we might give Reuben at least a visit, if nothing else. And there are a good many such houses down about those points, and far on along the shore. I was thinking most of them, though there are some nearer by. But my Mignonette must not tire herself. I did not mean to bring anything but pleasure upon her hands. You can't, in this way, said Faith in delighted eagerness. Who keeps house in Reuben's home? He has no mother. No, I suppose I may say that he keeps house, for his father is away a great deal, and Reuben always seems to be doing what there is to do. As to things, you will want some for well people, and some for sick. At some houses the mere necessary bread and meat, and at others any of those little extras which people who spend all their money for bread and meat can never get. But, little child, Mr. Linden said, smiling, if I let you prepare, you must let me send home. What? She said. I thought you said we would both take them together. He laughed, taking her hand and holding it in both his. And so we will. I meant, send home here, to prepare. Oh, well, said Faith, but we have a great deal now, you know, and I can send Mr. Skip to get more. But one thing I know, we will take Reuben a roast turkey. I wonder if she could tell, in the firelight, with what eyes he watched her and listened to her. Probably not, for his back was towards the fire, and the changing light and shade on his face was a little concealed. But the light had the mastery. Faith, he said, I shall send you home some sugar plums, upon express condition that you are not to eat them up, being quite sweet enough already. His face was so hid that probably Faith thought her own was hid too, and did not know how clearly its moved, timid changes were seen. She leaned forward, and touching one hand lightly to his shoulder, said, What do you mean to make me? Endicott? It was a thing to hear, the soft fall and hesitancy of Faith's voice at the last word. Yet they hardly told of the struggle it had cost. How the word thrilled him she did not know. The persons living from whom he ever had that name were now so few, that there was a strange mingling with the exquisite pleasure of hearing it from her lips, a mingling of past grief and of present healing. He changed his place instantly, and taking possession of her, gave her the most gentle, tender, and silent thanks, perhaps too much touched to speak, perhaps feeling sure that if he spoke at all, it would be in just such words as she had so gently reproved. The answer at last was only a bright, I told you I could not promise, and I will not now. She pushed her head round a little so that she could give a quick glance into his face, in which lay her answer. Her words, when she spoke, made something of a transition, which however was proved by the voice to be a transition in words only. Wouldn't a bag of potatoes be a good thing for us to take? Certainly, and we must take some books, and some orders for wood, and you must have a basket of trifles to delight all the children we meet. That's easy. And books, will you take? That's delicious. That's better than anything, for those who can enjoy them. Do you think any of them want Bibles? We will take some, at a venture. I never like to go anywhere without that supply, and then we shall both have to use our wits to find out just what is wanted in a particular place. The people that tell you most have often the least to tell, and above all, Faith, we shall want plenty of sympathy and kind words and patience. They are more called for than anything else. Do you think you can conjure up a sufficient supply? It is something I know so little about, said Faith. I have never had very much chance. When I went to see Mrs. Custer's, I didn't in the least know how to speak to her. But these people where we are going all know you, I suppose, she said with another and not a little wistful look up into his face. Most of them, more or less. What of it? That makes it easy, she said quietly. But I suppose it would be just the same if you didn't know them, about the sick people. Endicott, if you can tell us how they are sick, Mother and I, between us, can make out what things to prepare for them. Did you think I was in earnest, dear Faith, when I asked about your sympathy? Mr. Linden said, drawing her closer. No, I think I have the sympathy, but I don't so well know how to shew it. Then loaves of bread, I suppose, wouldn't come amiss, and above all, meat. Where else do you think a roast turkey ought to go? To one particular far-off house on the shore that is brimful of little children, and nothing else. We'll take them a big one, said Faith, smiling. And I suppose it is no matter how many cakes. You'll have to make a very particular list, with some notion of what would be best at each place, because in some houses they wouldn't bear what in others they would be very glad of. Wouldn't that be good? So that we might be sure to have the right thing everywhere. One right thing, at any rate. The other things might take their chance. Yes, I will do that. But you know the first thing is that you should get well, and the next that you should not get tired. And these must be secured, if nobody ever has anything. Faith's laugh was joyous. Tomorrow I mean to make cakes and pies, she said, and the next day I will bake bread and roast turkeys and boil beef. And you have no idea what a quantity of each will be wanted. I think I never saw anybody so good at talking people to sleep. That didn't want to go. Now what is that? For the knocker of the front door sounded loudly again. It is something to send people away that don't want to go, Mr. Linden said, as he put her back in her old position on the cushions, and moved his chair to a respectful distance therefrom. But nothing worse came in this time than a note, well enveloped and sealed, which was for Mr. Linden. It ran after this fashion. In the snow, yet the chair not only set for ennui, but ennui in the chair. This 28th December 18. Dear Linden, you see my condition. I am desperate for want of something to do, so I send you this. Enclosed you will please find, if you haven't dropped it on the floor, $25 for the bibliothecal and collegiate expenses of Miss Derrick's friend. If you should hereafter know him to be in further want of the same kind of material aid and comfort, please convey intelligence of the same to myself or father. He, in other words, said friend, saved to us last night far more than the value of this. I am sorry I have no more to say, for your image, what else could it be, has for the moment frightened ennui into the shadow, but he will come back again as soon as I have sealed this, by which you will know when you read the then present condition of your friend most truly, Julius Harrison, in Pataquasset, is it? Mr. Linden read the note by firelight and standing, then came and sat down by Faith and put it in her hands. By firelight Faith read it hastily, and looked up with eyes of great delight. Oh, she said, isn't that good? Then she looked down at the note soberly again. Well, little child, what? He said, smiling. Yes, I am very glad. What are you doubting about? I am not doubting about anything, she said, giving him the note. Only thinking of this strange man. Is he very strange? Mr. Linden said, but he did not pursue the subject, going back instead to the one they had been upon, to give her the information she had asked for about the sick people they were likely to meet in their rounds, passing gradually from that to other matters, thence into silence, and Faith followed him, step by step. Only when he was quite silent, she was asleep. End of section 7. Section 8. of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner, Chapter 7. The next 2 days were busy ones, all round, for though Faith was carefully watched by both her guardians, yet she was really well and strong enough again to be allowed to do a good deal, especially with those intervals of rest and study which Mr. Linden managed for her. His work, between these intervals, took him often out of doors, and various were the tokens of that work which came home, greatly to Faith's interest and amusement. They were curiously indicative, too, both of the varied wants of the poor people in the neighborhood, and of his knowledge on the subject, from a little pair of shoes which was to accompany one roast turkey, to the particular sort of new fishing net which was to go with the other. It really seemed as if every sort of thing was wanted somewhere. Simple things, and easy to get, and not costing much, but priceless to people who had no money at all. Faith was appointed Receiver General, and her hands were full of amusement as well as business, and those two things were the most of all that Mr. Linden suffered to come upon them. Whatever his own means might be, it was no part of his plan to trench upon Mrs. Derrick's, though she on her part entered heart and hands into the work, with almost as much delight as Faith herself, and would have given the two carte blanche to take anything she had in the house. Faith didn't ask him what she should take there, nor let him know much about it till Monday. By this time, what with direct and indirect modes of getting at the knowledge, Faith had become tolerably well acquainted with the class or classes of wants that were to be ministered to. Many were the ovenfuls that were baked that Friday and Saturday. Great service did the great pot that was used for boiling great joints. Nice and comforting were the broths and more delicate things provided, with infinite care, for some 4 or 5 sick or infirm people. But Faith's delight was the things Mr. Linden sent home, every fresh arrival of which sent her to the kitchen with a new accession of zeal, sympathy, and exaltation. Sympathy with him and the poor people, exaltation in the work, most of all in him. Great was the marveling of Cindy and Mr. Skip at these days' proceedings. So passed Friday and Saturday, and Sunday brought a lull. Faith thought so, and felt so. Her roast turkeys and chickens were reposing in spicy readiness. Her boiled meats and bakeries were all accomplished and in waiting, and dismissing all but a little joyful background thought of them. Faith gave her whole heart and mind to the full Sabbath rest, to the full Sabbath rising, and looked, in her deep happiness, as if she were, what she was, enjoying the one and striving after the other. But the ways by which we are to find the good we must seek are by no means always those of our own choosing. It was a clear, cold, still winter's day, cold enough by the thermometer, but so still that the walking to church was pleasant. They had come home from the afternoon service. Faith had not taken off her things when she was called into the kitchen to receive a message. The next minute she was in the sitting room and stood by the side of Mr. Linden's chair. "Mrs. Custers is dying, and has sent for me." "For you, dear child? Well, are you able to go?" "Oh, yes." He looked at her in silence, as if he were making up his own mind on the subject, then rose up and gently seating her on the sofa, told her to rest there till he was ready. But before he came back again, Mrs. Derrick came to Faith's side with a smoking cup of chicken broth and a biscuit. "You've got to eat it, pretty child," she said fondly. "We're both agreed upon that point." which point mandate Faith did not try to dispute. The town clock had struck 4, all counted, when Jerry dashed off from the door with the little sleigh behind him. No other sleigh bells were abroad, and his rang out noisily and alone over the great waste of stillness as soon as they were quit of the village. The air happily was very still, and the cold had not increased, but low the sun was, and sent his slant beams coolly over the snow-white fields, glinting from fences and rocks and bare thickets, with a gleam that threatened he would not look at them long. The hour was one of extreme beauty, fair and still, with a steady strength in its stillness that made the beauty somewhat imposing. There was none of the yielding character of summer there, but a power that was doing its work and would do it straight through. He giveth forth his ice-like morsels. Who can stand before his cold? Thought Faith. The sleighing was excellent, the roads in perfect condition. How long is it since you were here? Mr. Linden said as the house came in sight, shewn only by its twinkling panes of glass. Not since before I went to Pequot, not since a day or two after that ride we took with Dr. Harrison, when you rode stranger the first time. How was she then? Not much different from what she had been before. She didn't say much. She seemed to like to listen to me, or to see me, or both. That was all I could be sure of. Try not to let her spend her strength in examining the past state of her mind. Bid her lay hold of the promise now. A present hold will answer all her questions, and is all the oldest Christian can rest in. I wish you could speak to her instead of me, said Faith. Perhaps she will let you. It is not you nor I, my child. Fix your heart upon Christ, and let him speak. Fix your eyes upon him, and let his light shine. I know it. Oh, I do, she said, looking up at him with an humble, moved face. He lifted her out of the sleigh and led her up to the house, where they were presently admitted, into an outer room first, where Faith could lay off her furs. She's some brighter tonight, the woman in attendance said, in answer to Mr. Linden's questions. I guess she'll be real glad to see you. This was addressed to Faith. Faith left Mr. Linden there, and went into the sick chamber alone, where she was always received as if she had brought an olive branch, or a palm branch, or both of them, in her hand. The spirit of both, no doubt, was in her. The gentle face looked the promise of both peace and victory, as only humility can look it. Mrs. Custers, on her part, looked, as the other had said, glad, if so bright a word could be applied to a face that had lost all its own light, and where no reflected light as yet shone. Yet she was quieter than when Faith had first seen her, whether from mental relief or physical prostration, and was most eager for all Faith's words, listening for the most part in silence, but with eyes that never said enough. As some poor exhausted traveler takes the water which he has at last reached in the desert, nor knows yet whether its bright drops can avail to save his life, but lays him down by the fountain, there to live or die. And Faith, feeling that her hand was ministering those drops of life, lost every other thought, except to wish for a hand that could do it better. Once she ventured a proposition. I have a friend here, Mrs. Custers, who can tell you about all these things much better than I can. Will you let him? May I ask him to come in and see you? Better, she said slowly. I don't believe it. Who is he? Your brother? No, I haven't any brother, but that don't matter. He's somebody that is a great deal better than I am. May I let him come in? He's here, said Faith very quietly, along with her flushing cheek. There was a poor little faint smile for a moment upon the sick woman's lips while Faith spoke, but it passed and she answered in the same tone, "I'll see him, to please you, before you go. I just want the words now, and I like you best." Faith troubled her no more with unnecessary suggestions, and gave her the words. Gave them with the fragrance of her own love about them, which certainly is the surest human vehicle for the love above human that is in them. As on that first occasion, Faith placed herself on the side of the bed, and holding one of Mrs. Custer's hands in her own, bending her soft, quiet face towards the listening eyes and ears, she gave her one by one, like crumbs of life-giving food, the words of promise, of encouragement, of invitation, of example. No answer cheered or helped her, no token of pleasure or even of assent met her. Only those fixed, listening eyes bade her go on, and told that whether for life and refreshment or no, the words were eagerly taken in, each after the other, as she said them. There was something in the strong sympathy of the speaker, in her own feeling and joy of the truths she told, that might give them double power in life to the ears of another. Faith reported the words of her master with such triumphant prizing of them, and such leaning on their strength. She gave his invitations in such tones of affection. She told over the instances of others' prevailing faith with such an evident, clear, satisfying share in the same. The living words this time lost nothing of their power by a dead utterance. Of her own words Faith ventured few, now and then the simplest addition to something she had repeated, to make it more plain, or to carry it further home. Such words as she could not keep back, such words, very much, as she would have spoken to Johnny Fax, not very unlike what Johnny Fax might have spoken to her. But there was not a little physical exhaustion about all this after a while, and Faith found she must have some help to her memory. She went into the other room. "I want a Bible," she said, looking round for it. "Is there one here?" Yes, there was one, but it was Mr. Linden's. That was quickly given her. "I forgot it at the moment you went in," he said, "and then I did not like to disturb you." "My dear Faith," and he held her hand and looked at her a little wistfully. She brought her other hand upon his, and looked down and looked up wistfully too, like one with a heart full. "Can I help you? Can I take your place?" "She won't let you," said Faith, shaking her head. "She says she will see you by and by, but she must take her own time for it." And Faith went back to her ministrations. Of all Bibles, she would have had that one in her hand then, and yet its companionship bowed down her heart with a sense of weakness. But that was the very position for the next move, a spring beyond weakness to the only real and sufficient ground of strength. The afternoon merged into the evening. A tallow candle had been brought by the attendant into the room in which Mr. Linden was waiting, and its dim smoky light would have made a dismal place of it if he had had no other to go by. He could sometimes hear the low tones of a word or two in the other room. More often the tones were so low that they failed to reach him. When this state of things had lasted a long time, as it seemed, there came an interruption in the form of quick steps on the snow. Then the door was pushed open, and Dr. Harrison appeared. "You here?" was his astonished salutation. "What upon earth has brought you?" "I came to bring someone else." "She isn't here," said the doctor. "You don't mean that?" His emphatic pronouns were a little smile-provoking, in spite of the grave thoughts upon which they intruded, or rather perhaps because of them. But if Mr. Linden's face felt that temptation, it was only for a moment. He answered quietly, "If you mean Miss Faith, She has been here a long time. The doctor knew that, if she came when she was called. He had stopped to eat his dinner. I mean her, of course, he said with his tone a little subdued. I shouldn't think her mother would have let her come. Such a night! Which meant very plainly that Dr. Harrison would not have let her. Is she in there with the woman now? Yes. The doctor went with grave aspect to the door of communication between the two rooms, and softly opened it and went in. So softly that Faith, engaged in her reading, did not hear anything. The sick woman's eyes were the first that perceived him. Hers rested on him a moment, then came back to Faith, and then again met the doctor's, but not just as they had been wont. And her first words bore out his impression. You may come in, she said, slowly and distinctly. I'm not afraid of you tonight. He came forward, looked at her, touched her hand, kindly, and then without a word turned to Faith. Faith did not dare ask a question, but her eyes put it silently. She don't want anything, said he meaningly, not from me. She may have anything she fancies to have. Faith's eyes went back to the other face. That the doctor's words had been understood there too was evident from the little flitting color, and the sick woman lay still with closed eyes, clasping Faith's hand as if she were holding herself back from drifting out on that great and unknown sea. But she roused herself and spoke hurriedly. Won't somebody pray for me? Faith bent over until her lips almost touched the sufferer's cheek, and her warm breath floated in the words, I'll bring somebody. Then losing her hold, she sprang from the bed and out into the other room. But when she had clasped Mr. Linden's hand, Faith bent down her head upon it, unable to speak. The strength it could, his hand gave her, and his voice, What, my dear child? Then Faith looked up. She wants you to pray for her. And without waiting for the unnecessary answer, she led Mr. Linden to the door of the room. There dropped his hand and went in before him. Dr. Harrison was standing by the bedpost and looked wordlessly upon the two as they entered. Mrs. Custer scanned the stranger's face as he came towards her with an anxious, eager look, as if she wanted to know whether he could do anything for her, the look changing to one of satisfaction. But to his low-spoken question as he took her hand, she gave an answer that was almost startling in its slow earnestness. Pray that I may believe, and that he may, and that God would bless her forever. How was such a request to be met? Then and there. For a moment Mr. Linden's eyes fell, but then he knelt by her side, and met it most literally, in tones very low and clear and distinct, in words that might have been angels' plumage for their soft bearing upward of the sufferer's thoughts. Faith could feel a slight trembling once or twice of the hand that held hers, but the bitterness of its grasp had relaxed. Dr. Harrison was behind her. Whether he stood or knelt she did not know, but he knew that when the other two rose to their feet, one of them was exceedingly pale, and his move, made on the instant, was to get her a glass of water. Faith only tasted it and gave it him back, and mounted to her former place on the bed, and for a little all was still, until Mr. Linden spoke again in the same clear, guiding tones. My God, within thy hand my helpless soul I trust. Thy love shall ever stand, thy promise must. Then Mrs. Custers opened her eyes, and her first look was at Dr. Harrison, but whether the relaxed mental tension let the bodily weakness appear, or whether the tide was at that point where it ebbs most rapidly, her words were spoken with some trouble. yet spoken as if both to make amends and give information. "You meant to be very kind," she said, "and you have. But now I want to believe, even if it isn't any use." Her eyes passed from him, rested for a minute on Mr. Linden, then came to Faith, and never wavered again. "Read," was all she said. With unnerved lip and quivering breath, Faith began again her sweet utterance of some of those sweetest things. For a moment she longed to ask the other two listeners to go away and leave her alone, but reasons, different and strong, kept her mouth from speaking the wish, and then, once dismissed, it was forgotten. Her voice steadied and grew clear presently. Its low, distinct words were not interrupted by so much as a breath in any part of the room. They steadied her. Faith rested on them and clung to them as she went along, with a sense of failing energy which needed a stay somewhere. But her words did not shew it, except, perhaps, that they came more slowly and deliberately. Mr. Linden had drawn back a little out of sight. Dr. Harrison kept his stand by the bedpost, leaning against it, and whatever that reading was to him, he was as motionless as that whereon he leaned, till some little length of time had passed in this way, and then he came to Faith's side and laid his hand on her open book. "She does not hear you," he said softly. Faith looked at him startled, and then bent forward over the woman whose face was turned a little from her. "She is sleeping," she said, looking up again. "She will not hear you any more," said the doctor. "She breathes regularly." "Yes, so she will for, perhaps, some hours, but she will not awaken again, probably." "Are you sure?" Faith said with another look at the calm face before her. "Very sure. Was it true?" Faith looked still at the unconscious form. Then her Bible fell from her hands and her head wearily sunk into them. The strain was over, broken short. She had done all she could, and the everlasting answer was sealed up from her. Those heavy eyelids would not unclose again to give it. Those parted lips, through which the slow breath went and came, would never tell her. It seemed to Faith that her heart lay on the very ground with the burden of all that weight resting upon it. She was not suffered to sit so long. "May I take you away?" Mr. Linden said. "You must not stay any longer." "Do you think it is no use?" said Faith, looking up at him wearily. "It is of no use," said Dr. Harrison. He had come near, and took her hand, looking at her with a moved face in which there was something very like tender reproach, but he only brought her hand gravely to his lips again, and turned away. Mr. Linden's words were very low spoken. "I think the doctor is right, but let me take you home, and then I will come back and stay till morning if you like, or till there comes a change. You must not stay." "I don't like to go," said Faith without moving. "She may want me again." "There may be no change all night," said the doctor, "and when it comes it will not probably be a conscious change. If she awakes at all, it will be to die. You could do nothing more." Faith saw that Mr. Linden thought so, and she gave it up. With a lingering unwillingness, got off the bed and wrapped her furs round her. Mr. Linden put her into the sleigh, keeping Jerry back to let the doctor precede them. And when he was fairly in front, Faith was doubly wrapped up, as she had been the night of the fire, and could take the refreshment of the cool air, and rest, very wearily, for a while. Mind and both body dropped. Faith was as still as if she had been asleep, but her eyes were gazing out upon the snow, following the distant speck of the doctor's sleigh, or looking up to the eternal changeless lights that keep watch over this little world and mock its changes. Yet not so. but that bear their quiet witness that there is something which is not passing away, yea, that there is something which endureth for ever. He calleth them all by their names, for that he is strong in power, not one faileth. That was in Faith's mind along with other words. The Lord knoweth them that are his. Her mind was in a passive state. Things floated in and floated out. It was some time before Mr. Linden said anything. He let her be as silent and still as she would, but at last he bent over her and spoke, "My Mignonette," and the thought was not sweeter than the words. "Are you asleep?" "No," she said in one of those ethereal answering tones which curiously say a great many things. "Are you resting?" "Yes, I am rested. You must try not to bear the burden of your work after it is done. Now lay it off, and leave your poor friend in the hands where I trust she has left herself. Her senses are not closed to his voice." "I do," she said with a grateful look. "I know it is not my work, nor anybody's." He drew the furs up about her silently, arranging and adjusting them so as to keep off the wind which had risen a little. "We are not very far from home now. We have come fast." And as Jerry did not relax his pace, the little distance was soon traveled over. How fair the lights in their own windows looked then, with their speech of blessing and comfort. They all came together round the fire first, and then round the tea-table, Faith being specially watched over and waited on by both the others. Mrs. Derrick's half-developed fear at their long stay had given place to a sort of moved, untalkative mood when she heard the explanation, but a mood which relieved itself by trying every possible and impossible thing for Faith's refreshment, every possible thing except refreshing talk, and that Mr. Linden gave her. Talk which, without jarring in the least upon the evening's work, yet led her thoughts a little off from the painful part of it. Talk of the Christian's work, of the Christian's privilege, of heaven and the way thither, of the gilding of the cross, of the glory of the crown. Faith heard and joined in it, but there was a point of pressure yet at her heart, and when they left the table and went into the other room, a slight thing gave indication where it lay. Faith took a little bench by Mrs. Derrick's side, drew her mother's arms round her close, and laid her head down on her lap. How softly, how tenderly, did Mrs. Derrick answer the caress, as if she read it perfectly, touching Faith's hands and brow and cheeks with fingers that were even trembling. And at last, whether her child's mute pleading was too much for her, whether the pain which had never left her heart since the day of Faith's overturn had by degrees done its work, she bent down her lips to Faith's cheek and whispered, "Yes, pretty child, I mean to try." And so the door opened, and Cindy and Mr. Skip came in for prayers. Faith hid her face, but otherwise did not stir. How sweet the service was to them all that night! Yes, to them all. There was not one who could help feeling its influence. And yet it was very simple, and not very long. Mr. Linden read first a few Bible passages, and then Wesley's hymn of the New Year, with its bugle note of action, and then to prayer, for which, by that time, every heart was ready. Come, let us anew our journey pursue, roll round with the year, and never stand still till the Master appear. His adorable will let us gladly fulfill, and our talents improve, by the patience of hope and the labors of love. Our life is a dream, our time, as a stream, glides swiftly away, and the fugitive moment refuses to stay. The arrow is flown, the moment is gone, the millennial year rushes on to our view, and eternity's here. Oh, that each, in the day of his coming, may say, "I have fought my way through, I have finished the work thou didst give me to do." Oh, that each from his Lord may receive the glad word, well and faithfully done. Enter into my joy, and sit down on my throne. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 8, Part 1. The first morning of the new year turned out as bright as could be desired, for the great sleigh-riding expedition, the very day for it. And in the very mood for it were the people who were to go. Not but somewhat of last night's gravity hung about Faith's bright face. The one did no hurt to the other, for the best brightness is always sure to be grave, and the best gravity is almost sure to be bright on some side. However, there was nothing contemplative about the character of things this morning. There was too much action afoot. Such an army of meats and drinks, with all sorts of odd ends and varieties, from the shoes to the fishing net, and such an array of apples and sugar plums. To marshal and order them all in proper companies and ranks wanted a general. But Faith was by no means a bad general, and up to the act of stowing the sleigh, at which point the things were made over to Mr. Linden and Mr. Skip. Her part was well done, and Mr. Linden found in the course of his part of the business that Mrs. Derrick and Faith had followed a lead of their own. There had been a pretty packing and tying up and labelling at the table before the sleigh packing began. Faith's busy little fingers went in and out with great dexterity, and either Mr. Linden thought it was pleasant to her, or knew it was pleasant to him, to have them so engaged. For though he stood by and talked to her and laughed at her, he let the said little fingers have their way, except when they touched some harsh bit of string, or rough bit of paper, or unmanageable package, and then his own interfered. It was a bright packing up, without a shadow, at least that could be called such, but once or twice, when with some quick movement of Faith's hand, the diamonds flashed forth their weird light suddenly, she did see that Mr. Linden's eyes went down, and that his mouth took a set, which, if not of pain, was at least sad. It never lasted long, and the next look was always one of most full pleasure at her. But the second time, Faith's heart could hardly bear it. She guessed at the why and the what, but words were too gross a medium to convey from spirit to spirit the touch that love could give and pain bear. She watched her chance, and when one of Mr. Linden's hands was for a moment resting on a package that the other was busied in arranging, suddenly laying the jewelled hand on his, Faith's lips kept it company. "Faith," he said, and then, as if he saw it all, he did not say another word, only held her for a minute in a very, very close embrace. But then he whispered, "Faith, you must give me that in another way." Faith appeared to have exhausted her ammunition, for she only answered by hiding her face. "Faith," Mr. Linden repeated. She looked up slowly, blushing all over, and her very doubtful face seemed to negative the whole proceeding. But then an irrepressible little laugh began to play. "I wouldn't do it," she said unsteadily. "At least I don't know that I would, if I hadn't wished so very much to give you something today, and I have nothing else." And nerving herself desperately, Faith laid one hand on Mr. Linden's shoulder, and slightly raising herself on her toes, did bestow on his lips as dainty a kiss as ever Santa Claus brought in his box of New Year curiosities. But she was overcome with confusion the moment she had done it, and would have rushed off if that had been possible. "Let me go," she said hastily, "let me go," in answer to which she was held as securely fast as she ever had been in her life. Covering and hiding all of her face that she could, Faith renewed her request in a comical tone of humility, as if she didn't deserve it. "I never felt less inclined to let you go." "There is all that work to be done," said Faith, by way of possibly useful suggestion. "Mignonette, will you remember your new lesson?" She whispered softly. No, it was only Santa Claus. "Not Campaspe?" No, certainly not. "You remember," said Mr. Linden, "that when Cupid and Campaspe played at cards for kisses, Cupid paid." "I was unavoidably reminded of that, but you may go on with your work. You know what happens when lessons are learned imperfectly," and liberty for her work she had no more. "Child," said her mother, coming in, "are you ready for your lunch?" "Why, no, mother," said Faith with a little laugh. "Of course not, but I can take it as I go on. There's a good deal of sorting to do yet. I hope the sleigh is big." "Take it as you go, indeed," said Mrs. Derrick. "You've got to stop and eat, child. You can't live till night with nothing but other folks' dinners." Faith, however, declared she could not stop to eat, and she contrived to carry on both the rival occupations together, and even to make right sure that no one else should attempt to live upon anything more ethereal than sandwiches and pumpkin pie. She drank her coffee in the intervals of tying packages and writing labels, and ran about with a sandwich in one hand and a basket in the other, filling Mr. Linden's cup and putting tempting platefuls in his way. But he was as busy as she, spending much of his time at the barn, where Squire Stoutenburg's pretty little box sleigh was in process of filling with cloaks, buffalo robes, and commodities. And at last everything was in, and Mr. Linden came to announce that fact to Faith. Furs and hood were donned, and the sleigh was off with its whole load. Bright, bright the snow was, and blue the shadows, and fair the white expanse of hill and meadow, all crisp and sparkling. Everybody was out, which was not wonderful, but so well had Mr. Linden disposed and covered up his packages that all anybody could see was that he and Faith were taking a sleigh ride, which was not wonderful either, and before long they left the more frequented roads and turned down the lane that led to the dwelling of Sally Lowndes. How different it looked now from that summer evening when Faith had gone there alone. What a colouring then lay on all the ground that was now white with sunlight and blue with shade, and also what a difference in the mental colouring. But Jerry, travelling faster than her feet had done, soon brought them to the house. Mr. Linden buckled the tie and helped Faith to emerge from the buffalo robes, the winter wind blowing fresh from the sea and sweeping over the down till Jerry shook his blanket in disapproval. "Now, my little counsellor," said Mr. Linden, "what does your wisdom say should go in here, besides this basket of substantiate? I think you know more of these people than I do." And the surf in its cold monotony said, "Anything warm?" "Mother has put in a shawl for Sally," said Faith, getting out the package. It was one that Mrs. Derrick found she could do without. "And a little paper of tea. Tea is Sally's greatest delight. Here it is." Sally's abode was in nothing different from the run of poor houses in the country. Unpainted, of course, outside and inside, a rag carpet on the floor, a gay patchwork coverlet on the bed. Sally herself was in the rocking-chair before a little wood fire. But there was not the look of even poor comfort which may sometimes be seen. Want that told of lack of means, and that also went deeper, was visible in everything. "I've come to wish you a happy New Year, Sally," said Faith brightly. "Laws, I wonder where it's to come from," said Sally. "If wishing I would fetch it, I've wished it to myself till I'm tired. Happy New Years don't come to all folks, ain't that? How do you do, sir? Ain't it the gentleman Jenny told of, that fell down at Mr. Simlin's door?" "And got up again," said Mr. Linden. "Yes, I presume I am the very person Jenny told of. I remember that Jenny was very kind to me too. Where is she?" Oh, she's to Mr. Simlins's all along. She's got a good place. She knows when she's comfortable. She don't think of me staying here all alone. But aren't you comfortable, Sally? Said Faith. I should like to know how I would be. Folks that is comfortable thinks all the world is like them. If they didn't, they'd help. Well, what is the first thing that would help to make you comfortable? Said Mr. Linden. Sally looked at him up and down. I'd like to see a speck of somebody's face now and then. I mope and mope till I wish I'd die to get rid of it. You see, sir, I ain't as I used to was, and my family ain't numerous now. There's no one lives in this house over my head but me and a girl what stays by me to do chores. Ain't that a life for a spider? Faith had been stealthily unfolding the shawl, and now put it round Sally's shoulders. Will that help to make you comfortable? She said gently. Laws, said Sally, ain't that smart? That's good as far as it goes. Where did that come from? Mother sent it to you for New Year. It's real becoming of her, said Sally in a mollified tone, feeling of the shawl. Well, I won't say this New Year's ain't brought me something. It brings you too much cold air at present, Mr. Linden said. Do you know that window lets in about as much cold as it keeps out? Well, I reckon I do, said Sally. I've nothing to do all day but sit here and realise onto it. There ain't no such thing as building a fire in the chimney that'll keep out the cold from that winter. I should think not. The way is to attack the window itself, he said, looking at it as if he were studying the attack. We've brought you something else here, Sally, to help keep out the cold, said Faith. May I put the things in your closet, so as to carry home my basket? Yes, if you like. What have you got there, Faith? Said Mrs. Lowndes, looking into the closet after her. There's a piece of beef, Sally, of Mother's own curing, all ready cooked, so you'll have nothing to do but cook your potatoes. And Mother thought you'd like a few of our potatoes, they're good this year. Then here is a little paper of tea she sent you, and I've brought you one of my own pumpkin pies, so you must say it is good, Sally. Well, I'm beat, said Sally. Ain't you got something else? She was like to be beat on all hands, for Mr. Linden, who had been examining the window while Faith emptied her basket, now went out and presently brought back hammer and nails and strips of lathe that made Faith wonder whether he had brought a tool chest along. But the noise of his hammer was much more cheerful than the rattling of the window, and when it had done its work outside as well as in, the wind might whistle for admission in vain. He came in and stood by the fire for a moment then, before they set off, and asked Faith softly what else was wanted, and Faith whispered in answer, The dairyman's daughter, but you must give it. Can't you get some comfort in reading your Bible, Sally? Said Faith, while Mr. Linden went out to the sleigh with his hammer and nails. Laws, said Sally, what's the use? I ain't got the heart to take the trouble to read half the time. If you read one half the time and pray too, Sally, you'll soon get heart for the other half. It's easy talking, was Sally's encouraging view of the case. It's a great deal easier doing, said Faith. If you try it, Sally, it'll make you so glad you'll never say you want comfort again. Well, you've brought me a heap today anyhow, said Sally. Just look at that window. I declare I 'spect I'll make out to eat me dinner today without scolding. Mr. Linden came back with the tract, but kept it in his hand for a minute. Do you know, Sally, how a house is built upon the bare ground? He said. The mason lays down one stone, and then another on that, and if he cannot have his choice of stones, he takes just what come to hand, little and big, putting in plenty of mortar to bind all together. Now that's the way you must build up a happy year for yourself, and in that way everyone can. The words were spoken very brightly, without a touch of fault-finding. Well, said Sally, rocking herself back and forth in the rocking-chair, I expect you know how, which might have been meant as a compliment or as an excuse. I think you do, said Mr. Linden, smiling, and I am going to leave you a true story of how it was really done by somebody else. Will you read it?" "Yes," said Sally, continuing to rock. "I'll do anything you ask me to after that, Winder. You've given me a good start, anyways. I'd as lieves hear you talk as most things." There was not time for much more talk then, however. Mr. Linden and Faith went away, leaving the little book on the table. But when Sally went to take a nearer view of its words of golden example, there lay on it the first real little gold piece Sally had ever possessed. "That was a good beginning," said Faith in a sort of quiet glee, after she had got into the sleigh again. "I knew before we were like a butcher and baker setting off on their travels. But I had no idea there was a carpenter stowed away anywhere," and her laugh broke forth upon the air of those wild downs as Jerry turned his head about. "I must be something, you know," said Mr. Linden, "and I don't choose to be the butcher, and certainly am not the baker." They turned into the village again, and then down towards the shore, getting brilliant glimpses of the Sound now and then, and a pretty keen breeze. But the sun was strong in its modifying power, and bright and happy spirits did the rest. One little pause the sleigh made at the house where Faith had had her decisive interview with Squire Deacon, but they did not get out there, only gave a selection of comforts into the hands of one of the household, and jingled on their way shorewards, not turning down to the bathing region, but taking a road that ran parallel with the Sound. "Do you remember our first walk down here, Faith?" said Mr. Linden, "when you said you had showed me the shore?" "Well, I did," said Faith, smiling. "I showed you what I knew, but you showed me what I had never known before." "I'm sure you showed me some things I had never known before," he said, laughing a little. "Do you know where we are going now?" They had left the beaten road, and entered a byway where only footsteps marked the snow, and no sleigh before their own had broken ground. It seemed to be a sort of coastway, leading right off towards the dashing Sound, and its low points and inlets. The shore was marked with ice as well as foam. The water looked dark and cold, with the white gulls soaring and dipping, and the white line of Long Island in the distance. "No, I don't know. Where are we going?" "Oh, how beautiful! Oh, how beautiful!" Faith exclaimed. "Hasn't every time its own pleasure? Where are we going? Endicott?" "To see one who Dr. Harrison fancies may have something in him. Whatever made the doctor take such a dislike to Reuben?" Faith did not answer, and instead looked forward with a sort of contemplative gravity upon her brow. Her cheeks were already so brilliant with riding in the fresh air that a little rise of colour could hardly have been noticed. "Do you know?" Faith presently replied that she supposed it was a dislike taken up without any sort of real ground. "Well, to tell you the truth, my little mignonette," said Mr. Linden, "the doctor's $25 gives me some trouble in that connection. Reuben will take favours gladly from anybody that likes him, but towards people who do not, they are very few indeed. He is as proud as if he had the Bank of England at his back. I might send him a dinner every day if I choose, but if Reuben was starving, his conscience would have a struggle with him before he would take bread from Dr. Harrison." Faith listened very seriously, and her conclusion was a very earnest, "Oh, I am sorry." But then she went on thoughtfully, "I don't know that Dr. Harrison dislikes Reuben. He don't understand him, how should he? And I know they have never seemed to get on well together." "I chose to answer for him the other day," said Mr. Linden, "and I shall not let him refuse. But I have questioned whether I would tell him anything about the money till he is ready for the books. Then if he should meet the doctor, and the doctor should ask him—" Faith was silent a bit. "But Reuben will do what you tell him," she said. "And besides, Reuben was doing everything he could for Dr. Harrison the other night. He can't refuse to let Dr. Harrison do something for him. I don't think he ought." He had no thought of reward, still he would not refuse if he supposed any part of the doing was out of care for him, and you know I cannot tell him that I think it is, but I shall talk to him about it. Not to-day. I will not run the risk of spoiling his pleasure at the sight of us. There, do you see that little beaver-like hut on the next point? That is where he lives. Faith looked at it with curious interest. That little brown spot amidst the waste of snow and waters, that was where the fisherman's boy lived, and there he was preparing himself for college, and for what besides? Will Reuben or his father be hurt at all at anything we have brought them? She said then. No, they will take it all simply for what it is, a New Year's gift. And Reuben would not dream of being hurt by anything we could do. He is as humble as he is proud. We are like enough to find him alone. And so they found him, with an absorbed ignoring of sleigh bells and curiosity, perhaps because the former rarely came for him. Reuben had sat still at his work until his visitors knocked at the low door. But then he came with a step and face, ready to find Mr. Linden, though not Faith, and his first flush of pleasure deepened with surprise and even a little embarrassment as he ushered her in. There was no false pride about it, but Miss Faith was looked upon by all the boys as a dainty thing, and Reuben placed a chair for her by the driftwood fire, with as much feeling of the unfitness of surrounding circumstances as if she had been the queen. Something in the hand that was laid on his shoulder brushed that away, and then Reuben looked and spoke as usual. Surrounding circumstances were not so bad after all. Faith had noticed how carefully and neatly the snow was cleared from the door and down to the water's edge, and everything within bore the same tokens. The room was very tiny, the floor bare, but very clean, the blazing driftwood the only adornment. Yet not so, for on an old sea chest which graced one side of the room lay Reuben's work which they had interrupted, an open book with one or two others beside it, and by them all, with mesh and netting, needle and twine, lay an old net which Reuben had been repairing. The driftwood had stone supporters. The winter wind swept in a sort of grasping way round the little hut, and the dashing of the sound waters and the sharp war of the floating ice broke the stillness. But they were very glad eyes that Reuben lifted to Mr. Linden's face, and a very glad alacrity brought forward a little box for Faith to rest her feet. "Don't you mean to sit down, Mr. Linden?" he said. "To be sure I do, but I haven't wished you a happy new year yet," and the lips that Reuben most reverenced in the world left their greeting on his forehead. It was well the boy found something to do, with the fire and Faith's box and Mr. Linden's chair, but then he stood silent and quiet as before. "Don't you mean to sit down, Reuben?" said Faith. Reuben smiled, not as if he cared about a seat, but he brought forward another little box, not even the first cousin of Faith's, and sat down as she desired. "Didn't you find it very cold, Miss Faith?" he said, as if he could not get used to seeing her there. "Are you getting warm now?" Faith said she hadn't been cold, and would fast enough have entered into conversation with Reuben, but she thought he would rather hear words from other lips, and was sure that other lips could give them better. "And have you got quite well, ma'am?" said Reuben. "Don't I look well?" she said, smiling at him. "What are you doing over there, Reuben, making a net?" "Oh, I was mending it, Miss Faith." "I can't afford to have you at that work just now," said Mr. Linden. "You know we begin school again tomorrow. You must tell your father from me, Reuben, that he must please to use his new one for the present, and let you mend up that at your leisure. Will you?" Reuben flushed, looking up and then down as he said, "Yes, sir," and then very softly, "Oh, Mr. Linden, you needn't have done that." "Of course I need not. People need never please themselves, I suppose. But you know, Reuben, there is a great deal of Santa Claus work going on at this time of year, and Miss Faith and I have had some of it put in our hands. I won't answer for what she'll do with you, but you must try and bear it manfully." Reuben laughed a little, half in sympathy with the bright words and smile, half as if the spirit of the time had laid hold of him. "You know, Mr. Linden," said Faith, laughing but appealingly too, "that Reuben will get worse handling from you than he will from me, so let him have the worst first." "I'll bring in your basket," was all he said, and the basket came in accordingly, Reuben feeling too bewildered to even offer his services. Faith found herself in a corner. She jumped up and placed herself in front of the basket so as to hide it. "Wait," she said. "Reuben, how much of a housekeeper are you?" "I don't know, Miss Faith. I don't believe I ever was tried." "Do you know how to make mince pies, for instance?" But Reuben shook his head with a low-spoken, "No, Miss Faith," a little as if she was somewhat transparent, and he was viewing the basket behind her. "Never mind my question," said Faith, "but tell me, could you stuff a turkey? Do you think, if you tried?" "I suppose I could somehow," Reuben said, colouring and laughing. "I never tried, Miss Faith." "Then you couldn't," said Faith, her laugh rolling round the little room as softly as the curls of smoke went up the chimney. "You needn't think you could. But, Reuben, since you can't, don't you think you would let me do it once for you?" Reuben's words were not ready in answer, but a bashful look at Faith's face and her hands, one that reminded her of the clam roasting, was followed by a grateful, low-spoken, "I don't think you ought to do anything for me, Miss Faith." "I have had so much pleasure in it, Reuben, you'll have to forgive me," Faith answered, withdrawing from the basket. "You must look into that at your leisure, Reuben," Mr. Linden said as he watched the play of feeling in the boy's face. "Miss Faith is in no hurry for her basket." Reuben heard him silently, and as silently lifted the basket from where it stood and set it carefully on the table. But then he came close up to Faith and stood by her side. "You are very good, Miss Faith," he said. "I don't know how to thank you." "Reuben," said Faith, colouring, "you mustn't thank me at all. I've just had the pleasure of doing, but it is Mr. Linden that has brought the basket here, and me too." "And he must take you away," Mr. Linden said. "Reuben, you may thank Miss Faith just as much as you please. If I had nothing else to do, I should invite myself here to dinner, but as it is, I must be off." "Are you ready?" he said to Faith, while in silence Reuben knelt down to put on again the moccasins which she had thrown off, and then she followed Mr. Linden. Reuben followed too, partly to help their arrangements, partly at Mr. Linden's bidding to bring back the net. But when there was added thereto a little package, which could only mean books, Reuben's cup of gravity at least was full, and words of good-bye he had none. And for a few minutes after they drove away, Faith too was silent with great pleasure. She hardly knew, though she felt, how bright the sun was on the snow, and how genial his midday winter beams, and with how crisp a gleam the light broke on ice points and crests of foam, and glanced from the snowbanks. The riches of many days seemed crowded into the few hours of that morning. Were they not on a shining expedition? Had they not been leaving sunbeams of gladness in house after house, that would shine on nobody knew how long? Faith was too glad for a little while not to feel very sober. Those sunbeams came from so high a source, and were wrought in with others that so wrapped her own life about. So she looked at Jerry's ears and said nothing. "Faith," Mr. Linden said suddenly, "I wish I could tell you what it is to me to be going these rounds with you." Faith showed a quick, touched little smile. "I've been thinking just now what it means." "I should like to have the explanation of those last 3 words." "What it means?" And the slight play of her lips did not at all hinder the deep, deep strength of her thought from being manifest. "It means all you have taught me and led me to." You don't intend to lead me to a very clear understanding, he said playfully, and yet with a tone that half acknowledged her meaning. Do you ever remember what you have taught me? They say one should, at the end of the year, reckon up all the blessings it has brought. But I know not where to begin, nor how to recount them. This year it has been like the shield in the old fable. It seemed to me of iron to look forward to, so cold and dark, and it has been all gold. Did it look so? She said, with quick eyes of sympathy. Yes, little Sunbeam, it looked so, and there were enough earthly reasons why it should. But unbelief has had a rebuke for once. If I know myself, I am ready now to go forward without a question. Over what hill difficulty did that future road lie? He did not explain, and the next words came with a different tone, one that almost put the other out of Faith's head. My little Sunbeam, do you keep warm? Yes, she said, with a somewhat wistful look that came from a sunbeam, determined upon doing its very best of shining for him. But she was silent again for a minute. There are plenty of sunbeams abroad today, Endicott, she said. Then with rare sweetness of tone, that touched but did not press upon his tone of a few minutes ago. Dear Faith, he said, looking at her, and answering the wistfulness and the smile and the voice all in one. Do you know I can never find words that just suit me for you? And do you know that I think there was never such a New Year's Day heard of? It is all sunshine. Just look how the light is breaking out there upon the ice, and touching the waves, and shining through that one little cloud. And guess how I feel it in my heart. Do you know how much work of this sort, and of every sort, you and I shall have to do together, little child, if we live? It was a look of beauty that answered, so full in its happiness, so blushing and shy, but Faith's words were as simple as they were earnest. I wish it. There can't be too much. Their course now became rather irregular, crossing about from one spot to another, and through a part of the country where Faith had never been. Here was a sort of shore population, people living upon rocks and sand rent-free, or almost that, and supporting themselves otherwise as best they might. A scattered, loose-built hamlet, perching along the icy shore, and with its wild winds to rock the children to sleep, and the music of the waves for a lullaby. But the children throve with such nursing, if one might judge by the numbers that tumbled in the snow, and clustered on the doorsteps, and the amusement they afforded Faith was not small. The houses were too many here to have time for a visit to each. A pause at the door, and the leaving of some little token of kindness, was all that could be attempted, and the tokens were various. Faith's loaves of bread, and her pieces of meat, or papers from the stock of tea and sugar, with which she had been furnished, or a bowl of broth jelly for some sick person, a pair of woollen stockings, perhaps, or a flannel jacket for some rheumatic old man or woman, or a Bible, or a combination of different things where the need demanded. But Faith's special fun was with the children. End of section 9. Section 10 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 8, Part 2. When they first entered the hamlet, Mr. Linden brought forward and set at her feet one basket of trifling juvenile treasures, and another filled more substantially with apples and cakes and sugar plums. And then, as all the children were out of doors, he drove slowly and let her delight as many of them as she chose. What pleasure it was! Those little cold hands, so unwonted to cakes, and that could hardly hold apples. How eagerly, how shyly they were stretched out. With what flourishes of bare feet or old shoes the young ones scampered away, or stood gazing after Jerry's little dust cloud of snow. Ever after to remember and tell of this day as one wherein a beautiful lady, dressed up like a pussy-cat, gave them an apple or a stick of candy or a picture book. Faith was in a debate between smiles and tears by the time they were through the hamlet and dashing out again on the open snow. For Mr. Linden had left all that part of the business to her, though the children all seemed to know him, and he them, by heart. And good note Faith took of that, and laid up the lesson. She had been a very good Santa Claus the while, and had acted the part of a sunbeam indifferent well, being just about so bright and so soft in all her dealings with those same little cold hands and quick spirits, giving them their apples and candy with a good envelope of gentle words and laughter. Seeing that she had it to do, she went into the game thoroughly, but once she made a private protest. "Do you know, Endicott, these things would taste a great deal sweeter if your hand gave them." "I know nothing of the sort." "Sweeter? Look at that urchin deep in peppermint candy. Could anything enhance the spice or the sweetness of that?" "Yes," said Faith, shaking her head. "And look at that little girl before him, who took the apple and looked at you all the while." "She has an eye for contrast," he said, laughing, "and is probably wondering why all people can't look alike." Faith did not secretly blame her, but she left the subject. It was the furthest point of their round that they went now. Another fisherman's house, far, far off on the shore. A little larger than Reuben's, but not so neatly kept, as indeed how could it be, with so many children, or how could the house hold them in those times of weather when they condescended to stay in? They were in pretty good order, to do their mother justice, and she in great delight at the sight of her visitors. There was no room for silence here, or at least no silence in the room, for Mrs. Ling was never at a loss for words, and there was no need of much circumlocution in presenting the turkey. Nothing but pleasure could come of it, let it enter on which foot it would, and the train of potatoes and tea and bread and other things fairly made Mrs. Ling's eyes shine, though she talked away as fast as ever. The children were in spirits too great to be got rid of in any ordinary way, especially the youngest walking Ling, whose turn having not yet come for a pair of shoes from his father's pocket, was now to be fitted out of Mr. Linden's sleigh. And the shoes did fit, and little Japhet marked his sense of the obligation by at once requesting Faith to tie them, which Faith did in a state of delight too great for words. "Now what do you feel like?" she said, when Japhet was fairly shod, and she still stooping at his feet. "I feel like a king," said Japhet promptly, which had been the height of his unrepublican ambition for some time. "Dear sake," said his mother, who had heard the child's request too late to interfere, "I hope you'll not mind him, ma'am. He ought to know better, but he don't, and poor things when they gets pleased, it ain't often you see, ma'am, so I can be hard upon 'em. Do you feel warm? We do make out to keep warm most times." "I am quite warm, thank you, but I should think you'd feel the wind down here." "Japhet," said Faith, who had brought in her basket of varieties, and whose quiet eyes were fairly in a dance with fun and delight, "which do you think kings like best, cookies or candy?" To which Japhet with equal promptness replied, "Candy and cookies." "Don't," his mother said again, but the basket of varieties looked almost as wonderful to her eyes as to those of the children, who now gathered round as near as they dare come, while Mrs. Ling cautiously peeped over their heads. "I see you feel like a king," said Faith, filling both Japhet's hands. "There, now I hope you don't feel like Alexander." "Alexander hain't got nothing," said Japhet, looking towards his eldest brother, which did not overset Faith's gravity, because by this time she had none to speak of. Alexander's delight was found to be in red apples. and he thought a little common top a treasure such as neither Diogenes nor the real Alexander knew of between them. One little girl was made happy with a wonderful picture book in which there were a dog, a cat, and a lion, with a great mane, just ready to eat a man up, with the stories thereto pertaining, and a neat little slate seemed a most desirable acquisition to the bright eyes of an older girl. They were all more satisfied than the conqueror of the world by the time Faith rose from the basket. And then she offered her tribute of gingerbread to Mrs. Ling. The little girl with the slate, once released from the spell of the basket, went up to Mr. Linden, who had stood looking on, and said, "She's awake now, if you please, sir," and he turned and went into the next room, leaving Mrs. Ling to entertain Faith as best she might, for which Mrs. Ling was most ready. "Ma always does want to see him," she said. "You see, ma'am, she can't never get up now. So it's a play to hear somebody talk. And Ma likes him special. Mr. Summers, he's been kind too, and Mrs. He come down when Ma was first took, and since, but some ways she don't just see into him much. I don't know, but it's along of his being better than other folks. But after all, a person wants to have even good things taught to them, so's they can understand. Now, Mr. Linden, my Mary there'll listen to him for an hour, and never lose a word." And Mary's bright little eyes answered that readily, while Mrs. Ling's went back to the basket. "I can't believe," she said, "you don't know what you've done, ma'am. Why, there ain't one of them children as ever see a real live turkey cooked in their existence. You don't know what pleasure I had in doing it for them, Mrs. Ling. Mr. Linden told me there was a house full of children." "Well, so there is," said Mrs. Ling, looking round the room, "and it's no wonder he thinks so, for they tease him most out of his life sometimes when he's here, or would if he want as good-natured as the day's long. But there ain't one too many, after all said and done, for I've got nothing else, so if it weren't for them, I should be poorly off." With which reverse statement of the case, Mrs. Ling complacently smoothed down 4 or 5 heads and tied as many aprons. "Ma," said little Mary, "will Mr. Linden sing for us to-day?" "I daresay if you ask him pretty," said her mother. "No, I guess he's busy and won't be bothered." "He never is bothered," said Mary persistently, while 2 or 3 of the others, recovering from their apples and shyness, ventured up to Faith again and began to stroke her furs. "What does he sing for you, Jenny?" said Faith, taking the little picture book girl on her lap, and glad to put her own face down in a somewhat sheltered position. "Oh, he sings hymns," said Jenny, gazing abstractedly at the lion and the cat, by turns, and other things too sometimes. "Hymns are very interesting and beautiful, don't you think so?" said Mary, drawing nearer. "Yes, indeed I do," said Faith, stretching out her hand and pulling the little girl up to her. "What ones do you like best, Mary?" But Mary's answer stayed, for Mr. Linden came back at that moment, and skilfully making his way up to Faith, without running over any of the little throng, he told her he was ready. And Faith, though secretly wishing for the song as much as any of the children, set Jenny on the floor and rose up, while Mr. Linden laughingly showed her an excellent way of investing 10 cents, by giving the children each one. Meanwhile Mrs. Ling had been emptying the basket. There was the cold turkey in the full splendour of its rich brown coat, a good large turkey too, but lest there should not be enough of it to go round to so many mouths, Mrs. Derrick and Faith had added a nice piece ready boiled of salt pork. Then there were potatoes and some of Faith's bread, and a paper of tea and another of sugar, and there was arrowroot, made and unmade, for the sick woman, with some broth jelly. It was one of those houses where a good deal was wanted, and the supply had been generous in proportion. Mrs. Ling was at her wit's end to dispose of it all, and the children watched her in a gale of excitement, till the last thing was carried off, and Mrs. Ling began to shake out the napkins and fold them up. But then they came round Mr. Linden with their petition, urging it with such humble pertinacity that he was fain at last to comply. It was only a child's Christmas hymn, set to a simple, bright, quick tune, which at first kept some of the smallest feet in a greater state of unrest than the older children thought at all respectful. O little children, sing, Jesus your Lord and King, for you a child became, on that bright Christmas day, he in a manger lay, who hath the one almighty name. Come, children, love him now, before the Saviour bow, give him each little heart, his spotless nature see, then like him spotless be, and choose his service for your part. The joy of loving him shall never fade nor dim, while worldly joys fly fast, Jesus to see and love, first here and then above, such joy shall ever, ever last. I'll give myself away, on this new Christmas day, he gave his life for me, Jesus my heart is thine, O make it humbly shine, with ever-living love to thee. O Jesus our great friend, our Saviour without end, thy praises we will bring, glory to God's high throne. Peace now on earth is known, and we for joy may ever sing. There, Mr. Linden said, breaking the hush into which the children had subsided, and gently disengaging himself from them. Now I have given you something to think of, and you must do it and let me go. And he and Faith were presently on their way, Faith feeling that she had something to think of too. The sun was westing fast as they turned, but now their way lay towards home, via sundry other places. The long sunbeams were passing lovely as they lay upon the snow, and the fantastic shadows of Jerry and the sleigh and all it held were in odd harmony and contrast. The poverty-stricken house to which the two had walked that memorable night had been already visited and passed, and several others with sick or poor inhabitants. Then Mr. Linden turned off, down one of the scarce, broken by-roads, and stopped before a little lonely brown house with an old buttonwood tree in front. "There is a blanket to go in here, Faith," he said, as he took her out, "and also my hammer, for there is always something to do." "Always something to do at this house?" "Yes," he answered laughingly, "so you must hold in check your aversion to carpenters. If you'll please have a charity for the butcher and baker, and tell me what I shall take in here for my part." "Oh, we'll go in and find out. These good people are never just suited unless they have the ordering of everything. They'll tell us what they want fast enough, but if we guessed at it beforehand, they would maybe find out that those were just the things they did not want. Only my hammer, I'm sure of that." The good people in question were an old man and his wife, living in one little room and with very little furniture. Very deaf the old man was, and both of them dim-sighted, so that the old Bible on the shelf was only a thing to look at, if indeed it had ever been anything more, which some people doubted. This was one of the first things Mr. Linden took hold of after the kind greetings were past, and he gave it to Faith, telling her that old Mr. Roscombe always expected his visitors to read to him, and that if she would do that, he would mend Mrs. Roscombe's spinning wheel, which he saw was ready for him. Faith threw back her hood and her furs, and took a seat close by the old man, and the first thing he heard was her sweet voice asking him where she should read, or if he liked to hear any part in particular. No, he said, he liked to have it surprise him. Faith pondered how she could best surprise him, but she had not much time to spare, and no chance to ask counsel. So she read as her heart prompted her. First the 5th chapter of 2 Corinthians, with its joyful Christian profession and invitation to others. Then she read the account of Jesus healing the impotent man and bidding him sin no more. And then she turned over to the Psalms and gave Mr. Roscombe the beautiful 103 Psalm of Thanksgiving, which after those other 2 passages seemed particularly beautiful. This was work that Faith loved, and she read so. How softly the hammer worked while she read. She might have noticed if her mind had not been full. But though she had no word from that quarter, Mr. Roscombe's opinion was clear. "That's good," he said, "and strong, and I'm obliged to ye." And then, the wheel being near done, there was a little skilful talk gone into, in the course of which Faith and Mr. Linden learned that the old couple were real tired of salt meat some days, and that rye bread weren't that wholesome by itself, and that if their tea should give out they didn't know what they should do, and that times when the old man was a little poorly, nothing on earth would serve him but a roasted potato. All of which was said just for the pleasure of talking to sympathising faces, without the least idea of what was at the door. The blanket was too old a want to be spoken of, but Faith needed only to look at the bed, and then she looked at Mr. Linden, in delighted watch to see what his next move would be, in the intervals of her chat with Mr. Roscombe, which was very lively. Mr. Linden had finished his work, and stood balancing his hammer and listening to the catalogue of wants with a smile both grave and bright. "Are these just things you wish for?" he said. "Well, your father knoweth that ye have need of them, and he has sent them by our hands to-day, so you see that you may trust him for the future." He laid his hand on Faith's shoulder as an invitation to her to follow, and went out to the sleigh. She was at the side of it as soon as he, and in it the next minute, stopping to give him only with the eye one warm speech of sympathy and joy. "You haven't put up a basket specially for these people, of course," she said, "so we shall have to take the things from everywhere. There's a beautiful chicken in that basket, Endicott. I know. That's the largest one we have left. And bread. There aren't but 2 loaves here. Shall we give them both, or do we want one somewhere else?" "I think we may give them both. And Faith, don't you think a roasted apple might alternate usefully with the potato?" Faith dived into the receptacle for apples, and brought out a good quantity of the right kind. Potatoes were not in very large supply, but tea and sugar were, blessed things, unfailing. "And here is a pumpkin pie," said Faith. "I am sure they'll like that, and as many cookies and cruller as you like." "And what else, Endicott?" "Oh, here's a pair of those big socks mother knit. Wouldn't they be good here?" "Very good, dear child, and this blanket must go, and some tracts, that will furnish more reading. You run in with those, Faith. These other things are too heavy for you." "I've strength enough to carry a blanket," said Faith, laughing. "Well, run off with that too, then," said Mr. Linden, "only if your strength gives out by the way, please to fall on the blanket." Faith managed to reach the house safely, and with a bright face deposited the blanket on a chair. "I got leave to bring this in to you, Mrs. Roscombe," she said. "I suppose you know what Mr. Linden means you to do with it." Perhaps they had seen no 2 people in the course of the day more thoroughly pleased than these 2. The sources of pleasure were not many in that house, and the expectation of pleasure not strong, and the need of comforts had not died out with the supply, and old and alone as they were, the looking forward to possible cold and hunger was a trial. It was easy to see how the blanket warmed the room, and promised a mild winter, and how the socks became liniment, and it seemed doubtful whether the old man would ever be sick enough for roast potatoes, with the potatoes really in the house. So with other things, they took a childish pleasure even in the cakes and pie, and an order for wood was a real relief. And what a dinner they were already eating in imagination. Mr. Linden had put Faith in the sleigh, with the last sunset rays playing about her, and he stood wrapping her up in all sorts of ways, and the old man and the old woman stood in the door to see. Then, in a voice which he supposed to be a whisper, Mr. Roscombe said, "Be she his wife?" "He didn't say, and I don't know what he said," screamed Mrs. Roscombe. "Well, she's handsome enough for it, and so's he," said the old man, contemplatively. I hope he'll get one as good. Very merrily Mr. Linden laughed as they drove away. I hope I shall, he said. Faith, what do you think of that? And which of us has the compliment? But Faith was engaged in pulling her furs and buffalo robes around her, and did not appear to consider compliments even a matter of moonshine, much less of sunshine. Her first words were to remark upon the exceeding beauty of the last touch the sunlight was giving to certain snowy heights and white cumuli floating above them. A touch so fair and calm as if heaven were setting its own seal on this bright day. Is your heart in the clouds? Mr. Linden said, bending down to look at her with his laughing eyes. How can you abstract your thoughts so suddenly from all sublunary affairs? Do you want any more wrapping up? A little flashing glance of most naive appeal, and Faith's eyes went down absolutely. You may as well laugh, he said. One cannot get through the world without occasionally hearing frightful suggestions. Faith did laugh, and gave him another good little look, about which the only remarkable thing was that it was afraid to stay. What were your cloudy remarks just now? Said Mr. Linden. I wanted you to look at the beautiful light on them, and those far-off ridges of hill. It is not gone yet. Yes, they are very beautiful, but I believe I am not in a meditative mood today, or else the rival colours distract me. Faith, I mean to put you in the witness box again. In the witness box, she said with a mental jump to Endicott, and a look to suit. Yes, but we are not on the banks of Kildare River, and need not be afraid, he said with a smile. Faith, whatever made you take such an aversion to Phil Davids? I don't dislike him, she said softly. I did not mean to doubt your forgiving disposition, but what did he do to displease you? Did Mr. Linden know? Or did he not know? Faith looked up to see. He was just disentangling one of the lines from Jerry's tale, but met her look with great composure. It's an old thing, said Faith. It's not worth bringing up. But since I have brought it up, won't you indulge me? The red on Faith's cheeks grew brilliant. It isn't anything you would like if I told it to you. Won't you let me let it alone? I should like to hear you tell it. He made one or two rude speeches, said Faith, in very great doubt and confusion. That was all. That I knew before. Did you? Said Faith, looking at him. How did you know it, Endicott? There was a curious, gentle, almost tender modulation of tone in this last sentence, which covered a good deal of possible ground. Mr. Linden drew up one of her mufflers, which had fallen off a little, giving her as he did so a silent though laughing answer, as comprehensive as her question. You are just the dearest and most precious little child in the whole world, he said. But why are you afraid to tell me now? And why did Phil's insinuation cause you such dismay? Faith's confusion would have been, as her rosy flush was, extreme, if something in Mr. Linden's manner had not met that and rebuked it, healing the wound almost before it was made. Between the two, Faith struggled for a standing ground of equanimity, but words, though she struggled for them too, in her reason or imagination, she could not find. I want an answer to one of these questions, Mr. Linden said, in a playful sort of tone. Dr. Harrison used to ask me if you lived upon roses, but do you think I can? Faith made an effort. What do you want me to say? What was it in Phil's words that troubled you so much? The crimson rush came back overwhelmingly. Oh, Endy, please don't ask me. Not quite fair, he said, smiling. I'm sure I am willing to tell you anything, though indeed I do not suppose you need much telling. But, Faith, is that the system of tactics by which you intend always to have your own way? I shall have to be philosophical to any point. That speech is so very zigzag, said Faith, that I cannot follow it. How are you going to be philosophical, Mr. Linden? Not by forgetting to exact your forfeit, Miss Derrick. That isn't fair, said Faith, laughing. I didn't forget. I shouldn't think you had gone all day without eating anything, and yet you must be starving. For what, little provider? For something to eat, I should think. Does that mean that you are suffering? Because if that be the case, I will refresh you, cautiously, with sugar plums. A very superfluous thing, to be sure, but the most suitable I can think of. Faith's laugh came clear now. No, indeed, suffering. I never eat so many dinners in one day in my life. But I am hungry, though, I believe. How many more places are we going to? I don't care how many, she said earnestly. I like to be hungry. Well, keep your spirits. The next term will bring us out of the woods, and a 3-minute stay at 1 or 2 doors will end our work for this time. Meanwhile, do you want to hear a little bit of good poetry on an entirely new subject? Oh, yes, if you please. Demurely enough it was given. Her true beauty leaves behind apprehensions in my mind, of more sweetness than all art our inventions can impart, thoughts too deep to be expressed, and too strong to be repressed. She gave him a wistful look as he finished the lines, and then sat among her furs, as quiet again as a mouse. Do you like them, Mignonette? Yes, very much. Would you like to tell me, then, why the hearing of them makes you sober? Yes, if you wish, she said gently. I know a little, I believe, what you think of me, but what I seem to your eyes on the outside, and much more, I want to be really, really in the sight of the eye that tries the heart, and I am not now, Endy. My dear child, he said, and was silent a minute, speeding smoothly along through the starlight, then went on. Yes, dear Faith, that is what I wish for and for myself. That is where we will most earnestly try to help each other. And presently, as eye and thoughts were caught and held by the wonderful constellation above in the clear sky, yet not drawn away from what they had been talking of, Mr. Linden said, Seek him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion, that bringeth the shadow of death upon the day, and turneth the night into morning. And so in the thought of that they went home, Orion looking down upon them, and they leaving bits of brightness by the way at the 2 or 3 houses which yet remained. The box sleigh got home at last, emptied of all its load but the 2 travellers. Mrs. Derrick and supper were ready for them, and had been a good while, and by this time Mr. Linden and Faith were ready for supper. And much as Mrs. Derrick had to hear, she had something to tell. How Judge Harrison had come to make a visit and say good-bye, and how he had put in her hands another $25 to be added to those his son had already bestowed on Reuben. Squire Stoutenburg, too, had been there, but his errand was to declare that Jerry could never be received again into his service, but must henceforth remain in Mrs. Derrick's stable and possession. Altogether the day even at home had been an exciting one. A little time after supper, Faith went into the sitting-room. Mr. Linden was there alone. Faith came up to the back of his chair, laid a hand on his shoulder, and bent her head into speaking neighbourhood. It may be remarked that though Faith no longer said Mr. Linden, yet that one other word of his name was never spoken, just like her other words. There was always a little lowering or alteration of tone, a slight pause before or after it, which set and marked it as bordered round with all the regards which by any phrase could be made known. Endicott, she said very softly, do you know what you have been doing today? Comprehensively speaking, I have been enjoying myself, he said with a bright smile at her. You have been giving me a lesson all the while that I felt through and through. Through and through, he repeated. Come round here, little bird. You need not perch on the back of my chair. What are you singing about? Of what you have taught me today. I must have fallen into a very unconscious habit of lesson giving. What have I taught you? Suppose you teach me. How one should hold forth the word of life. Ah, little bird, he said, with a look at her which said his day's lesson had been the same, yet on different grounds. Well, if you can learn anything from so imperfect a teacher, I am glad. But do not rest there. Take up the olive leaf and bear it on. End of chapter 8. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 9. Mrs. Derrick went to Pequot the next day and found Miss Danforth as Faith had left her, or rather somewhat more failing in everything but mind strength. Mrs. Derrick was greatly welcomed by both ladies, but she had not been there 3 hours when Miss Dilly spoke out what was on her heart. "Isn't Faith coming back to me again?" For Faith's sake her mother hesitated, and yet it was for Faith's sake that she answered, "Yes, if you want her." "It won't be for long I shall want her," said Miss Dilly with a quietness very unlike her old self. "But I would like to have her dear face and music about me once more, if she can let me." Mrs. Derrick came back with Mr. Stoutenburg to Pataquasset that same evening, and Faith put up her books and made immediate preparations for going to Pequot in her stead. "I must let you go, child," said her mother. "I couldn't refuse." "And I am so glad tomorrow is Wednesday, for I can take you over," said Mr. Linden. Wednesday afternoon was very fair, and after dinner Faith and all her needful baggage were bestowed in the little sleigh, and the journey began. Not very much of a journey indeed, unless compared with the length of daylight, but as fair and bright and pleasant as a journey could be, full of talk of all sorts, gliding on through the fading day and the falling night until the floor of heaven was thick inlaid with patinas of bright gold. Very bright the stars were, very dark the sky, when Jerry's bells began to mingle with a crowd of others in the streets of Pequot. Faith had insisted that Mr. Linden should come in and have a cup of tea or coffee before he went away again, and this being not an unreasonable request, beside a pleasant one, she had her way. Miss Danforth was in her room and could not see Mr. Linden. Faith, with a kiss and a word, established the little Frenchwoman to talk to him, obtaining leave to do what she pleased, though Madame Danforth managed to have her share in the hospitality, got out cups and saucers for Faith and Mr. Linden, both on a little table by the fire, her rolls and butter, talking all the while to him, and took a minute to run down into the kitchen and see that Faith and the coffee-pot were getting on properly. And it may be said in passing that the result did credit to both. The coffee served to Mr. Linden was faultless. Madame Danforth, however, had hardly presented him his cup when she was called off, and her guests were left alone. "Faith," said Mr. Linden, "you must not forget that you have something to do for me as well as for other people while you are here." "I don't forget it, but what do you mean, Endicott?" "To put it in the most effective way, I mean that you must take care of me," he said, smiling. "I will, as good care as you would take of yourself." "That is a little ambiguous, but will you send me word very often of your success?" Faith looked up and looked at him, a little startled. "Do you mean—" "I mean that there is a post office in Pataquasset, and another in Pequot." She colored and somewhat hastily busied herself with refilling Mr. Linden's cup. Then she folded her hands, and looking into the fire with a face on which there was a touching expression of humbleness. "My little mignonette," he said, What are you thinking of?" "I am thinking of that," she said with a smile which did not change the expression, "of what you want me to do, and about it." "What about it? Are you inditing a letter to me on the spot?" "No." "What then?" Faith would have liked to have her face out of sight, but she couldn't conveniently. "I am thinking how I shall do it, and how you will not like it." "You don't know," said Mr. Linden. "Let me tell you how I shall like it. I shall read it and love it and answer it. Does that satisfy you? Or do you want me to hang it round my neck by a blue riband? Because if you do, I will." The laughing flash of Faith's eye contained, nevertheless, a protest. "No, you will not like it, because it will not be fit for you to like. But you will have patience with it," she said with a smile which did in its loveliness bid good-bye to shadows. Mr. Linden left the table, and standing before her as she had risen too, took her face softly in both hands, and raised it up for his inspection. "Do you know what a naughty child you are?" "A most quaint little." "Yes." "Then why don't you behave better?" he said, enforcing his question, but not releasing her. "I suppose you will teach me in time," she said, blushing and sparkling under his hands. He seemed to like to study her face, or was thinking that he should not see it again for some time. The expression on his own belonged to more than one thing. "You must not make me wait for that letter, Faith," he said, "and I must not let you keep me any longer here. But if you want anything, of any sort, you must send to me." "Yes, to you or to Mother?" "To me, if it is anything I can do," he said as he bade her good-bye. "And take care of yourself, dear child. For me." And releasing her at last, none too willingly, Mr. Linden went out alone into the starlight. He did not see, nor guess, how Faith stood before the fire where he had left her, looking down into it, motionless and grave until Madame Danforth came back. Then all that part of her life was shut up within her, and Faith was again to other eyes what she had been before at Pequot. Yet not so entirely the same, nor was all that part of her life so entirely shut up to herself that both her aunt and Madame Danforth did not have a thought and exchange a word on the subject. "The sun has found the blossom," said the little Frenchwoman knowingly one day. "They do not open so without that." "Nonsense," said Miss Danforth. "I will ask her." But she never did. And for a little while again Faith filled her old office. Miss Dilly had no troubles or darkness to clear away now. The Bible was plain sailing to her, but she could never spread her sails too soon or too full for that navigation. Early and late, as before, Faith read to her, with a joy and gladness all brightened from the contrasts of that Sunday night's reading, and coming with a fuller spring since that one little word of her mother the same night. Indeed, the last few days had seemed to make the Bible even greatly more precious to Faith than ever before. She clung more fast, she searched more eagerly among its treasures of riches, to its pillars of strength, valuing them all, as it seemed to her, with a new value, with a fresh knowledge of what might be found and won there for others and herself. So with the very eagerness of love, Faith read the Bible to Miss Dilly, and so, as she had done before, many a time, early and late, in childlike simpleness prayed at her bedside and by her chair. And as before when she was at Pequot she won Madame Danforth's heart, she entrenched herself there now. She was all over the house, carrying a sunbeam with her, but Faith never thought it was her own. She was a most efficient maid of all work, for nursing and too much care had worn poor Madame Danforth not a little. Faith was upper servant and cook by turns, and sometimes went to market, made every meal pleasant with her gentle happy ways, and comforted the two old ladies to the very top of comfort. Whether she wanted to be at home or not, Faith did not stop to ask herself. But those letters, they were written, and they were carried to the post office, and others were found at the post office in reply to them. And what had been such trial in the proposition became, even in the first instance, the joy of Faith's life. She wrote hers how she could, generally at night when she could be quite uninterrupted and alone. It was often very late at night, but it was always a time of rare pleasure and liberty of heart. For if the body were tired, the spirit was free. And Faith's was particularly free, for the manacles and fetters of pride which weigh so bitter heavy on many a mind and life, her gentle and true spirit had let fall. She knew, nobody better, that her letters were not like those letters of Mr. Linden's sister Pet, those exquisite letters where every grace and every talent of a finely gifted and fully cultivated mind seem playing together with all the rich stores of the past and realities of the present. She knew that in very style and formalities of execution her own letters were imperfect and unformed. But she was equally sure that in time what was wrong in this kind would be made right, and she was not afraid to be found wrong at all for her own sake. It was because of somebody else that she had flinched from this writing proposal, because she felt that what was wrong in her touched him now. But there again, Faith wrote, trusting with an absolute trust in the heart and hand to which she sent her letters, willing to be found wrong if need be, sure to be set right truly and gently. And so Faith wrote her own heart and life out from day to day, giving Mr. Linden precisely what he wanted, and with a child's fearlessness. It was a great thing to go to the post office those days. Faith left it to nobody else to do it for her. And how strange, how weird almost the signature of those letters and her own name on the outside looked to her, in the same free, graceful handwriting which she had read on that little card so long ago. And the letters themselves? Enough to say that they made Faith think of the way she had been sheltered from the wind, and carried upstairs when her strength failed, and read to, and talked to, and instructed. That they made her long to be home, and yet content to be there, giving her all sorts of details, of things in Pataquasset and things elsewhere, just as the writer would have talked them to her, sometimes with a word of counsel, or of caution, or of suggestion, or some old German hymn which she might find of use in her ministrations, written out in full. It may be mentioned in passing that the fair little face he had been looking at, or her evident fear of writing to him, made Mr. Linden write to her that very night a little sugar-plum of a letter which Faith had for her dinner the next day. And Faith read these letters at all sorts of times, and thought of them at other times, and made them next to her Bible, as she should. End of section 11. Section 12 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 10. 2 weeks passed quietly without much apparent change in Miss Danforth, and Faith was beginning to think of appointing a time to go home. But the necessity for that was suddenly superseded. The Friday following, Miss Dilly took a change for the worse, and on Saturday she died. Faith sent off tidings immediately to Pataquasset, but her letter could not reach there till Monday, and Monday came a very great fall of snow which made traveling impossible. Faith waited patiently, comforting Madame Danforth as she might, and endeavoring to win her to some notion of that joy in the things of the Bible in which Miss Dilly had lived and died. For no change had come over Miss Dilly's sky. She had set sail from the shores of earth in the very sunlight. It fell out that Faith's letter of Saturday afternoon had been 5 minutes too late for the mail, and after lying in the office at Pequot over Sunday, had been again subjected to the delays of Monday's storm, which in its wild fury put a stop to everything else, and thus, when Mr. Linden went to the office Tuesday morning before school time, the mail had not yet got in. Not long after, however, Mr. Skip brought home the letters, and Mrs. Derrick, reading hers, at once took Mr. Skip and Jerry and set off for Pequot, minding neither the snowdrifts nor driving wind when the road to Faith lay through them, and arriving there quite safe about the hour of midday. The delayed funeral took place the same afternoon, and the next morning, in a brilliant cold day, snow all over the ground and the sky all blue, the mother and daughter set forth homewards. Madame Danforth was going to take another relation in, and live on still in the little house where she and her sister-in-law had made a happy home for so many years. Miss Danforth had left a few hundreds, 3 or 4, to Faith. It was all she had owned in the world, her principal living having been an annuity settled upon her by her brother, which reverted to Madame Danforth. It was about mid-afternoon when they reached home, and of course the house held no one but Cindy, except indeed that sort of invisible presence which books and other inanimate things make known. And Cindy had to tell of 2 or 3 visitors, but otherwise nothing. Very fair it all looked to Faith. Very sweet to her ear was the sound of the village clock, although as yet it was only striking 3. She did not say much about the matter. A gleeful announcement that she was glad to be home she made to Mrs. Derrick, but after that she expressed herself in action. One of her first moves was to the kitchen, determined that there should be a double consciousness of her being at home when supper-time came. Then books were got out and fires put in wonderful order. Mr. Linden might guess, from the state in which he found his room, that it had come under its old rule. No such fire had greeted him there for weeks. No such brushed-up clean hearth. No such delicate arrangement of table and chairs and curtains and couch. But the fire burned quietly and told no tales, other than by its very orderly snapping and sparkling. And indeed it so happened that Mr. Linden went first into the sitting-room, partly to see if anyone was there, partly because the day was cold, and under Cindy's management there was small reason to suppose that his room was warm. And once there, the easy-chair reminded him so strongly that he was tired, that he even sat down in it before going upstairs, which combination a long walk through the snowdrifts since school made very acceptable. 5 minutes later, Faith, having gotten rid of her kitchen apron, opened softly the door of the sitting-room. She stopped an instant, and then came forward, her gladness not at all veiled by a very rosy veil of shy modesty. There was no stay in his step to meet her. He had sprung up with the first sound of her foot on the threshold, and how much she had been missed and longed for Faith might guess from the glad silence in which she was held fast, and for a minute not allowed to speak herself. So very glad. She could see it and feel it exceedingly as he brought her forward to the fire, and lifted up her face, and looked at it with eyes that were not easily satisfied. "My little sunbeam," he said, "how lovely you are." She had been laughing and flushing with a joy almost as frankly shown as his own, but that brought a change over her face. The eyes fell, and the line of the lips was unbent after a different fashion. "I don't know what it is like to see you again," Mr. Linden said as his own touched them once more, "like any amount of balm and rest and refreshment. How long have you been there, dear child, and how do you do? And have you any idea how glad I am to have you home?" She answered partly in dumb show, clasping one hand upon his shoulder and laying down her head upon it. Her words were very quiet and low-spoken. "We came home a while ago, and I am very well." Mr. Linden rested his face lightly upon her shining hair, and was silent, till Faith wondered, little guessing what thoughts the absence and the meeting and above all her mute expression had stirred, nor what bitterness was wrapped in those sweet minutes. But he put it aside, and then took the sweetness pure and unmixed, giving her about as much sunshine as he said she gave him. "How do you like writing to me, Faith?" he said. "Am I, on the whole, any more terrific at a distance than nearby?" "I didn't know you could be so good at a distance," she said expressively. "Did you find out what reception your letters met?" "I didn't want to find out." "Do you call that an answer?" he said, smiling. "Why didn't you want to find out? And did you?" "Why?" said Faith. "I didn't want to find out because it wasn't necessary. I did find out that I liked to write. But you wouldn't have liked it if you had known what time of night it was, often." "What do you think of taking up a new study?" said Mr. Linden. "It strikes me that it would do you good to stand in the witness box half an hour every day, just for practice. Faith, did you find out what reception your letters met?" "I knew before," she said, meeting his eyes. "Did you? Then what made you assure me I should not like them?" "I don't think you did, Endicott. The parts of them that you oughtn't to have liked." "Truly, I think not," he said, laughing. "You are on safe ground there, little mignonette. But speaking of letters, do you want more tidings from Italy?" "Oh, yes, if you please. Are they good? And has all been good here with you and the school since I've been away?" "Yes, they are good. My sister, and yours, is enjoying herself reasonably, and the boys have been good, and I have wanted my mignonette." One word in that speech brought a soft play of color to Faith's face, but her words did not touch that point. The days went on very quietly after that, and the weeks followed. Quietly, regularly, full of business and pleasure. Quick steps were made in many things during those weeks, little interrupted by the rest of Pataquasset, some of the most stirring people of that town being away. An occasional tea-drinking did steal an evening now and then, but also furnished the before and after walk or ride, and so on the whole did little mischief, and as Faith was now sometimes taken on Mr. Linden's visits to another range of society, she saw more of him than ever, and daily learned more and more, not only of him, but of his care for her. His voice, never indeed harsh to anyone, took its gentlest tones to her, his eye its softest and deepest luster. No matter how tired he came home, the first sight of her seemed to banish all thought of fatigue. Faith could feel that she was the very delight of his life. Indeed, by degrees she began to understand that she had long been so, only there had once been a qualification. Now the sunshine of his happiness had nothing to check its expression, or its endeavor to make her life as bright. That he took continual comfort in her, Faith could see. And, child, he did not see what this consciousness spurred her to do, how the strength of her heart spent itself, yet was never spent, in efforts to grow and become more worthy of him and more fit for him to take comfort in. The days were short, and Faith's household duties not few, especially in the severe weather, when she could not let her mother be tried with efforts which in summer-time might be easy and pleasant enough. A good piece of every day was of necessity spent by Faith about the house and in the kitchen, and faithfully given to its work. But her heart spurred her on to get knowledge. The times when Mr. Linden was out of school could rarely be study times, except of study with him, and to be prepared for him Faith was eager. She took times that were hers all alone. Nobody heard her noiseless footfall in the early morning down the stair. Long before it was light, long before the sun thought of showing its face to the white mong and the snowy house roofs of Pataquasset, Faith lighted her fire in the sitting-room and her lamp on the table, and after what in the first place was often a good while with her Bible, she bent herself to the deep, earnest, absorbed pressing into the studies she was pursuing with Mr. Linden, or such of them as the morning had time for. Faith could not lengthen the day at the other end. To prevent the sun was her only chance, and day after day, and week after week, through the short days of February, she had done solid work, and a deal of it before anybody in the house saw her face in the kitchen or at breakfast. They saw it then as bright as ever. Mr. Linden only knew that his scholar made very swift and smooth progress. He would have known more, for Faith would have shown the effects of her early hours of work in her looks and life the rest of the day, but happiness is strong, and a mind absolutely at peace with God and the world has a great rest. Friction is said to be one of the noble hindering powers in the world of matter. It is equally true, perhaps, of the world of the spirit. Without it, in either sphere, how softly and with how little wear and tear everything moves. And faith's life knew none. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Say and Seal Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katerina. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 11. It was near the end of February, rather late in the afternoon of a by no means balmy day, in the course of which Dr. Harrison had arrived to look after his repairs. But the workmen had stopped work and gone home to supper, and the doctor and his late dinner sat together. Luxuriously enough on the doctor's part, for the dinner was good and well cooked, the bottles of wine irreproachable, as wine, in their silver stands, the little group of different-colored glasses shining in the firelight. The doctor's finger bowl and napkin stood at hand. At this stage of the proceeding, his half-pared apple was clearly worth the trouble, and he himself, between the fire and his easy-chair, might be said to be in the lap of comfort. Comfort rarely did much for him but take him on her lap, however. He seldom stayed there, and on the present occasion the doctor's eyes were very wide open and his thoughts at work. It might be presumed that neither process was cut short when the old black man opened the door and announced Mr. Linden. But if Mr. Linden could have seen the doctor's face just before, he might have supposed that his entrance had produced rather a sedative effect. For the brow smoothed itself down, the eye took its bright play, and the mouth its light smile, and the doctor's advance to meet his friend was marked with all its graceful and easy unconcern. He did not even seem energetic enough to be very glad, for grace and carelessness still blended in his welcome and in his hospitable attentions, nothing of which, however, was failing. He had presently made Mr. Linden as comfortable as himself, so far as possible outright appliances could be effectual, established him at a good side of the table, burnished him with fruit and pressed him with wine, and then sitting at ease at his own corner sipped his claret daintily, eyeing Mr. Linden good-humouredly between sips, but apparently too happily on good terms with comfort to be in any wise eager or anxious as to what Mr. Linden's business might be, or whether he had any. "Has the news of my arrival flown over Pataquasset already?" said he. "I thought I had seen nothing but frieze jackets and friezes of broken plaster, and I have certainly felt so much of another kind of frieze that I should hardly think even news could have stirred." Mr. Linden's reception of the doctor's hospitality had been merely nominal, except so far as face and voice had the receiving, and he answered quietly, "I don't know. I happened to want you, doctor, and so I found out that you were here." "Want me? I am very glad to be wanted by you, so that it be not for you. What is it, my dear Linden?" "No, you will not be glad," said Mr. Linden, "though it is both for me and not for me. I want you to go with me to see one of my little scholars who is sick." "Who is he?" "One whom you have seen but will not remember, Johnny Fax." "Fax," said the doctor. "I remember the name, but no particular owner of it. What's the matter with him?" "I want you to come and see." "Now?" "As near that as may be." "Now it shall be, then, though with such a February night on one side it takes all your power on the other to draw me out of this chair. You don't look much like comedy, and I am very little like the great buskin wearer, but I would as lief tragedy had me by the other shoulder as February, when his fingers have been so very long away from the fire. Did you ever read Thomson's Castle of Indolence, Linden?" "Not to much purpose. The name is all I remember." "Stupid book," said the doctor, "but a delightful place." The luxury of broadcloth and furs in which the doctor was presently involved might have rendered him reasonably independent, one would think, of February or any other of Jack Frost's brand. Jerry was at the door, and involving themselves still further in buffalo robes, the two gentlemen drove to the somewhat distant farm settlement which called Jonathan Fax master. Mr. Fax was a well-to-do member of the Pataquasset community as far as means went. There was very little knowledge in his house how to make use of means, nor many people to make use of the knowledge. The one feminine member of the family had lately married and gone off to take care of her own concerns, and Jonathan and his one other child lived on as best they might, the child being dependent upon the maid of all work for his clothes and breakfast, for his Sunday lessons upon Faith, for the weekday teaching and comfort of his little life upon Mr. Linden. Living along in this somewhat divided way, the child had suddenly taken sick. No one just knew how, nor just what to do with him, except to send Mr. Linden word by one of the other boys, which had been done that afternoon. And thus it was that Dr. Harrison had been looked for, found, and drawn out into the February night with only the slight protection of furs and broadcloth. Thus it was that after a short and rather silent drive, the two gentlemen went together into the last century sort of a house, received the angular welcome of Jonathan Fax, and stood side by the bed where the sick child lay. Side by side, with what different faces, a difference which Johnny was quick to recognize. He lay on the bed, wrapped in a little old plaid cloak, and with cheeks which rivaled its one remaining bright color, and half unclosing his heavy eyes to see the doctor, he stretched out his arms to Mr. Linden, clasping them round his neck as his friend sat down on the bedside and gently lifted him up, and receiving the kiss on his flushed cheek with a little parting of the lips which said how glad he was. But then he lay quite still in Mr. Linden's arms. Whatever attractions the castle of indolence might have for Dr. Harrison upon occasion, he never seemed so much as to look that way when he was at his work. Now it made no difference that he was no friend of Johnny's. He gave his attention thoroughly and with all his skill to the condition and wants of his little patient. "Is there nobody to take care of him?" he asked in French, for Jonathan Fax, with his square and by no means delicate and tender physiognomy, stood at the other side of the bed, heavily looking on. "I shall, tonight," said Mr. Linden. "You may give me your directions." The doctor proceeded to do this, but added, "He wants care and good nursing, and he'll suffer if he don't have it. He is a sick child." "He shall have it," was all the answer, and when the doctor had finished his work for the time, Mr. Linden laid the child on the bed again, giving him a whispered promise to come back and stay with him all night, upon the strength of which promise Johnny fell into a deep sleep. "Has the creature nobody to take care of him?" said the doctor as they went out. "Nobody at home." "I shall be here a day or two, Linden. I'll see him early in the morning again." Mr. Linden's next move through the biting air was to drive home. At the door of the sitting room, Faith met him. "Endicott, how is he?" "Less well than I expected to find him, dear Faith. I found Dr. Harrison and took him there with me." "And what did Dr. Harrison say of him?" "That he wanted good care and nursing." "And who is there to give it to him, Andy?" she said with a very saddened and earnest face. "Why, I shall give it to him tonight, my child, and we'll see about tomorrow. The doctor promised to go there again in the morning." She stood a moment silent and then said, "I'll go with you." "Not tonight, dear. It is not needful. He will not want more than one watcher." "But he might want something else, something to be done that a woman about the house might be wanted for. Let me go too." "No, indeed. You must go to sleep, and he will hardly want anything but what I can give him tonight. I know well what your little hands are in a sick room," he said, taking them in his own. "I know well, but they are not made of iron, nor are you." Faith looked ill-satisfied. "Well, you'll not hinder my taking your place by him tomorrow, Andy." "If I can," Mr. Linden said, "I shall come home to breakfast, and then I may know what you had better do. But if I should be detained there, and so not get here till midday, wait for me. I should not like to have you go without seeing me again, and I can leave Reuben there for the morning if need be." "Oh, Endicott," she said with a heart full, but she said no more and ran away. She came back soon to call Mr. Linden to tea, which had waited, and after tea, when he was about going, she put a basket in his hand. "I hope Mr. Fax has wood in his house, so that you can keep a fire, but you are not likely to find anything else there. You'll want everything that is in this, Andy, please remember." "I will not forget," he said, as he gave her his thanks. But what did that exclamation mean, before tea? "What exclamation?" "Oh," said Faith, smiling somewhat but looking down. "I suppose it meant I was disappointed." "My dear little child, you must try not to feel disappointed, because I am quite sure you ought not to go, and that must content both you and me. So good night." Faith tried to be contented, but her little scholar lay on her heart. And it lay on her heart, too, that Mr. Linden would be watching all night and teaching all day. He did not know how much he had disappointed, for she had laid a fine plan to go by starlight in the morning to take his place and send him home for a little rest before breakfast and school. Faith studied only one book that night, and that was her Bible. It was a night of steady watching, broken by many other things, but not by sleep. There was constantly some little thing to do for the sick child, ranging from giving him a drink of water to giving him talk or rocking, and, it might be, singing him to sleep. But the restless little requests never had to wait for their answer, and with the whole house sunk in stillness or sleep, Mr. Linden played the part of a most gentle and efficient nurse, and thought of Faith and her disappointment. And so the night wore away, and the morning star came up, and then the red flushes of sunrise. "Who turneth the night into day?" Mr. Linden thought, with a grave look from the window to the little face beside him. And then the words came. "In the morning, children, in the morning, we'll all rise together in the morning." It was very early indeed, earlier even than usual, when Faith came down and kindled her fire. And then, leaving it to burn, she opened the curtains of the window and looked out into the starlight. It was long before the red flush of the morning. It was even before the time when Faith would have gone to relieve the guard in that sick room. Her thoughts sped away to the distant watcher there and the sick child. Faith could guess what sort of a watching it had been, and it was a comfort to think that Johnny had it. But then, as she looked out into the clear, still starlight, something brought up the question, what if Johnny should die? It was overwhelming to Faith for a minute. Her little scholar's loveliness had got fast hold of her heart, and she loved him for deep and far-back associations, too. She could not bear to think that it might be. Yet she asked herself if this was a reasonable feeling. Why should she be sorry, if it were so, that this little blossom of heaven should have an early transplanting thither? Ah, the fragrance of such heaven flowers is too sweet to be missed, and earth wants them. As Faith looked sadly out into the night, watched the eternal procession of bright stars, and heard the low sweep of the wind, the words came to her, separated from their context and from everything else as it seemed. "I, the Lord, do all these things." Her mind as instantly gave a glad assent and rested itself in them. Not seen by her or by mortal the place or fitting of any change or turn of earthly things in the great plan. Every one such turn and change had its place, as sure as the post of each star in the sky, as true to its commission as that wind which came from no one knew where to go no one knew whither. Faith looked and listened, and took the lesson deep down in her heart. Mr. Linden's little basket had stood him well in stead that long night, for Faith had said truth. Nothing was for him in Mr. Fax's house. Mr. Fax was well enough satisfied that Johnny's teacher should take the trouble of nursing the child, had no idea that such trouble would necessarily involve much loss of sleep, and still further no notion of the fact that a watcher at night needs food as much as fire. Fire Mr. Linden had, but he would have been worse off without the stores he found in his basket. In truth, the supply generally was sufficient to have kept him from starving even if he had been obliged to go without his breakfast. But Dr. Harrison concerned himself about his little patient, and was better than Mr. Linden's hopes. He came, though in the cold, short February morning, a good while before 8 o'clock. He gave Mr. Linden a pleasant clasp of the hand, and then made his observations in silence. "Is this one of your favorites?" he said at length. A grave "Yes." "I am sorry for it." Mr. Linden was silent at first, looking down at the child with a sort of expression the doctor had not often seen, and when he spoke it was without raising his eyes. "Tell me more particularly." "I don't know myself," said the doctor with a frankness startling in one of his profession. But Dr. Harrison's characteristic carelessness nowhere made itself more apparent than in his words, and about what people might think of them. "I don't say anything certainly, but I do not like the appearances." "What is the matter?" "It's an indefinite sort of attack. All the worse for that, the root of which is hid from me. All you can do is to watch and wait." "Have you been here through the night?" "Yes, Mr. Linden answered, and put further the question, "Do you think there is any danger of contagion?" "Oh, no. The fever, what there is, comes from some inward cause, a complicated one, I judge. I can guess, and that's all. Are there no women about the house?" "None that are good for much." And looking at his watch, Mr. Linden laid the child, who had fallen asleep again, out of his arms among the pillows, arranging them softly and dexterously as if he were used to the business. "Reuben Taylor will stay with him for the present," he said as he turned to Dr. Harrison. "I'll come again by and by," the doctor said. "Meanwhile, all that can be done is to let him have this, as I told you." The directions were given to Reuben, the doctor drove off, and Mr. Linden set out on his quick walk home. After the confinement of the night, the cold morning air and exercise were rather resting than otherwise. It was a very thoughtful half-hour, very sorrowful at first, but before he reached home thought, and almost feeling, had got beyond the narrow bounds of time, and were resting peacefully, even joyfully, where bright celestial angels roll. He entered the house with a light step, and went first upstairs to change his dress, but when he came down and entered the sitting-room, there was the tone of the whole walk upon his face still. Faith put her question softly, as if she expected no glad answer. And yet it was partly that, though given in very gentle, grave tones. "There is more to fear than to hope, dear Faith, and there is everything to hope and nothing to fear." She turned away to the breakfast table and said little more till the meal was over. Then she rose when he did. "I am going now, Andy." The tone was of very earnest determination that yet waited for sanction. "Yes," he answered. "Dr. Harrison says the fever is not contagious. I waited to know that. If I can, I shall get free before midday, so I may meet you there. And can you prepare and take with you 2 or 3 things?" He told her what. Faith set about them, and when they were done, Mr. Skip had finished his breakfast and got Jerry ready. Some other preparations Faith had made beforehand, and with no delay now she was on her swift way to little Johnny's bedside. She came in like a vision of comfort upon the sick room, with all sorts of freshness about her, grasped Reuben's hand, and throwing back her hood, stooped her lips to Johnny's cheek. And Johnny gave her his usual little fair smile, and then his eyes went off to the doorway, as if he half expected to see someone else behind her. But it was from no want of love to her, as she knew from the way the eyes came back to her face and rested there, and took a sort of pleased survey of her hood and her fur and her dress. "Dear Johnny, can you speak to me?" said Faith tenderly, touching her cheek again to his. "Oh, yes, ma'am," he said in a quiet voice and with the same bit of a smile. That was what Faith wanted. Then she looked up. "Are you going to school now, Reuben?" "I didn't expect to this morning, Miss Faith," Reuben said with a sober glance at his little comrade. "Then you can wait here a bit for me." Leaving Reuben once more in charge, Faith went on a rummaging expedition over the house to find some woman inmate. Not too easily or speedily she was found at last, the housekeeper an all-work woman deep in all work, as she really seemed, and in an outer kitchen of remote business, whither Faith had traced her by an exercise of determinate patience and skill. Having got so far, Faith was not balked in the rest, and obtaining from her some of Johnny's clean linen which she persuaded her to go in search of, she returned to the room where she had left Reuben, and set about making the sick child as comfortable as in his sickness he could be. It was a day or 2 already since Johnny had lain there, and had had little effectual attention from anybody, till Mr. Linden came last night. The child might well look at his new nurse, for her neat dress and gentle face and soft movements were alone a balm for any sick place. And in her quiet way, Faith set about changing the look of this one. There was plenty of wood, and she made a glorious fire. Then, tenderly and dexterously, she managed to get a fresh nightgown on Johnny, without disturbing him more than pleasantly with her soft manipulations, and wrapping him in a nice little old double gown which she had brought with her, and which had been a friend of her own childish days. Faith gave him to Reuben to hold while she made up the bed and changed the clothes, the means for which she had also won from the housekeeper. Then, having let down the chintz curtains to shield off the intense glare of the sunny snow, Faith assumed Johnny into her own arms. She had brought vinegar from home, and with it bathed the little boy's face and hands and brushed his hair till the refreshed little head lay upon her breast in enthused rest and comfort. "There, Johnny," she whispered as her lips touched his brow. "Mr. Linden may come as soon as he pleases. We are ready for him." The child half unclosed his eyes at the words, and then sunk again into one of his fits of feverish sleep, the color rising in his cheeks a little, the breath coming quick. Reuben knelt down at Faith's side and watched him. "I used to wonder, Miss Faith," he said softly, "what would become of him if Mr. Linden ever went away." And the quiet pause told what provision Reuben thought was fast coming for any such contingency. "You can't think what Mr. Linden's been to Miss Johnny, Miss Faith," he went on in the same low voice. "And to all of us," he added lower still. "But he's taken such care of him, in school and out. It was only last week Johnny told me he liked coming to school in the winter, because then Mr. Linden always went home with him. And whenever he could get in Mr. Linden's lap, he was perfectly happy. And Mr. Linden would let him, sometimes even in school, because Johnny was so little and not very strong. And he'd let him sit in his lap and go to sleep for a little while when he got tired, and then Johnny would go back to his lessons as bright as a bee. That was the way he did the very first day school was opened, for Johnny was frightened at first and a mind to cry. He'd never had anybody to take much care of him. And Mr. Linden just called him and took him up and spoke to him. And Johnny laid his head right down and went to sleep. And he's loved Mr. Linden with all his heart ever since. I know we all laughed, and he smiled himself, but it made all the rest of us love him too." Reuben had gone on talking, softly, as if he felt sure of sympathy in all he might say on the subject. But that first day school was opened, how Faith's thoughts sprang back there, with what strange, mixed memories the vision of it came up before her. That day and time when so many new threads were introduced into her life, which were now showing their colors and working out their various patterns. It was only a spring there and back again, however, that her thoughts took, or rather the vision was of a sort of background to Reuben's delineations, and her eye was upon these, with what kind of sympathy she did not care to let him see. Her cheek was bent down to the sick child's head, and Faith's face was half hidden. Until a moment later, when the door opened and Johnny's father came in to see what was become of him, and then Mr. Fax had no clue to the lustrous softness of the eyes that looked up at him. He could make nothing of it. "What?" said he. "Why, who's Johnny got to look after him now?" "I am his teacher, sir." "His teacher, be you? Seems to me he's a lot of 'em. One teacher stayed with him last night. How many has he got among you?" "Only 2, said Faith, rejoicing that she was one. "I am his Sunday school teacher." "Well, what's your name now?" "Faith Derrick." "That's who you be," said Mr. Fax in surprise. "Don't say. Well, Johnny's got into good hands, ain't he? How's he getting along?" Faith's eye went down to the little boy, and her hand passed slowly and tenderly over his hair. She was at a loss how to answer, and Reuben spoke for her. "He's been sleeping a good deal this morning." The father stooped towards the child, but his look went from him to Faith with a mixture of curiosity and uneasiness as he spoke. "Sleepin', is he? Then I guess he's gettin' along first rate, ain't he?" Again Faith's look astonished the man, both because of its intense soft beauty and the trembling set of her lip. But how to answer him she did not know. Her head sunk over the child's brow as she exclaimed, "His dear master knows what to do with him." Jonathan Fax stood up straight and looked at Reuben. "What does she mean?" "She means that he is in God's hands, and that we don't know yet what he will do," Reuben answered with clear simplicity. Yet it was a strange view of the subject to Mr. Fax, and he stood stiff and angular and square, looking down at Faith and her charge, feeling startled and strange. Her face was bent so that he could not see that quiver of her lip now, but he did see 1 or 2 drops fall from the lowered eyelids on Johnny's hair. Perhaps he would have asked more questions, but he did not. Something kept them back. He stood fixed, with gathering soberness growing over his features. Little he guessed that those tears had been half wrung from Faith's eyes by the contrast between his happy little child and him. It was with something like a groan at last that he turned away, merely bidding Reuben Taylor to call for anything that was wanted. The morning wore on softly, for Johnny still slept. Reuben went quietly about, giving attention where it was needed, to the fire or to the curtains, drawn back now as the sun got round, or bringing Faith a footstool, or trying some other little thing for her comfort, and when he was not wanted remaining in absolute stillness. As it neared midday, however, he took his stand by the window, and after a short watch there suddenly turned and left the room, and a moment after Mr. Linden came in. Faith met him with a look of grave, sweet quiet, in which was mingled a certain joy at being where she was. She waited for him to speak, but something in her face or her office moved him. The gravity of his own look deepened as he came forward. His words were not ready. He sat down by her, resting his arm on the back of her chair and giving her and Johnny the same salutation, the last too softly to rouse him. "Has the doctor been here?" he said first. "No." He was silent again for a minute, but then Johnny suddenly started up, waking perhaps out of some fever dream, for he seemed frightened and bewildered, and almost ready to cry, turning his head uneasily away from everything and everybody as it seemed, until his eyes were fairly open, and then giving almost a spring out of Faith's arms into those of Mr. Linden, holding him round the neck and breathing little sobbing breath on his shoulder, till the resting place had done its work, till Mr. Linden's soft whispered words had given him comfort. But it was a little wearily then that he said, "Sing." Was it wearily that the song was given? Faith could not tell. She could not name those different notes in the voice. She could only feel that the octave reached from earth to heaven. "How kind is Jesus, Lord of all, to hear my little feeble call. How kind is Jesus thus to be physician, Saviour all to me. How much he loves me he doth shew, how much he loves I cannot know. I'm glad my life is his to keep, then he will watch and I may sleep. Jesus on earth while here I lie, Jesus in heaven if I die. I'm safe and happy in his care, his love will keep me here or there. An angel he may send for me, and then an angel I shall be. Lord Jesus, through thy love divine, thy little child is ever thine." Faith had drawn her chair a little back, and with her head leaning on the back of Mr. Linden's chair listened, in a spirit not very different from Johnny's own. She looked up when it was done, with almost as childlike a brow. It had quieted him, as with a charm, and the little smile he gave Faith was almost wondering why she looked grave. "You've been here a good while," he said, as if the mere announcement of the fact spoke his thanks. "Has she?" Mr. Linden said. "What has Miss Faith done with you, Johnny, if she has been here a good while?" "All sorts of things," Johnny answered, with another comprehensive expression of gratitude. "I thought so," said Mr. Linden. "I shouldn't wonder a bit if she had dressed you up in something she used to wear herself." "She wasn't ever so little," said the child softly. Faith had been preparing for him a cup of some light nourishment, which he was to take from time to time, and now coming to Mr. Linden's side kneeled down there before Johnny to give it to him. The child took the delicate spoonfuls as she gave them, turning his fair eyes from her to Mr. Linden as if he felt in a very sweet atmosphere of love and care, and when she went away with the cup, he said in his slow fashion, "I love her very much." And Faith heard the answer, "And so do I." Coming up behind Mr. Linden, she laid her hand on his shoulder. "Endicott, where are you going to take dinner and rest today?" "Oh, I will take rest by the way," he answered lightly, and with a smile at her. "There is dinner enough in my supper basket. I have not much time for it, neither." "School again this afternoon?" "Yes, I must be there for a while." Faith moved away, remarking in a different tone, "Your supper basket is at home, sir," and busied her energies about serving him as she had just served Johnny. With something more substantial, however. Faith had brought a lunch basket, and in 5 minutes had made Mr. Linden a cup of home tea. "Now, how shall we manage?" she said. "For Johnny must have you every minute while you are here, and there is no such thing as a little table. I shall have to be table and dumb waiter for you, if you won't mind." And so Faith pulled up her chair again and sat down, with the basket open on her lap and Mr. Linden's cup in her hand. "I only hope," she said, "that Dr. Harrison will not choose this particular minute to come in. If he does, catch the cup of tea, Endicott, for I won't answer for anything." "I don't know whether I should be most sorry or proud in case of such event," said Mr. Linden. However, I do not wish the doctor anything so disagreeable, but I will promise to catch the cup of tea, and everything else down to his displeasure. Only you must not be a dumb waiter, for that will not suit me at all." It was one of those pretty bits of sunshine that sometimes shew themselves in the midst of a very unpromising day, the time when they sat there with the lunch-basket between them. The refreshment of talk and of lunch, for lunch is refreshing when it is needed, brightened both faces and voices, and Mr. Linden's little charge, in one of his turns of happy rest and ease, watched them, amused and interested, till he fell asleep. By that time Mr. Linden's spare minutes were about over. As he was laying Johnny gently down on the bed, Faith seized her chance. "You'll let me stay here tonight, won't you, Endicott?" "It would not be good for you, dear child. If you stay until night, it will be quite as much as you ought to do. But I will see you again by that time." "I am strong, Endicott." "Yes, you are strong, little Sunbeam," he said, turning now to her and taking both her hands. "And yet it is a sort of strength I must guard. Even sunbeams must not always be on duty. But we'll see about it when I come back." Mr. Linden went off to his other sphere of action, and soon after Reuben came softly in, just to let Faith know that he was at hand if she wanted anything, and to offer to take her place. "Reuben," said Faith suddenly, "have you had any dinner?" "Oh, yes, ma'am, enough," Reuben said with a smile. "I brought something with me this morning." Faith put her lunch-basket into his hand, but her words were cut short, for she saw Dr. Harrison just coming to the house. She moved away and stood gravely by the fire. The doctor came in, pulling off his glove. He gave his hand to Faith with evident pleasure, but with a frank, free pleasure that had nothing embarrassing about the manner of it, except the indication of its depth. After a few words given with as easy an intonation as if the thermometer were not just a few degrees above zero outside where he had come from, the doctor's eye went over to the other person in the room, and then the doctor himself crossed over and offered his hand. "I shall never see you, Reuben," he said with a very pleasant recollective play of eye and lip, "without thinking of a friend." The doctor had a more full view of Reuben's eyes thereupon than he had ever before been favored with. For one moment their clear, true, earnest expression met his. But whatever the boy read, or tried to read, or did not read, he answered simply as he looked away again. "You have been that to me, sir." "I don't know," said the doctor lightly. "I am afraid not according to your friend, Mr. Linden's definition. But reckon me such a one as I can be, will you?" He turned away without waiting for the answer and went back to Faith. "Do you know," he said, "I expected to find you here?" "Very naturally," said Faith quietly. "Yes, it is according to my experience. Now how is this child?" He turned to see, and so did Faith. He looked at the child while Faith's eye went from Johnny to him. Both faces were grave, but Faith's grew more grave as she looked. "How is this child?" she repeated. "He is not worse," said the doctor, "except that not to be better is to be worse. Are you particularly interested in him?" Faith looked down at the sweet, pure little face, and for a minute or two was very still. She did not even think of answering the doctor, nor dare speak words at all. Her first movement was to push away softly a lock of hair from Johnny's forehead. "What can I do for him, Dr. Harrison?" "Not much just now. Go on as you have been doing. I will be here tonight again, and then perhaps I shall know more." He gave her a new medicine for him, however, and having said all that was needful on that score, came back with her to the fire and stood a little while talking, just so long as it would do for him to stay with any chance of its being acceptable, talking in a tone that did not jar with the place or the time, gravely and pleasantly, of some matters of interest, and then he went. And Faith sat down by the bedside and forgot Dr. Harrison, and thought of the Sunday school in the woods that evening in October, and the hymn, "I Want to Be an Angel," and looked at Johnny with a very full heart. Not a very long time had passed when Faith heard sleigh bells again, and a person very different from the doctor came softly in, even Mrs. Derrick. She smiled at Reuben and Faith, and going close up to the bed folded her hands quietly together and stood looking at the sick child, the smile vanishing from her face, her lips taking a tender, pitiful set. her eyes in the experience gravely reading the signs. She looked for a few minutes in silence, then with a little sorrowful sigh she turned to Faith. "Pretty child," she said, "can't you take a little rest? I'll sit by him now." "Oh, Mother, I'm not tired, much. I have not been very busy." Mrs. Derrick, however, took the matter into her own hands, and did not content herself till she had Faith on a low seat at her side, and Faith's head on her lap, which was a rest to mind and body both. Reuben replenished the fire and went out, and the two sat alone. "Faith," her mother said softly, "don't you think he'd be content with me tonight? I can't bear to have Mr. Linden sit up." "I want to stay myself, Mother, if he would let me." "I don't believe he'll do that, Faith, and I guess he's right. But you must make him go home to tea, child, and he might rest a little then, and I'll stay till he comes back at least." There was not much more to be said then, for Johnny woke up and wanted to be taken on Faith's lap and talked to and petted, answering all her efforts with a sort of grateful little smile and way, but moving himself about in her arms as if he felt restless and uneasy. It went to her heart. Presently, in the low tones which were music of themselves, she carried his thoughts off to the time when Jesus was a little child, and began to give him, in the simplicity of very graphic detail, part of the story of Christ's life upon earth. It was a name that Johnny loved to hear, and Faith went from point to point of his words and wonders, and healing power and comforting love, not dwelling too long, but telling Johnny very much as if she had seen it, each gentle story of the sick and the weary and the troubled, who came in their various ways to ask pity of Jesus, and found it, and reporting to Johnny as if she had heard them, the words of promise and love that a little child could understand. Mrs. Derrick listened. She had never heard just such a talk in her life. The peculiarity of it was in the vivid faith and love which took hold of the things as if Faith had had them by eyesight and hearing, and in the simplicity of representation with which she gave them, as a child to a child. And all the while she let Johnny constantly be changing his position, as restlessness prompted, from sitting to kneeling and lying in her arms, sometimes brushing his hair, which once in a while he had a fancy for, and sometimes combing it off from his forehead with her own fingers dipped in the vinegar and water which he liked to smell. Nothing could be more winning, nothing more skilful in its way, than Faith's talk to the sick child that half hour or more. And Johnny told its effect in the way he would bid her talk, if she paused for a minute. So by degrees the restless fit passed off for the time, and he lay still in her arms with drooping heavy eyelids now. Everything was subsiding. The sun sank down softly behind the wavy horizon line. The clouds floated silently away to some other harbor, and the blasts of wind came fainter and fainter, like the music of a retreating army. Swiftly the daylight ebbed away, and still Faith rocked softly back and forth, and her mother watched her. Once in a while Reuben came silently in to bring wood or fresh water. Otherwise they had no interruption. Then Mr. Linden came, and sitting down by Faith as he had done before, asked about the child and about the doctor. "He came very soon after you went away," said Faith. "He said that he was no better, and that to be no better was to be worse." It was plain that she thought more than she said. Faith had little experience, but there is an intuitive skill in some eyes to know what they have never known before. Mr. Linden bent down over the child, laying cheek to cheek softly and silently, until Johnny, rousing up a little, held up his lips to be kissed, and he did not raise his head then. "Have you been asleep, Johnny?" he said. "I don't know," the child said dreamily. "Has Miss Faith taken care of you ever since I went?" "Yes," Johnny said, with a little faint smile, "and we've had to talk." "I wish I had been here to hear it," said Mr. Linden. "What was it about? All sorts of sweet things?" "Yes," Johnny said again, his face brightening. "Out of the Bible." "Well, they are the sweetest things I know of," said Mr. Linden. "Now, if you will come on my lap, I am sure Miss Faith will get you something to eat. She can do it a great deal better than I can." Faith had soon done that, and brought the cup to Johnny, of something that he liked, and fed him as she had done at noon. It seemed to refresh him, for he fell into a quieter sleep than he had had for some time, and was often laid on the bed. "Now, dear Faith," said Mr. Linden, coming back to her, "It is time for you to go home and rest." "Do you mean to send me?" she said wistfully. "Or take you," he said with a soft touch of his fingers on her hair. "I don't know, but I could be spared long enough for that." It was arranged so, Mrs. Derrick undertaking to supply all deficiencies so far as she could, until Mr. Linden should get back again. The fast drive home through the still cold air was refreshing to both parties. It was a still drive, too. Then, leaving Mr. Linden to get a little rest on the sofa, Faith prepared tea. But Mr. Linden would not stay long after that, for rest or anything. "I am coming very early tomorrow, Endicott," Faith said then. "You may, dear child, if you promise to sleep tonight. But you must not rouse yourself too early. You know tomorrow is Saturday, so I shall not be called off by other duties." He went, and Mrs. Derrick came, but Faith, though weary enough certainly, spent the evening in study. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 14 from M.W. Chapter 12. There is no knowing what Mr. Linden would have considered too early, and Faith had prudently omitted to inquire. She studied nothing but her Bible that morning and spent the rest of the time in getting ready what she was to take with her. For Mr. Linden would not come home to breakfast, and it was but fair day. The sun had not risen when she was on her way. She wondered as she went, what would they have done that winter without Jerry, and looked at the coloring clouds in the east with a strange, quick appreciation of the rising of that other day told of in the Bible. Little Johnny brought the two near, the type and the antitype. It was a pretty ride, cold, bright, still, shadowless, till the sun got above the horizon, and then the long yellow faint beams threw themselves across the snow that was all a white level before. They reached Faith's heart as the commissioned earnest of that other sun that will fill the world with his glory and that will make heaven a place where there shall be no night. The room where little Johnny was lay like the chamber called Peace in the Pilgrim's Progress, towards the sun rising. But to reach it, Faith had first to pass through another on the darker side of the house. The door between the two stood open, perhaps for fresher air, and as Faith came lightly in, she could see that room lit up, as it were, with the early sunbeams. It was an old-fashioned room, the windows with chintz shades, the floor painted with a single strip of rag carpet. The old low-post bedstead, with its check blue and white spread, the high-back splinter chairs, told of life that had made but little progress in modern improvement. And Jonathan Fax himself, lean, long-headed, and lantern-jawed, looked grimmer than ever under his new veil of solemn feeling. He sat by the window. The wood fire in the low fireplace flickered and fell with its changing light on all. But within the warm glow, a little group told of life that had made progress which, though but yet begun, was to go on its fair course through all the ages of eternity. Little Johnny sat in his teacher's lap, one arm round his neck, and his weary little head resting as securely on Mr. Linden's breast as if it had been a woman's. The other hand moved softly over the cuff of that black sleeve, or twined its thin fingers in and out the strong hand that was clasped round him. Sometimes raising his eyes, Johnny put some question or asked for talk, his own face then, much the brighter of the two. Faith could see the face that bent over him, not only touched with its wonted gravity, which the heavenly seal set there, but moved and shaken in its composure by the wistful eyes and words of the little boy. The answering words were too low spoken for her to hear. She could see how tenderly the child's caresses were returned. Not the mother whose care Johnny had never known could have given the little head gentler rest. Nay, not so good, unless she could have given the little heart such comfort. For Johnny was in the arms of one who knew well that road to the unseen land, who had studied it, and now, as the child went on before him, could still give him words of cheer, and shew him the stepping stones through the dark river. It seemed to Faith as if the river were already in sight, as if somewhat of that strange unearthly grace which crowns but once the children of our race, already rested upon Johnny's fair brow, yet he looked brighter than yesterday, bright with a very sweet, clear quietness now. Faith stood still 1 minute, and another. Then pulling off her hood, she came in with a footfall so noiseless that it never brought Mr. Fax's head from the window, and knelt down by the side of that group. She had a smile for Johnny, too, but it was a smile that had quite left the things of the world behind it and met the child on his own ground, and her kiss was sweet accordingly. A look and a clasp of the hand to Mr. Linden. Then she rose up and went round to the window to take the hand of Mr. Fax, who had found his feet. "I'm very much beholden to you," said he in somewhat astonished voice. "You're taking a sight of trouble among you." "It's no trouble, sir." Mr. Fax looked bewildered. He advanced to Mr. Linden. "Now this girl's here," said he. "Don't you think you hadn't better come into another room and try to drop off? I guess he can get along without you for a spell, can't he?" "I am not quite ready to leave him," Mr. Linden said. "And I am not at all sleepy, Mr. Fax. Perhaps I will come by and by. We'll have breakfast, I conclude, sometime this forenoon. I'll go and see if it's ever coming. Maybe you'll take that first." He went away, and Faith, rid of her wrappers, came up again behind Johnny, passing her fingers through his hair and bending down her face to his. She did not speak. Only her eye went to Mr. Linden for intelligence, as the eye will, even when it has seen for itself. "Dr. Harrison is coming this morning," was all he said. She did not need to ask any more. "May Johnny have anything now?" "Oh, yes, and he will like it," Mr. Linden said in a different tone, and half addressing the child. "He asked me some time ago when you were coming, but not for that." Faith brought something freshly prepared for Johnny and served him tenderly. Meanwhile, her own coffee had been on the fire, and after making 2 or 3 simple arrangements of things, she came back to them. "Will you sit with me now, Johnny, and let Mr. Linden have some breakfast?" "In here?" the child asked, but being reassured on that point, he came to Faith's arms very willingly, or rather, let Mr. Linden place him there. When she had drawn her chair up nearer the table so that he could look on, and with her arms wrapped tenderly round him, but a face of as clear quiet as the morning sky when there are no clouds before the sunrise, she sat there, and she and Johnny matched Mr. Linden's breakfast. There was no need to talk, for Johnny had a simple pleasure in what was going on, and in everything his friend did. And if the little face before him hindered Mr. Linden's enjoyment of breakfast, that was suffered to appear as little as possible. Breakfast was even rather prolonged and played with, because it seemed to amuse him, and the word and the smile were always ready, either to call forth or to answer one from the child, not from him alone, for by degrees even Faith was drawn out of her silence. Mr. Linden had not yet changed his place. When on the walk that led up to the house, Faith saw the approach of Dr. Harrison. The doctor, as he came in, gave a comprehensive glance at the table. Mr. Linden, who had risen, and Faith with Johnny in her lap, shook hands with Mr. Linden, and taking the chair he had quitted, sat down in front of Faith and Johnny. a question and answer first passed about her own well-being. "You've not been here all night," said he. "No, sir. I came a while ago." The doctor's unsatisfied eye fell on the child, fell with no change of its unsatisfied expression. It took rapid and yet critical note of him, with a look that Faith knew through its unchangingness, scanned, judged, and passed sentence. Then Dr. Harrison rose and walked over to Mr. Linden. "There is nothing to be done," he said in a low tone. "I would stay, but I know that it would be in vain. She ought not to be here." For the first remark, Mr. Linden was prepared. The second fell upon a heart that was already keeping closer watch over her strength and happiness than even the doctor could. He merely answered by a quiet question or two as to what could be done for the child's comfort, as to the probable length of time there would be to do anything. "He may have any simple thing he likes," said the doctor, "such as he has had. I need not give you directions for more than today. I am sorry I cannot stay longer with you, but it does not matter. You can do as well as I now." He went up to Faith and spoke with a different manner. "Miss Faith, I hope you will not let your goodness forget that its powers need to be taken care of. You were here yesterday. There is no necessity for you to be here today." "I don't come for necessity, Dr. Harrison." "I know," said he, shaking his head. "Your will is strong, but it ought not to have full play. You are not wanted here." Faith let him go without an answer to that. As soon as the doctor was gone, Mr. Linden came and sat down by Johnny again, kissing the child's brow and cheek and lips, with a face a little moved indeed, and yet with its clear look unclouded, and softly asked what he should do for him. But though Johnny smiled and stroked his face, he seemed rather inclined to be quiet and even to sleep, yielding partly to the effect of weakness and fever, partly to the restless night. And his two teachers watched him together. Faith was very silent and quiet. Then suddenly she said, "Go and take some rest yourself, won't you, Endicott? Now." "I do not feel the need of it," he said. "I had some snatches of sleep last night." She looked at him, but the silence was unbroken again for some little time longer. At length, pushing aside a lock of hair from the fair little brow beneath which the eyelids drooped with such unnatural heaviness, Faith said, and the tone seemed to come from very stillness of heart. The words dropped so grave and clear, "The name of Christ is good here today, Endicott." How good, how precious was his quick rejoinder, and how very precious too is the love of his will. And he repeated softly as if thinking it out, "I worship thee, sweet will of God, and all thy ways adore. And every day I live, I seem to love thee more and more." But her words touched sweet and bitter things. Mr. Linden did not immediately answer. His head drooped a little on his hand, and he did not raise it again until Johnny claimed his attention. The quiet rest of the little sleeper was passing off, changing into an unquiet waking, not with the fear of yesterday, but with a restlessness of discomfort that was not easily soothed. Words and caresses seemed to have lost their quieting power for the time, though the child's face never failed to answer them. But he presently held out his arms to Mr. Linden with the words, "Walk, like last night." And for a while then Faith had nothing to do but to look and listen, to listen to the soft measured steps through the room, to watch the soothing, resting effect of the motion on the sick child, as wrapped in Mr. Linden's arms he was carried to and fro. She could tell how it wrought from the quieter, unbent muscles, from the words which by degrees Johnny began to speak. But after a while one of these words was, "Sing." Mr. Linden did not stay his walk, but though his tone was almost as low as his footsteps, Faith heard every word. "Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong, they are weak, but he is strong. Jesus loves me, he who died, heaven's gate to open wide. He will wash away my sin, let his little child come in. Jesus loves me still, though I'm very weak and ill. From his shining throne on high comes to watch me where I lie. Jesus loves me, he will stay close beside me all the way. Then this little child will take up to heaven for his dear sake. There were a few silent turns taken after that, and then Mr. Linden came back to the rocking chair and told Faith in a sort of bright, cheerful way, meant for her as well as the child, that Johnny wanted her to brush his hair and give him something to eat, which Johnny enforced with one of his quiet smiles. Faith sprang to do it, and both offices were performed with hands of tenderness and eyes of love, with how much inner trembling of heart neither eyes nor hands told. Then, after all that was done, Faith stood by the table and began to swallow coffee and bread on her own account, somewhat eagerly. Mr. Linden watched her with grave eyes. "Now you must go and lie down," he said. "Not at all," Faith said with a smile at him. "I hadn't time, or didn't take time, to eat my breakfast before I came away from home. That is all. It is you who ought to do that, Endy," she added gently. She put away the things, cleared the table, made up the fire, and smoothed the bed, ready for Johnny when he should want it, and then she came and sat down. "Won't you go?" she said softly. "I would rather stay here." Faith folded her hands and sat waiting to be useful. Perhaps Mr. Linden thought it would be a comfort to her if he had at least partly granted her request. Perhaps he thought it would be wise, for he said, laying his cheek against the child's, "Johnny, if you will sit with Miss Faith now, I will lay my head down on one of your pillows for a little while, and you can call me the minute you want me." The child was very quiet and resting then, and leaning his head happily against Faith, watched Mr. Linden as he sat down by the bedside and gave himself a sort of rest in the way he had proposed. And then Faith's gentle voice was put in requisition. It was going over some things Johnny liked to hear, very softly so that no ears but his might be the wiser, when the door opened and Jonathan Fax came in again. He glanced at Mr. Linden and advanced softly up to Faith. There stood and looked down at his child and her with a curious look that half recognized what it would not see. "You're as good to him as if he belonged to you," said Jonathan in a voice not clear. "So he does," was Faith's answer, laying her cheek to the little boy's head. By how many ties, she thought, but she added no more. The words had shaken her. "How's he getting on?" was the uneasy question next, as the father stooped with his hands on his knees to look nearer at the child. Did he not know? Faith for a minute held her breath. Then she lifted her face and looked up, looked full into his eyes. "Don't you know, Mr. Fax, that Johnny cannot go any way but well?" The words were soft and low, but the man stood up, straightening himself instantly as if he had received a blow. "Do you mean to say," he asked huskily, "that he is going to die?" It startled Faith fearfully. She did not know how much Johnny would understand or be moved by the words, and she saw that they had been heard and noted. With infinite softness and quietness she laid her cheek to the little boy's, answering in words as sweet as he had ever heard from her voice, as unfearful. "Johnny knows where he is going, if Jesus wants him." "Jesus is in heaven," the child said instantly, as if she had asked him a question, and with the same deliberate manner that he would have answered her in Sunday school, and raising his clear eyes to hers, as he had been wont to do there, but the voice was fainter. Faith's head drooped lower, and her voice was fainter too, but clear and cheery. "Yes, darling, and we'll be with him there by and by." Yes, the child repeated, nestling his head against her in a weary sort of way, but with a little smile still. The father looked at Faith and at the child like one mazed and bewildered, stood still as if he had got a shock, then wheeling round spoke to nobody and went out. Faith pressed her lips and cheek lightly to Johnny's brow, in a rush of sorrow and joy, then began again some sweet Bible story for his tired little spirit. Mr. Linden did not long keep even his resting position, though perhaps longer than he would but for the murmuring talk which he did not want to interrupt. But when that ceased, he came back to his former seat, leaning his arm on Faith's chair in a silence that was very uninterrupted. There were plenty of comers and goers in the outer room. Miss Bezak and Mrs. Stoutenberg and Mrs. Derrick and Mrs. Summers were all there with offers of assistance. But Mr. Linden knew well that little Johnny had all he could have, and his orders to Reuben had been very strict that no one should come in. So, except the various tones of different voices, which made their way once in a while, the two watchers had nothing to break the still quiet in which they sat. Their own words only made the quiet deeper, as they watched the little feet which they had first guided in the heavenward path, now passing on before them. "We were permitted to shew him the way at first, Faith," Mr. Linden said, "but he is shewing it to us now. But suffer them to come, in death as in life." Much of the time the child slumbered, or lay in a half-stupor, though often this was uneasy unless Mr. Linden walked with him up and down the room. Then he would revive a little, and look and speak quite brightly, asking for singing or reading or talk, letting Faith smooth his hair, or bathe his face and hands, or give him a spoonful or two from one of her little cups, his face keeping its fair quiet look, even though the mortal began to give way before the immortal. In one of these times of greater strength and refreshment, when he was in Mr. Linden's arms, he looked up at him and said, "Read about heaven, what you used to." Mr. Linden took his little Bible, remembering but too readily what that used to be, and read softly and clearly the verses in Revelation. "And he shewed me that great city, the holy Jerusalem, and the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon, to shine in it, for the glory of God did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof. And the nations of them that are saved shall walk in the light of it, and the kings of the earth do bring their glory and honor unto it. And the gates of it shall not be shut at all by day, for there shall be no night there, and there shall be in no wise enter into it anything that defileth, or whatsoever worketh abomination, or maketh a lie, but they that are written in the Lamb's book of life." The child listened, with his eyes upon his teacher's face and his arm round him, as he had been used to, and when the reading was finished lay quiet for a little time, while his friends too were silent, thinking of the city that hath foundations. "That's the same gate," Johnny said in his slow, thoughtful way, as if his mind had gone back to the morning hymn. "Yes," Mr. Linden said, with lips that would not quite be controlled, and yet answering the child's smile. "That is the gate where his little child shall go in, and that is the beautiful city where the Lord Jesus lives, and where my Johnny is going to be with him forever, and where dear Miss Faith and I hope to come by and by." The child's hands were folded together, and with a fair, pure smile he looked from one face to the other, closing his eyes then in quiet sleep, but with the smile yet left. It was no time for words. The gates of the city seemed too near, where the little traveller's feet were soon to enter. The veil between seemed so slight that even sense might almost pass beyond it, when the heaven light was already shining on that fair little face, Faith wiped away tears and looked and brushed them away again, but for a long time was very silent. At last she said, very low, that it might be quietly, "Endicott, it seems to me as if I could almost hear them." He half looked the question which yet needed no answer, looking down then again at the little ransomed one in his arms, as he said in the same low voice, wherein mingled a note of the church triumphant through all its deep human feeling. And they sung a new song, saying, "Thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain, and hast redeemed us to God by thy blood, out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation." And, Faith said presently, lower still, "Can't you, as Bunyan says, hear the bells of the city ringing for joy?" These choral harmonies of heaven, heard or unheard, were stilling to mortal speech and even mortal feeling. Very quietly the minutes and the hours of that day succeeded each other. Quietly even on the sick child's part, more so than yesterday. Nature succumbed gently, and the restless uneasiness which had marked the night and the preceding day gave place gradually before increasing faintness of the bodily powers. There was little talk called for after that time, hardly any, though never a word met his waking ear that did not meet the same grateful, pleased manner and smile. But the occasions became fewer. Johnny slumbered gently, but more plainly a sleep that was nearing the end, in the arms of his best friend, who would let him, even when unconscious, have no worse resting place, would let every faint waking minute find the same earthly love about him that had been his dearest earthly refuge and stay. But earth was having less and less of her little immortal tenant, and as the hours of the afternoon began to tell of failing light and a fading day, it was plain that the little spirit was almost ready to wing its way to the city that hath no need of the sun. Mr. Fax came in sometimes to look at the child, but never stayed long, never offered to take him out of the hands he perhaps unconsciously felt were more of kin to him, spiritually, than his own. Out of the room, he sat down in the midst of his visitors and said nothing. He seemed bewildered or astounded. "I never knowed," he said once, "till that girl told me. I heard what the doctor said at night, but I didn't think as he was any wiser than other doctors, and their words about as good one side as t'other." At the edge of the evening, Reuben came in to say that Mr. Skip was there with the sleigh. "Let him put Jerry in the stable and go home," Faith said softly to Mr. Linden. "One of Mr. Fax's men can harness him any time." "Dear Faith," he said, "you had better go with him." "I cannot go, Endicott. Don't tell me to go," she said with a determinate quietness. "How can I let you stay? You ought not to watch here all night, unless there was something for you to do." "There may be something for me to do," she said, but not as if that were what she wanted to stay for. "I think not," he said softly, and looking down again. "Faith, it is near the dawning, and yet it may not be till the dawning. And, dear child, you ought not to watch here." "It will not hurt me," she said under her breath. "I know," he said with a gentle admission of all her reasons and full sympathy with all her wishes, "but I think you ought not." "Do you mean," she said after a minute's pause, "that you wish me to go?" It was hard for him to say yes, but he did. She sat still a moment, with her face in the shade, then rose up and arranged everything about the room which her hands could better, made a cup of tea, and brought it to Mr. Linden, and prepared herself for her ride. When she came at last, ready, with only her hood to put on, her face was almost as fair as Johnny's. There was no shadow on it of any kind, but clear day, as if a reflection from the city she had been looking towards. She put her hand in Mr. Linden's and knelt down as she had done in the morning to kiss Johnny. Her lips trembled, but the kisses were quietly given, and rising to her feet without speaking or looking, Faith went away. If quietness was broken on the ride home, it was restored by the time she got there, and with the same clear look Faith went in. That Mrs. Derrick was much relieved to see her was evident, but she seemed not very ready to ask questions. She looked at Faith, and then with a little sigh or two, began softly to unfasten her cloak and furs, and to put her in a comfortable place by the fire, and to hasten tea, but all in a sort of sorrowful, subdued silence, letting her take her own time to speak, or not speak at all, if she liked it better. Faith's words were cheerfully given, though about other things, and after tea she did in some measure justify Mr. Linden's decision in sending her home, for she laid herself on the couch in the sitting-room and went into sleep as profound and calm as the slumbers she had left watching. Her mother sat by her in absolute stillness, thinking of Faith as she had been in her childhood, and from thence until now, thinking of the last time she herself had been in that sick room, of the talk she had heard there, of the silence that was there now, wiping away some tears now and then, looking always at Faith with a sort of double feeling, that both claimed her as a child and was ready to sit at her feet and learn. But as it came to the hour of bedtime, and Faith still slept, her mother stooped down and kissed her 2 or 3 times to wake her up. "Pretty child," she said, "you'd better go to bed." Faith started with a recollective look and asked what time it was, then sank down again. "I'll wait an hour yet." "Had you better?" her mother said gently. "I'll sit up, dear, and call you if you wanted. Did you think they'd send?" "Send? Oh, no, Mother." Mrs. Derrick was silent a minute. "Mr. Linden wouldn't come home tonight, dear." "Wouldn't he?" said Faith, startling. And for a minute the sorrowful look came back to her face, but then it returned to its high quiet. She kissed her mother, and they went upstairs together. No, he did not come home, and well assured that he would not, Faith ceased to watch for him, and fatigue and exhaustion again had their way. The night was very still, the endless train of stars sweeping on in their appointed course until the morning star rose and the day broke. Even then Faith slept on, but when the more earthly light of the sun came, with its bestirring beams, it roused her, and she started up in that mood where amid quick-coming recollections she was almost breathless for more tidings, waiting, as if by the least noise or stir she might lose something. It was then that she heard Mr. Linden come in, even as she sat so listening, heard him come in and come upstairs, with a slow, quiet step that would have told her all, if the fact of his coming had not been enough. She heard his door close, and then all was still again, except what faint sound she might hear from the working part of the house below. Faith sat motionless till she could hear nothing more upstairs, and then kept her position breathlessly for a second or 2 longer, looking at the still sunbeams which came pouring into her room according to their wont, with their unvarying heavenly message, and then gave way, rare for her, to a burst of gentle sorrow, that yet was not all sorrow, and which, for that very mingling, was the more heart-straightening while it lasted. The light of the fair, clear Sunday morning bore such strange testimony of the everlasting day upon which her little charge of yesterday had even entered. But the sense of that was quieting, if it was stirring. Not until the breakfast hour was fully come did Mr. Linden make his appearance. But then he came, looking pale indeed and somewhat worn, yet with a face of rest. He gave his hand to Mrs. Derrick, and coming up to Faith, took her in his arms and kissed her, and gently put her in her chair at the table, waiving all questions till another time. There were none asked. Mrs. Derrick would not have ventured any, and the tinge in Faith's cheek gave token of only one of various feelings by which she was silenced. Yet that was not a sorrowful breakfast, for rest was on every brow, or two of them it was the very rest of the day when Christ broke the bars of death and rose. Breakfast had been a little late, and there was not much time to spare when it was over. "You had better not try to go out this morning, dear Faith," Mr. Linden said, as they left the table and came round the fire in the sitting room. "Oh, yes, I can go. I must go," she added softly. "I have not much to tell you," he said in the same tone. "Nothing but what is most sweet and fair. Would you like to go up there with me by and by?" "Yes, after church." After church in the afternoon would give us most time. The Sunday classes were first met. How was not likely to be forgotten by scholars or teachers. It was an absorbing hour to Faith and her two little children that were left to her, an hour that tried her very much. She controlled herself but took her revenge all church time. As soon as she was where nobody need know what she did, Faith felt unnerved, and a luxury of tears that she could not restrain lasted till the service was over. It lasted no longer, and the only two persons that knew of the tears were glad to have them come. After the afternoon service, when people were not only out of church but at home, Mr. Linden and Faith set out on their solitary drive. It was too far for her to walk, both for strength and time. The afternoon was well on its way. The outer room into which Faith had first gone the day before had a low murmur of voices and a little sprinkling of people within. But Mr. Linden let none of them stop her, and merely bowing as he passed through, he led her on. In the next room were two of the boys, but they went away at once, and Mr. Linden put his arm round Faith, letting her lean all her weight on him if she chose, and led her up to the bedside. They stood there and looked, as one might look at a ray of eternal sunlight falling athwart the dark shadows of time. The child lay in his deep sleep as if Mr. Linden had just laid him down, his head a little turned towards them, a little drooping, his hands in their own natural position on breast and neck. A faint, pink-tinted wrapper lay in soft folds about him, with its white frills at neck and wrists. On his breast, a bunch of the first snowdrops spoke of the everlasting spring and never-withering flowers. With hearts and faces that grew every moment more quiet, more steady, Johnny's two teachers stood and looked at him, then knelt together and prayed that in the way which they had shewed him, they might themselves be found faithful. "You shouldn't say we," said Faith when they had risen and were standing there again. "It was you, to him and me both." And bending forward to kiss the little face again, she added, "He taught me as much as he ever learned from me." But the words were spoken with difficulty, and Faith did not try any more. They stood there till the twilight began to fall, and then turned their faces homewards with a strange mingling of joy and sorrow in their hearts. How many times Mr. Linden went there afterwards, Faith did not know. She could only guess. There was no school for the next 2 days. Tuesday was white with snow, not falling thick upon the ground, but in fine light flakes, and few people cared to be out. Mr. Linden had been early in the morning. Since dinner he had been in his room, and now as it drew towards 3 o'clock, he came down and left the house, taking the road towards that of Jonathan Fax. Other dark figures now appeared from time to time, bending their steps in the same direction, some sturdy farmer in his fear-not coat, or two of the schoolboys with their arms round each other. Then this ceased, and the soft falling snow alone was in the field. The afternoon wore on, and the sun was towards the setting, when a faint reddish tinge began to flush along the western horizon, and the snowflakes grew thinner. Then, just as the first sunbeam shot through their cloudy prison, making the snow a mere white veil to their splendor, the little carriage of Mr. Somers came slowly down the road, and in it Mr. Somers himself. A half-dozen of the neighboring farmers followed. Then the little coffin of Johnny Fax, borne by Reuben Taylor and Sam Stoutenberg, and Phil Davids and Joe Deacon, each cap and left arm bound with crape, followed by Johnny's two little classmates, Charles XII and Robbie Waters. Then the chief mourners, Jonathan Fax and Mr. Linden, arm in arm, and Mr. Linden wearing the crape badge. After them, the whole school, 2 and 2. The flickering snowflakes fell softly on the little pall, but through them the sunbeam shot joyously, and said that the child had gone, through a dark stormy night to a calm land of light. Meet again? Yes, we shall meet again. Though now we part in pain, his people all together Christ shall call, Hallelujah. Child, said Mrs. Derrick in a choked voice and wiping her eyes, when the last one had long passed out of view. It's good to see him and Jonathan Fax walking together. Anyway, I guess Jonathan'll never say a word against him again. Faith, he's beautiful. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mira Williams. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 13. It seemed to Faith as if the little shadow which February had brought and left did not pass away, or rather, as if it had stretched on till it met another, though whence that came, from what possible cloud, she could not see. She was not the cloud. That she knew and felt. If such care and tenderness and attention as she had had all winter could be increased, then were they now. Every spare moment was given to her, all sorts of things were undertaken to give her pleasure, and that she was Mr. Linden's sunbeam was never more clear. Yet to her fancy that shadow went out and came in with him, lived even in her presence, nay, as if she had been a real sunbeam, grew deeper there. And yet not that. What was it? The slight change of voice or face in the very midst of some bright talk, the eyes that followed her about the room or studied her face while she studied her lesson. She felt as if she did not see them, even the increased unwillingness to have her out of his sight. What did they all mean? So constant yet so intangible, so going hand in hand with all the clear, bright activity that had ever been part of Mr. Linden's doings, while the pleasure of nothing seemed to be checked, and yet a little pain mingled with all. Faith felt puzzled and grieved by turns. She bore it for a while, in wondering and sorrowful silence, till she began to be afraid of the shadows spreading to her own face. Nay, she felt it there sometimes. Faith couldn't stand it any longer. He had come in rather late one evening. It was a bleak evening in March, but the fire, never more wanted, burned splendidly, and lit up the sitting-room in style. Before it, in the easy-chair, Mr. Linden sat meditating. He might be tired, but Faith fancied she saw the shadow. She came up behind his chair, put both hands on one of his shoulders, and leaned down. "Endicott," she said in some of her most winning tones, "may I ask you something?" He came out of his muse instantly, and laying his hand on hers, asked her what she thought about herself. "I think I may, if you'll promise not to answer me, unless you have a mind." "Do you suppose I would?" Mr. Linden said, laughing. "What trust you have in your own power." "No, not a bit," said Faith. "Then shall I ask you?" "You are beginning to work upon my timid disposition, of which I believe I once told you." "What are you going to ask me?" To challenge Dr. Harrison? Or to run for president? Would you like to do either of those two things? I was only putting myself at your disposal, as I have done before. Would you do either of them if I asked you? Said Faith softly. I suppose I am safe in saying yes, said Mr. Linden, smiling. Little bird, why do you keep on the wing? I wanted to make sure of lighting in a right place, said Faith. Indy, and her voice came back to the rich softness of tones of her first question, a little dashed with timidity. Has anybody been putting nonsense into your head? He lifted her hand from its resting place, bringing it round to his cheek and lips, at first in silence. Do you know, he said, that is just the point over which I thought you were hovering. But the certainty had changed his tone, and rising up quick and suddenly, he drew her off the sofa and seated her there, keeping his arm still about her as if for a shield. Faith, he said, do you remember that I promised some time to tell you a long story? She looked up into his face gravely and affectionately, reading his look. But you won't have time for it now, Endicott. Tea will be ready directly. We must wait till by and by. My little sunbeam, he said, looking at her and gently pushing back her hair. Do you know that I love you very much? What made you think that there was anything in my head but the most profound and abstract sense? Faith shook her head, with a little bit of a smile. I saw that you were growing either more sensible of late, or less, and I wanted to know which it was. Please to explain yourself. How could I grow more sensible, and in what way did I grow less? I'm talking nonsense, said Faith simply. But if it was sense in your head, Indy, there was a little too much of it, and I had seen nonsense look so I wanted to know. Faith, Mr. Linden said, you remind me often of that Englishman Madame D'Arblay tells about, who to the end of his life declared that his wife was the most beautiful sight in the world to him. Do you know, I think he will have a successor? Her color rose bright, and for a minute she looked down at her diamonds, then looked up demurely, and asked who Madame D'Arblay was. She was an Englishwoman, an authoress, a maid of honor to the Queen. Do you wish to know anything about the other two persons I alluded to? One sparkling flash of Faith's soft eye was all she gave him. No, I don't think I do, she said. You know enough already? Or too much? Faith, are Christmas roses to be in season all the year round? I don't know, but tea is. Suppose I shall go and see about it, monsieur? Eh bien, mademoiselle, he said gravely, but holding her fast. Suppose you do. Then we should have it. Undoubtedly, mademoiselle. Vous avez raison. And what have you? Said Faith, laughing. I have you. Love and reason did meet once, you know. Did they? Said Faith, looking up. How should I know? You never found it out in your own personal experience? You say it's a fact, said Faith. I thought you referred to it as a former fact. Like tea, said Mr. Linden. Like tea, Endicott. What are you talking of? Former facts. I wonder what I shall get you tonight, Endicott, she said merrily, twisting round to look at him. You must want something. Is a thing properly said to be former as long as it is still present? What is present? Tea isn't past, said Faith, with another little flash of her eye. If you are going to set up for reason, said Mr. Linden, there is no more to be done, but as for me, I may as well submit to my fate. Shakespeare says, to love and to be wise exceeds man's might. I don't think I set up for reason, said Faith, only for tea, and you obliged me to take reason instead. I guess Shakespeare was right. Unquestionably, said Mr. Linden, laughing. Faith, did you ever hear of Love in a Cottage? I believe I have. I hope you don't think that includes tea. I never thought it included much good, said Faith. I always thought it was something foolish. There spoke reason, said Mr. Linden, "and I shall not dare to speak again for 10 minutes. Faith, you will have time to meditate." His eyes went to the fire and stayed there. Faith meditated, or waited upon his meditations, for her eyes now and then sought his face somewhat wistfully to see if she could read what he was thinking of, which yet she could not read. But her exploring looks in that direction were too frequent to leave room for the supposition that reason made much progress. "Faith," Mr. Linden said, suddenly intercepting one of these looks, "now let us compare results before we meditate any farther. What have you to shew?" "Nothing," said Faith frankly. "I, on my part, have made a great discovery which will perhaps answer for both of us. It is very simple, as most great discoveries are, being merely this, that I prefer other things than reproofs from the lips of reason. Will you have an illustration?" "Can't I understand without?" said Faith, laughing, but with also a little color rising, and very smilingly she had her answer, the only answer she could expect. "I believe you are principled against saying yes," said Mr. Linden. "The most encouraging thing you ever said to me was, 'Oh, no!'" What swift recollection, what quick sympathy with that time spoke in the crimson of Faith's cheeks. It was something to see, the eloquent blood. Eyes were not to be seen. Mr. Linden smiled, touching his hand softly to her cheeks. "Oh, mignonette," he said, "or I should rather say, oh, roses, or oh, carnation. Is there anything beyond that in your flora?" In the emergency, Faith took possession of the hand that invaded her carnations, and turning the full display upon him, asked if he would not like to have something more substantial. Apparently the display was approved, though there were no words to that effect. "I suppose I must let you go," he said, "because if we are to study all the evening after tea, it will not do to talk away the whole evening before. You shall choose your own time for hearing my story, dear child. Only let me know when the time comes." There was no shadow upon the tea hour, on Faith's part, nor on the hours of study that followed. The wind swept round the house, March fashion, but the fire and the open books laughed at him. There seemed even a little more than usual of happy gaiety in Faith's way of going through her work. She and the fire played at which should get ahead of the other, and between whiles she was obliged to use a little caution to obviate Mr. Linden's surprise at finding how far she was getting ahead of herself. For Faith's early morning studies were not now by any means confined to the lessons he set for her and expected her to do. Her object and endeavor was to prevent his requirements, and so prepare the ground before his teaching that without finding out how it came to be so ready, he should simply occupy more of it and cultivate higher. It was a rather nice matter, not to let him see that she had done too much, and yet to make him know that he might take what harvests he pleased off the ground, with such keen eyes, too, that knew so well all the relative forces of soil and cultivation and could estimate so surely the fruits of both. Faith managed by not managing at all, and by keeping very quiet, as far as possible showing him nothing he did not directly or indirectly call for. But sometimes she felt she was grazing the edge of discovery, which the least lifting of the veil of Mr. Linden's unsuspiciousness would secure. She felt it tonight, and the fire and she had one or two odd little consultations. Just what Mr. Linden was consulting with himself about at those times she did not know, but she half fancied it was something. Once the fire called her off at the end of a lesson, and when she came back to the table he had the next book open. But it was not till this set of questions and answers and explanations was half through that Faith discovered he had opened the book at a different place from the one where it had been closed the day before. Then it suddenly flashed upon her, but whether it had been by accident or of intent she did not know. One last consultation Faith held with the fire while Mrs. Derrick was gathering her work together to go to bed. Then she brought a low seat to Mr. Linden's feet. "Now, Indy, I am ready." A little smile, a soft lingering touch upon her forehead, came with his words. "My little mignonette, what do you suppose I came to Pottaquasset for?" She looked rather wondering at him, and then she said, "I suppose to teach the school." "Yes, but to what end?" "I mean in my intent." "I know now what I came for, in one sense," he said, securing one of her hands. "Why, Endicott, do you want me to tell you?" "If you know or guess." I don't know or guess anything. I supposed merely that you did that as other people do other things, and for the same reason." "It was for a very commonplace reason," Mr. Linden said, watching her face with 2 or 3 things at work in his own. "It was to get money to finish my studies for your favorite profession." "My favorite profession? Which do you mean?" "Have you forgotten Miss Essie's question?" "I have not, nor the dear child who was so unwilling to answer it." Faith's mind went back to Miss Essie, the question and answer, and took the round of the subject. And even as she did so, her face changed, a sort of grave light coming into it. "Do you mean that, Indy?" she said, half under her breath. "I mean that, and no other." The light brightened and deepened, her color flushed like a morning sky, till at last the first sunbeams struck athwart her face, in the shape of a smile. It was not a lip smile. It was on eye and brow and lip and cheek together. Mr. Linden bent down by her, lifting her face to meet his eyes, which through all their intentness smiled too. "Faith, I want to hear every word of that." "Of what?" "Of all that is in your mind and face just now." Her 2 little answering sentences evidently only gave the key of the very deep tones. "I think it is good, Indy. I am glad." "I thought you would be, but that does not satisfy me, dear Faith. I want you to say to me all the different things that your thoughts were saying to you. You are not afraid of me at this time of day?" he said, bringing her face closer. "I have nothing to say I need be afraid to say," Faith answered slowly. "But it is hard to disentangle so many thoughts. I was thinking it is such great and high work, such happy work, and such an honor. And then that you will do it right, Endicott." She hesitated. "How could I help but be glad?" "Do you like your new prospective position, little sunbeam?" A deep color came over her face, and the eyes fell, yet Faith folded her hands and spoke. "I was glad to think—" She got so far, but the sentence was never finished. "Glad to think what, dear child?" Faith glanced up. She did not want to answer. Then she said with the greatest simplicity, "I am glad if I may do something." "Glad that I should realize my ideal?" Mr. Linden said with a smile, and softly bringing her face round again. "Faith, do you know what a dear little minister's wife you will make? Mignonette is so suitable for a parsonage, so well calculated to impress the people with a notion of the extreme grave propriety which reigns there. For is not Mignonette always sweet, demure, and never, by any chance, high-colored?" She would not let her face be held up. It went down upon her lap, into her hands, which she pressed close to hide it. "Oh, Endicott," she said desperately, "you'll have to call me something else." "Oh, Faith," was his smiling reply, "I will, just so soon as I can. Don't you want to come over to the sofa and hear the rest of my story?" "Your story? Oh, yes." And first having a sympathizing interview with the fire, Faith went over to the sofa and sat down, but hid her face no more. Much as he had done before tea, Mr. Linden came and sat down by her, with the same sort of gentle steadiness of manner, as if some strong thread of feeling had wrapped itself around an equally deep thread of purpose. His gay talk now as then finding always some contrast in his face. But of this Faith had seen little or nothing. Her eyes had not been very free to look. She did notice how silently he stood by her as she put the fire in order. She did notice the look that rested on her as she took her seat, and she could think of nothing else. "It was given to me, dear Faith," he said, "to spend my boyhood in an atmosphere more like the glow of that firelight than anything I can compare it to for its warmth and radiance, where very luxurious worldly circumstances were crowned with the full luxury of earthly love. But it was a love so heaven-directed, so heaven-blessed, that it was but the means of preparing me to go out into the cold alone. That was where I learned to love your diamonds," he added, taking the jeweled hand in his, "when I used to see them not more busy among things of literature and taste than in all possible ministrations to the roughest and poorest and humblest of those whom literature describes and taste shrinks from. But I used to think," he said, speaking very low, that the ring was never so bright nor so quick-moving as when it was at work for me. Faith's eyes fell with his to the diamonds. She was very still, the flash all gone. That time of my life, Mr. Linden presently went on, was passed partly in Europe and partly here. We came home just after I had graduated from a German university, but before I went away again, almost everything I had in the world went from me. He was silent for a little, drawing Faith's head down upon his shoulder and resting his lightly upon it, till she felt what she was to him. Then he looked up and spoke quietly as before. Pet and I were left alone. A sister of my father's was very anxious to take her, but Pet would not hear of it. And so for a year we lived together, and when I went to the seminary she went too, living where I lived and seeing what she could of me between times. It was not very good for her, but it was the best we could do then. I suppose there was some mismanagement on the part of my father's executors, or some complication in his affairs. I need not trouble you with the details, but we were left without much more than enough to give her the income I wished her to have for her own private use. Of course, I would not touch that for our joint expenses. But until a year ago we did still live together by various means. Then this sister of my father's set her heart upon taking Pet with her to Europe, and I set mine almost as much. I could better bear to live alone than to have her, and her life then amounted to that. And so between us both she consented, very unwillingly, and she went to Italy, and I studied as long as I had ways and means, and then came here to get more. So you see, dear child, Mr. Linden said with a smile, it is not my fortune I have asked you to share, but my fortunes. She gave him a smile, as bright and free as the glancing of a star. Then her look went away again, and it was a good little while before perhaps she dared speak, perhaps before she wanted to speak. So very steady and still her look and herself were, it said that they covered her thoughts too tender or too deep to be put into words. And the thoughtfulness rather deepened as minutes rolled on, and a good many of them rolled on, and still Faith did not speak. Mr. Linden's watch ticked its remarks unhindered. Words came at last. Endicott, you said something about means for study. How much means does it want, and how much study? The interest at work in the question was deeper than Faith meant to shew or knew she shewed. He told her the various expenses, ordinary and contingent, in few words, and was silent a moment, but then drawing her close to him with that same sort of sheltering gesture she had noticed before, he went on to answer her other question, the voice and manner giving her a perfect key to all the grave looks she had mused over. Do you remember, dear Faith, that I once called you a brave little child? Yes. You must be that now, he said gently. You and I both must be brave and cheerful and full of trust, because, precious child, I have 2 years' work before me, and the work cannot be done here. She looked in his face once, and was silent. What her silence covered could only be guessed, but it lasted a little while. It must be done at that place where you were with your sister? Yes, little mignonette, it must be done there. And when must you begin the work, Endicott? If the words cost her some effort, it only just appeared. I came for a year, dear Faith, and I ought not to stay much beyond that. Faith mentally counted the months in haste with a pang, but the silence did not last long this time. Her head left its resting place, and bending forward she looked up into Mr. Linden's face with a sunny clear look that met his full. It was not a look that could by any means be mistaken to indicate a want of other feeling, however. One might as soon judge from the sunshine gilding on the slope of a mountain that the mountain is made of tinsel. Endicott, is that what has been the matter with you? She needed no answer but his look, though that was as clear as her own. I could easier bear it if I could bear the whole, he said. But you can understand that Dr. Harrison's proposal tried, though it did not tempt me. She scarce gave a thought to that. There is one more thing I wanted to ask. Will there be— She paused and went on. No time at all that you can be here? Dear Faith, he said, kissing her, do you think I could bear that? How often I shall be able to come I cannot quite tell, but come I shall, from time to time if I live. And in the meanwhile we must make letters do a great deal. Her face brightened. She sat quietly looking at him. Will that shadow come any more now that you have told me? I will give you leave to scold me if you see it, Mr. Linden said, answering her smile. I ought not be in shadow for a minute, with such a sunbeam in my possession. Although, do you know, little bright one, that the connection between sunbeams and shadows is very intimate, and very hard to get rid of? Shall I talk to you about nonsense again? She said half lightly, resting her hand on his arm and looking at him. Yet behind her light tone there was a great tenderness. You may, and I will plead guilty. But in which of the old classes of uncanny folk will you put me? With those who were known by their having no shadow, or with those who went always with two? So I suppose one must have a little shadow to keep from being uncanny. You and I will not go upon that understanding, dear Faith. Faith did not look like one who had felt no shadow. Rather, perhaps she looked like one who had borne a blow, a look that in the midst of a talk more than once brought to Mr. Linden's mind a shadowy resemblance of her as she was after they got home that terrible evening. But her face had a gentle brightness now, that then was wanting. I don't know, she said wistfully in answer to his last words. Perhaps it is good. I dare say it is, for me. It is a shame for me to remind you of anything, but don't you know, Endicott, all things are ours, both things present and things to come. And her eye looked up with a child's gravity and a child's smile. Bear it alone? Yes, he could have done that, as he had borne other things. It tried him to see her bear it. It touched him to see that look come back, to see any tempering of the bright face she had worn so long. Faith hardly knew, perhaps, with what eyes he had watched her through all the conversation, eyes none the less anxious for the smile that met hers so readily. She hardly guessed what pain her bright efforts at keeping up gave him. To shelter and gladden her life was the dearest delight of his, and just now duty thwarted him in both points, and he knew, almost better than she did, how much she depended on him. He looked down at her for a moment with a face of such grave submission as Faith had never seen him wear. "My dear little child," he said, but that sentence was let stand by itself. The next was spoken differently. "I do know it, dear Faith, and yet you do well remind me. I need to be kept up to the mark, and it is not more true that each day has sufficient evil than that each has sufficient good. If it be only sought out, there cannot much darkness live in the light of those words." "How far have you to go," she said with demure archness, "to find the good of these days?" "You are quick at conclusions," said Mr. Linden. "How far do you think it is between us at present?" "Endicott," she said gravely, "it will never be further." He laughed a little, with a half-moved, half-amused expression, wrapping her up like some dainty piece of preciousness. "Because every day that I am away will bring us nearer together? I suppose that is a good measurement." "You know," she said, "you have told me two things tonight, Endicott, and if one makes me sorry, the other makes me glad." "I was sure of that, and it is such a great, great pleasure to think of the times of coming back, and of leaving you work to do, and of writing to you about it, and then of finding out how well it is done. You must keep my books for me, Mignonette. Mine, I say. They are as much yours as mine, and more." "Your books?" she said with a flush. "Yes. There are but a few of these that I shall want with me, and most of my study books I did not bring here." "But won't you want these with you?" "As far from that as possible. Do you think you could make up your mind to let me tell Reuben a secret, and give him a reason for being even more devoted to you than he is now?" She colored very brightly again. "I am willing, if you wish it. Why, Endicott?" "The chief reason is that I do not wish to lose any of your letters, nor have you lose any of mine. And small post-offices are not so safe as large ones, nor are their managers proverbially silent. I should like to make Reuben a sort of intermediate office." "And send your letters to him?" "Yes. Would you mind that?" "And my letters?" "And yours in like manner, little mignonette. He could either enclose them to me or put them in some neighboring office. I think Reuben would enjoy an 8 miles walk a day taken for me. Or you could hide your envelope with another and let him direct that." "You need not be afraid of Reuben," Mr. Linden said, smiling. "You might give him 40 letters without his once daring to look at you." "But I thought you said he was going to college next summer." "That was talked of, but I think he will stay another year at home, and then enter a higher class. It will save expense, and he will be longer with his father. Reuben and I hope to be brother ministers one day, Faith." "Do you? Does he?" said Faith, astonished. "That is good. I am glad of it. And what will he do for money, Endicott?" "We shall see. Part of the way is clear, so we may hope the rest will be. Perhaps I may let him do some of his studying with me. Do you think you would object to that?" "Object to it? How could I? What do you mean, Endicott?" "Oh, little mignonette," he said, smiling, "how sweet you are, and what joy it would be to see you wear the only title I can give you. Don't you know, pretty child, that if I gave Reuben Hebrew you might be called upon to give him tea?" Faith's eyes went down and her color mounted, and mounted. But her next remark was extremely collected. "How good it was Dr. Harrison's money came!" "I believe you stipulated that we were to have tea ourselves," said Mr. Linden, "but the question remains whether you would dispense it to anyone else." Faith only restrained from covering her face again by the feeling that it would be foolish, and withal a little laughter could not be prevented. She did shield one side of her face with her hand, and leaning upon it looked into the fire for suggestions. Finally answering sedately, "I should think you and he might have it together." "Have it, yes, if we could get it. But I am ignorant of any but the chemical properties of milk and sugar." "I thought you said you knew cream when you saw it," said Faith from behind her shield. "That is knowing its appearance, not its properties, Miss Reason." "What does Reason want to know more, for a cup of tea?" "But you have declared once tonight that I am not Reason," said Mr. Linden, laughing. "For instance, I once made the sudden acquaintance of a particular person, who made as sudden an impression on my mind. After those 3 minutes I should have known her by sight like cream to the end of my life. But I went on trying experiments, as one might taste successive drops of cream, finding out more and more sweetness each time, until, like cream again, I discovered that she was perfectly indispensable to my cup of tea." Faith bowed her glad little head, laughing, though feeling much deeper was at work. "After this," she said, "I shall always be greatly at loss what you are thinking of when you are looking at me." "Will your reflections be carried on with such a face?" said Mr. Linden. "Do you remember that afternoon, Faith, when I so nearly laid hold of you, and you wanted to laugh and did not dare?" "What afternoon?" "The one wherein I first had the pleasure of seeing you. How demurely you eyed me, and wondered in your little sensible heart what sort of person I could possibly be." "How did you know I wondered?" said Faith, coloring. "By your very gentle, modest, and fearful examinations, your evident musings over my words, and the bright look now and then that told of progress." Faith laughed. "You made me begin to think and wish immediately," she said. "It was no wonder I wondered." "Yes, and how I longed to give you your wish so far as I could, and how afraid I was to offer my services, and how you would persist in thanking me for pleasing myself. Do you remember, little Sunbeam? And your fright when I asked about Prescott?" She looked up with the prettiest, rosiest remembrance of it all, and then her face suddenly changed, and turning from him, she shielded again with her hand, but not to hide the rosy color this time. Mr. Linden drew her close to him, resting his face upon her other cheek at first without words. "Dear child," he said, "my own little mignonette, you must not forget what you said to me, and you must not forget that I hope to come home quite often. There was a time when I thought I might have to go away and never have the right to come and see you again. And you must think to yourself, though you will not speak of it to me, that after this bit of time all our lives will be spent together. You need not expect me to wait for anything, not even the cottage you like so much." She did not answer immediately, as was natural, his last suggestions not being very word-provoking with her. But when she did speak, it was in a clear, cheerful tone. "I'll bear my part, Indy. I should be very ungrateful if I couldn't. And you can bear your part. I'm glad to think of that, for you are working for a master that always gives full pay." "We can always bear God's will," he said, a little gravely. "It is only our own that points the trial and makes it unbearable." End of section 15.
Section 16 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rehem, Cairo, Egypt. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 14. Faith had no chance to think that night. She went to sleep conscientiously, and the chance the next morning was out of the question. She dared not come down as early as usual, if her own strength would have let her. The few minutes before breakfast were busy ones, and the few hours after breakfast. Faith went about with the consciousness of something on her heart to be looked at, but it had to bide its time. Her household duties done, her preparations for Mr. Linden being already in advance, she had leisure to attend to this other thing. And alone, Faith sat down and looked at it. It was the first real, steady trial her life had known. Her father's death had come when she was too young to feel deeply any want that her mother could not fill. To be away from anything she much loved was a sorrow Faith hardly knew by experience. But a 2 years' separation was a very, very heavy and sharp pain to think of, and Faith had an inward assurance that the reality would be heavier and sharper than her thoughts beforehand could make it. Perhaps it was too great a pain to be struggled with, for Faith did not struggle, or not long. She sat down and looked at it. What she had not dared to do the night before, measured it and weighed it, and then bowed her heart and head to it in utter submission. With it came such a crowd of glad and good things, things indeed that made the trial and were bound up with it, that Faith looked the one and the other up in her heart together, and remembering too the sunshine of joy in which she had lately lived, she humbly confessed that some check might be needed to remind her and make her know that earth has not the best sunshine, and that any gain would be loss that turned her eyes away from that best, or lessened her sense of its brightness. So there came no shadow over her at all, either that day or afterwards. The clear light of her face was not clouded, and her voice rung to the same tune. There was no shadow, nor shade of a shadow. There was a little subdued air, a little additional gravity, a trifle more of tenderness in her looks and ways, which told of the simpleness of heart with which she had quietly taken what God gave and was content with it. To Mr. Linden, the trial was not new, and to sorrow of various kinds he was wonted, but it was new to him to see her tried, and to that he found it hard to accustom himself. Yet he carried out his words. Faith could feel a sort of atmosphere of bright strength about her all the time. How tenderly she was watched and watched over she could partly see. But pain or anxiety Mr. Linden kept to himself. He set himself to work to make her enjoy every minute, yet he never shunned the subject of his going away. He let her become used to the sound of the words, and to every little particular connected with it. They were all told her by degrees, but told with such bright words of hope and trust, that Faith took the pain as it were diluted. Before all this had gone far, indeed not many days after the first telling of his story, Faith had come down as usual one early morning to her work. She had been down about an hour, when she heard the door open and Mr. Linden came in. He had 2 seconds' view of the picture before she rose up to meet him. There was no lamp yet burning in the room. A fire of good hardwood threw its light over everything, reflected back from the red curtains which fell over the windows. In the very center of the glow, Faith sat on a low cushion, with her book on a chair. She was dressed exactly, for nicety, as if she might have been going to Judge Harrison's to tea, and on the open pages, and on Faith's bright hair, edging her ruffles and warming up her brown dress, was the soft red fall of the firelight. She rose up immediately with her usual glad look, behind which lay a doubtful surmising as to his errand. It was on her lips to ask what had brought him down so early, but she was prudently silent. He came forward quick and quietly, according to his wont, not at all as if she were about anything unusual, and giving her one of those greetings which did sometimes betray the grave feeling he kept so well in hand. He brought her back to the fire. "Little bird," he said, "what straws are you weaving in at present?" "I don't know. Not any, unless thoughts." "Will it please you to state what you are doing?" "I was reading. I had just got to the end of the story of Moses blessing Israel. I was thinking of these words," and she took up her book and showed him. "Happy art thou, O Israel, saved of the Lord, the shield of thy help, and who is the sword of thy excellency." Did you ever look out any of the answering passages in other parts of the Bible? Not often. I don't know them. Once in a while I think of one, and then they are so beautiful. Mr. Linden took the book from her hand, turning from place to place and reading to her. "Happy is he that hath the God of Jacob for his help, whose hope is in the Lord his God, which made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that therein is, which keepeth truth forever." That is what David said. Then hear how Isaiah answers. "Behold, God is my salvation. I will trust and not be afraid. For the Lord Jehovah is my strength and my song. He also is become my salvation." And again, "Israel shall be saved in the Lord with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded, world without end." Faith drew a little quick breath. "Doesn't it seem," she said, "as if words were heaped on words to prevent our being afraid? I think it really is so, till we have a shield of promises as well as protection. After Abraham had gone out of his own country, not knowing whither he went, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, Fear not, Abraham, I am thy shield, and thy exceeding great reward. Then David takes that up and expatiates upon it, finding in it both things present and things to come. Dear Faith, for the Lord God is a sun and a shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. No good thing will he withhold from them that walk uprightly. O Lord of hosts, blessed is the man that trusteth in thee. She looked down at the words, then up at him with a glad, sunshiny light in her eyes. Her comment on the whole was heartfelt and comprehensive. How good it was you came down this morning. Would you like to have me come every morning? Oh, how much! But that's no use, Endicott. Why not? I mustn't get to depending upon you too much, she said with a smile. What had you been musing about to make you so glad this morning? He said, looking at her. Nothing. But those passages, as you read them one after the other, were so beautiful, and felt so strong, "It was a great pleasure to hear you read them," she said, dropping her voice a little in confession. "It shall be as you like, darling, about my coming again. But, dear Faith, of this other morning work you must let me say a word." "What, Endicott? You are doing too much." "No. What makes you think so?" Significantly, Mr. Linden laid his hand on the pile of study books. Well, for the future, please to let these gentry rest in peaceful seclusion until after breakfast." "Oh, no, Indy." "My dear, I shall have you turning into a moonbeam. Just imagine what it would cost me to call you Pale Cynthia." "You needn't imagine it, Endicott, only so far as to prevent the reality. Do you know I have been afraid of this for some time?" "Of what?" "Afraid that you were disregarding the bounds I have laid down for study and the sun for sleep." "I didn't know you had laid down any bounds," she said gaily again, "and I never did mind the sun." "Well, won't you mind me?" said he, smiling. "I have a right to expect that in study matters, you know." "Don't try me," said Faith, very winningly, much more than she knew. He stood looking at her, with the sweet, unbent expression which was her special right. "Faith, don't you mean to love to have me take care of you?" That brought a change of look, and it was curious to see the ineffectual forces gather to veil what, in spite of them, wreathed in her smile and laid an additional rose-leaf upon each cheek. The shy eyes retreated from view. Then they were raised again, as she touched his arm and said, with a demure softness, "What must I do, Indy?" "Be content with the old study hours, my dear child. They are long enough and many enough." "Oh, Indy, not for me." "For thee." Faith looked down and looked disturbed. "Then, Endicott, I shan't be as wise as I want to be, nor as you want to have me." "Then you will be just as wise as I want you to be," he said with a smile. "As to the rest, pretty child, do you mean that my wife shall deprive me of my scholar?" Faith turned away and said rather quickly, "Indy, how did you know?" "From some lesson evidence, and I always hear you come down, and whiles I see a face at breakfast which has not lately come from rest." Faith's secret thought was that it was better than rest, but after folding her hands with a grave face, she looked up at Mr. Linden with a smile which yielded the whole question. "To prove to you what a naughty child you have been," said Mr. Linden, "I shall give you an increase of outdoor lessons, and take you off on an expedition the first mild day, on which occasion you may study me, if you have any of Miss Essie's curiosity." "Don't I?" said Faith, "and I am going to do it more." "What expedition are you going on, Endicott?" "Up to Kildare River. I have business there. Will you trust yourself to me in a boat, if I will let you steer?" "I'll do anything to go," said Faith, "and I suppose if I steered wrong, the helm would come about pretty quick." And so ended her last early morning studies. It was in the afternoon of the same days that Faith put in practice what she had been thinking of when she avowed her determination of further studying Mr. Linden. He had come home from school, and it was the dusky hour again, the pleasant interregnum between day and night, when even busy folk take a little time to think and rest. Mr. Linden was indulging in both apparently. He was in one of those quiet times of doing nothing, which Faith chose for making any of her very gentle attacks upon him. One seemed to be in meditation now. She stole up behind him and leaned down on the back of his chair after her wont. "Endicott," she said softly. Faith's voice was in ordinary a pleasant thing to hear, but this name from her lips was always a concretion of sweetness, flavored differently, as the case might be. Sometimes with mere gladness, sometimes with the spirit of fun, often enough with a little timidity, and sometimes with a rose drop from the very bottom of her heart's well, with various compounds of the same. But this time it was more than timidity. Faith's one word was spoken as from lips that were positively afraid to follow it with others. "That note," said Mr. Linden, smiling, "seems to come from the top of a primeval pine tree with a hawk inside. Little bird, will you please come down into the lower regions of air, where you can be comparatively safe?" Faith laughed, but the hawk remained inside. Of her words, "You said this morning I never asked you any but impossible things." "Most sorrowfully true. Have you another one ready?" "If I ask you something possible, what will you do?" she said, softly touching the side of his head with her hand. It was Faith's utmost freedom, a sort of gentle, admiring touch of her fingers, which the thick locks of hair felt hardly more than a spider's feet. "That depends so much upon the thing," he said, half turning to give her the look which belonged to his words. "There are such a variety of ways in which I might deal with it. And with you, I am not going to ask you anything but what would be right. You do not doubt that my answer will be conformable?" "Yes, I do. It will be your right, but it may not be my right, you know." "If you get what is not your right, you ought to be contented," said Mr. Linden. "Now you have turned me and my meaning around, Endicott. You know Aunt Dilly gave me something. Mayn't I? Won't you let me lend it to you?" Very low and doubtfully the words came out. But if Faith had any more to say, she had little chance for a while. One quick look around at her Mr. Linden gave, but then he sprang up and came to where she stood, lifting her face and giving her her right, in one sense at least. Other answer he made none. "Indy, have I asked a possible thing this time?" she said under breath. "My precious child, do you think it possible?" "It ought to be possible, Endicott. And if ever an humble suggestion of a possibility was made, Faith made it then." "I shall have to go back to my first answer," said Mr. Linden. "I have no words for any other. Faith, dearest, don't you know that it is not needful? Will that content you, little sweet one?" A soft "No, why not?" he said, making good his threat. "What do you want me to have more than I need?" "I fear the way you will take to make that true." "I should think you might, Endicott." The ellipsis was not hard to supply. "I shall not take any unlawful means, nor any unwise ones, I hope," he said lightly. "What are you afraid I shall do?" "Get up early in the morning?" she whispered. "But that is so pleasant. Do you suppose I get up late now, little bird?" "Not late. With breakfast at 7. How early do you?" "Philosophically early. Do you know you have not had your bone today? What shall it be, sunrise or sunset?" "Which you please," she said gently, with the tone of a mind upon something else. Mr. Linden looked down at her in silence for a minute. "Dear Faith," he said, "I told you truly that there is no need. This year's work has done quite as much as I thought it would. What are you afraid of?" "I'm not afraid of much," she said, looking up at him now with a clear brow. "But, Indy, I have changed my mind about something. Could you easily come down and read with me a little while every morning? Or are you busy?" "I am never too busy to spend time with you, my child. That is one piece of pleasure I shall always allow myself. At what hour shall I come?" "At 6 o'clock. Can you?" said Faith. "If you give me a quarter of an hour, then I should still have time enough for breakfast work. This morning I was afraid, but I was foolish. This evening I want all I can get. And when you read me a ladder of verses again," she said, smiling, "I shall mark them in my Bible, and then I shall have them by and by, when you are gone." "Yes, and I can send you more. It is good to go up a ladder of Bible verses when one is afraid or foolish," he said gently, and answering her smile. "One end of it always rests on earth, within reach of the weakest and weariest." "That is just it. Oh, Indy," she said, clasping her hands sadly and wishfully before her, and her eyes telling as she spoke, "I wish there were more people to tell people the truth." End of section 16. Recording by Rihem, Cairo, Egypt.
Section 17 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katerina. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 15. It was a fair May morning when Mr. Linden and Faith set forth on their expedition to Kildare River. After their early rising and early breakfast, they took their way down to the shore of the Mong, where the little sailboat lay rocking on the incoming tide, her ropes and streamers just answering to the morning breeze. The soft spring sunlight glinted on every tree and hillside. The balm of 1,000 flowers, true and not spurious, was sprinkled through the air, under the influence of which unseen nectar the birds became almost intoxicated with joy, pouring out their songs with a sort of spendthrift recklessness. The very fish caught the infection and flashed and sparkled in the blue water by shoals at a time. In the sailboat now stood baskets and shawls, a book or two, an empty basket for wild flowers, and by the tiller sat Faith, invested with her new dignity, but not yet instructed therein. Mr. Linden stood on the shore with the boat's detaining rope in his hand, looking about him as if he had a mind to take the good of things as he went along. Up the hill from the shore trotted Jerry and Mr. Skip. "Endicott," said Faith joyously. "Goethe would have more than enough if he was here." She was not a bad part of the picture herself, fair and glad as she looked, as fair as the May morning and the birds in the sunlight. "Isn't this air sweet?" "Very, but Goethe would choose my point of view. So much depends in a picture upon the principal light." "I wonder which is the principal light today," said Faith, laughing. "How it sparkles all over the river, and then on the young leaves and buds, and then soft shining on the clouds. And they are all May. Look at those tiny specks of white cloud scattered along the horizon, up there towards Nantucket." "The principal light today," said Mr. Linden, "is one particular sunbeam, which, as it were, leads off the rest. It's a fair train altogether," and he threw the rope into the little vessel and jumped in himself, then lifting Faith a little from her place and arranging and disposing of her daintily among shawls and cushions, and putting her unwanted fingers upon the tiller. "Now, Miss Derrick," he said, "before we go any further, I should like to know your estimate and understanding of the power at present in your hands." "I know what a rudder is good for," said Faith merrily. "I know that this ship, though it be so great and driven of fierce winds, yet is it turned about with a very small helm whithersoever the governor listeth. That is what you may call theoretical knowledge. Clearly your estimate covers the ground. But you perceive that while you take upon yourself the guiding of the boat, if I might venture to suggest, our course lies up the Mong and not out to sea, I, with my sail, control the motive power." "You mean that if I don't go right, you'll drop the sail?" "Not at all. I shall navigate, not drift. Do you suppose I shall surrender at the first summons?" "What would you consider a summons?" said Faith with a funny look. "I don't think your sail can do much against my rudder." "My sail regulates the boat's headway, which in its turn affects the rudder. If we run down those fishermen, the damages may be heavy. But you see, I have this advantage. I know beforehand your system of navigation. You don't know mine. Let me inform your unpracticed eyes, Miss Derrick, that the dark object just ahead of us is a snag." "My eyes don't see any better for that information," said Faith, with great attention, however managing to guide their little craft clear of both snag and fishermen, and almost too engaged in the double duty to have leisure for laughing. But practice is the road to excellence and ease. Faith learned presently the correspondence between the rudder and her hand, and in the course of a quarter of an hour could keep the north track with tolerable steadiness. The wind was fair for a straight run up the Mong, the river stretching north in a diminishing blue current, pretty broad, however, at Petaquasset and for some miles up, shoot its low banks in the tenderest grading of color, very softly brown in the distance, and near the eye opening into the delicate hues of the young leaf. The river rolled its bright blue, and the overarching sky was like one of summer's. Yet the air was not so. Spicy from young buds, and the light was springy, not summer's ardor nor summer's glare, but that loveliest promise of what is coming, and oblivion of what is past. So the little boat sailed up the Mong. Mr. Linden's sail was steady. Faith's rudder was still. "Faith," Mr. Linden said suddenly, "have you made up your mind to my letter plan?" "About Reuben? Oh, yes, I am willing. You know you are to send me every possible question that comes up in the course of your studies, and every French exercise, and every doubt or discomfort of any kind, if any should come. I shall not be easy unless I think that. But you won't have time for my French exercises. Try me. And you are to take plenty of fresh air and not a bit of fatigue, and in general are to suppose yourself a rare little plant belonging to me, which I have left in your charge for the time being. Do you understand, mignonette?" Her blush and smile of touched pleasure shewed abundance of understanding. "But I want you to tell me, Endicott, all the things in particular you would like to have me do or attend to while you are away, besides my studies. I have been thinking to ask you and waiting for a good time." "All the things? Of what sort, dear child? Aren't there some of your poor people you would like to have particularly attended to? I could get Reuben to go with me, you know, where it was too far for me to go alone, or mother." "Yes, there are some things you might do," said Mr. Linden, "for me and for them, though more in the way of sending than going. The places are too far off. But I should like to know that Mrs. Link's mother had a bunch of garden flowers now and then, and that another went to that little lame girl on the Monongahela road, and once in a great while, not often, or they will lose their charm, you may send the Roscombs 2 fresh eggs, not more, on any account. Reuben will go for you anywhere, and the Roscombs are old protégés of his." "I didn't mean to forget the Roscombs," said Faith, "but must one manage with them so carefully?" "In matter of favors, yes. And even in matter of visits, to a certain degree. Their life is so monotonous that novelty has a great charm. Reuben used to go and read to them almost every day on his way from school, but I found it best to make my coming an event." "Can I do anything for Reuben?" "Nothing new that I know of, at present. You are doing something for him all the while, and it will be a wonderful delight to him to bring you letters. Then if you are ever driving down that Monongahela road, with nothing to hinder, take the little lame child with you for a mile or 2. She so pines to be out of the house and moving. Would it be disagreeable to you? There is nothing but what is pleasant in her appearance." "What if there were?" she said with a wistful look at him. "Do you mind disagreeableness? And do you want to have me mind them?" "No, dear child, but you must get wanted by degrees. And some temperaments can never bear what others can. What if we were to overhaul those fishermen?" "What do you want?" said Faith, as she carefully set the boat's head that way. "A fish for dinner?" "No," said Mr. Linden. "I have too much respect for that basket at my feet. But you know, Faith, we are having a sort of preliminary play practice at seeking our fortune today. We must carry it out. Just imagine, my dear, that we are adrift in this boat, with nothing at all for dinner, and supper a wild idea. Not the East End fishermen, who for 4 fish received from the Sultan 400 pieces of gold, would then appear so interesting as these." "If you wanted dinner from them, but you say you don't," said Faith, laughing. "Endicott, I don't understand in the least. And besides, you said you wouldn't drift, but navigate." And her soft notes rolled over the water, too soft to reach the yet somewhat distant fishermen. "And so because I turn navigator, you turn siren," said Mr. Linden. "But I have you safe in my boat. I need not stop to listen." "But what did you mean?" "By what?" "All that." "Short and comprehensive," said Mr. Linden. "Come up on the other side, Faith. The current is less strong. All about seeking our fortune, do you mean? Did you never hear of any other extraordinary prince and princess who did the same?" If I am not adrift in the boat, I am in my wits, said Faith, and with no sail nor rudder either. Why are those fishermen interesting, Endicott? Why, my child, he said, in the supposititious case which I put, they were interesting as having fish, while we had none. But in the reality, they were picturesque in the distance. What there are nearby, we will see, he added with a smile at her, as the sail came round and the little boat shot up alongside of her rough-looking relation. Well, friends, what cheer, besides a May morning and a fair wind? The fishermen, slowly dragging their net, hoarsely speculating on its probable weight of fish, paused both their oars and tongues and looked at him. One of the men had the oars, the other at the end of the boat was hauling in, hand over hand. That's about all the cheer you want, I guess, ain't it? Said this man. It was said freely enough, but with no incivility. Not all I want, said Mr. Linden, while the oarsman, rolling his tobacco in his mouth, came out with, Shouldn't wonder now if it warn't much in your line of business. Guess likely you be one o' the mighty smart folks that don't do nothin'. I've no objection to being mighty smart, said Mr. Linden, belaying his rope with a light hand, but I shouldn't like to pay such a price for it. Smartness will have to come down before I'm a purchaser. The man looked at him with a queer little gleam crossing his face. Shouldn't wonder if you hadn't took it when it was down, he said. It's a great thing to know the state of the market, said Mr. Linden. I suppose you find that with your fish. Generally do, when we take 'em, said the man at the net, who never took his eye off the overhauling boat and its crew. He was not a young man, but a jovial-looking fellow. What fish be you, Arthur, stranger? Somewhat of a variety, said Mr. Linden with a smile. What makes the fish come into your net? Haven't an idea, said the man. Without it be's that fish is very unintelligent creatures. I don't suppose fish has much brains, sir, and so they goes further and fares worse. Which statement of the case he appeared to think amusing. But then why do they sometimes stay out, said Mr. Linden. Because I have read of men who toiled all the night and caught nothing. Well, you see, said the fisher, they goes in shoals or flock-like, and they's notional. Some of 'em won't come at one time o' tide, and some won't come at another. And they has their favourite places, too. Then if a man sets his net where the fish ain't, all creation might work and catch nothin'. This side the river is better now than over there. These men that I was talking of, said Mr. Linden, once found a difference even between the two sides of their ship. But the other time, when they had caught nothing all night, in the morning they caught so many that their net broke and both their ships began to sink. What kind of folks was them? Said the oarsman a little scornfully. Why, they were fishermen, said Mr. Linden. They followed your calling first, and then they followed mine. What's yourn? Said the other in his tone of good-humoured interest. Guess you're a speaker of some sort, ain't ya? Yes, Mr. Linden said, with a little demure gesture of the head. I am, of some sort, as you say. But I've got an account of these men in my pocket. Don't you want to hear it? It's more interesting than any account you could have of me. I like to hear it well enough, said the man at the net, setting himself astride the gunwale to listen, with the net hanging from his hand. I wouldn't mind knowing how they worked it, said the other man, while Mr. Linden threw a rope round one of the thole-pins of the fishing boat and gave the other end to Faith, and then took out his book. And Faith was amused at the men's submissive attention, and the next minute did not wonder at all, as she noted the charm that held them, the grace of mingled ease, kindliness, and power in Mr. Linden's manner and presence. Nothing could have greater simplicity, and it was not new to Faith, yet she looked at him as if she had never seen him before. A great many years ago, he said, when the Son of God, our Lord Jesus Christ, was in this world, he went about healing sick people and teaching everyone the way to heaven, and the people came in great numbers to hear him. And it came to pass that, as the people pressed upon him to hear the word of God, he stood by the lake of Gennesareth, and saw 2 ships standing by the lake, but the fishermen were gone out of them and were washing their nets. We wash ourn by pulling them through the water, said the netman. The Lord entered one of the ships which belonged to a man named Simon, and asked him to push out a little from the shore. And he sat down and taught the people out of the ship. Now, when he had left speaking, he unto Simon, Launch out into the deep, and let down your nets for a draught. And Simon answering said unto him, Master, we have toiled all the night, and have taken nothing. Nevertheless, at thy word I will let down the net. In course, whether 'twas any use or not, the man with the net said approvingly, so he had order. Yes, and he knew it would be of use in some way, for God never gives a command without a reason. And when they had let down the net, they enclosed a great multitude of fishes, and their net brake. And they beckoned unto their partners, which were in the other ship, that they should come and help them. And they came and filled both the ships, so that they began to sink. That was a bigger haul than I ever see yet, remarked the man. Neither had Simon ever seen anything like it. He knew that it was brought about by the direct power of God. When Simon Peter saw it, he fell down at Jesus' knees, saying, Depart from me, for I am a sinful man, O Lord. For he was astonished, and all they that were with him, at the draught of the fishes which they had taken. Can't see what he said that for, said the oarsman. No more don't I, said the other. He had got a good haul of fish anyway, if he was ever so, and we ain't none of us white lilies. But then Peter knew that he ought to be a white lily, and such a new view of God's power and greatness made him feel it more than ever, so that he was both afraid and ashamed. He thought himself unworthy to have the Lord in his ship, and was afraid to have him stay there. I wouldn't have asked him to go out, if he had been in mine, I don't think, said the elder fisher slowly. I don't see as that chap need to have been afeard. He hadn't done nothing but good to him. But it's what we do ourselves that makes us afraid, said Mr. Linden. So it was with Adam and Eve in the garden, you know. God had talked to them a great many times, and they were never afraid till they disobeyed him. Then the moment he spoke, they ran and hid themselves. The oarsman was silent. The other man gave a sort of grunt that betokened interest. What shines had this fellow been cutting up? Why, said Mr. Linden, starting up and taking his stand by the mast, as the little boat curtsied softly over the waves. If you tell one of your boys always to walk in one particular road, and you find him always walking in another, I don't think it matters much what he's doing there, to him or to you. Well, said the man, with a face of curiosity for what was to come next, mingled with a certain degree of intelligence that would not confess itself. Well, Peter knew he was not in a way wherein the Lord commands us all to walk. I guess every fellow's got to pick out his own road for himself, said the fisher, pulling up a foot or two of his net carelessly. That's what Peter had thought, and so he had lived, just as he chose. But when he saw more of the glory of God, then he was afraid and confessed his sin. And what do you suppose the Lord said to him then? What did Peter own up to? The account gives only the general confession, that he was a sinful man, not worthy to have the Lord look upon him except in anger. You see, he falls down at his feet and prays him to depart. He could not believe that the Lord would stay there to speak good to him. Well, what did he say to him? He said unto him, Fear not, and no one need fear who humbly confesses his sins at the feet of Jesus. For if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins, and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. Then the Lord bade Simon and all his companions to follow him, and they obeyed. And now I want to tell you what this following means. He put one arm round the mast, half leaning against it, and gave them what faith would have called a ladder, passing from the follow me, spoken to Peter, to the young man who, being bid to follow, went away sorrowful, to the description of the way given in the 10th chapter of John, to the place whither the flock follow Christ. And I looked, and lo, a Lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his Father's name written in their foreheads. These are they which follow the Lamb whithersoever he goeth. The men listened, open-mouthed and with intent eyes. Partly to the speaker it was evident, and partly to what the speaker said. And that his words took hold, it was also evident. When he ceased, the man at the net dropped his eyes for a moment, a curious look of meditation covering his face. It's easy to talk of follerin', he said with a half-laugh which was not of carelessness, and one might like to, but it's plaguey hard to know where to start. It's easy for God to teach you, and easy to ask him to do it. If there was anything else you wanted to do, you would not stop trying till you found out, said Mr. Linden. And that is just the way here. Now I am going to give you a copy of all this, he said, throwing his own little Bible softly into Faith's lap and stepping forward to the prow of the boat, which she thought held only lunch baskets. And I shall turn down a leaf at the story of the net full of good fishes, and another at a place that tells of a net full of every kind, both bad and good. And I want you to read them and think about them and find out how to follow Christ. And then come on. He took his seat once more in the stern of the boat and held out the Bible to the fisherman. The other man, slowly dipping his oars in and out, met his look too, but made no answer. The man at the net took the book and turned over the leaves with a wondering, considering air. "What do you reckon this here's worth?" he said somewhat awkwardly, without raising his eyes from it. "Worth daily reading and study. Worth all you have in the world, if you will use it right," said Mr. Linden. "You need not think about any other value. I had it in trust to give away." "I'm much obliged to you. I'll take a look at it now and then. Do you live along here anywheres?" "In Pataquasset just now," said Mr. Linden, as he prepared to make sail again. "I don't very often come to this part of the river." "Well, hold on," said the man, beginning to pull in his net with great vivacity. "I'm bound to give you a fish, if I've got one here. Bear a hand, Dick. Hain't you got a place on board there that you can stow it without skeerin' the lady?" "I'll try to find one," said Mr. Linden, answering the proposal just as it was meant. "If the lady is scared, she shall turn her face the other way." "She'll turn it which way, you say?" ventured the fisher insinuatingly. Faith did not seem afraid of the fish by the way she leaned over the stern of the boat and eyed the upcoming nets which the men were drawing in. She had listened to the foregoing talk to the full as intently as those for whom it was meant, and with a multitude of interests at work in her mind and heart of which they had never dreamed. And now her eye was bent on the net, but her thoughts were on that other kind of fishing of which she had just seen an example, the first she had ever seen of Mr. Linden's, and her full heart was longingly thinking, among other thoughts, of the few there were to draw those nets, and the multitude to be drawn. What Faith saw in the meshes the man's hands were slowly pulling up. But the fisherman only saw, what pleased him greatly, some very fine fish, shad they were for the greater part, from which he selected a noble specimen and cast it over into Mr. Linden's boat. Then standing up in his own, he wiped his hands on the sleeves of his coat. "Hope you'll come along again some day," he said, and, waggishly, "don't come without the lady." End of Section 17. Section 18 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katerina. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 15. The rope was drawn in, and the little skiff shot ahead smoothly and silently from the great brown fishing boat and her equally brown owners, gliding on, watched for a little by the fishers. Then their attention was claimed by the flapping shad in the net, and the sailboat set her canvas towards Killdeer River. Mr. Linden went forward and bestowed his prisoner a little more out of sight and sound in some place of safety, and then sitting down in the prow, dipped his hands in the blue water and took a survey of Faith as she sat in the stern, the tiller in her hand, the shadow of the sail falling partly across, the spring zephyrs playing all about her. "Little bird," he said, "why don't you sing?" A smile of much and deep meaning went back from the stern to the prow, but she presently made the somewhat obvious remark that birds do not always sing. A melancholy fact in natural history, the truth of which I am just now experiencing. What shall be done with them at these times? Are they to be coaxed, or chidden, or fed with sponge cake? Have you got any in your basket? "Are you hungry?" said Faith. "Only for words, or songs, or some other commodity of like origin," said Mr. Linden, coming back to his old place. "What shall I have, if I cannot get the two first?" You might have a little patience. Patience, my dear, is a good root, but nothing akin to sugar canes. There is no need of it either, said Faith, laughing, for you can sing if I can't. No, there is no need of it, and therefore— Now, little bird, will you please not to fly past the outlet of Kildare River? Laughing, coloring, Faith nevertheless bent a very earnest attention upon this difficult piece of navigation, for the opening of Kildare River was as yet but slightly to be discerned, a little break in the smooth shoreline, a very little atmospheric change in the soft leafy hues of the nearer and further point. Faith watched, as only a young steersman does, for the time and place where her rudder should begin to take cognizance of the approaching change of course. A little wider the break in the shoreline grew, more plain the mark of a break in the trees, and almost suddenly the little stream unfolded its pretty reach of water and woodland, stretching in alluringly with picturesque turns of its mimic channel. Faith needed a little help now, for the river was not everywhere navigable, but after a few minutes of pretty sailing among care-requiring rocks and sandbanks, where the loss of wind made their progress slow, the little skiff was safely brought to land at a nice piece of gravelly shore. It was wonderful pretty. The trees with their various young verdure came down to the water's edge, with many a dainty tint, here one covered with soft catkins of flowers, there one ruddy with not yet opened buds. The winding banks of the stream on one hand, and on the other the little piece of it they had passed over, with the breadth of the Mong beyond. Through all, May's air and spring's perfume, and the stillness of noonday. Inverted in the tide, stand the grey rocks and trembling shadows throw, and the fair trees look over, side by side, and see themselves below. So Mr. Linden told Faith, as he was putting his sail in trim repose, and then, telling her that the guiding power was still in her hands, requested to know what they should do next. "Why," said Faith merrily, "I thought you had business to attend to." "I had," said Mr. Linden, "but I reflected that you would probably give me full occupation, and so got rid of the business first." "Then you have nothing to do here?" "A great deal, I suppose, but I know not what." Faith fairly sat down to laugh at him. "What do you think of having lunch, and then going after flowers?" "I consider that to be a prudent, bird-like suggestion. Do you expect me to cook this fish for you? Or will you be content to take it home to your mother and let us feast upon herbs and such-like country messes, which neat-handed Phyllis dresses? Have you all the books in the world in your head?" said Faith, laughing her own little laugh roundly. "How plain it is Mr. Linden has nothing to do to-day. Would you like to help me gather some sticks for a fire, sir? I think you had better have something on your hands." "Do you?" he said, lifting her out of the boat in his curiously quick, strong, light way. "That was something on my hands. Not much. What next? Do you say we are to play Ferdinand and Miranda?" Faith's eye for an instant looked its old look, of grave, intelligent, doubtful questioning, but then she came back to Kildare River. "I haven't played that play yet," she said gaily, "but if you'll help me find some dry sticks, your reward shall be that you shall not have what you don't like. I can make a fire nicely here, Endicott, on this rock." "Then it was not about them you were reading in that focus of sunbeams?" "What?" she said, looking. "Once upon a time," Mr. Linden said, smiling, "when you and Shakespeare got lost in the sunlight and wandered about without in the least knowing where you were." "When, Endicott?" "Leave that point," he said. "I want to tell you about the story. Ferdinand, whom I represent, was a prince cast away upon a desert shore, which shore was inhabited by the Princess Miranda, whom you represent. Naturally enough, in the course of time, they came to think of each other much as we do, perhaps a little more so on the part of Miranda. But then Miranda's father set Ferdinand to carrying wood, as you, acting conscientiously for Mrs. Derrick, do me." "I wonder if I ever shall understand you," exclaimed Faith desperately, as her laugh again broke upon the sweet air that floated in from the Mong. "What has my conscience or Mrs. Derrick to do with our lunch fire? Why was the other prince set to carrying wood? For the same reason that I am, said Mr. Linden, raising his eyebrows. To prove his affection for Miranda. How Faith laughed. You are mistaken. Oh, how mistaken you are, she exclaimed. It shews that though you know books, you don't know everything. And running away with her own armful of sticks and leaves, back to the rock spoken of near where the vessel lay, Faith was stopped and relieved of her load with such an earnest. No, precious creature, I'd rather crack my sinews, break my back, than you should such dishonor undergo. That she could do nothing but laugh, until the sticks were fairly on the rock. Then Faith went to laying them daintily together. I hope you've no objection to my making the fire, she said, because I like it. Only, Endicott, the matches are in the basket. Could you get them for me? Indeed, I shall want the basket too out of the boat. Whereupon Mr. Linden, the very instant I saw you, did my heart fly to your service, there reside to make me slave to it, and for your sake am I this patient logman. But anything less like those two last words than the way in which he sprang into the boat, and brought the basket and got out what she called for, could hardly be. How many matches do you want? He said, looking demurely at her as he gave her one. All of them, basket and all, Endicott. You are so patient that you do not hear, and you so impatient that you do not see. Basket and all are at your side, fair princess. Stand back. It may be very well for the winds to blow and crack their cheeks, but I think it should be confined to them. And she was laughingly held back, where she could only use her eyes about the fire. That's my province, said Faith. I think any effort to make a princess of me will fail. Did Miranda pick up any wood herself? You can't help being a princess if I am a prince, said Mr. Linden. I don't see how it follows, said Faith. Only let me get at that fire, and the fancy will pass away. Endicott, it is absolutely necessary that some wood should be put on, and I don't believe princes know how. Princes, said Mr. Linden, holding her a little off with one hand, while with the other he replenished the fire, are especially famed for their power of doing impossible things in desert places. And the princess will follow, whether you can see it or not. Is that blaze aspiring enough for you? Yes, but it needs to be kept up. I want a good bed of coals. A fine fire was on its way at last, and while waiting for it to burn down to the desired bed of coals, the temporary prince and princess sat down on the rock to feast their eyes in the meantime. A little past midday, it was not the picturesque hour for another season, but now, in the freshness of spring, the delicate beauties of color and light could bear the full meridian sun and not ask for shadows to set them off, other than the tender shade under the half-leafed trees. It was a warm enough day, too, and those same leaves were making a great spring toward their full unfolding. Birds were twittering all around, and they only filled up the silence. Isn't it worth coming for? Said Faith, when they had taken it all in for a few minutes without interrupting the birds. More than that, and the it is very plural. Faith, do you see that butterfly? A primrose-winged rover was meandering about in the soft air before them, flitting over the buttercups with a listless sort of admiration. Poor thing, he has come out too soon, said Faith. He will have some frost yet, for so summery as it is today. But Faith gave a graver look at the butterfly than his yellow wings altogether warranted. Among the ancients, said Mr. Linden, the word for a butterfly and the word for the soul were the same. They thought the first was a good emblem of the lightness and airiness of the last. So they held that when a man died, a butterfly might be seen flitting above his head. I was thinking how well this one little thing shews the exceeding lowness of heathen ideas. Did they think the butterfly was his very spirit in that form? I suppose so, or thought they did. But look at that creature's wavering, unsteady flight, his aimless wanderings, anywhere or nowhere, and compare it with the mounting up with wings as eagles, which a Christian soul may know, even in this life. Compare it with the swift return to God who gave it, with the being caught up to meet the Lord, which it shall surely know at death. And the butterfly isn't further from that, said Faith, clasping her hands together, than many a real living soul and many a living person. No, not further. And so what the old Greeks made an emblem of the immortal soul gives name with us to those persons who are tied down to mortality. What were you thinking of a minute ago when I shot the butterfly? I was thinking of somebody that I am afraid a butterfly will always remind me of, Faith answered with a slight color, and of the time he got the name. He got it by favor of his office, you know, not otherwise. I know, but with that, Faith jumped up to see the state of the fire, and then after some conjuration in her basket produced a suspicious-looking tin vessel, for which the proper bed of coals was found. Leaving it and the fire to agree together, Faith came back to the rock and Mr. Linden, and stood a little while silently looking and breathing the sweetness. I always did love everything in the world that my eyes could see, she said gravely, but I love them so much more now. Now that the hand that made them is not such a strange, far-off hand to me, it makes a kind of new world to me, Endicott. Yes, and you can understand how, even without physical changes, when we shall know as we are known, the heavens and earth wherein dwelleth righteousness may be preeminently new. Faith stood without reply a few minutes longer, then ran back to her fire, and after a short space called to Mr. Linden to ask if he would like to come and see what the prince had been picking up wood for. To which the prince responded with very unroyal alacrity, bringing a well-put-together knot of buttercups to adorn one side of Miranda's head, which he declared looked better than gold beads, if they didn't cost as much. A napkin was spread on the rock, conveniently near to the fire, on which plates and bread and a bottle of cream and a dainty-looking pasty were irregularly bestowed. Mr. Linden threw himself down on the moss, and Faith had got a cup and saucer out of her basket, and was just sugaring and creaming the prince's reward before applying to her dish on the fire for the crowning coffee, when her eye was caught by a spectator lately come upon the scene. No other than a somewhat ragged little boy, who, eyeing them from the bank, had been irresistibly lured nearer and nearer, by the grace of the preparations and the steam of the hot coffee, perhaps, till he now stood by the trunk of the nearest tree. "What are you doin'?" he said. "What are you?" said Mr. Linden, turning to look at the boy, not just as he looked at the coffee, but very much as the coffee looked at him. "Did you never see people eat dinner?" The boy stood his ground with, "What you got?" "When was the last time?" said Mr. Linden. "Princess, this may turn out to be a subject." "Last time what?" said the subject, stoutly. "The last time you saw people eating dinner," said Mr. Linden. "Did you ever go to the museum?" "I've been to Pettibog." "When is the last time you saw people eating dinner?" said Faith. "We hain't got none to our house." "What's the matter?" "Minty said there warn't nothin' to eat, and I might go blackberryin'." "You've come to the right place," said Mr. Linden. "I don't believe they're ripe anywhere else. Who is Minty, and who stays with her while you're after blackberries?" "Minty's sissy. There ain't nobody staying with her. She's stayin' along of mother, when she's up." "Where is she? I mean, where does she live, and you and Minty? Where is your house?" "Round there. 'Tain't fur. What you got?" Faith set down her cup and looked at Mr. Linden. "What is the matter with your mother?" "She's sick." "Well, if I give you a basket and this lady puts some dinner in it for your mother and Minty and you, do you think you can carry it home?" "Is your sister sick too?" said Faith. "She's got the fever, nagger." "Endicott," said Faith softly, "shall we go and see them?" "Yes, of course. What's your name, child?" "My name's Bob Tuck." Mr. Linden looked at him. "How comes it that you and Dromy are no more alike?" he said. "Mother says Dromy ain't like nothin' I be." "Well, Bob Tuck," said Mr. Linden, smiling, "have you got a broom at home?" "There's 2 old ones." "Then, if you will go home and sweep the floor as well as you can with the 2 old brooms, and set the table, I'll bring this lady to see you, and we'll carry the basket. which means, Princess, that I will. And you can let the backberries hang on till they get ripe. Do you understand? If I'll sweep the floor, you'll fetch the basket, said Bob. Yes, and you can wash your hands nicely and be ready to help me take the things out of it. Bob started. How soon'll you come? As soon as I finish my dinner. How good it is I brought the whole pie, said Faith, as she poured the delayed coffee upon the cream and sugar. And there's your share at Endicott, unless you prefer to take that home, and we'll send something else. Now you see what you picked up sticks for? I see, Mr. Linden said, looking at her. And you see, Princess, what royalty's apt to meet if it will go wandering around the world. What? Bob Tuck. Well, it's a good thing for Bob Tuck to meet with royalty, said Faith, looking at the pie Mr. Linden was cutting. Princess, said Mr. Linden, have you any Queen Anne in your basket? Faith looked her merry, puzzled, grave look of inquiry, and then there was nothing for it but a ringing laugh again. I would rather have that at a venture if I were the sick one, said Mr. Linden, but the specific most prized by that class of the population who have fever-nager is called in their vernacular Queen Anne, Anglis, quinine. Faith, you have no idea how those buttercups are beautified. Flowers always are that you handle, said Faith. You see how appropriate they are to my sunbeam, for the buttercup catches the sun in his chalice. What is a chalice? A sort of cup, a church service cup, generally. Did you admire so much the head of clover I gave you once down at the shore? Faith gave him a curious glance of recollection, but though there was a half-smile on her face, too, she remained silent. Well, little bird, he said, smiling, of what is that look compounded? Various things, I suppose. Let me have your cup, Endicott. Do you know, he said, that for a scholar you are, remarkably, unready to answer questions? I didn't know it. Are you not aware of any class of recollective remarks or inquiries which now and then break forth, and which you invariably smother with a thick blanket of silence? There was another quick glance and smile, and then Faith said as she handed him his cup, What do you want to know, Endicott? I want to know where there was ever just such another princess. And by the way, speaking of the shore, I have something that belongs to her. To me? Oui, mademoiselle. May I know what? You may, yet not just now. You may guess what it is. But Faith gave up guessing in despair at one of Mr. Linden's puzzles. The basket was repacked when the lunch was done, and they set out on their walk. The way, following Bob's direction, led along the bank under the trees, turning a little before the Mong was reached. The house was soon found, standing alone in an enclosed garden where no spade had been struck that season, and at the end of a farm road that showed no marks of travel. Bob had not only swept the room, but his tidings had aroused apparently his sister to prepare herself also, for Minty met them as they came in. She was a handsome girl with a feverish color in her cheeks that made her appearance only more striking. There was pride and poverty here, clearly. Faith's simple words neither assumed the one nor attacked the other. The girl looked curiously at her and the other visitor. Who be you? We do not live in this neighborhood, said Faith. We came up to Kildare River today and met your little brother down by the shore. What did he say to you? He told us you were sick and in want of help. Another look laid the girl's jealousy asleep. She told her story. Her father had died 6 months ago. She and her mother and brother lived there alone. It was an unlikely place to get to, and no neighbors very near. Her mother had been sick abed for a number of weeks, and she had had all to do, and now for a week past had been unable to do anything, go to Pettibock or anywhere else, to get what they wanted. And so they had got out of most everything. Dromy Tuck, Mr. Linden's scholar, lived at Farmer David's in the capacity of farm boy, Mr. David's being a far-off connection. So much was all Pride permitted to be told. Without much questioning, her visitors contrived to find out what they could do for her. Faith put the coffee-pot on the fire, declaring that it would do Minty good like medicine, and served it to her when it was hot, with some bread and chicken, as if it had been indeed medicine and Faith a doctor. Then, while Bob and she were dining, Faith went in to see the sick woman. She was much more communicative, and half avowed that she believed what she wanted now was nourishing things. But with me lying here on my back, she said, 'tain't so easy to find them. Faith gave her a cup of coffee too and some bread. She had hardly drunk any herself at lunch, and leaving her patient much inspirited, came back to Mr. Linden in the other room. Apparently his words and deeds had been acceptable too. Bob's face was shining, not only with dinner but with the previous cold water applications which Mr. Linden had insisted on, and Minty's mind was evidently at work upon various things. The basket was soon emptied of all but its dishes, and the prince and princess went on their way down the hill. "Faith," said Mr. Linden, "shall we go and sit in the boat for about half an hour, considering various things, and then have a wildflower hunt? Or would you prefer that first?" "Oh, no, I would rather have the half-hour in the boat." It was good time yet in the afternoon, and though the little boat now lay partly shadowed by the hill, it was none the worse resting place for that. Again Faith was seated there in all the style that shawls and cushions furnished, and just tired enough to feel luxurious in the soft atmosphere. Mr. Linden arranged and established her to his liking. Then he took out of his pocket a letter. It was one which had been opened and read, but as he unfolded it, there appeared another, unopened, unread, its dainty seal unbroken, and on the back in fair tracery the words, "Miss Faith Derrick." As Faith read them and saw the hand, her eye glanced first up at Mr. Linden with its mute burden of surprise. Then the roses bloomed out over her cheeks and even threw their flush upon her brow. Her eye was cast down now and fixed on the unopened letter with the softest fall of its eyelid. "Shall I read you a part of mine first?" "If you please, I wish you would." "Only a little bit," he said, smiling, thinking perhaps that she did not know to what she gave her assent so readily. "You shall read the whole of it another time." The little bit began abruptly. "I have written to your darling, Endy. Not much, tell her, because what I have in my heart for her cannot be told. I know how precious anyone must be whom you love so much. But make her love me a little before she reads my letter, and don't let her call me anything but Pat, and then I shall feel as if I had a sister already. And so I have, as you say. What a glad word! I could cry again with the very writing of it. Endy, I did cry a little over your letter, but only for joy. If it had been for sorrow, I should have cried long ago, for I knew well enough what was coming. Only I want more than ever to be at home, and to see you and to see Faith. Don't let her think I am like you. My letter wouldn't hold much, as I told you, but I give you any number of unspeakable messages for her. John Endy, I suppose you will take charge of them? I may feel sure they have all reached their destination?" Long before the reading was finished, Faith's head had sunk, almost to the cushions beside her. The reader's voice and intonation had given every word a sort of ring in her heart, though the tone was low. One hand came round her when she put her head down, taking possession of her hand which lay so still with the unopened letter in its clasp. But now she was gently raised up. "Precious child," Mr. Linden said, "what are you drooping your head for?" "For the same reason she had, I suppose," said Faith, half laughing, though witnesses of another kind were in her eyes. "Who are you talking about?" "Your sister." "Why don't you begin to practice your lesson?" Perhaps Faith thought that she was. She looked at nothing but her letter. "Will you wait for your messages till we get home? This place not being absolute seclusion." "Shall I read this now?" said Faith rather hastily. "I should think there would be no danger in that." With somewhat unsteady fingers that yet tried to be quiet, Faith broke the seal, and masking her glowing face with one hand, she bent over the letter to read it. "My very dear, most unknown, and most well-known little sister, I have had a picture sent me of you, as you appeared one night when you sat for your portrait, hearing Portia, and with it a notice of several events which occurred just before that time. And both picture and events have gone down into my heart and abide there. Endicott says you are a sunbeam, and I feel as if a little of the light had come over the water to me. Ever since this letter came, I have been in a state of absolute reflection. I thought my love would not be the first to find out the way, even then when I wrote it. Faith, do you know that there is nobody in the world just like him? Because if you do not, you will find it out. I mean, like Endicott, not like love. My dear, I beg pardon for my pronoun, but just how I have loved you all these months, for making him so happy, I cannot tell you. And I cannot write today about anything. My thoughts are in too uneven a flow to find their way to the end of my pen and take all possible flights instead. Dear Faith, you must wait for a letter till the next steamer, and you cannot miss it, nor anything else, with Endicott there. It seems to me that to be even in the same country with him is happiness. You must love me too, Faith, and not think me a stranger, and let me be your, because I am Andy's, pet. Faith took a great deal more time than was necessary for the reading of this letter. Very much indeed she would have liked to do as her correspondent confessed she had done and cry, but there was no sign of such an inclination. She only sat perfectly moveless, bending over her letter. At last suddenly looked up and gave it to Mr. Linden. Well, he said with a smile at her as he took it. You'll see, she said, a little breathlessly, and still holding her hand fast, Mr. Linden read the letter, quicker than she had done and without comment, unless when his look showed that it touched him. You will love her, Faith, he said as he folded the letter up again, in spite of all your inclinations to the contrary. Do you think that is in the future tense? But I am afraid, added Faith, she thinks too much of me now. She does not think as much of you as I do, said Mr. Linden, with a look and smile that covered all the ground of present or future fear. And after all, it is a danger which you will share with me. It is one of Pet's lovable feelings to think too much of some people whom she loves just enough. Humility is not a fearful thing. Whatever had been in Faith's speech, her look, bright, wistful, and happy, had no fear, truly humble though it was. There is no danger of my loving this letter too much, she said, as she carefully restored it to its envelope, set with a secret utterance of great gratification. The promised half-hour was much more than up, and the broadening shadow on Kildare River said that the time which could be given to wild flowers was fast running away. Perhaps, too, Mr. Linden thought Faith had mused and been excited enough, for he made a move. Everything in the boat was put up in close order, and then the two went ashore again, flower basket in hand. The long shadows heightened the beauty of the woods now, falling soft and brown upon the yet browner carpet of dry leaves, and the young leaves and buds overhead showed every tint, from yellow to green. Under the trees were various low shrubs in flower, shad blossom with its fleecy stems, and azalea in rosy pink, and the real wildflowers, the dainty things as wild in growth as in name, were sprinkled everywhere. Windflowers and columbine, orchis sweet as any hyacinth, tall Solomon's seal, spotless bloodroot, and violets, white, yellow, and purple. The dogwood stretched its white arms athwart hemlock and service. The creeping partridge berry carried its perfumed white stars over rocks and moss in the deep shade below. Yellow bellwort hung its fair flowers on every ridge. Where the ground grew wet were dog's tooth violet and chick wintergreen. There the red maples stood, with bunches of crimson keys. At the edge of the higher ground their humbler growing sister, the striped bark, waved her green tresses. There seemed to be no end to the flowers, nor to the variety, nor to the pleasure of picking. Faith, said Mr. Linden. Faith looked up from a bunch of sanguinaria beside which she was crouching. I find so much mignonette. Do you? Faith's eye flashed, and taking one of those little white stars she threw it towards Mr. Linden. It went in a graceful parabolic curve and fell harmlessly, like her courage, at his feet. What has become of the princess? You ought rather to ask after the prince, said Mr. Linden, picking up the sanguinaria with great devotion. Is this the star of the Order of Merit? I am not Queen Flora. I don't know. As what, then, was it bestowed? It might be Mignonette's shield, which she used as a weapon because she hadn't any other. "Andy, look at those green maple flowers. You can reach them." He gathered some of the hanging clusters and then came and sat down where she was at work and began to put them into her basket, arranging and dressing the other flowers the while dexterously. "Do you know, my little sunbeam," he said, "that your namesakes are retreating?" "I know it, Andy," she said, hastening her last gatherings, "and I am ready." They began their homeward way to the boat, wandering a little still for flowers and stopping to pick them, so that the sun was quite low before Kildare River was reached. There Mr. Linden stood a moment looking about. She looked and looked at him and smiled, very different from her look then. A glance comprehensive and satisfactory enough without words, so without any more words they went on their way along the shore of the river. As they neared their boat, the rays of the setting sun were darted into Kildare River and gilded the embayed little vessel and all the surrounding shores. Rocks and trees and bits of land glowed or glistened in splendor wherever a point or a spray could catch the sun. The water in both rivers shone with a long strip of gold. They had had nothing so brilliant all day. In the full glow and brightness, Faith sat down in the boat with her flowers near her, and Mr. Linden loosened the sail. How pretty the bank looked as they were leaving it, the ashes of their fire on the rock, and the places where they had sat or wandered and talked. Such happy words. "I shall always love Kildare River," said Faith with a little long breath, "because I read my letter here." "And so shall I," said Mr. Linden, "but my love for it dates back to the first piece of reading I ever did in its company." He looked back for a minute or two, at the one shore and the other, the sunlight, the trees, the flowery hillside, and it was well then that his face was not seen by Faith. There fell on it such a shadow of pain. But he presently turned to her again with just the former look. "Now," he said, "do you think you can steer home in the twilight?" "I don't know. Can I? I can follow directions." "And I can give them." And with that arrangement they ran out from the clean woody shores of Kildare River and set their sail for Pataquasset. How fair at that point of weather and day, a little quieter than the morning springtide of everything, but what was less gay was more peaceful, and against the soft south wind the little boat began to beat her way down, favored however by the tide. These tacks made Mr. Linden's counsels more especially needed, but the short, swift runs back and forth across the river were even more inspiriting than a steady run before the wind, and the constant attention which helm and sail required made talk and action lively enough. "This is good, Endicott," said Faith as the little boat came about for the 5th or 6th time. "Faith," he said, smiling at her, "you look just as fresh as a rose. The day does not seem to have tired you one bit." "Tired?" she said. "Yes, I am a little bit tired, or hungry, but was there ever such a day as we have had? Since the 1st of January. "My dear little mignonette," Mr. Linden said, but if it was a message Faith had then, it came from somewhere nearer than across the water. "If you are tired, dear child, give up the rudder to me and lay down your head and rest. Do you see after what a sleep-inviting fashion the lights are twinkling all down the shore?" "I am not sleepy a bit," said Faith, "nor tired, except just enough, and I like the small portion of power you have put in my hands. How beautiful those lights look, and the lights overhead, Andy. How beautiful everything is." "Yes," said Mr. Linden, "when there is light within, he that hath light within his own clear breast may sit in the center and enjoy bright day." "That's beautiful," said Faith after a pause. And now the brush and stir of coming about again claimed their attention, and in a minute more they were stretching away on a new tack, with another set of constellations opposite to them in the sky. The breeze was fresh, though as mild as May. The boat made good speed, and in spite of beating down the river, the mouth of the Wong was neared fast. Pataquasset lights, a little cluster of them, appeared unmistakably, for down by the point there was a little knot of houses, variously concerned in trade or fisheries. Mr. Linden had to put his hand upon the tiller sometimes then, till they got in. Mr. Skip and Jerry were in waiting, had been, aside a half-hours, the former stated. Baskets and shed and passengers were transferred to the wagon, and within a moderate time thereafter welcomed, the latter, by Mrs. Derrick and supper, wherein after a little delay therefore the shad played a conspicuous and most satisfactory part. Now there are no shad like the shad that come out of the maw. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 16. So passed the days. Not indeed all at Killdeer River, but all in sweet, peaceful, bright occupations, whether of work or play. The trustees had received their notice with much dismay, a little alleviated by the fact that Mr. Linden was willing to stay at his post for a few weeks after the end of the year. It was almost a wonder as the weeks went on that Mr. Linden kept down the shadows as well as he did, to leave Faith in the morning and go to his devoted set of scholars, every one of whom had some particular as well as general hold on him and love for him, and then to get away by the hardest from their words and looks of sorrow and regret, and come back to the presence of her brave little face. Mr. Linden was between two fires, and they wrought a sort of deepening of everything about him which was lovely or lovable, which did not make it easier for Patacasset to let him go. As far as anybody could be a help to him, Faith was one. In a gentleness of spirit that was of no kin to weakness, she took to her heart the good that she had, and was quite as much of a sunbeam as ever. How it would be when Mr. Linden was gone, Faith did not know, but she did know that that was one of tomorrow's cares, with which she had no business today. If the thought ever came up in its strength, strong enough to bring down her heart and head, if there were times when Faith shewed herself to herself, the revelation was made to no other person, and therefore it is probable that it was a view she did not often indulge in. Dr. Harrison was not much at Patacasset these days. He found it convenient to be away. Dr. Harrison was a man who did not like to throw away his ammunition. He by no means absented himself because of any failing in his fancy for somebody in Patacasset. The working of cause and effect was on a precisely opposite principle. The truth was, the fancy had grown to a strength that would not well bear the doubtful kind of intercourse which had been kept up between the parties. Yet doubtful it remained, and must remain for the present. With Mr. Linden there in the family, with the familiar habits that naturally grow up between hostess and guest, friend and friend, fellow inmates of the same house, it was very difficult for the doctor to judge whether those habits had any other and deeper groundwork. It was impossible with his scanty and limited chances of observation. At the same time, there was too great a possibility, his jealousy called it more, for him to be willing to take any forward and undoubtful steps himself. He did not find sea-room to put in his oar. In this state of things, all that his pride and his prudence would suffer him to do was to wait till either by Mr. Linden's stay or departure the truth might be made known. But to abide in Patacasset and watch patiently the signs of things was more than Dr. Harrison's feeling, for it was far more than fancy could bear. Just now, in despair or disgust, he had taken a longer enterprise than usual, and was very far indeed from Patacasset when the news of Mr. Linden's going set all the country in a flame. So greatly to Faith's satisfaction, he could not for some time be there to add any flame of his own. The morning readings with Mr. Linden were great and chief treasures to her all these days. She was always ready for him before 6 o'clock, not now in a firelit room, with curtains drawn against the cold, but in the early freshness of the spring and summer mornings, with windows open and sweet air coming in. Duly Faith noted every ladder of verses, till her Bible grew to be well dotted with marks of red ink. They looked lovely to her eyes. So they might, for they were records of many very deep and sweet draughts from that well of water which the Word is to them that love it, draughts deeper and sweeter than Faith could have drawn by herself, or she thought so. No quarter of an hour in the day Faith loved so well. It was often more. One morning, the latter began with the silver trumpets made for the service of God in the hands of the priests of Israel. Faith, looking quietly out of the window, went roving in thought over the times and occasions Mr. Linden read of, when their triumphal blast had proclaimed the name and the glory of God in the ears of the thousands of Israel, times of rejoicing, of hope, of promise, and of victory. Scenes of glory in the old Jewish history floated before her, with the sublime faith of the actors in them, and the magnificent emblematic language in which they read the truth. Faith only came fairly back to New England and Patacassett at David's declaration. "Blessed are the people that know the joyful sound. They shall walk, O Lord, in the light of thy countenance." The words thrilled her. She thought of the many who had never heard the sound at all, and entered into Isaiah's foresight of a day when the great trumpet shall be blown, and they shall come that were ready to perish in the land of Assyria, and the outcasts in the land of Egypt. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace, that bringeth good tidings of good, that publisheth salvation, that saith unto Zion, Thy God reigneth. Then came Isaiah's own blast of the trumpet, and then the sweet enlargements and proclamations of the gospel, and the Lord's own invitation to all who are weary and heavy laden. But also, how shall they call on him in whom they have not believed? And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard? And how shall they hear without a preacher? And how shall they preach except they be sent? As it is written, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace, and bring glad tidings of good things. And the Spirit and the bride say, Come, and let him that heareth say, Come, and let him that is athirst come, and whosoever will, let him take the water of life freely. Faith sat by the open window, no sound abroad but the stir in the leaves and the low music of birds. The very still peace without rather seemed to heighten and swell the moving of thoughts within, which surged like the sea. Mr. Linden stopped reading and was silent, and so was she, with nothing of all this appearing otherwise than in the fixed, abstracted look which went out into Patacassett, but also went far beyond. And when she spoke, it was earnestly, and with the same clear quiet. "Endy, I am glad to have you go, for the reason you are going for. I wouldn't have you be anything else than what you mean to be, not for the pleasure of having you here." Her voice did not tremble, though indeed it told of feelings that were less assured. "Dear Faith," Mr. Linden said, with a bright flash of pleasure at her words, which changed even while he spoke, "you do not know what a comfort it is to me to feel that. And do you realize, little sunbeam, what joy it is, that however far apart we can still work together, in the same cause for the same master? The work which I take upon me by name belongs as really to you, for the call should be given by everyone that heareth to every one that is athirst." "I know," she said quietly, "how grand those words are you have been reading." "Faith," Mr. Linden said presently, "have you any special attachment to this particular little Bible?" "I have my red notes in it," she said with a bright smile. "I am not quite satisfied with the paper and type for your eyes by firelight and twilight. Shall I break up any train of old association if I send you another?" She gave him a look of what Dr. Harrison might have called compound interest, but assured him at the same time with sedate earnestness that the one she had would do very well. This was but a day or two before Mr. Linden's leaving Patacassett. He had paid his many farewell visits before the last week came, and before that, too, had given up his weekday scholars. Those last days were all given to Faith. Given to her in every possible way, out of doors and within. In that fair summer weather the open air was the best of all places for talking, and the least liable to intrusion. It was a great relief to get away from village sights and sounds to the still woods or the fresh shore. It was a great help towards cheerfulness, and the help was needed. Whenever Mr. Linden went among people, he met nothing but sorrow for his going away. Wherever he went, to house or woods, he carried the deep-hidden double sorrow in his heart, which no one guessed of all who so loudly bewailed his departure. Faith herself perhaps hardly realized what his part of that sorrow was, but he knew hers and bore it, as one bears the trials of the dearest friend one has on earth. He was to go very early in the morning, but when the late evening talk had impinged upon the night as much as it could be allowed to do, he gave Faith the unexpected promise of coming down to read with her just as usual next day. It was very, very early this time, in the summer twilight dawn, when the killdeers were in their full burst of matins, and all the other birds coming in one by one. Faith did not say many words, but she was as quiet as the hour. Then she went to the breakfast-room to arrange and hasten matters there, and Mr. Linden followed and stood watching her. She did not know how. She only knew how he talked. But he took her into the sitting-room the moment breakfast was over and stood by her, giving her the mute caresses he could not put in words. And for words there was little time. The morning light came up and up into the sky. The candles burned dim as they stood there. And then he bade her, "Be perfect, be of good comfort," and so went away. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 17. When Mr. Linden was out of sight from the porch, Faith went to the deserted room. It was in the latter end of summer. The windows were open, and the summer wind blowing the muslin curtains flutteringly in. The maple shaded Faith's old reading window, the leaves not changing yet, one cupboard door a little open, showed the treasures of books within. The chintz couch stood empty, so it always stood when Faith saw it, except only in those days of Mr. Linden's confinement with his wound. But now her mind leaped back to that time, and the couch and the table and the books, the very windows and fireplace, looked deserted. The red maple leaves floating in, and the dancing flames in the chimney, her lessons by the side of that couch, her first exercise which she had been sent to do at that table, all that, and everything beside, seemed to make its passage through Faith's mind in tumultuous procession. She sat down on the couch and leaned her head on the back of it, but only a few nervous tears came, and oppressed sobbing breaths took the place of them. For a little while then Faith fell on her knees, as if she could not speak connectedly, nor think connectedly, yet she poured out her heart in the only safe channel, and grew quiet and self-possessed. After an hour she left the couch and turned to go down and join her mother. Passing the table on her way out, with a glance which had been called off by other things as she came in, Faith's eye was caught and stayed. There was no exercise left there for her, but the very gold pen with which she had written that first one, and which she had used so many times since, lay there, and by the pen a letter. The blood rushed to Faith's heart as if Mr. Linden had come back again, or rather, as if he had not taken quite all of himself away. In a flood of gladness and thankfulness and sorrow, Faith took up the letter, and standing there by the table, read it. My own little precious mignonette, I have a love for this sheet of paper, because it will be in your hands when I cannot touch them nor see them. How often they have ministered to me just where I am writing this, just where you will find it. I know you will find it, Faith. I know where you will go as soon as I am out of sight. But, dear child, do not let any sight or association in this room make you anything but glad. They are all very dear to me. That first day when you came in here to see me, and all the days that followed, and all the sweet knowledge I gained of my little mignonette while she was learning other things. Faith, I can even forgive Dr. Harrison his questions that day, for the delight it was to me to shield you. Dear child, you must let me do that now whenever I can. It is one of the griefs of this separation that I cannot do it all the time. I must go back to our Bible verses. Do you remember that first ladder we went up together? The Lord God is a sun and a shield. The Lord will give grace and glory. In that sunlight I shall think of you as abiding. I will remember that you are covered by that shield. I know that the Lord will keep all that I have committed to him. Now, darling, if I could leave you messages, I would, but they must wait till I come and deliver them myself. Take in the meanwhile all possible love and trust, and all comfort from the cause of my absence, from our mutual work, from my expected coming home now and then, from the diamonds on your fingers and what they betoken. The diamonds stay with you, Faith, but their light goes with me. My child, I have too much to say to write any longer. I shall be drawn on too far and too long. It is not far from daybreak now. Take the best possible care of yourself, and be strong and of good courage, and the Lord that made heaven and earth bless thee out of Zion. Precious child, you do not know how deeply I am always your own, Endicott. The first lines of that letter wrung some tears from Faith's eyes, but afterwards the effect of the whole was to shake her. She sat down on the couch with the letter fast in her hand and hid her head. Yet no weeping, only convulsive breaths and a straightened breast. Faith was wonderful glad of that letter, but the meeting of two tides is just hard to bear, and it wakened everything as well as gladness. However, in its time that struggle was over too, and she went down to Mrs. Derrick looking much like her wonted self. She went about so all the day, nervously busy, though never more orderly about her business. In the kitchen and dairy and storeroom and with her mother, Faith seemed as usual, with a very little of grave thoughtfulness or remembrance thrown over her natural pleasantness. Only she gave books a wide berth, and took care to see no face that came to the house. One would have thought her, perhaps Mrs. Derrick even did, quietly composed and patiently submitting to trial, as if Mr. Linden had been already weeks away. Perhaps Faith herself thought so. A little thing showed how much this quiet was worth. The day had been gone through, the tea was over, as it might, with the two alone, and mother and daughter had gone into the other room. Faith lit the lamp and then began a sentence to her mother about laying the Bible in its place for prayer, when she stopped short. For a moment she stood still with the revulsion, then she fell on her knees and hid her face in Mrs. Derrick's lap, and the tears that had kept back so long came in a stormy flood, clearing the sky which had not been clear before. She was quiet really after that. She had no more fear of her books, and the first thing Faith did was to take pen and paper and pour out an answer to her morning's letter, an answer in which she gave Mr. Linden the history of her whole day, with very little reservation. Her mother watched her, sat and looked at her as she wrote, with eyes very glistening and tremulous in their fond admiration. Indeed, that had been their character all day, though Mrs. Derrick had followed Faith in her busy work, with no attempt to check her, with no allusion to what they both thought of uninterruptedly. Now, however, that Faith's tears had made their own way, her mother's heart was easier, and she watched the pretty writer by the lamp with all sorts of sweet and tender thoughts. A day or two passed in great quiet and tender ministering to each other of the mother and daughter. Faith had taken deep hold of her studies again, and every minute of the day was filled up as busily as ever. so the sitting-room wore in all things minus one its wonted aspect, when, the third evening, it received Dr. Harrison. He came in looking remarkably well in his light, dainty summer dress, and with that gentle carelessness of movement and manner that suited the relaxing persuasions of a hot summer day. He came in, too, a little like a person who through long absences has forgotten how wanted he used to be in a certain place, or how fond he was of what he found there. Nothing further from the truth. He accosted both ladies after his usual gay fashion, and talked for a while about nothings, as if he cared about nothing. He could make nothing of Faith, except perhaps that she was a trifle shy of him. That did not mean evil necessarily. It was natural enough. He wouldn't disturb her shyness. "I have a sympathetic feeling for you, Mrs. Derrick," he remarked. "I miss Mr. Linden so much in Pataquasset. I can't think how you must do in the house." "No, Doctor, you can't," was Mrs. Derrick's quiet rejoinder. "How do you?" "Why, I can't tell you either," said Mrs. Derrick. "Mrs. Derrick," said the doctor, "I shouldn't like to be a lawyer and have to examine you as a witness, unless it wasn't August." "Well, I suppose we should agree upon that, Doctor," said Mrs. Derrick. "I don't know what August has to do with it." "My dear madam, it would be too much trouble. Apparently it isn't August everywhere." A very peremptory rap at the front door came in the train of footsteps that were loud and brisk as by authority, and that had quite survived the enervating effects referred to by the doctor. "Miss Faith," said Cindy, appearing at the parlour door, "here's a man got something, and he won't give it to me without I'll take oath I'm you, which of course I don't. I'm free to confess I can't even get sight of it. Shall I fetch him in, thing and all?" Faith went to the door. It was nobody more terrific than an expressman, who seemed to recognise Miss Faith Derrick by instinct, for he asked no questions, only put a package into her hand, and then gave her his book to sign. Faith signed her name eagerly, and then ran upstairs with her treasure and a beating heart, and struck a light. There was no need to ask where it came from. The address was plain enough, nor much need to ask what it was. She knew that it must be her Bible. Yet that only heightened the pleasure and interest, as she took off one wrapping paper after another, till its own beautiful morocco covers appeared. Within was the perfection of type and paper, with here and there a fine coloured map, in size and shape just that medium which seems to combine the excellencies of all the rest. There was no letter in the package, but a slip of paper with a new ladder of verses marked the place where they began, and on the fly-leaf below the inscription was written the first verse of the 91st Psalm. This was the leading reference on the slip of paper. Has anyone with any heart ever received such a package? To such a one there is no need to tell the glow of pleasure, the rush of affection and joy which filled Faith's heart and her face. To anybody else it's no use. She had to exercise some care to prevent certain witnesses of the eyes from staining the morocco or spotting the leaves. The paper of references she left to be enjoyed more leisurely another time, and went on turning over the pages, catching glimpses of the loved words that she had never seen so fairly presented to the eye before. When, after a good deal of this sort of delectation, through half of which she was writing a letter to Mr. Linden, Faith suddenly recollected Dr. Harrison. Softly the paper wrappers enfolded her treasure, and then Faith went downstairs with the high colour of pleasure in her cheeks. The doctor took several observations. He had not been profiting by any opportunity to examine Mrs. Derrick. On the contrary, he had talked about everything else, somewhat August fashion in manner, but yet so cleverly that even Mrs. Derrick confessed afterwards she had been entertained. Now, on Faith's reappearance, he went on with his subject until he came to a natural pause in the conversation, which he changed by remarking in a simple tone of interest, "I haven't learned yet satisfactorily what took Mr. Linden away." "His own business," said Mrs. Derrick. "You must have heard what he is about now, Doctor." I have heard, but one hears everything. Is it true, then? Oh, yes, it's true, said Mrs. Derrick, with an even play of her knitting needles. But then follows another very natural question, said the doctor. Why did he come here at all? I dare say he'd tell you if he was here, as I wish he was, said Mrs. Derrick. Mr. Linden always seemed to have good reasons for what he did. I think that too, said the doctor. I'm not quite so sure of his telling them to me, but Pataquasset has reason to be very sorry he has gone away. What sort of a preacher will he make, Mrs. Derrick? He's a good one now, said Mrs. Derrick with a smile that was even a little moved. Don't you think so, Doctor? How dare you ask me that, Mrs. Derrick, said the doctor with slow, funny utterance. But I will confess this. I would rather have him preach to me than you. What sort of a bad reason have you got for that? She said, looking at him. Miss Faith, said the doctor with a mock air of being in a dilemma, you are good at definitions, if I remember. What is the proper character of a bad reason? Faith looked up. He had never seen her look prettier, with a little hidden laughter both on and under her face, and that colour she had brought downstairs with her. But her answer was demure enough. I suppose, sir, one that ought not to be a reason at all, or one that is not reason enough. Do you consider it a bad reason for my not liking Mrs. Derrick's preaching, that I am afraid of her? I shouldn't think it was reason enough, said Faith. Do you like preaching from people that you are afraid of? Yes, at least I think I should. I don't know that I ever really was afraid of anybody. These words, or the manner which went with them, quite obliterated the idea of Mrs. Derrick from the doctor's head. But his manner did not change. He only addressed his talk to Faith and altered the character of it. Nothing could be more cool and disembarrassed. He had chosen his tactics. They were made to regulate likewise the length of his visit, though the short summer evening had near run its course before he, in parliamentary phrase, was on his legs, not to speak, but to go. Then strolling on to the front door, he there met Reuben Taylor, flush in the doorway. The boy stepped back into the hall to let him come out, whence, as the doctor saw through the open window, he went at once to Faith's side. But either accidentally or of design, Reuben stood so directly before her that Dr. Harrison could see neither face, indeed could scarce see her at all. The little business transaction that went on then, the letter which Reuben took from his pocket and then again from its outer envelope, the simple respect and pleasure with which he gave it to Faith, though colouring a little too, all this was invisible except to Mrs. Derrick. Faith's face would have told the doctor the whole. The pretty colour, the dropped eyes, and the undertone of her grateful, "I'm very much obliged to you, Reuben." Reuben made no verbal answer, and stayed not a minute longer, but the pleasure of his new trust was wonderful. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner, Chapter 18. Faith did not have as uninterrupted a time for studies as she had counted upon for the next few months. In the first place, letters took a great many hours. In the second place, her studies were pretty frequently broken up of an evening by Dr. Harrison. He certainly came often, whether it was because of the strength of attraction in that particular house, or the failure of any attraction beside in all the coast of Pataquasset, was a problem which remained unsolved by anything in the doctor's manner. His manner was like what it had been the evening just recounted. He amused himself after his nonchalant fashion, and amused his hearers. He did not, in the meantime, call upon them for any help at all. He discerned easily that Faith had a little shyness about her.
That might mean one thing, or it might mean another, and Dr. Harrison was far too wise to risk the one thing by endeavoring to find out whether it was the other. The doctor was no fisher, had no favor for the sport, but if he had been, he might have thought that now he was going to give his fish a very long line indeed, and let it play to any extent of shyness or willfulness, his hand on the reel all the time. The talk that would do for Miss Essie would not please Faith. The doctor knew that long ago. He drew upon his better stores, his knowledge of the earth we live on, his familiarity with nature's and art's wonders, history and philosophy, literature and science, and a knowledge of the world, which he used as a little piquant spice to flavor all the rest of his knowledge. Thrown in justly with a nice hand, so as not to offend, it did rather serve to provoke a delicate palate, while it unmistakably gratified his own. It was the salt to the doctor's dish. But everything wants breaking up with variety, and variety itself may come to be monotonous. He asked Faith, one evening, if she knew anything of chemistry, and proceeded, upon her reply, to give her sundry bits of detail, and some further insight into the meaning and bearing of the science. It was not August then, but it might have been, for the leisurely manner in which the doctor unwound his skein of talk, as if he were talking to himself or for himself, and yet he was, and he knew it, filling Faith's ears with delight. He took up the same subject afterwards, from time to time. Beginning from any trifle of suggestion, he would go off into an exquisite chemical discussion, illustrated and pointed and ornamented, as no lecturer but one loving both his subject and his object could ever make it. After a while, the doctor began to come with bits of metal and vials of acids, and delight Faith and astonish Mrs. Derrick by turning her sitting room into an impromptu laboratory. Such fumes! Such gaseous odors! Such ominous reports were never known in and about Mrs. Derrick's quiet household. Nor were her basins and tumblers ever put to such strange and, in her view, hideous uses. But Dr. Harrison rather seemed to enjoy what appeared, at first sight, inconveniences, triumphed over the imperfections of tools and instruments, and wrought wonders over which Faith bent with greater raptures than if the marvels of Aladdin's lamp had been shewn before her. The doctor began by slow degrees. He let all this grow up of itself. He asked only for a tumbler the first time, and insensibly they went on, from one thing to another, till, instead of a tumbler, the doctor would sometimes be surrounded with the most extraordinary retinue and train of diversified crockery and china. An empty butter tub came to do duty for a water bath. Bottles and jars and cups and glasses, of various shapes and dimensions, attended or waited upon the doctor's operations, and, with a slight apology and assurance to Mrs. Derrick, he, on more than one or two occasions, appropriated the clock shade for his use and behoof as a receiver. Then siphons began to come in the doctor's pocket, and glass tubes, bent and straight, open and sealed, in the doctor's hand, and one of his evenings came to be better than a play, a most beautiful and exquisite play to Faith. Yet Dr. Harrison never forgot his tactics, never let his fish feel the line, and to Faith's joyous, "How shall I ever thank you, Dr. Harrison?" would reply, by a dry request, that she would induce Mrs. Derrick to have muffins for tea some evening, and let him come. And what did Dr. Harrison gain by all this? He did gain some hours of pleasure. That would have been very exquisite pleasure, but for the doubt that haunted him, and respecting which he could get no data of decision. The shyness and reserve did pass away from Faith. She met him and talked with him as a pleasant, intimate friend, whose company she enjoyed, and who had a sort of right to hers, the right of friendship and kindliness. But then, he never did anything to try her shyness or to call up her reserve. He never asked anything of her that she could refuse. He never advanced a step where it could, with decency, be repressed. He knew it, but he bided his time. He did not know what thorough and full accounts of all his evenings went through the post office. He knew, and it rather annoyed him, that Reuben Taylor was very freely admitted and very intimately regarded in the house. There was, perhaps, no very good reason why this should have annoyed the doctor. Yet somehow he always rather identified Reuben Taylor with another of his friends. He found out, too, that Reuben much preferred the times when he, the doctor, was not there. For, after once or twice coming in upon sulphuric acid and clock shades, from which he retreated faster than if it had been gunpowder, Reuben changed his hour, and the doctor had the satisfaction of wishing him good evening in the porch, or of passing him on the sidewalk, or of hearing the swing of the little gate and Reuben's quick bound up the steps, when his own feet were well out in the common ground of the road. Mrs. Derrick expressed unequivocally, to Faith, not the doctor, her dislike of all chemical smells whatever, and her abhorrence of all reports but those which went off after the doctor's departure, the preparation of which Mrs. Derrick beheld with a sort of vindictive satisfaction. Mr. Linden enjoyed his letters unqualifiedly, sometimes wrote chemical answers, now and then forestalling the doctor, but rarely saying much about him. Faith was in little danger of annoyance from anything with her mother sitting by, and, for the rest, Dr. Harrison was at his own risk. Letters were too precious, every inch of them, to be much taken up with discussing him. Other things were of more interest. Sometimes discussion, sometimes information, oftenest of all, talk. And, now and then, came with the letter some book to give Faith a new bit of reading. Above all, the letters told her, in a sort of indefinable, unconscious way, how much her presence was missed and longed for. It seemed to her as if, where one letter laid it down, the next took it up, not in word, but in atmosphere, and carried it further. In that one respect, though Faith never found it out, the chemical accounts gave pain. Faith, in her letters, never spoke directly of this element of his, but she made many a gentle effort to meet it and soothe what could be soothed. To this end partly were her very full accounts of all the course of her quiet life. As fearlessly and simply as possible, Faith talked to him, quite willing to be found wrong and to be told so, wherever wrong was. It was rather by the fullness of what she gave him than by any declaration of want on her own part that Mr. Linden could tell, from her letters, how much she felt or missed in his absence. She rarely put any of that into words, and if it got in, atmospherically, it was by the subtlest of entrances. When she spoke it at all, it was generally a very frank and simple expression of strong truth. Of outdoor work, during all this time, she had a variety. For some time after Mr. Linden's going away, neither Mrs. Stoutenburg nor the squire had been near the house, but then they began to amuse themselves with taking her to drive, and, whenever Faith could and would go, she was sure of a pleasant hour or two out in the brisk autumn air, and with no danger of even hearing Mr. Linden's name mentioned. The silence, indeed, proved rather too much, but it was better than speech. Then she and Reuben had many excursions, short and long. Sometimes the flowers, or eggs, or tracts were sent by him alone, but often Faith chose to go too, and he was her ever ready, respectful, and efficient escort. Respectful it was truly, of the deepest and most affectionate kind. And thus, on foot or with Jerry, the two went their rounds. But at such houses, Faith must both hear and speak of Mr. Linden. There was always some question to answer, some story to hear. It happened, among Dr. Harrison's other pleasures, that he several times met them on their expeditions, generally when he was driving, sometimes when they were two, but one late November afternoon, not late in the month but late in the day, fortune favored him. Strolling along for an unwonted walk, the doctor beheld, from a little hill, Faith and Reuben in the valley below, saw them go up to the door of a cottage, saw Faith go in, and Reuben sit down in the porch and take out his book. It was a fair picture. The brown woodland, the soft sunlight, the little dark cottage, the pretty youthful figures, with their quick steps and natural gestures, and the evening hue and tone of everything. But the doctor did not admire it, and went down the hill without even taking off his hat to the chickadees that bobbed their black caps at him from both sides of the road. By the porch, the doctor suddenly slackened his pace, looked within, nodded to Reuben, and came to a halt. "Have I accidentally found out where you live, Reuben?" "I live down by the shore, sir," said Reuben, standing up. "I thought," said the doctor, "I had got an impression that you were not a thoroughgoing Pataquassitor, but you looked so much at home there. Where do you live? Whereabouts, I mean, for the shore stretches a long way." Reuben gave the vernacular name of the little rocky coast point which was his home, but the point itself was too much out of the doctor's beat to have the name familiar. "How far off is that?" "About 4 miles from here, sir." "May I ask what you are studying so diligently, 4 miles from home at this hour?" Reuben colored a good deal, but, with not more than a moment's reluctance, held out his book for the doctor's inspection. It was a Bible. The doctor's face changed, ever so little, but with what feeling, or combination of feelings, it would have taken a much wiser reader of men and faces than Reuben to tell. It was only a moment, and then he stood with the book in his hand, gravely turning it over, but with his usual face. "I once had the pleasure of asking you questions on some other matters," he remarked, "and I remember you answered well. Can you pass as good an examination in this?" "As to the words, sir? Or the thoughts? I don't quite know," said Reuben modestly. "Words are the signs of thoughts, you know." "Yes, sir, but nobody can know all the Bible thoughts, though some people have learned all the Bible words." The doctor gave a little sort of commenting nod, rather approving than otherwise. "You are safe here," he said as he handed the book back to Reuben. "For in this study I couldn't examine you. What are you pursuing the study for, may I ask?" "If you don't know," was in the boy's full gaze for a moment, but he looked down again, answering steadily, "Thy word have I hid in my heart, that I might not sin against thee. I love it, Dr. Harrison, and it shows me the way to serve God." "Well," said the doctor rather kindly, "if I hadn't interrupted you, how much more study would you have accomplished before you thought it time to set off for that 4 miles walk home? To that unpronounceable place?" "I don't know, sir. I am not obliged to be there by any particular time of night." "No, I know you are not. But, excuse my curiosity, are you so fond of the Bible that you stop on the way home to read it as you go along? Or are you waiting for somebody?" The words brought the color back, with a different tinge, but Reuben simply answered, "No, sir, I did not stop here to read. I am waiting." "For Miss Derrick, are you not?" "Yes, sir." "Then I dare say Miss Derrick will release you for this time, and allow me to attend her home, whither I am going myself." "I must wait till she comes out, sir," Reuben said, with a respectful intractability which the doctor remembered. "Of course," he said. "Did you ever take lessons of anybody but Mr. Linden?" But at this point the house door opened and Faith came out. "Miss Faith," said the doctor after his greeting, which was thoroughly in character, "if you will tell your escort here, who I am sure is a staunch one, that you need him no longer, he will feel free to begin his long walk to the shore, and I shall have the rare pleasure and honor of going home with you." Faith turned frankly. "Do you want to go home, Reuben?" "No, Miss Faith," was the equally frank, low-spoken answer. "Not unless you want me to go." Reuben could but speak the truth, and he did try to speak it with as little offense as possible, though with an instinctive feeling that the time, when truth will be truth and not treason, had not yet arrived. "I mean, That I want to do just what you wish," he added, looking up at her. "I don't want you to go, then," said Faith, laughing, "for I mean that you shall come home to tea with me." "Dr. Harrison, I will invite you too," she said, turning her bright face towards him. "I believe there are muffins tonight." "Miss Faith," said the doctor, "you are an angel." "What is the connection between that and muffins?" said Faith merrily, for Reuben was at her side and she felt free. "You mistake the connection," said the doctor gravely. "Angels are supposed to be impartial in their attentions to the human race, and not swayed by such curious, and of course arrogant, considerations as move the lower herd of mortals. To an immaterial creature, how can the height of a door be material?" "But I think you are mistaken," said Faith gently. "I don't believe any creatures mind more what they find inside the door." "What did you find inside that door?" said the doctor. Faith hesitated. "Do you know tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day, Dr. Harrison?" "I am not quite sure that I ought to say I know it, though my father did read the proclamation. I suppose I know it now. I found inside of that door some people who could not make pumpkin pies, and Reuben and I have been carrying them one of Mother's." "What a day they will have of it," said the doctor, "if Mrs. Derrick's pies are made in the same place as her muffins. But can you find nothing better to do than running round the country to supply the people that haven't pies?" "Not many things pleasanter," said Faith, looking at him. "I see I was right," said he, smiling. "I have no doubt angels do that sort of thing, but it is a sort of pleasure of which I have no knowledge. All my life I have pleased only myself, yet one would wish to have some share in it too. I can't make pies, and if I could, I shouldn't know, in the least, where to bestow them. Do you think you could take this now," said he, producing a gold eagle, "and turn it into pumpkins, or anything else that you think will make people happy, and see that they get to the right places? For me?" "Do you mean it seriously, Dr. Harrison?" "If you will have the condescension." "Oh, thank you," said Faith, flushing with joy. "Oh, thank you. I am very glad of this, and so will many others be. Dr. Harrison, I wish you could know the pleasure this will give, the good it will do. I don't think a $10 piece ever gave me so much pleasure," said he, looking a little moved. "About the good, I don't know. That's not so easy." Faith left that point for him to consider, though with many a wish in her own heart. But the walk home brightened into a very pleasant one after that. End of section 21. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Section 22 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 19. The soft gray clouds, which had hung about the setting sun, only waited his departure to double their folds and spread them all over the sky. Then the wind rose, sweeping gustily through the bare branches, and heavy drops of rain fell scatteringly on the dead leaves. But when wind and rain had taken a little more counsel together, they joined forces in a wild, stormy concert which swept on with increasing tumult. It did not disturb Faith and her mother at their quiet work and reading. It did not deter Cindy from going overnight to spend Thanksgiving Day with her friends. But it was a wild storm nevertheless, and while the hours of the night rolled on over the sleepers in Mrs. Derrick's house, still wind and rain kept up their carousel, nor thought of being quiet even when the morning broke. But, rather, giving of thanks. That was the motto of the day, the one answer to the many vexed questions of life and care. Care was pressing, and life distracting, and everywhere was something that seemed to call for tears or complaints. To all of these the day answered, but rather, giving of thanks. It was dark enough when Faith awoke, and she sat up in bed a minute or two listening to the wild blasts of wind and the heavy pattering of the rain, hearing the screech of the locomotive as the train swept by in the distance, with a pang at the thought of its freight of homeward bound and expected dear ones, then taking the day's motto and gently and quietly going about the day's work. But the first of his work for her was to cancel the bit of work it had already done by itself, and for that Faith went to her Bible, went first to the list of texts that had come with it, endeavoring to realize and make sure her ground on that verse of the 91st Psalm, then on from that to its following. For in the time of trouble he shall hide me in his pavilion. It was not a time of trouble. Faith would not call it so. Never so bright a Thanksgiving day had risen upon her, spite of its clouds. But trouble might come. In the course of life experience, she knew it was pretty sure to come, and she sought to refuge herself beforehand in the promise of that pavilion of hiding. The driving wind and storm that emblematized another kind gave emphasis also to the emblem of shelter. How Faith blessed her Bible! The next verse enlarged a little. Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence from the pride of man. Thou shalt keep them secretly in a pavilion from the strife of tongues. Then followed the joyful acceptance of that promise. Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. Then its result. I am like a green olive tree in the house of God. I trust in the mercy of God for ever and ever. From the end of the earth will I cry unto thee, when my heart is overwhelmed. Lead me to the rock that is higher than I, for thou hast been a shelter for me, and a strong tower from the enemy. I will abide in thy tabernacle forever. I will trust in the covert of thy wings. What strong refuge! What riches of trust! How very bright Faith's firelit room looked with the wind whistling all about, and the red light on her open Bible. She turned on, and like the full burst of a chorus after that solo, she seemed to hear the whole church militant say, Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in all generations. Her mind swept back to the martyr ages, to times when the church's road has been in darkness and in light, and the long train of pilgrims have gone over it in light and in darkness, each with that staff in his hand. Faith looked long at those words, seeming to see the great cloud of witnesses pass in procession before her. How true the words were to Abraham when he left his home. How true to Daniel when he was thrown to the lions. How true they were to Stephen when he uttered his dying cry. How true to the little child whom she had seen go to be with Christ forever, in all generations. The prophets, true to their office, through the light forward. He shall be for a sanctuary. Although I have cast them far off among the heathen, and although I have scattered them among the countries, yet will I be to them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they shall come. I will be as the dew unto Israel. He shall grow as the lily, and cast forth his roots as Lebanon. His branches shall spread, and his beauty shall be as the olive tree, and his smell as Lebanon. The next words gave the whole description, the whole key of entrance. Whosoever shall confess that Jesus is the Son of God, God dwelleth in him, and he in God. And we have known and believed the love that God hath to us. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. Here was the sanctuary on earth, the foreshewing image of the one on high. I saw no temple therein, for the Lord God Almighty and the Lamb are the temple of it. How far Faith had got from the earthly Thanksgiving Day, even to that finished and everlasting one on high. She had, of course, read and studied these passages all before, once, and then she had shut them up as a particular casket of treasures that she would not grow too familiar with suddenly, but would keep to enjoy their brightness another time. Something this Thanksgiving morning had made Faith want them. She now sat looking at the last words, feeling as if she wanted nothing. The wind and the rain still raged without, drowning and merging any sounds there might be in the road, though truly few animate things were abroad at that hour in that weather. Mr. Skip had roused himself, indeed, for his day's pleasure, and after lighting the kitchen fire had gone forth, leaving it to take care of itself. But when the door closed after him, Faith and her fire looked at each other in the same stillness as before. Until she heard the front door open and shut, that was the first sound and the last. No unwanted one, either. That door opened and shut 20 times a day. What intangible, well-recognized modification in its motions now made Faith's heart bound and sank with sudden belief, with swift denial? Who was it? At that hour? Faith sprang to the parlor door. She did not know how, and was in the dark hall. A little gleam of firelight followed her. A little faint dawn came through the fanlight of the door, just enough to reveal to Faith those very outlines which at first sight she had pronounced pleasant. One more spring Faith made, with no scream of delight, but with a low exclamation, very low, that, for its many-folded sweetness, was like the involutions of a rosebud. "Faith!" he exclaimed. "Don't touch me till I get out of the rain," which prohibition Faith might consider useless, or might think that, shuttlecock fashion, it had got turned round in the air. "The best place to get out of the rain is in here," she said, trying to draw him along with her. "Oh, Indy, how came you in it?" "If you say 3 words to me, I shall give you the benefit of all the remaining raindrops," said Mr. Linden, disengaging himself to throw off his overcoat. "How can one do anything with you standing there?" "How came I in it?" "I came in it. Precious child! How do you do?" And she was taken possession of, and carried off into the next room, like a rosebud as she was, to have the same question put a great many times in a different way. More words for her, just then, Mr. Linden did not seem to have, nor Faith for him. She stood very still, her face in a glow of shy joy, but her eyes and even her lips grave and quiet, except when sometimes a very tiny indicatory smile broke halfway upon them. "When did you come?" "I came in the night train. Mignonette, are you glad to see me?" The smile shewed her teeth a little. They would bear shewing, but this was only a glimmer of the white enamel. "Then you have been traveling all night?" "Yes. How are you going to prove your position?" "What position, Endy?" "That you are glad to see me." "I don't know," she said, looking up at him. "You cannot think of any proof to give me?" "I can think of a great many." "I am ready to take them," said Mr. Linden demurely. "Then, if you will sit down, and let me leave you for a few minutes, I will see what I can do." "Thank you. The proofs that I mean will by no means take you further off. Suppose you see what you can do without going away." She laid her head down for a minute, coloring, too, even the cheek that was high-colored before, but she looked up again. "Stoop your high head, then, Indy," she said, and she gave him 2 kisses, as full and earnest as they were soft. There was no doubt Faith had proved her position. "Faith, darling," he said, "have you been growing thin? Or is it only that I have had to do with such substantial humanity of late? Look up here and let me see. Are you anything but the essence of Mignonette?" The face she shewed was aptly named, about as pure as that, with grave, loving intentness, not the less grave for its little companion's smile. Mr. Linden studied her face for a minute, pushing back her hair. "Do you think," she said then in a light, soft tone, a departure from the last words, "do you think you won't want the essence of something else by and by, Endicott?" "No," decidedly. "I want nothing but you, so you may as well make up your mind to want nothing but me." "Do you know what that would end in?" Not necessarily in such a simple duet, said Mr. Linden, smiling. People do not always realize their ideal. Mignonette, you are just as lovely as you can be, and you need not bring Miss Reason to keep me in order. I suppose if she were in the house, it would end in her wanting her breakfast. I don't like Miss Reason, said Faith, and the only thing I am thinking of putting in order is the kitchen fire. Would you like to go there with me? Nobody's in the house. Cindy went yesterday to a wedding, and Mr. Skip has gone home to keep Thanksgiving. That is the best thing I ever heard of Cindy, said Mr. Linden. Of course I will go. And play Ferdinand again, Faith. Would the doctor call me in acid? Come to dissolve all his crystals? Dr. Harrison gave me $10 yesterday for the poor people, said Faith as she led the way to the kitchen. Arrived there, she placed a chair for Mr. Linden and requested him to be seated, while she examined into the state of the fire. The chair was disregarded. The fire received double attention. Faith, he said laughingly, I bear the curb about as well as stranger. I have a great mind to tell you how that eagle stands in the doctor's memorandum book. Faith dropped her hands for the moment and looked at him, with grave eyes of wide-open attention. The look changed Mr. Linden's purpose. He could not bear to take away all the pleasure the eagle had brought on his gold wings. I don't believe there is such a book in existence, he said lightly. Miranda, what would you like to have me do for you now? The fire is ready for anything. I haven't anything ready for it yet, said Faith, but I will have, if you'll wait a bit. She left him there and ran off, coming back in a little while. And then Mr. Linden was initiated, if he never was before, in kitchen mysteries. Faith covered herself with a great apron, rolled up her sleeves above the elbows, and with funny little glances at him between whiles, went round the room about various pieces of work, almost noiselessly, with the utmost nicety of quick and clean work. She was busy in one thing after another, and in two or three at the same time, while Mr. Linden stood or sat by the fire looking on. Two things he comprehended: the potatoes which were put over the fire to boil, and the white shortcakes which finally stood cut out on the board ready for baking. The preliminary flour and cream and mixing in the bowl had been, culinary, Sanskrit to him. He had watched her somewhat silently of late, but none the less intently. Indeed, in all his watching, there had been a silent thread woven in with its laughing and busy talk. His eyes had followed her as one follows a veritable sunbeam, noting the bright gleams of color here, and the soft light there, and thinking of the time when it must quit the room. Faith, he said, as she cut out her cakes, are these what you made for me the first night I came here? I believe so. What do you suppose you look like, going about the kitchen in this style? You make me think irresistibly of something. I should like to know, said Faith with an amused laugh. I shall make you blush if I tell you, said Mr. Linden. That was enough to do it. Faith gave him one look, and went on with her shortcakes. You don't care about knowing, after all? Said Mr. Linden. Well, Faith, do you expect ever to make such things in my house? Because if you do, I think it will ensure my coming downstairs before breakfast. How she flushed, over cheek and brow, then remarked gravely that she was glad he liked it. Yes, and you have no idea what effects my liking will produce, said Mr. Linden. You see, Faith, it may happen to us, now and then, to be left without other hands than our own in the house. There is no reliance whatever to be placed upon cottages. And then you will come down, as now, and I shall come too, taking the precaution to bring a book, that nobody may suspect what I come for. Then enter one of my parishioners. Faith, are you attending? Faith had stopped, and poising her rolling pin the reverse way on the board, that is, on end, had leaned her arms upon it, giving up shortcakes entirely for the time being. You will not be in that position, said Mr. Linden, but going on properly with your cakes, as you should be now. Then enter one of my parishioners who lives 6 miles off, to ask me to come over to his house and instruct him in the best way of hanging his gate. which I, of course, promised to do, notwithstanding your protestations that I knew nothing of that, nor of anything else. Parishioner goes away and reports. One part of the people say how economical we are, to make one fire do our cooking and studying. Another part have their suspicions that you keep me at hand to lift off the tea kettle, much strengthened by report of your protest. And the charitable part at once propose to raise my salary, so that we may have as many fires as we like. Faith, what should we do in the circumstances? Faith was biting her lips and rolling out cakes with the swiftest activity, not allowing Mr. Linden a sight of her face. If you hung the gate, I should think you would take the money, she answered demurely. I said you would say I could not do it, said Mr. Linden, which, being duly reported and considered by certain other people, will cause them to shake their heads and wish in half-audible, but most telegraphic, whispers that Mr. Linden were half as smart as his wife. Faith stopped again. "Oh, Indy!" she exclaimed between laughing and pleading. "Que voulez-vous, mademoiselle?" But Faith went on at her cakes and finished the few that were left. "I think you must be very much in want of your breakfast," she said, coming to the fire. "You have played Prince Ferdinand. Do you think you would mind acting the part of King Alfred for once?" "My dear, I will play any part for you whatever, in our duet. Shall I practice taking off the kettle to begin with?" "I don't think you had better," Faith said with a kept-down laugh, "for it doesn't boil." "Shall I take you off then? What are you going to do while I play Alfred?" "I will not answer for my solo performances." "I shall not be gone but a few minutes. Do you think you could take this little skillet from the fire if it did boil?" Mr. Linden might have got into a reverie after she ran away, but certain it is that the skillet was in imminent danger of boiling over when Faith appeared at his side, and with a laughing look at him gently lifted it off. "You are an excellent Alfred." "What version of Alfred have you learned?" he said, laughing, and catching it from her hand before it reached the hearth. "I thought hot water was his reward, not his work." "I thought, Indy, you would like to go up to your room before breakfast. Mother will be down presently." "And am I to find the perfection of a fire, as usual?" said Mr. Linden, taking both her hands in his and looking at her. "Little Sunbeam, you should not have done that. Do you know what you deserve?" She stood before him rather soberly, glancing up and down, but he little guessed what her quietness covered, though the lines of her lip did give tiny indication that quietness was stirred somewhere. He drew her to him for a moment, with one or two unconnected words of deep affection, then turned and went away. Faith listened to hear the well-known run up the stairs, the familiar closing of that door. How strange it sounded! How gladsome! How sorrowful! She stood still just where Mr. Linden had left her, as if sorrow and joy both held her with detaining hands. "Why, child! Faith!" said Mrs. Derrick, coming into the kitchen. "What are you about? What made you get up so early, Faith? What's the matter? Breakfast ready at this time of day? Couldn't you sleep, pretty child?" she added tenderly. "I didn't get up very much earlier than usual, Mother. Don't you want breakfast?" "Whenever you like, child," said her mother, taking hold in her turn. "But what's made you in such a hurry? And what makes you look so, Faith? You're not pale, neither. How do you look?" Faith came so close that her mother could not see, and kissed her. "Mother, Mr. Linden is here." "Here?" said Mrs. Derrick with a little sympathetic start. It was not all surprise, nor all joy. "Pretty child! How glad I am! But why didn't you call me, Faith? And why don't you go and sit down and be quiet? Now you've just been tiring yourself, and I could have done the whole. And of all things, how could he get here in such weather? No wonder you're in a hurry, child." And Mrs. Derrick began to work in earnest. Faith gave her the word or two more that she could give, and went to the dairy. It was Faith's domain. She was alone, and her industry fell from her hands. Breakfast and all might wait. Faith set down her bowl and spoon. sat down herself on the low dairy shelf before the window, cold in November though it was, and let the tears come, of which she had a whole heartful in store, and for a little while they fell faster than the raindrops which beat and rattled against the panes. But this was a gentler shower, and cleared the sky. Faith rose up from the shelf entirely herself again. So busy, skimming off the smooth cream, she felt the light touch of hands on her shoulders, felt more than that on her cheek. Had the tears left any trace there? That Mr. Linden brought her face round into view. He asked no such question, however, unless with his eyes. "Mignonette, what are you about?" "King Alfred's breakfast. I forgot you knew the way to the dairy." "Or could find it if I did not. What shape does my breakfast take in these regions?" "It takes the shape—" "Let us go back to the kitchen, and we will see." It was spry work in the kitchen now. How Faith's fingers went about. But Mr. Linden could make nothing of the form his breakfast was taking. Nothing of Faith's mysterious bowl, in which the cream he had seen her skim went into compound with the potatoes he had seen boiling, and with also certain butter and eggs. The mixture went into the oven, and then Faith went off to set the table in the parlor. As they were alone today, the fire in the dining room was not to be kindled. The storm beat so differently upon the windows now, when it was only a barrier against people who were not wanted to come in. Mr. Linden followed Faith in her motions, sometimes with eye and voice, sometimes with his own steps, confusing both her and her arrangements, making her laugh, and himself the cause of various irregularities in the table setting, which he was very quick to point out. "Mignonette," he said, "I think it is a perfect day. Do you hear how it storms? And aren't you glad Cindy went to a wedding? And oh, Indy, how many people will be coming after you today?" Faith stopped, knife in hand. "Did you suppose that I would come here to see you, and then be obliged to see half Pataquasset instead? I stopped at Pachog Station. There Reuben met me, and we had as pleasant a 4-mile drive in the rain as I ever remember. As to the wedding, I think there can never be more than one other so felicitous." Faith ran off. And presently the breakfast came in, variously, in her hands and in Mrs. Derrick's. It was broad light now, and the curtains drawn back, but the red firelight still gave the hue of the room, and the breakfast table and the 3 people round it wanted for no element or means of comfort. There were the shortcakes, which Mr. Linden might more readily recognize now in their light brown flakiness. His coffee was poured upon the richest of cream. The potatoes came out of the oven in the shape of a great puff ball, of most tender consistency, and the remains of the cold chicken had been mystified into such a dish of delicacy as no hands but a Frenchwoman's, or Faith's, could concoct. It's a pleasant thing to be catered for by hands that love you. Mr. Linden had found that pleasure this morning before. But both Faith and he were undoubtedly ready for their breakfast. After breakfast came the consideration of a basketful of things Mr. Linden had brought her. Very simple things they were, and unromantic enough to be useful, yet with sentiment enough about them, if that name might be given to the tokens of a care that busied itself about all the ins and outs of her daily life, and sought out and remembered the various little things that she wanted and could not get. For the various papers of sugar plums in which the whole were packed, Mr. Linden declared them to be nothing but epithets and adjectives. The weather held on its way into the afternoon, but what was most unexpected, the afternoon brought a visitor. Mr. Linden and Faith, deep in talk, heard the sound of a foot on the scraper, and then of a knock at the door, which made them both start up. Faith went to the door, but before she could open it, Mrs. Derrick came up behind her with swift steps, and remanded Faith to the parlor. "I'll open it, child," she said. "It's no use for you to run the risk of seeing anybody you don't want to." So Faith returned to Mr. Linden. But the first word set all fears at rest. It was only Reuben Taylor. He presented himself with many apologies, and would fain have told his errand to Mrs. Derrick, but as it was for Faith, the good lady opened the parlor door and bade Reuben go in, which, As he could not help it, Reuben did. But the color of his face as he came in! Mr. Linden took the effect of it. Faith was partly occupied with her own, and Reuben, thinking the sooner the quicker, walked straight up to her. "Miss Faith," he said, trying to speak as usual, "I beg your pardon, but I was sent here with this," and Reuben presented a moderately large round basket without a handle. "Reuben, come up to the fire," said Mr. Linden, while Faith took the basket and exclaimed, "This? Who in the world sent you, Reuben?" "Yes, come to the fire." "I am not cold, sir," Reuben said with a look towards where Mr. Linden stood by the mantelpiece, as if his desire was to get out of the room, instead of further in, though he did follow Faith a step or two as she went that way. "I didn't mean to come here today, Mr. Linden, but—" "Didn't mean to come here?" said Mr. Linden, smiling. "What have you been doing, to be afraid of me? Faith, has your postman been remiss?" They were a pair, Reuben and Faith, though the color of the one was varying, while Reuben's was steady. Faith nevertheless seized the boy's hand and drew him with gentle violence up to the fire. "Who sent you with this, Reuben?" "Dr. Harrison, Miss Faith. I was off on an errand after church, and one of his men came after me and told me to come to the house. And there I saw the doctor himself, and he told me to bring you this basket, ma'am, and that he didn't like to trust it to anyone else. And—" but there Reuben hesitated. "And that you were the only person he knew who would go through fire and water for him?" said Mr. Linden. "No, sir, but—I suppose I've got to say it, since he told me to. Dr. Harrison said, Miss Faith, that—" the message seemed to stir both Reuben's shame and laughter, "that he had begged a cake of his sister to go with your Thanksgiving pies, and that it was in the basket, and that I needn't tell anybody else about it." "Reuben," said Mr. Linden, laughing, "you needn't tell him that I shall eat half the cake." "No, sir," Reuben said, and tried not to laugh, and couldn't help it. The third member of the trio showed no disposition at all to much laughter. She had put the basket down on the table, and looked at it from a distance, as if it had contained the 24 live blackbirds, or a small powder magazine. The effect of his message Reuben did not stay to see. He went round to Mr. Linden to ask if the morning orders were unchanged, clasped hands with him, then bowed low to Faith and went out. With very demure face, Mr. Linden seated himself in one of the easy chairs, and looked towards the table, with the air of one who expects something. And not demurely, but with grave consciousness, Faith stood looking in the same direction. Then her eyes went to Mr. Linden, but his face did not relax in the least. "Do you suppose that basket holds a kitten?" he said contemplatively. Faith did not answer it, but walked over to the table and began the work of investigation. Mr. Linden came too. "If you are to make feline discoveries, I must stand by you, little bird," he said. The basket was carefully tied with a network of strings over the top. Then followed one paper after another, a silk paper at last, and the cake was revealed. The low exclamation that burst from Faith might be characterized as one of mingled admiration and dismay. Certainly Dr. Harrison had amused himself that Thanksgiving Day, perhaps in terror of his old enemy, ennui. At least his basket looked so. The cake lay upon a white paper in the basket, with a little space all around. It was a rather small loaf with a plain icing, but round the sides of it were trailed long sprays of ivy geranium, making a beautiful bordering. The center was crowned with a white camellia in its perfection. From the tip edge of each outer petal depended a drop of gold, made to adhere there by some strong gum probably, and between the camellia and the ivy wreaths was a brilliant ring of gold spots, somewhat larger, set in the icing. Somebody, and it was probably the doctor, for want of better to do, had carefully prepared the places to receive them, so that they were set in the white like a very neat inlay. It was presently seen that quarter eagles made the inlay, and that the camellia was dropped with gold dollars. On the ivy lay a note. Faith looked at Mr. Linden as she took it up, broke the seal, and hastily running over the paper, gave it to him. My dear Miss Faith, my yesterday's speculation in pumpkins proved so successful that, like a true speculator, it made me want to plunge deeper into the pumpkin field. I find myself this morning dissatisfied with what I have done, and beg to send a cake to go along with the pies, to be apportioned, of course, as your judgment shall suggest. I begged the cake from Sophie, who I am sure would not have given it to me if she had known what I was going to do with it. Your pleasure, personal and representative, last night, is a reproach to me whenever I think of it. Yet my unwanted hand knows neither how to cut up cake nor what to do with it when it is cut, except avaler. Am I wrong in hoping that you will do me the grace to make available what I should only, if I tried to do better with it, throw away, and that as a token of your forgiveness and grace, you will, on the next opportunity, bestow a piece of pumpkin pie, such as you carried the other night, on me? Your very respectful and most obedient servant, Julius Harrison. Pataquasset, November 15, 18. Mr. Linden read the note more deliberately than Faith had done, but his face, the while, she could not read. Though, fascinated by the difficulty, her glances changed to a steady gaze. It was quietly grave. That was all, and not all. And the note was given back to her with a smile that spoke both thoughts of the doctor and pleasure for any pleasure Faith might have from his basket. But then some of the deeper feeling came out in his comments, and they were peculiar. He had stood still for a second after reading the note, his eyes looking down at the cake, gravely. But then they came to her, and suddenly, taking her in his arms, Mr. Linden gave her, it would be hazardous to say, as many kisses as Dr. Harrison had gold pieces, but certainly as many as he had put in the basket, and more. Faith did not read them, either, at first, till the repetition, or the way of it, told what they were, the glad saying that she was his, beyond anyone's power to buy her. More than all, an indemnification to himself for all the gold he could not lay at her feet. There needed no speech to tell her both. A word or two had answered his demonstrations, first a wondering word, and then afterwards a low repetition of his name, in a tone of humble recognition and protest. Now she looked up at him with a child's clear face, full of the color he had brought into it. "Little darling," he said, "you will have your hands full of business." "Oh, Indy, I am very sorry." "Sorry?" Mr. Linden said. "What about?" "I'm sorry that basket has come here." "It gives you the means of making other people glad." "Yes, but—" Faith looked uncomfortably at the basket, then brought her eyes back to Mr. Linden's face. "What ought I to do, Endicott?" "The most good and the least harm you can in the circumstances." "How shall I? The last?" she said with a manner like a beautiful child, truth struggling through embarrassment. "If you could contrive to make yourself disenchanting." Faith passed that, and waited, her eyes making a grave appeal. Mr. Linden smiled. "I am afraid you can only be yourself," he said, "and if Dr. Harrison will not remove himself to a safe distance, there is not much to be done, except with the money. Let him understand that you consent for once to be his almoner, merely because you know better than he where the need is. That you take from him, as from anybody, a donation for your poor and sick neighbors." "Must I write?" "No." "But, Endicott, is that all?" "All that I need say. You never did encourage him, Faith. It may be a long time before he gives you a chance to discourage. There is one thing I can do, if you wish." She had stood with an awakened, sorrowful look, the color burning all over her face and brow. Now she startled and asked, What? Something you do not wish. I can tell him that you belong to me. But that, indeed, Faith did not wish. Oh, no, Endicott. I would rather manage it some other way. Now don't let us lose any more of our afternoon with it, but come and tell me what will be the best things to do with this money. It is hard to tell all at once, Mr. Linden said, as they once more took their seats by the fire. What have you thought of yourself? I know where 1 or 2 blankets are wanting. And oh, Indy, there is one place where I should like to send a rocking chair. Ever so common a one, you know. And if N.C. Stevens had one of those little self-locomotive carriages, she could go about by herself all day long. How good that would be, as soon as the spring opens. You could send one up from New York, Endicott. Do they cost much? I think not. And what do you say to taking a little portion of this for the beginning of a free library for the poor people? If the thing were once begun, Mr. Stoutenburg would give you what you please to carry it on, and Mr. Semlins would help, and so would I. I was thinking of books, said Faith, her eyes dancing in an unknown library. But these would be books to lend. I think a great many would like that, Endicott. Oh, yes, we could get plenty of help. That is a delightful plan. I don't think I ought to be sorry that basket came, after all, she added, smiling. Mr. Linden smiled too. She was a pretty Lady Bountiful. Faith, he said, suppose, it is a very presumptuous supposition, but one may suppose anything. Suppose when my hands are free to take care of my mignonette, that I should have the offer of 2 or 3 different gardens wherein to place her. How should I choose? She colored and looked at him somewhat inquiringly, then turned away with a kept-in but very pretty smile. I know, she said, how you would choose, and you would not ask me. Yes, I should, little unbeliever. I ask you now. You would go, she said gravely, where your hands were most wanted. There spoke a true sunbeam, said Mr. Linden, but perhaps the word, or something in the changing light of the afternoon, carried his thoughts on to the night train which was to bear him away, for he left Dr. Harrison and baskets and schemes in the background, and drawing her close to his side, talked of her affairs, what she had been doing, what she meant to do, in various ways, trying to leave, as it were, a sort of network of his care about her. Then came twilight, and Mrs. Derrick and tea, with Faith's light figure flitting to and fro in preparation, and then prayers. And then, how fast the clock ticked! How fast the minutes began to run away! The storm did not rest. It blew and beat and poured down as hard as ever, eddying round the house in gusts that made every word, and every minute within doors, seem quieter and sweeter. And the words were many, and the minutes too, yet they dropped away one by one, and the upper glass was empty. End of section 22, recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Section 23 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 20. Faith fortified herself with a triple wall of mental resolves against Dr. Harrison's advances. But when the doctor came again, a night or 2 after Thanksgiving, there did not seem to be much that she could do or hinder. The doctor's lines of circumvallation were too skillfully drawn for an inexperienced warrior like Faith to know very well where to oppose him. He was not in a demonstrative mood at all, rather more quiet than usual. He had just pushed an advanced work in the shape of his golden cake, and he rested there for the present. To Faith's great joy, midway in the evening the doctor's monopoly was broken by the entrance of Squire Stoutenburg and a very round game of talk. Faith seized the opportunity to present her claim for a free library, answered with open hand on the spot, and when he was gone she sat meditating a speech, but she was prevented. The doctor, as if unconsciously amusing himself, started a chemical question, and went on to give Faith a most exquisite analysis and illustration. It was impossible to listen coldly. It was impossible to maintain reserve. Faith must be herself, and delight shone in every feature. Now could Dr. Harrison enjoy this thoroughly, and yet give no sign that he did so. His eye watched hers, while Faith thought he was looking into the depths of science. His smile was a keen reflection of that on her lips, while she fancied it called forth only by his own skill, or success, or scientific power. He had produced the very effect he wanted. For the moment, he had her all to himself. "Miss Faith," he said gently, as his demonstration came to an end, "you may commend me for that library." Faith drew back, and her mind returned to business again. The doctor saw it, and was instantly sorry he had started the subject. "I was going to speak to you about that, Dr. Harrison. If you have no objection, I shall take a little of that money you entrusted to me for it, the beginning of it. Only a little. The rest shall go as I suppose you meant it to go." "I knew it was very sure to go right after it got into your hands. I don't think I followed it any further." "It will make a great many people happy this winter, Dr. Harrison." "I hope it will," he said very sincerely, for he knew that if it made them, it would her. "You have little notion how much," Faith went on gravely. "I will do the best I can with it, and if you had patience to hear, I would let you know what, Dr. Harrison." "You do me less than justice, Miss Faith. You can hear me rant about philosophical niceties, and yet think that I would not have patience to listen to a lecture from you upon my neglected duties." "I didn't mean that, sir." He gave her a genial, recognizing little smile, which was not exactly in his part, but came in spite of him. "Do you know, I should like to hear it, Miss Faith. I always like lectures illustrated. What have you done already?" "There is an almost bedridden woman 2 miles off, who will bless somebody all winter for the comfort of a rocking chair, all her life, I may rather say. A common wooden one, Dr. Harrison." "That is a capital idea," said the doctor. "She will bless you, I hope." "No, certainly. I shall tell her the money is not mine. I am only laying it out for a kind somebody." "Miss Faith," said the doctor, "I am not kind." "I think you are," was her gentle, somewhat wistful answer. The doctor sprung up. "Mrs. Derrick," said he, with all his comicality alive, "Miss Faith promised me a piece of pumpkin pie." He had it, and taking his old place on the rug, slowly demolished it, qualifying every morsel with such ridiculous correlative remarks, allusions, and propositions, that it was beyond the power of either Mrs. Derrick or Faith to retain her gravity. But the moment the door closed upon him, Faith looked sober. "Well, child?" said her mother. "Well, mother, I haven't written my French." And she sat down to write it, but studied something else. Manage it some other way. She had said she would. It was not easy. What was she going to do? The doctor asked nothing of her but ordinary civility. How could she refuse him that? It was a puzzle, and Faith found it so as the weeks went on. It seemed to be as Mr. Linden had said, that she could do little but be as she had been, herself. That did not satisfy Faith. It was a great relief when about the middle of December the family went to New York for a few weeks, and Dr. Harrison went with his family. Once more she breathed freely. Then Faith and Reuben made themselves very busy in preparing for the Christmas doings. Means enough were on hand now. Reuben was an invaluable auxiliary as a scout, to find out where everything was pressingly wanted and what, and long lists were made, and many trains laid in readiness against Mr. Linden's arrival. And then he came. It was for a good week's holiday this time, and how it was enjoyed 2 people knew, which was enough. Studies went on after the old fashion during that week, and dinners and teas out made some unavoidable interruptions, yet not on the whole unpleasant. And sleigh rides were taken day and night, and walks and talks not to be mentioned. Then the New Year's visiting, with such a budget of new varieties. How pleasant it was to go that round again together, and it was hard to make short visits, for everybody wanted to see and hear so much of Mr. Linden. He stayed one extra day after that, to see Faith when he had done seeing everybody else, but then he went, and the coldness and quiet of winter set in, broken only by letters. There was a break of another kind when Dr. Harrison came back in the middle of January. Such a break to Faith's quiet that the coldness was well nigh forgotten. She had doubly resolved she would have as little as possible to do with him, and found presently she was having quite as much as ever. The plan of rendering him a grave account of what she had done or was doing with his money, so far as the plan regarded keeping him at a distance, was a signal failure. Very simply and honestly it was done on her part, but it suited the doctor admirably. Nothing could better serve his purposes. Dr. Harrison heard her communication about some relieved family or project of relief with a pleasant sort of attention and intelligence, and had skill, although really and professedly unwanted in the like things, to take up her plans and make the most happy suggestions and additions, often growing a large scheme upon a small one, and edging in the additional means so insensibly, so quietly, that though Faith saw he did it, she could not tell how to hinder and did not know that she ought. Mr. Linden had sent, as he promised, his help for the library. Indeed, sent from time to time some new parcel, and without inquiring whether the money he had left for his poor people was exhausted, had sent her a fresh supply. But she had none too much from all sources. It was a winter of great severity among the poorer portion of the community. Work was hard to come by, and the intense weather made food and clothing and tiring doubly in demand. There were few starving poor people in Patacasset, but many that winter lacked comforts, and some would have wanted bread without the diligent care of their better-off neighbors. And there, as everywhere, those who gave such care were few. Faith and Reuben had plenty to do, but indeed not merely nor chiefly with the furnishing of food to the hungry and firing to the cold. Neither were those the points where Dr. Harrison's assistance came most helpfully in. Little N.C. Stevens wanted a flower now and then, as well as a velocipede, and Dr. Harrison gave, not to Faith, but to Faith's hands for her, a nice little monthly rose bush out of the greenhouse. How it smiled in the poor cottage and on the ailing child, and what could Faith do but with a swelling heart to wish good to the giver? A smoky chimney was putting out the eyes of a poor seamstress. Dr. Harrison quietly gave Reuben orders to have a certain top put to the chimney, and send the bill to him. He even seemed to be undertaking some things on his own account. Faith heard through Reuben that he had procured the office of postmistress in Patacasset to be given to the distressed family she and Mr. Linden had visited at Nantucket, and that Mrs. Tuck and Minty were settled at the post office, in all comfort accordingly. But worst of all, there were some sick people, and one or two for whom Faith dared not refuse his offer to go with her to see them, dared still less after the first time he had actually gone. So great and immediate she found the value, not of his medicines only, but of the word or two of hint and direction which he gave her towards their help and healing. Faith began to look forward to May with a breath of almost impatience, but a change came before that. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner, Chapter 21. The spring came, with all its genial influences. Not now with such expeditions as the last spring had seen, but with letters to take their place, and with walks of business and kindness instead of pleasure. Yes, of pleasure too, and Faith began to find her knight not only a help and safeguard, but good company. Reuben was so true, so simple and modest, was walking in such a swift path of improvement, was so devoted to Faith and her interests, besides the particular bond of sympathy between them, that she might have had many a brother and fared much worse. The intercourse had not changed its character outwardly. Reuben's simple ceremonial of respect and deference was as strict as ever, but the thorough liking of first acquaintanceship had deepened into very warm affection on both sides. With Dr. Harrison, Reuben gained no ground, or the doctor did not with him. Though often working for him and with him, though invariably courteous with the most respectful propriety, Faith could see that Reuben's old feeling was rather on the increase. With the spring thaw came a freshet. It came suddenly, at the end of the week, every river and stream rising into a full tide of insurrection with the melting snows of Saturday, and Saturday night bridges and mill dams went by the board. Among the rest, one of the railway bridges near Pataquasset gave way, and a full train from the east set down its freight of passengers in Pataquasset over Sunday. They amused themselves variously, as such freight in such circumstances is wont to do. Faith knew that the church was well filled that Sunday morning, but the fact or the cause concerned her little, did not disturb the quiet path of her thoughts and steps, until church was out and she coming home, alone that day, as it happened. Then she found the walk full and her walk hindered, especially by two gentlemen, who, as the others thinned off, right and left, still went straight on, not fast enough to get away from Faith, nor slow enough for her to pass them. They were strangers, evidently, and town-bred. One of them reminded Faith of Dr. Harrison in dress and style. Both belonged to a class of which she had seen few specimens, but she gave them little heed, save as they detained her, nor cared at all for their discussion of the weather or the place. Then suddenly her attention was caught and held. "By the way," said one, "this is the very place where Linden was so long." "Who? Endicott Linden?" said Dr. Harrison's likeness. "What was he here for?" "Teaching school." "Teaching school?" echoed the other. "Endicott Linden teaching school. Pegasus in pound. How did the rustics catch him?" "Pegasus came of his own accord, if I remember." "Pshaw! Yes, but Linden, for what conceivable reason did he let himself down to teach school?" "He didn't," said the other, a little haughtily. "He wouldn't let himself down if you turned street sweeper." "True, he has a sort of natural daze which he carries about with him. I suppose he'd make the crossing the court end. But I say, what did he do this for?" "Why, for money," said the first speaker. "What an ado about nothing! Inconceivable! Just imagine, George, a man who can sing as he does, teaching A, B, A-B." "Well, imagine it," said George, "and then you'll wish you were 6 years old to have him teach you." "How cross you are," said his friend lazily, "and despotic. Was there nothing left of all that immense property? I've just come home, you know." "Not much," said George. "A little, but Endicott wouldn't touch that. It was all put at interest for Miss Pet. He would have it so, and even supported her as long as she stayed in the country. What he works so hard for now, I don't understand." "Works? Does he? I thought he was studying for the church, going to bury himself again. It's a crying shame. Why, he might be member, minister, secretary, president." "Ha!" cried George in hot disdain. "He soil his fingers with politics? No, he's in the right place now. There's no other pure enough for him." "I didn't know you admired the church so much," said his friend ironically. "I don't. Only the place in it where he'll stand. That's grand." "And so he's at work yet?" "Yes, indeed, and it puzzles me. That year here ought to have carried him through his studies." "Why, what can he do? Not teach school now. He's no time for it." "He can give lessons, and does. Makes the time, I suppose. You know he has learned about everything but theology. Oliphant was telling me about it the other day." "What a strange thing," said the other musingly. "Such a family, so swept overboard. What a house that was! You remember his mother, George?" "I should think so. And the way Endicott used to sing to her every night, no matter who was there." "Yes," said the doctor's confrère, "and come to her to be kissed afterwards. I should have laughed at any other man, but it sat well on him. So did her diamond ring in his hair, which she was so fond of handling. How did he make out to live when she died?" "I don't know," said George with a half-drawn breath, a little reverently too. "I suppose he could tell you, but all that first year nobody saw him, unless somebody in need or sorrow. They could always find him. He looked as if he had taken leave of the world, except to work for it." "How courted he used to be," said the other. "How petted. Not spoiled, strange to say. Do you suppose he'll ever marry, George? Will he ever find anyone to suit his notions? He's had enough to choose from already, in Europe and here. What do they say of him off yonder, where he is now?" "They say he's rock crystal, because ice will melt," said George. "So I suppose his notions are as high as ever." "You used to admire Miss Linden, if I remember," said his friend. "What a ring that was! I wonder if she's got it. George, I shan't walk any further in this mud. Turn about." Which the two did suddenly. Both stepped aside out of Faith's way, in surprise. Her light footfall had not made them lower their voices. But in that moment they could see that she was a lady, in acknowledgment of which fact the one gentleman bowed slightly, and the other lifted his hat. Faith had thrown back her veil to hear better what they were saying, not expecting so sudden an encounter, and as she passed, secure in being a stranger, gave them both a view of as soft a pair of eyes as they had either of them ever looked into, which also sought theirs with a curious intentness, borne out by the high, bright tinge which excitement had brought into her cheeks. Both of them saw and remembered, for swift as it was, the look was not one to forget. But the glance added little to what Faith knew already about the strangers, and she went on her way, feeling as if a stricture had been bound tight round her heart. The words about Mr. Linden's fastidiousness, she knew quite enough of him to verify, and in the light of these people's talk it almost seemed to Faith as if there had been some glamour about her, as if she should some day prove to be magician's coin, after all. But, though the old sense of unworthiness swept over her, Faith was not of a temper to dwell long or heavily upon such a doubt. Her heart had been strangely stirred, besides, by what was said of his mother, and his old way of life, and his changes. She knew about them, of course, before, yet as a trifle, the touching of a single ray will often give a new view of an old scene. Those side words of strangers set all Mr. Linden's time of joy and sorrow with such vivid reality before her, that her heart was like to break with it. That effect, too, more or less, passed away from her mind, never entirely. Another thing stayed. What he worked so hard for now. Then he was working hard, and doing his own studies, and correcting her French exercises, and giving her lessons all the while, as well as to other people, and bringing her gifts with the fruit of his work, and not an atom of it all could Faith touch to change. She pondered it, and she knew it. She doubted whether she could, with any good effect, venture so much as a remonstrance, and the more Faith thought, the more this doubt resolved itself into certainty. And all the while he was working hard. Round that fact her thoughts beat, like an alarmed bird round its nest, about as helplessly. Mrs. Derrick thought Faith was more grave and abstracted than usual that day, and sometimes thought so afterwards. That was all Faith made known. Dr. Harrison thought the same thing on the next occasion of his seeing her, and on the next, or rather he thought she held off from him more than usual. What the root of it might be, he was uncertain, and circumstances were unfavorable to the exactness of his observation for some time thereafter. It was yet early in March when Mrs. Stoutenburg took a very troublesome and tedious fever, which lasted several weeks. It was reckoned dangerous, part of the time, and Mrs. Derrick and Faith were in very constant attendance. Faith especially, for Mrs. Stoutenburg liked no one else so well about her, and gratitude and regard made her eager to do all she might. So daily and nightly she was at Miss Stoutenburg's bedside, ministering to her in all the gentle offices of a nurse, and in that line besides, where Mr. Linden had declared Dr. Harrison but half knew his profession. And there, and about this work, Dr. Harrison met her. Their meetings were of necessity very often, but no lectures, nor discussions, nor much conversation were now possible. Faith felt she had a vantage ground and used it. The doctor felt he had lost ground, or, at the least, was not gaining. And against some felt but unrecognized obstacle in his way, his curiosity and passion chafed. He could see Faith nowhere else now. She contrived not to meet him at home. She was out with Reuben, or resting, or unavoidably busy, when he came there, and Dr. Harrison knew the resting times were needed, and could only fume against the business, in which he sometimes had some reason. One day he found her at her post in the sick room, when Mrs. Stoutenburg had fallen asleep. It was towards the end of the afternoon. An open Bible lay on the bedside, and Faith sat there resting her head on her hand. She was thinking how hard Mr. Linden was working, and herself looking somewhat as if she were following his example. "What are you doing?" said the doctor softly. "I have been reading to Mrs. Stoutenburg." "Feverish," whispered the doctor. "No, she has gone to sleep." "Tired her?" "No," said Faith with a smile. "It's resting. The Bible never tired anyone yet, that loved it, I think." "Well people," said the doctor. "Sick people. You're mistaken, Dr. Harrison. Sick people most of all." "Do you know that you will be sick next," said he gravely, "if you do not take more care?" A fair little smile denied any fear or care on that subject, but did not satisfy the doctor. "I do not approve of what you are doing," said he seriously. "Reading this?" "Even the same." "But you are mistaken, Dr. Harrison," she said gently. "There is nothing so soothing to those that love it. I wish you loved it. Don't you remember you confessed me once that somebody had told you you had but half learned your profession?" Faith trembled, for she had said those last words wittingly. She could not have spoken them, if the light in the room had not been such as to hide her change of color, and even then she dared not speak the name she alluded to, but she had said it half as a matter of conscience. It drew forth no answer from the doctor, for Mrs. Stoutenburg just then stirred and awoke, and Faith little guessed the train she had touched. There were no indications of manner, and she could not, as Dr. Harrison went leisurely down the stairs, see the tremendous bound his mind made with a question. "Is it that book that stands in my way, or he?" End of section 24. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Section 25 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner, Chapter 22. Mrs. Stoutenburg got well, and it was in Faith's mind then, by some means, to see very little more of Dr. Harrison till Mr. Linden should be in Pataquasset again. So much for human intentions. Faith fell sick herself, and instead of being kept at a distance, Dr. Harrison saw her twice at least in the 24 hours. It was a doubtful privilege to see those soft eyes, lustrous with fever and a steady glow, take place of the changing and flitting hues which were as much a part of Faith's language, at times, as the movements of a horse's ears are part of his. But, as after a few days it became evident that there was nothing dangerous about Faith's attack, it is probable that the doctor rather enjoyed his position than otherwise. The freedom and authority of his office were a pleasant advance upon the formalities of ordinary intercourse, and to see Faith, and speak to her, and touch her hand, without any ceremonial but that of friendship, was an advantage great enough to desire the prolonging thereof. Faith was a gentle patient, and Dr. Harrison's care was unbounded, though it was not alarming, even to Mrs. Derrick, as he assured her there was no cause. For a week, however, Faith kept her bed, and even Dr. Harrison was glad when at the end of the week she was able to be up again, especially, perhaps, as it was only in her wrapper and an easy chair. His office was not at an end. The fever, in a remittent or intermittent form, still hung about her and forbade her doing anything but taking care of herself. Not precisely in this category of duty were the letters Faith had written all that week. She had written them how was best known, by an aching head and burning fingers and feverish vision. But an interruption of them would have drawn on Mr. Linden's knowing the reason, and then Faith knew that no considerations would keep him from coming to her. It was towards the end of the study term. He was working hard already. She could not endure that any further bar should be placed in his way. None should for her. And so, bit by bit, when she could do but a bit at a time, the letters were written. Exercises had to be excused, and Faith was at heart very thankful when at the end of a sick week she was able to get up and be dressed and sit in the easy chair and see the diamonds sparkling against her brown wrapper again. It was April now, and a soft springy day. A fire burned gently in the chimney, while a window open at a little distance let in spring's whispers and fragrances, and the plain, old-fashioned room looked cozy and pretty, as some rooms will look under undefinable influences. Nothing could be plainer. There was not even the quaint elegance of Mr. Linden's room. This one was wainscoted with light blue and whitewashed, and furnished with the simplest of chintz furniture. But its simplicity and purity were all in tone with the spring air and the cheer of the wood fire, and not at all a bad setting for the figure that sat there in the great chintz chair before the fire, her soft hair in bright order, the quiet brown folds of the wrapper enveloping her, and the flash of the diamonds giving curious point and effect to the whole picture. Faith was alone, and looking very happy. It wanted but a few weeks now of Mr. Linden's coming home for a longer rest and sight of her, and Faith had not seen him since January. Mrs. Stoutenburg's illness and Faith's consequent fatigue had in part accounted to him for the short letters and missing French exercises, but she could see that such excuse would not long be made for her. His last 1 or 2 letters had been more anxious, more special in their inquiries. How glad she was that he need have no further cause for either. Partly musing on all this, partly on what she had been reading, Faith sat that afternoon, when the well-known single soft knock at her door announced Reuben Taylor. He came in with a glad face. How sad it had lately been, Faith had seen, sick as she was, and with both hands full of pleasant things. One hand was literally full of cowslips, and as he came up and gave her his other hand, it seemed to Faith as if a great spot of spring gold was before her eyes. "Dear Miss Faith," Reuben said, "I wonder if anybody can ever be thankful enough to see you better. You feel stronger than yesterday, don't you, ma'am?" "I can't be thankful enough, Reuben. I feel that today. How good you are to bring me those cowslips! Oh, yes, I am stronger than I was yesterday." That Faith was not very strong was sufficiently shewn by the way her hands lay in her lap and on the arm of the chair, and by the lines of her pale, quiet face. Bodily strength was not flourishing there. Reuben looked at her wistfully, with a half-choked sigh, then knelt down beside her chair as he often did. "I didn't bring them all, Miss Faith. I mean, I didn't pick them all. Charlie and Robbie saw me in the meadow, and nothing would do but they must help. I don't think they always knew which to pick, but I thought you wouldn't mind that," he said as he laid the cowslips on the table, their fair yellow faces shewing very fair in the sick room. Faith's face was bright before, but it brightened still. "They look lovely to me. Tell Charlie and Rob I will thank them when I can. I don't thank you, Reuben," she said, turning from the flowers to him. "No, ma'am, I should hope not," he said, answering her smile gratefully. "But that's not all, Miss Faith, for N.C. Stevens sent you one of her rosebuds," and Reuben took a little parcel carefully from his pocket. "It's only wrapped up in brown paper, because I hadn't time to go home for white, and she told me to tell you, Miss Faith," he added, both eyes and cheek flushing, "that she prays every day for you to get well and for Mr. Linden to come home." The smile died on Faith's face, and her eyes fell. "He ought to have this," she said presently, with a little flush on her own cheek. "I don't feel as if it should come to me. Reuben, does she want anything?" It was very rare, even now, for Faith to speak directly to Reuben of Mr. Linden, though she was ready enough to hear Reuben speak of him. "No, ma'am, I think not," he said in answer to her next question. "You know, did you ever hear, Miss Faith, that when Mr. Linden first went there she was kept in the house the whole time? Nobody knew how to take her out, or took the trouble, and Mr. Linden carried her 1/2 a mile down the lane that very first day. And you can guess how he talked to her, Miss Faith. They said she looked like another child when she came back. But is there anything I can do for you, ma'am, before I go to the post office? It's almost time. If you'll fill that glass with water for me, Reuben, that I mayn't let my sweet cowslips fade. That's all. They'll do me good all tomorrow." Reuben went off, his place presently supplied by Mrs. Stoutenburg, who against all persuasion had insisted upon coming down to see Faith, and then Faith was left to the calm companionship of her cowslips till Reuben came back from the post office. He came up to Faith's chair, and, taking out the letter, broke the outer seal, a ceremony he generally performed in her presence, and was just removing the envelope when the doctor came in for his evening visit. The doctor saw a tableau: Faith, the cowslips, and Reuben. Mrs. Derrick by the window he hardly saw, nor what the others were about. But that he had interrupted something was clear. The very atmosphere of the room was startled, and though Reuben's position hid both letter and hands, it was certain the hands were busy. What was in them, and what became of it, the doctor could not tell. Before he was fairly in the room, the letter had retreated to Reuben's pocket, and Reuben stepped back and stood behind Faith's chair. The doctor laid a hand on his shoulder with a "How do you do?" as he passed, and accosted Faith with all the free kindliness which his office of physician permitted him to add to the friend. The doctor took all his advantage. He did not take more. And not Faith herself could see that there was any warmer feeling behind his pleasant and pleased eye and smile. But it is true, Faith was a simpleton. She did not see that his pleasantness covered keen scrutiny. The scrutiny found nothing. "How do you do?" he said. "I don't suppose I need say a word to tell you," Faith answered, smiling. "I am well enough to enjoy cowslips." The doctor's eye fell slightingly upon them, which was not wonderful. "I think you must be very well," he said, with some trifle of addenda from lip and eye. "You see you are mistaken. I shouldn't have known how well, except for your words." "You are mistaken now, Dr. Harrison," said Faith in the slow, quiet way in which she spoke today. "You think these are not splendid, but they are bits of spring." "They are not spring's best bits, I hope," said the doctor. "What do you think of that?" The doctor took the rosebud and looked at it. "If I were to tell you what I think of it," he said with a sort of grave candor, "you would dismiss me, and I should come here no more." "Reuben brought me that, Dr. Harrison, from the little lame girl you sent the rosebush to in the winter. I wish you knew how much good that rosebush has done." "I sometimes wish," said the doctor, "that I had been born in a cottage." Why in the world? It would be so pleasant to have people come and bring me rose bushes. Or cowslips, said Faith. Then you would have a taste for cowslips. But then the people might get sick, said the doctor, waving the bits of spring. So I am content. How are you today? He took Faith's hand and felt it, and looked at her. The result did not seem to be unsatisfactory on the whole. You mustn't read too much in that book, said he, glancing over at it. Why not? You must keep quiet. For how long? It depends. There is a little enemy of fever hanging about your skirts, that I will oppose with something else. But all you can oppose to him is quietness. Faith thought of the words, the rock of my defense and my refuge. What quietness was like that of their giving. But she said nothing to the doctor. Dr. Harrison gave Mrs. Derrick her directions on various points. Then, taking his old-fashioned stand on the rug, surveyed the easy-chair and its occupant, and Reuben still behind it. By the way, Mrs. Derrick, said he carelessly, I have heard a pretty story of her friend Mr. Linden. He noticed, but only that Faith had glanced at him and was, to all appearance, quietly looking down at her cowslips. I dare say, doctor, said Mrs. Derrick placidly. I've heard a great many. Have you heard it? Heard what? Said Mrs. Derrick. It's an old, pretty story that everybody loves him. I heard this only the other day, said the doctor. It's not of that kind, but stories will be stories, and people will tell them. How the color flushed and paled in Reuben's cheek. He stood resting his hand lightly on the back of Faith's chair, looking down. The color on Faith's cheek did not change. Who told this? Said Mrs. Derrick. People that have known the family. They say he has managed to run through a very large property, and that he leaves his sister now to live upon charity. It was impossible to tell from the doctor's manner whether he put any faith in his story himself. It was as much like delivering a report as bringing a charge. It might have been either. He saw Reuben's color become fixed and very high, but though the doctor could almost have sworn that there was a rush of hid tears under the boy's drooping eyelids, yet the lines about the mouth took the curl of an irrepressible smile. Mrs. Derrick picked up 2 stitches, made a third, then answered. So that's what you call a pretty story? It was hardly worth remembering to tell us, doctor. You and I, and Reuben, and Faith know better. Now could not the doctor tell for the life of him whether the words were simply innocent, or simply malicious. Mrs. Derrick was so imperturbable there, at her knitting. Neither did the doctor much care. It sounded to him just like Mrs. Derrick. He looked at Faith, and remarked lightly that he didn't know anything. Faith was very quiet. He could not see that her color had risen more than a little, and a little was not enough to judge by in her face. But in an instant more after he had spoken, she looked full and gravely up at him. Do you believe everything about everybody, Dr. Harrison? On the contrary, I don't believe anything of anybody, except you, he added with a little smile. Do you believe such a story? Her steady, soft eyes, which did not move from him, gave him an uncomfortable feeling, perhaps of undefined remembrance. I don't believe it, he said, returning her gaze. I don't do anything with it. Such things are said of everybody, and of almost everybody they are true. I take them as they come. But about this particular case, he said with one of his gentle looks, I will do just what you say I must do. Faith smiled. I don't say you must do anything. I am sorry for you, Dr. Harrison. I am glad you are sorry, he said, sitting down by her. And there is reason enough. But what is this one? You lose a great pleasure. What one? You don't know how to trust. Do I not? Said the doctor, looking at the rosebud still in his hand. Well, you shall teach me. And springing up, he bowed to Mrs. Derrick and went off, rosebud and all. Reuben stood still for about half a minute. then came round and silently gave Faith her letter. "Reuben Taylor," said Faith, as he was going after the doctor, "you have been standing so long, suppose you sit down for a minute?" Whatever Reuben thought of the request, he said nothing, but obeyed her, bringing a foot cushion to her chair, and bestowing himself upon it. Faith smiled at him as she spoke again, though there was an unwonted fire in her own eyes, and the blood came fast now to her face. "Reuben, I wanted to ask you what all that color is in your cheeks for." Reuben hesitated. There seemed a stricture across his breast which made speaking hard work. But at last he said, frankly, though in none of the clearest tones, "Because I'm angry, Miss Faith, and hurt, too." Faith's next words fell like pearls. "It isn't worth the while." "No, Miss Faith," he answered without looking up. "It's too much honor to something that doesn't deserve it. And, Reuben, it's too little to something that does." "Oh, no, ma'am, it's not that," Reuben said, raising his eyes to her face with the old earnest look. "But, Miss Faith, there are some things he can't bear to hear said, and said so," he added a little lower, and looking down again. "And then, he's Dr. Harrison, and I'm only a poor boy, and mayn't answer him, and that fretted me, and it isn't the first time, neither," Reuben said, as if he were making a clean breast of it. "Oh, Miss Faith, I'd rather have had him knock me down than speak such words." Tears were getting the upper hand in the boy's voice. "Dear Reuben," said Faith, very quietly, though her cheeks were two carnations, "what I am most sorry for is Dr. Harrison." Reuben drew a long breath, with his "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry for him, too, very often, when he talks about other things. But I don't believe even you know just how false that was." Reuben spoke as if the words choked him. "It's maybe never come in your way to know all he did here for everybody, and for me." There was a quick pulsation at that instant from Faith's heart to the hand that held her letter, but she only said, "Tell me." "I couldn't begin to tell you all, ma'am," Reuben said, a smile coming over his face now. "Nobody could but himself, and he wouldn't remember. I couldn't even tell you all he's done for me. But one thing." Reuben's eyes and voice fell, and he spoke very low. "You know, Miss Faith, the rate of schooling here is fixed by the trustees. And the first day I came, Father told me to say he didn't know that he could find the money for more than 1/4, but he had so much already, and he wanted me to have so much. I thought it would be hard to ask, but it was so easy of him," Reuben said with that same smile. "Mr. Linden didn't say much about it, only yes, but then he spoke to Father, that very day we were at the shore, Miss Faith, and told him I should come all the time, for the pleasure of teaching me." Reuben thought the compliment went all to Mr. Linden, or he would not have told it. "But Father wouldn't do that. He said Mr. Linden should have the money as fast as he could get it, and if he didn't take it I shouldn't come, and it was paid all the year regularly. But then, Miss Faith," there was a pause. "What, Reuben?" she whispered. "Then instead of keeping it for himself, he put it all in the bank for me, and I never knew it till I opened the letter he gave me when he was going away." The brightness of the hidden diamonds danced in Faith's face for a minute, half hidden, too, but it was there. "Reuben," she whispered, as he was starting up to go, "what we have to do is to pray for Dr. Harrison." "Miss Faith, how do people live who do not pray?" "I don't know." But Faith's voice did not speak the thanksgiving which bounded in her heart to Reuben's words. She sat back in her chair looking tired, with her letter clasped fast in her hand. Reuben stepped forward and arranged the fire softly. Then, giving her another wistful look, he bowed and went lightly out of the room. With gentle step, Mrs. Derrick came up to Faith to kiss her and ask how she felt. Faith's eyelids unclosed. "Very happy, Mother, and tired, too. Don't you think I could have a light presently?" "This minute, pretty child, but lie down on the couch, Faith, and I'll bring up the little table." That was done, and then Faith read her letter, with first a rapid and then a slow enjoyment of it, making every word and sentence do more than double duty, and bring the very writer near. And then she lay with it clasped upon her bosom, thinking those flowing trains of half-feverish thought, which are so full of images, but which, in her case, flowed with a clear stream over smooth channels, nor ever met a rough break or jar. Even Dr. Harrison did not make an exception, for Faith's thought of him was constantly softened by her prayer for him. Her mother drew near when the letter was at last folded up, and watched her from the other side of the stand. But though mind and heart, too, were full enough, she rightly judged that Faith needed no more excitement, and so never mentioned Dr. Harrison's name, nor even asked how he came to carry off the rosebud. Faith's trains of thought ended at last in a sleep which lasted till past her tea time. Mrs. Derrick was still by her side when she awoke, and Faith, opening her eyes as quietly as she had shut them, remarked, "Mother, letters are great things." "Why, child," said her mother, smiling, "what have you been dreaming about?" "Nothing. That isn't a dream. It's a reality." Blessing in her heart the cinder of the reality which gave such pleasure, Mrs. Derrick answered, "Yes, child, it's real, and so's he." Faith said nothing to that except by her smile. She only spoke the hope that she might be stronger the next day, a sentiment which, though at first sight it might seem to have nothing to do with the former subject, was really in very close connection with it. But Faith was not stronger the next day. The fever was not driven away, and strength was in the grip of it yet. The doctor gave her no new directions, but insisted very much on quietness and care. There was nothing to be apprehended of the fever but tediousness, and the further and prolonged loss of strength, but that was quite enough to have to avoid. For that she must take all sorts of care. He also said that the case might go on without his oversight for a day or two, and that for that space of time, in the middle of the week, he should be absent from Pataquasset, having a very urgent call of business elsewhere. And whether for that reason or needing no fresh one, the doctor, having stated so much, went on to tell about other things, and made a long visit. The talk came upon the Bible again, Faith didn't know how, and grew very animated. Dr. Harrison had brought with him this morning one of his pleasantest moods or manners. He thought yesterday that Faith's eyes had given him a reproof for slander, and he had no intent to offend in the like way again. He was grave, gentle, candid, seemingly willing to listen, but that he always was to Faith, and talked sense or feeling in a most sensible and simple way. Yet the conversation ended with giving Faith great pain. He had asked her to read something confirmatory or illustrative of the statement she was making out of the Bible, and Faith had complied with his wish. That was nothing strange. She had often done it. Today the reading had been followed by a little observation, acutely put, which Faith felt raised a barrier between him and the truth she had been pressing. She felt it, and yet she could not answer him. She knew it was false. She could see that his objection was foundationless, stood on air, but she did not see the path by which she might bring the doctor up to her standing point, where he might see it, too. It was as if she were at the top of a mountain, and he at the bottom. Her eye commanded a full, wide view of the whole country, while his could see but a most imperfect portion. But to bring him up to her, Faith knew not. It is hard, when feet are unwilling to climb, and unskilled in the subtleties of controversy, most innocent of the duplicities of unbelief. Faith saw her neighbor entangled, as it seemed, in a mesh of his own weaving, and had not power to untie the knot. It distressed her. Other knots of skepticism or ignorance that he had presented to her, she could cut easily with the sword of truth if she could not untie. He had offered her one today that she could cut indeed as easily for herself, but not for him. To do that called for not better wits, but for far greater controversial acumen and logical practice than Faith knew. He did not press his point, not even for victory. He gave the objection to her and left it there. But while to her it was mere rottenness of reasoning, she knew that for him it stood. It grieved her deeply, and Mrs. Derrick saw her worn and feverish all the day without knowing what special reason there had been. She tried to stop Faith's working, but though not fit for it, Faith would not be stopped. She dared not trust Mr. Linden with any more excuses or put-offs, and a feverish cheek and hand that day and the next went over her exercise and letter, and enjoyed both in spite of fever. But when they were done, late in the next day, Faith lay down wearily on the couch and consoled herself with the thoughts of the letter to come. It was the evening for one, and yet one came not. Other letters came. The great leather bag was tossed out on the station house steps, and thence borne off to the post office, where 5 minutes later Reuben Taylor came to wait for his share of the contents. But, when with the assurance which has never yet known disappointment, Reuben applied at the window, Minty gave him a rather coquettish, "No, Mr. Taylor, you're not in luck today. There's nothing for you." In his surprise, Reuben tried every means to make himself and her believe that she was mistaken, and urged a new examination of all the letters, till Minty made, or feigned to make it, with the same success. Reuben turned away from the office in real sorrow of heart. He had not now to learn what store was set by those letters, especially now, when Faith was sick. He had noticed her holding of that very last one which had come. And then, not merely to lose the pleasure, but to have the disappointment. Then, too, what had hindered the letter? One sometimes came out of time, but the expected one had never yet failed. Was Mr. Linden sick? And what would Miss Faith think? The letter might fail from other causes. Hardly, Reuben thought, but what would she think? Herself so far from well. And then, should he go at once and tell her, or let her find it out from his non-appearance? That last idea was promptly rejected. She should at least not be in suspense, and Reuben was soon at her door, as soon admitted. But he came in very quietly, without that spring of step which had so often brought a letter, and standing by her chair, said gently, "Miss Faith, I didn't find anything tonight, but I thought I'd come and tell you, for fear you'd be expecting." "Not find anything?" said Faith, raising herself half up, with a start of color into her pale cheeks. "No, ma'am. They said at the office there was nothing. Maybe it will come tomorrow." It hurt him to see the little patient droop of each feature as Faith laid herself down again. "Thank you, Reuben," she said. "Oh, yes, maybe it will." Words of consolation Reuben did not presume to offer, but there was a great deal in his face and quiet, low-spoken, "Can I do anything tonight, Miss Faith?" "No," she said cheerfully, "there's nothing. Isn't it time Mr. and Mrs. Roscombe had some fresh eggs, Reuben? Mother will give you them." Reuben only said he would stop there and see them. The letter did not come next day. Reuben came, as usual, in the afternoon, but only to tell his bad success. He had not the heart to bring cowslips again, and ventured no words to Faith but about some of her poor people. That subject Faith went into fully. After Reuben was gone, she lay quiet a while, and took her indemnification in the evening by getting Mrs. Derrick to read to her one or two of those strings of passages which Faith called ladders. Whether she could mount by them or not just then, her mother might, and hearing them, Faith went to sleep. She said nothing about her letters, except to tell Mrs. Derrick they had not come. That day and the next were quiet days, being the days of Dr. Harrison's absence, and if some accident had befallen Wednesday's letter, there was good hope of one Friday. And as Friday wore away, Faith did not know that she was counting the hours, and yet could, at any time, have answered any question as to the time of day. It was one of those calm days, within doors and without, which ebb away so noiselessly that only the clock tells their progress. Faith's little clock, Mr. Linden had amused himself when sending her one about as big as a good-sized watch on a stand, ticked musically on the table, suggesting a good many things. Not merely the flight of time, not merely that the train would soon be in, not merely that she might soon have a letter, nor even that it, the clock, had seen Mr. Linden since she had. All these thoughts mingled, but with them something else. They would tick on, those minutes, relentlessly, no matter what they were to bring or take away, steady, unalterable, unchecked, like the old idea of fate. She tried to be steady too, tried to have that fixedness of heart which says confidently, "I will sing and give praise." But she was weak yet, with the effect and even the presence of fever, and through all her thoughts she seemed to feel those minutes tracking with light steps across her breast. She lay with her hands clasped there, to still them. The sun began to slant his beams in at the window, and then, with one long screeching "phew," the afternoon train flew through Pataquasset, tossing out the letter bag on its way. Then Faith waited, watching intently for Reuben's steps on the stairs. Reuben, on his part, had watched the letter bag from the moment it was thrown out, had followed it to the office, and there posted himself near the window to have the first chance. But his prize was a blank. Sick at heart, Reuben drew back a little, giving way before Minty's rather sharp, "I tell you no, Mr. Taylor," and other people's earnest pressing forward to the window. But when the last one had gone, those happy people, who had got their letters, Reuben again presented himself, and braved Minty's displeasure by further inquiries, which produced nothing but an increase of the displeasure. He turned and walked slowly away. It might have been any weather. He might have met anybody or heard anything, but when Reuben reached Mrs. Derrick's, the whole walk was a blank to him. What was the matter? How would Miss Faith bear it? These two questions lay on his heart. In vain he tried to lay them down, for the very words which told him that the Lord doth not afflict willingly said also that he doth afflict, and Reuben's heart sank. He stood for a moment in the porch, realizing how people live who do pray, then went in and straight upstairs, walked up to Faith's couch when admitted, and without giving himself much time to think, told his news. "Dear Miss Faith, you must wait a little longer yet. May I write by tonight's mail and ask why the letter hasn't come? It may have been lost." Faith started up, with first a flush and then a great sinking of color, and, steadying herself with one hand on the back of the couch, looked into her messenger's face, as if there she could track the missing letter, or discern the cause that kept it from her. But Reuben's face discovered nothing but his sorrow and sympathy, and Faith sank back on the pillow again, with a face robbed of color beyond all the power of fever's wasting to do. "Yes, right," she said. Reuben stood still, his hands lightly clasped, his heart full of thoughts he had perhaps no right to utter, if he could have found words. "I wish you'd write, Reuben," she repeated after a moment. "Yes, ma'am," he said, "I will. Only, dear Miss Faith, you know the darkness and the light are both alike to him." Reuben was gone. Faith lay for a few minutes as he had left her, and then slipped off the couch and kneeled beside it, for she felt as if the burden of the time could be borne only so. She laid her head and heart down together, and for a long time was very still, setting her foot on the lowest step of some of those ladders, if she could not mount by them. A foothold is something. She was there yet, she had not stirred, when another footstep in the passage and other fingers at the door made her know the approach of Dr. Harrison. Faith started up and met him standing. The doctor looked at her as he came up. So pale, so very quiet, so purely gentle, and yet with such soft strength in her eye. He had not seen her look just so, nor anybody else, before. "How do you do?" he said reverentially as he took her hand. "I am well," said Faith. "Are you?" said the doctor gravely, eyeing the mark of unconquered fever, and its wasting effects even on her then. I am very glad to hear it, indeed. I mean that I feel well, said Faith, correcting herself. You will feel better if you will take a more resting position, said the doctor, putting her into the chair. And then he stood and looked at her, and Faith looked at her little clock, with her foot on that step of her ladder. He knoweth thy walking through this great wilderness. What have you been doing to yourself these 2 days? Said the doctor. Nothing, she said, more than usual. He laid her appearance all to the account of the fever, she was so quiet, and proceeded to a new examination of the state of her hand, and to give her various professional orders. Miss Faith, can you do anything in the way of eating? Her very face, as well as her tongue, seemed to answer him. Not much. Do you think of anything you could fancy? No. I brought some birds home with me that I believe I can answer for. Try to demolish the pinion of one of them, will you? It is a duty you owe to society. I will try, she said gravely. The doctor wondered whether she had laid up against him any of his former conversation. What do you think, he said, with a kind of gentle insinuation, of that argument I ventured to advance the other day on the matter we were speaking of? I don't like to think of it at all, Dr. Harrison. May I know why not? Because I know it is false, and yet I cannot make you see it. Can you make yourself see it? I don't need to take any pains for that. I see it very well. Perhaps you'll find the way to make me see it, said the doctor pleasantly. That would be easy, said Faith, if what? May I not know the difficulty? If you really cared about it. I do care about it. You mistake me when you think that. But you must not think about anything now. Did you know I carried off your rosebud the other night? Yes. It was impossible to tell from the doctor's accent how he viewed the transaction, and equally impossible from Faith's answer to tell what she thought of it. Extremes meet, as Mr. Linden had once remarked. I'll endeavor to atone for that presumption tomorrow, said he, rising, for Mrs. Derrick now entered the room. To her, Dr. Harrison repeated his orders and counsels, and to Faith's relief, took himself away. Her mother came up to the easy-chair with a smothered sigh on her lips, and laid her gentle hand on Faith's forehead and wrist. Child, she said, has that man talked you into a fever again? I've a great mind not to let him come any more. I guess I could cure you better myself. If you'd send word to somebody else, Faith, we'd have you well in no time. I haven't heard from him tonight, Mother. Faith felt the little start of her mother's hand. Maybe he's coming then, said Mrs. Derrick. He might have meant to come yesterday and been hindered. Faith did not think that. We shall know, she said to her mother. We have only to wait and be quiet. And she carried out both parts of her stated duty to perfection. There is a strange sort of strength in a certain degree of weakness. Or it may be that weakness runs sooner to its refuge while strength stands outside to do battle with the evil felt or feared. Faith's gentle and firm temper was never apt for struggling with either pain or fear. It would stand, or yield, as the case called for. And now, whether that her mind had been living in such a peaceful and loving atmosphere, both earthly and heavenly, that it could settle upon none but peaceful views of things, or that bodily weakness made her unable to bear any other, she did mount upon one of those ladders and left her burden on the ground. She thought she did. She was as quiet outwardly as before. She told Mrs. Derrick, who looked at her in misery, and told her with a steady, cheerful little smile, that she dared say the letter would come tomorrow. But it is true that Faith had no power to eat that night, nor the next day, and that she did not know that the hidden slow fever, not of disease, which was running through all her veins and making the other fever do its work again, bright in her cheek and eye and beating at her temples and wrists. But she was as still and quiet through it all, quiet in voice and brow, as of letters have been full and plenty. End of section 25. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Section 26 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lord. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 23. It was about midday of Saturday, when Reuben Taylor, proceeding up the main street of Pataquasset on some business errand for his father, was joined by Phil Davids. No wanted or favourite associate or companion, but Phil now walked up the street alongside of the basket which had come into town with fish. "I say, Reuben," said Phil, after some unimportant remarks had been made and answered, "does Mr. Linden ever write to you?" Reuben started, as if that touched some undercurrent of his thoughts, and answered, "Yes." "I wish he'd write to me," said Phil. "I know I'd like it. I say, Taylor, what does he send you such thick letters about?" "Such thick letters?" Reuben repeated, with a quick look at his companion. "People put a great many things in a letter, Phil." "I guess likely. That's what I say. What does he write to you about?" "Maybe I'll bring up one of them for you to read," said Reuben. "You've heard him talk, Phil. He writes just so." "Does he? I guess you wouldn't like to miss one of his letters then, Reuben, would you?" "No." "I suppose it would be a worse job yet to miss two of them, wouldn't it?" said Phil, with a perfectly grave face. "Phil Davids!" Reuben exclaimed, facing round upon him with such a flash of joy and hope and surprise and eagerness as made Phil wonder. "What do you mean?" he added, checking himself. "Just turn your pockets inside out, Phil, before we go any further." "When were you at the post office?" "Last night, and this morning." Reuben forced himself to be quiet. "Well, look here. When you go there, don't you ask for letters?" "Ask? I've asked till they were all out of patience." "Suppose you come to the right shop next time," said Phil, importantly producing the missing papers. Phil, was all Reuben said. He caught the letters and stood looking at them with a face that made Phil look. "Mr. Linden will love you all his life for this, but how in the world did you get them?" "That's exactly what I'd like somebody to tell me," said Phil. "I know who put the monkey's paw in the fire, but how the chestnuts got there, I'm beat." "What do you know?" said Reuben. "Where did you get these? Oh, Phil, I never can thank you enough." "It was because they were his letters I did it," said Phil bluntly. "I wasn't going to let Minty Tuck have 'em. But I say, Reuben, what have you done to spite her? Or has she a spite against Mr. Linden? Or who has she a spite against?" "I don't know." "Did she give 'em to you, Phil?" "Not by a precious sight, nor to anybody else. Dromey saw 'em in her drawer, and for all the gumph he is, he knew the writing. And I made him get 'em for me this morning while they were at breakfast." "Now, Taylor," said Phil, settling his hands further down in his pockets as they rapidly walked along. "What bird's on that nest?" Reuben listened, and with an intentness that spoke of more than wonder. "In a drawer," he repeated. "What, down in the office?" "Not a bit of it. Stowed away with her earrings and ribbons, upstairs somewhere." "Phil," said Reuben, when he had pondered this strange information in silence for a minute, "will you be in the office when the mail comes in, for a night or two? And don't tell this to anyone till Mr. Linden sends word what should be done." "You expect more letters?" said Phil, with a not stupid glance at his fellow. "Yes," Reuben said, too frankly to increase suspicion. And if one should come, it's very important that I should get it. And of course, I can't watch. She shan't get it, said Phil. I'll be there. I'll be Sinbad's old man of the mountain for Minty. I won't sit on her shoulders, but I'll sit on the counter, and if there's a scratch of Mr. Linden's in the mailbag, I'll engage. I'll see it as fast as she will. I know his seal, too. Could she have done it to tease me? Reuben said. I've never had the least thing to do with her, but through that post office window. What did you ever give her through the post office window? Phil asked, half laughingly. Questions enough, Reuben said, his thoughts too busy to notice any underhand meaning. And lately, she's given me rather cross answers, that's all. Well, what do you suppose she stole your letters for? I don't know enough about her to guess, Reuben said frankly. Well, said Phil, I guess Dr. Harrison won't appoint the postmaster of Pataquasset when I'm president. I rather think he won't. I wish you'd make haste and be president, Reuben said. But if you didn't know anything about Mrs. Tuck, Phil, other people did, and thought she was honest at least. And you know, she's postmaster by right. She is the female of Dromy, said Phil, with intense expression. But Minty ain't a fool, and it's she's postmaster. Anyhow, Dromy says it's she that's Dr. Harrison's friend, so that makes it. But that don't tell why she wants the letters. Dr. Harrison's friend, said Reuben. What does she have to do with him? I ain't a friend of either of 'em, so I don't know, said Phil. But girls with pretty faces will make friends with anybody. A very high degree of masculine charity and correctness of judgment was expressed in Phil's voice and words. Reuben made no reply. His charity of any sort was not in a talkative mood, and the two parted kindly at Phil's crossroad. Not home to dinner now for Reuben. The minutes of talk had seemed long to his impatience. He had borne them, partly to get information, partly to keep down suspicion. But now, with Phil out of sight, he turned short about and took the way to Mrs. Derrick's with almost flying steps. True, he was not dressed for Miss Faith's room, but Reuben Taylor was always neat and in order, and she must not wait. He hurried into Mrs. Roscombe's, there to leave his basket and every removable trace of his work, then on. Faith had spent the early morning upon her couch. No need to ask if she felt stronger than yesterday. Every line and feature showed prostration and patience. Breakfast had been passed over nominally. What Mrs. Derrick could do for her was done. What she could not lay heavy on the hearts of both, as the one went down to make the day's arrangements, and the other lay still to endure. Reuben had not come after the morning train, and there was nothing even to expect till night. And Faith lay listening to her little clock, and watching the passage of the April sunbeams through her room. Suddenly, a loud, startling rap at the front door. But she was powerless to go and see, and after that one sound the house seemed to sink into perfect stillness. Then the door of her room opened, and Mrs. Derrick came in bearing a large basket, a heavy one too. But Mrs. Derrick would have spent her last atom of strength before she would have let anyone else bring it up. Her face looked quite radiant. "Pretty child," she said, "here's something for you." It was needless to ask questions. Mrs. Derrick's face could have but one meaning. Faith neither asked nor answered, except by the sudden start of the blood into her cheeks, which were pale enough before. Slipping from the couch, she was on her knees by the basket, pulling out the ends of the knots by which it was tied, with just a tiny, beautiful smile at work on her changed lips. Her mother went softly away. She thought the first sight of anything in that line belonged to Faith alone, and the April sunbeams took a new view of things. The knots gave way, and the basket cover swung round, and the white wrapping paper came off, and within lay something for her truly most appropriate. A great stem of bananas, and another of plantains, thick set with fruit, displayed their smooth green and red coats in very excellent contrast. And below and around, and doing duty as mere packing, were sunny Havana oranges of extra size and of extra flavour, to judge by the perfume. But better than all, to Faith's eye, was a little slip of black-marked white paper, tucked under a red banana. It had only these words: "Sweets to the sweet." Faith, I should put in more, but the basket refuses. It is the measure of only one part of the proverb. Do you understand? Faith knew oranges. She had never seen bananas or plantains before. It was all one. For the time being, they were not bananas or oranges, but hieroglyphics, and the one fruit looked as much like Mr. Linden's handwriting as the other. She sat with her arm resting on the couch, supporting her head and looking at them. Not the finest picture that Goethe ever viewed or bade his friends view as part of their duty was so beautiful as that basket of red and yellow fruit to Faith's eye. And all the more for that foreign look. They were like Mr. Linden. For the common things which they said, it was like him to say uncommonly. How very sweet was the smell of those oranges, and how delicious the soft feeling of peace which settled down on all Faith's senses. Very different from the sort of quiet she was in a quarter of an hour ago. She did not trouble herself now about the missing letters. This told that Mr. Linden was well, or he could hardly have been out to buy fruit and pack it off to her. So Mrs. Derrick found her, reading not words, but oranges and bananas, with a face it was a pity Mr. Linden could not see. It may be remarked in passing that the face was not lost upon the one who did see it. Mrs. Derrick came and stooped down by Faith and her basket, in great admiration and joy and silence for a moment. The sight almost put everything else out of her head. But then she exclaimed, "Child, the doctor is coming. I saw him driving up to the door." Faith put the cover on the basket, and while Mrs. Derrick set it out of sight, she received the doctor, as yesterday, standing, but with a nice little colour in her cheeks today, in place of yesterday's sad want of it. Dr. Harrison came up with one hand full of a most rare and elegant bunch of hothouse flowers. "My amends-making," he said, as he presented it. It was not in Faith's nature not to look pleasure and admiration at such bits of kindred nature. They were very exquisite. They were some of them new to her. They were all most lovely, and Faith's eyes looked love at them. Dr. Harrison was satisfied, for in those eyes there was today no shadow at all. Their gravity he was accustomed to, and thought he liked. "How do you do?" he said. "I am a great deal better. Oh, Mother, may I have a glass of water for these?" "You said yesterday you were well, Miss Faith." "You saw I wasn't," said Faith, as she put her flowers in the glass. "That is very true. And I see also that your statement today is not of much juster correctness. How came you to say that?" "I said it without knowing what I said," Faith answered simply. "What is this, Dr. Harrison?" The doctor puzzled over her answer, and could make nothing of it. "That is a fuchsia, and that is another." "How beautiful, how beautiful! They are not sweet?" "You cannot always have sweetness in connection with everything else," he said, with a slight emphasis. Faith's mind was too far away from the subject to catch his innuendo, unless other lips had spoken it. "Mrs. Derrick," said the doctor, "I should like, as a professional man, to know what portion of the wing of a robin this lady can manage for her breakfast." "Some days more and some days less," said Mrs. Derrick. "She was not very hungry this morning." A mild statement of the case. "Some days less than the wing of a robin," said the doctor. "The robin himself is a better feeder. Mrs. Derrick, what fancies does this bird live upon?" The allusion drew a smile to Faith's face, which Mrs. Derrick did not understand. "She don't tell all her fancies. She has seemed to live on tea and toast for eatables." The doctor smiled and went back to Faith, who was busy with the flowers, or as Mrs. Derrick said, seemed to be busy with them. "Are those better than cowslips?" he asked lightly. "They are more wonderfully beautiful. They are not better in their place." "How is that?" "I told you cowslips were bits of spring," said Faith, smiling. "These are not that. I think everything in the world, I mean the natural world, has its place that it fills." "Better than any other wood?" "I suppose so, yes." "That is admirable philosophy," said the doctor. "Excellent, to keep one contented. 3 feet of snow is then as good as May zephyrs. Daisies and dandelions are fair substitutes for geraniums and cacti, and these barren granite fields, where the skeleton rock has hardly covered itself skin-deep with soil, are better than flowery prairies of rolling land and fertile wildernesses of roses." "Well," said Faith, "you needn't laugh. I think they are." "By what transmutation of philosophy?" Faith's philosophy was put to the test by certain sounds, which just then came to her ear. The hall door opened and shut quick, though softly, and Reuben came lightly upstairs, 2 stairs at a time. But his knock at Faith's door was almost as quiet as usual. Whatever spirit of energy was at work in him, however, calmed itself down at sight of Dr. Harrison, whom he did not then stay to greet, but coming up with a swift, steady step to Faith's chair, knelt down there and gave her his hand with, "Miss Faith, are you better today?" If a rosebud yesterday, shut up in the cold, had opened all its beams to the sun, that was Faith today, as she took Reuben's hand and held it. "That is a very devoted servant of yours, Miss Faith," said the doctor pointedly. "I notice he gives you homage in true chivalric style. Does the transmuting philosophy extend thus far also?" Faith turned the light of her face upon him as she answered, "I shouldn't be worthy of one of those nights, or of this, Dr. Harrison, if I would change one for the other." Reuben had risen to his feet as the doctor spoke, and as he quitted Faith's hand, laid his own, with the slightest possible gesture, upon the left breast of his coat, which did not mean, as it would with Sam Stoutenberg, that there was his heart, but that there were the letters. Then stepping back with a bow, acknowledging Dr. Harrison's presence, Reuben went over to the window to speak to Mrs. Derrick. The doctor had seen him before that morning from the window. As with some ordered fish, Reuben entered Judge Harrison's gate, and his dress was the same now as then. How the different offices could be so different and so reconciled, or what this office was, were matters of study. But clearly Faith was as strong for her knight as her knight was for her. "I didn't understand the transmuting philosophy in the former case," the doctor remarked. "It is not that," said Faith, with rising colour, for she had seen Reuben's hand gesture. "It is just taking things as they are." "That is a philosophy deeper than that of transmutation," said the doctor. "I give it up. But what is the philosophy in this case?" And he nodded slightly towards Reuben. "If you ever know him, you'll know, Dr. Harrison," Faith said softly. "Is he so trustworthy?" said the doctor thoughtfully, looking at him. But then he gave his attention to Faith, and talked of herself, and what she was to do for herself, until, seeing no prospect of the doctor's being out of his way, Reuben was again passing them on his way out. The doctor arrested him by a slight but pleasant gesture. "What are you doing now, Taylor?" "Nothing new, sir. A little for my father and a little for myself." "I saw you doing something for your father, I think today. Doesn't that hinder your studies?" "Mr. Linden used to say that one duty never really hinders another, sir." "Pleasant doctrine," said the doctor. "I am tempted to try it now. If you bestow a little time upon me, it will not perhaps interfere with your going to dinner afterwards. Does Mr. Linden continue to hold some of his supervision over you? Do you hear from him sometimes?" "Yes, sir, both," was Reuben's prompt answer. "Then you have something to do with the post office occasionally?" "Yes, sir." "And know pretty well what everybody in Pataquasset says of every other body, don't you?" "I don't need to go to the post office for that, sir," Reuben said quietly. "No, I mean by virtue of another office, that which you exercise for your father. But it is true, isn't it?" "Not quite, sir. Some people do not talk to me, and some I never stop to hear." The doctor smiled a little, along with an acute look of approving intelligence. "Well, do you happen to know what is said or thought of the people I was the means of putting into the post office half a year ago?" "Not very well, sir. I haven't heard much said about them." "As far as your knowledge goes, they seem to be doing their duty?" "I make no complaint, sir." Dr. Harrison glanced at Faith with a not pleased expression, and back again. "Does that mean that you have none to make, or that you will make none? I am asking, you surely must know, not officially nor judiciously, but to gain private information, which it is desirable I should have, and which I ask and expect to receive confidentially." "Sir," Reuben said gravely, though with a manner perfectly respectful, "why do you ask me? The gentlemen of Pataquasset should know more about their own post office than the poor fishers of Quapaw. There is a clannishness among poor people, sir. If I had heard anything, I should not like to tell you." The doctor got up and took his old position on the carpet rug, a very slight air of haughty displeasure mixing with his habitual indolent gracefulness. "This is your night, Miss Derrick. Apparently the proverb of friends, friends does not hold good with him. When you are a little older, sir, you will know, if you grow correspondingly wiser, that the fishers of Quapaw, or of any other point, are precisely the people to know, in such a matter, what the gentleman, whom it more nearly concerns, cannot get at, and you have yourself given the reason." Faith looked at Reuben with a little inquiring wonder, but he made no answer, either to her look or the doctor's words. Indeed, perhaps did not see the former, for his own eyes were cast down. He stood there, the fingers of both hands lightly interlaced, his face quiet to the last degree of immovability. The doctor's first words to Faith had brought a moment's flush to his cheeks, but it had passed with the moment. Gravity and steadiness and truth were all that remained. The doctor recognized them all, but all as adverse or opposition forces. "I will detain you no longer, sir. I told you, Miss Faith," he said, sitting down and changing his tone, "that I did not know how to cut up cake, still less how to administer it. I found this family very poor, over at the Endicott, on some of my excursions, and somewhat carelessly thought they could perform the duty of taking papers out of a bag. as well as wiser people. There is a girl, too, the daughter, who seems clever enough. But I have had reason to doubt my own wisdom in the proceeding, after all. Faith heard the door close after Reuben, with the first of the doctor's words to her. She listened to the rest with a divided interest. Her mind had gone off to her basket of bananas, and was besides occupied with a little lurking wonder at Reuben's impracticability. But with nothing strongly, the feeling of weakness and lassitude was so taking the upper hand of every other. The relaxing now began to tell of the great tension she had borne for a day or two. The relaxing was entire, for what the basket had begun, Reuben's appearance had finished. Faith was sure he had a letter for her, and so sat and looked at the doctor like one whose senses were floating away in a dream, one of those pleasant dreams that they do not wish to break. "You are faint," said the doctor suddenly. "Mrs. Derrick, have you any wine in the house? I should like some here." But Mrs. Derrick's first step, it seemed but that, was to Faith, taking her out of the easy chair and putting her on the couch before anyone had time to say aye or no. There she left her while she opened the closet and got out the wine, bringing it then to Faith and setting the doctor aside most unceremoniously. Faith had not quite reached the fainting point, though she was near it from mere inanition. She drank the wine and smiled at them both, like one who had a secret wine of her own that she was taking privately. "What will she eat, Mrs. Derrick?" said the doctor in real concern. "Tea and toast won't do." "I will take something presently," Faith said, with another of those childlike, satisfied looks. They made Dr. Harrison very unlike himself, always. He stood so now. "Doctor," said Mrs. Derrick, in her odd, free, rather blunt and yet kindly way, "you are a very good doctor, I dare say, but you're not much of a nurse. Now I am, and I'll find her something to eat. You needn't be uneasy." He looked at her with one of the best smiles that ever came over his face, bright, free and kindly, then turned to Faith. "What made your knight so cross with me?" he said as he bent over to take her hand. "I don't know," said Faith. "I'm sure he had some good reason." "Reason to be cross?" "He didn't mean to be cross. You don't know Reuben Taylor." The doctor was inclined to be of a different opinion, for his brows knit as soon as he had closed her door. "Now, mother," said Faith, half raising herself, "please let me have my basket. I'm going to try one of those queer things. That is what I want." "Do you know what I want?" said Mrs. Derrick, as she brought up the basket. "Just to have Dr. Harrison find Mr. Linden here some day," which severe sentence was so much softened down by the weight of the basket that it sounded quite harmless. Faith was too eager to get the cover off to pay present attention to this speech. There they were again, the red and yellow, strange, beautiful, foreign-looking things, which she was to eat. Too handsome to disturb. But finally a red, plump banana was cut from the stem, and Faith looked at it in her fingers, uncertain how to begin the attack. Looking back to the little empty space where it had been, Faith became aware of an end of blue ribbon beneath said space. Down went the banana, and down went Faith. The loop of ribbon, being pulled gently, suggested that it was not able to contend with an unknown weight of bananas. But when Faith partly held these up, the ribbon yielded to persuasion, and tugged after it into the daylight a tiny package, which being unwrapped revealed a tiny oval case, wherein lay, last of all, a delicate silver knife. Faith's face of overflowing delight, it was good to see. "Oh, Mother, how just like him, Mother!" exclaimed Faith. "This is to eat those with." Could anything more be wanting to give bananas a flavour. They happened, moreover, to hit the fancy the doctor had been so anxious to suit. Faith liked her first one very much, and pronounced it very nearly the best of all fruits. But being persuaded to try one, Mrs. Derrick avowed that she could not eat it, and wondered how Faith could, declaring that in her judgment, if a thing was sweet at all, it ought to be sweeter. If Dr. Harrison could have seen the atmosphere of peace and delight his knit brows had left behind them. As soon as he was gone, Reuben brought up the letters, and with sunshine all round her, Faith read them and went to sleep, which she did with the little case that held her knife clasped in her hand. Sleep claimed her while fever took its turn and passed away for the day. Faith woke up towards evening, weak and weary in body, unable to make much lively show of the merry heart which doeth good like a medicine. "My studies don't get on very fast at this rate, mother," she remarked, as she sat in the easy chair at her tea, unable to hold her head up. "This has been a hard day," her mother said sadly, as she looked at her. "Faith, I won't let Dr. Harrison pay any more such long visits. He tires you to death." "It wasn't that. Mother, I think I'll have one of those things out of my basket. I wish Mr. Linden had told me what to call them." Mrs. Derrick brought the basket and looked on intently. "When is he coming, child?" she said. Faith did not certainly know. Under the influence of a plantain and the silver knife, she revived a little. "Mother, what made you wish Dr. Harrison might meet Mr. Linden here?" "It would save him a world of trouble," said Mrs. Derrick kindly. "And besides, child, I'm tired seeing him buzz round you myself. Faith, Mr. Linden would say that he ought to be told you're sick. I can judge for him once in a while," Faith said, with a little bit of a triumphing smile. "Well," said her mother, "you'll see what he'll say. I guess he'd rather you judge for him about something else." From that time, letters went and came through the Patchogue post office. End of chapter 23.